Sheng Anning has traversed time, devoid of any extraordinary abilities or personal space, and is merely a notorious married woman. In her new life, she confronts adversaries, punishes scoundrels, and embarks on a journey towards prosperity and happiness. While attending university and engaging in scientific research, she navigates the complexities of married life and child-rearing with her affectionate husband. Fearless in the face of both overt and covert schemes, she maintains a harmonious relationship with her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. In that nostalgic era, she strolls hand in hand with her cunning, loyal husband, enjoying a fulfilling life as a wealthy individual. Why would someone as admirable as Zhou Shixuan choose a woman like Sheng Anning? Isn't it peculiar? I've heard that Sheng Anning has someone else in the city and hasn't even shared a bed with Zhou Shixuan yet. Is that true? Poor Zhou, marrying a woman he can't even touch. She must be quite precious to him. Zhou is simply too kind. A woman like that deserves a good beating to set her straight. Exactly. A wife should be well disciplined. Sheng Anning stood expressionless behind the door, listening to the unabashed gossip of the women outside. Who would have thought that just 2 hours ago she had swapped souls? After attending an international medical conference abroad, she had encountered a car accident on her way to the airport. Upon awakening, she found herself inhabiting the body of another Sheng Anning. With 2 hours to acclimate to the reality of having traveled back to 1977, a time devoid of many modern comforts and fraught with the threat of hunger, she also had to grapple with the fact that she was still married. The original owner of this body, a 20-year-old city girl, had wed Zhou Shixuan, a security officer at a secretive nuclear facility, 3 months prior. They resided over 200 kilometers from the city in a remote mountain area, where their marital relationship was marked by indifference. Reflecting on the memories of her predecessor, Sheng Anning found the term indifference insufficient to describe their relationship. It was more akin to a daily skirmish. Zhou Shixuan, having come from a rural background, was looked down upon by the original owner, who perceived him as nothing more than a country bumpkin, a sentiment she openly displayed through scornful jabs and derisive remarks. She forbade him from sharing a bed and even from dining at the same table. When in a foul mood, she would throw tantrums, hurl objects, and hurl insults, while Zhou Shixuan would quietly retreat, never once engaging in a direct confrontation. Her relationships with the neighbors were equally strained, as they also resided in the same compound, many of whom were wives from rural backgrounds. The original owner held them in disdain, often strutting about with an air of superiority. Sheng Anning pondered the original owner's boorishness, realizing that Zhou Shixuan had never lost his temper. He was indeed a patient man. It was no wonder the women outside spoke so loudly about her. One question nagged at Sheng Anning. Amidst all this turmoil, why hadn't she pursued a divorce? Surveying her surroundings, she noted the sparsely furnished room, the interior containing only a double bed, a nightstand, and a 3-drawer table. The outer room held a single bed neatly covered with a military green quilt, which belonged to Zhou Shixuan. There was also a cupboard and a small stove, accompanied by a modest dining table, all set against the backdrop of a stark, dirt floor. With a heavy sigh, Sheng Anning contemplated surviving in this era, where one required rations to eat and where supplies like sugar and oil were strictly limited. Outside, the group of women resumed their discussion about lunch, drawing Sheng Anning's attention to her own growling stomach. It seemed the original owner had thrown a fit the previous evening, skipping dinner and going straight to bed, only to awaken as Sheng Anning. Rubbing her belly, she considered that her entry into this body might have coincided with the original owner's neglect of her health, leading to a temporary state of shock. As a skilled surgeon, Sheng Anning would never mistreat herself. Resolving to care for this body and nourish it before contemplating her next steps, she shivered at the chill of late March in the northwest, where the melting snow left the indoors frigid as a tomb. Having grown up in a prosperous family, she had no idea how to start a fire. After some contemplation, she decided to seek assistance from others. Opening the door, she was momentarily blinded by the sunlight that streamed in, causing her to squint. Upon adjusting her vision, she noticed several women, some with children, hastily departing, leaving behind 2 who regarded her with suspicion. Feeling a headache coming on, Sheng Anning recognized these women, though she couldn't recall their names. The one in the blue floral coat lived next door and had previously clashed with the original owner over a cooking incident. The other, a round-faced woman with short hair, was holding a crying child whose noise had disturbed the original owner's nap, prompting her to angrily berate the mother in the yard. Despite their grievances, these neighbors dared not confront the original owner openly, likely harboring resentment towards her. Realizing the extent of the original owner's misdeeds, Sheng Anning felt at a loss for how to interact with them. The two women exchanged glances, sensing her lack of hostility, and quickly retreated, slamming their doors behind them, as if she were a fearsome beast. Standing alone in the yard, she squinted at the row of houses each with 8 units. 2 per family, while her own yard appeared neglected, strewn with branches and coal piles. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to rely on herself. Although inexperienced in fire starting, she had watched numerous survival shows and knew that igniting some sticks and adding coal would warm the space. Determined, she rolled up her sleeves to clear the yard of debris, gathering it into the house to prepare for a fire. However, the dampness of the wood made it difficult to ignite, and after several failed attempts with newspaper, she had a sudden inspiration. Pouring the last of the cooking oil from a container onto the sticks, she finally succeeded in lighting a fire, although thick smoke rapidly filled the room. Choking and tearing up, she tossed coal into the stove amidst her coughing. "Boss, your house is on fire." On his way home, Zhou Shishuan spotted the billowing smoke and hurried toward the house, frowning as he carried his lunchbox. Although Sheng Anning had no intention of genuinely living with him, she was still his responsibility due to their past promise, and he could not allow her to come to harm. Kicking open the door, he was met with a cloud of smoke and spotted Sheng Anning crouched on the floor, her eyes red like a frightened kitten gazing up at him. Overwhelmed by smoke, she turned at the sound of the door, seeing a tall figure silhouetted against the light. Though she couldn't discern his features, she recognized from the original owner's memories that it was her husband, Zhou Shishuan. Caught off guard, she hadn't formulated a greeting before he rushed in, setting down the lunchbox, and quickly opened the windows and doors to air out the room. He then checked the stove, where the coal had smothered the flames of the burning sticks. Understanding that Sheng Anning would not engage with him nor initiate conversation, he silently picked up the fire tongs and set to work rekindling the fire. Sheng Anning stood up awkwardly and retreated to the side as the dense smoke in the room dissipated, allowing the light to shine in, revealing the man's features before her. His brows and eyes were strikingly cold and handsome, with a straight nose and lips that conveyed a sense of seriousness and fortitude. His skin was a healthy shade of wheat. Typically discerning, Sheng Anning found that Zhou Shixin's appearance and demeanor aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. However, she was not in the mood to indulge in a romance that transcended time. Rather, she focused on how to improve her relationship with this man. After all, she needed his assistance to survive in an era that was entirely unfamiliar to her. Lost in thought, Zhou Shishuan rekindled the fire, and as the flames flickered to life in the stove, he turned to observe Sheng Anning, who had been standing quietly beside him. He was somewhat surprised that she had not slammed the door and retreated to her room upon his return. Instead, he noticed her once fair and beautiful face now smeared with soot. She turned to the washstand by the door to cleanse her hands and returned with a fresh basin of water, pouring in some hot water from the thermos. Calmly, he glanced at her and asked, "Would you like to wash up?" Sheng Anning was momentarily taken aback, her eyes lighting up with astonishment as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, thank you." After all, the original owner of this body had treated him poorly, yet here he was offering her water for washing. Such generosity was indeed remarkable. With bright eyes, Sheng Anning smiled radiantly at Zhou Shishuan and hurried over to wash her hands and face. Zhou Shishuan discreetly assessed her a few times. It was unprecedented for her to express gratitude and smile at him, leaving him curious about her true intentions. He busied himself by placing the meal he had brought for the cafeteria by the stove to warm it, rolling up his sleeves to prepare cabbage. When Sheng Anning finished washing her face and looked up, she noticed a small round mirror hanging on the wall in front of the washstand, reflecting her soot-streaked visage. No wonder Zhou Shishuan had suggested she wash her face. She did look somewhat disheveled. Quickly splashing water on her face, she was surprised to see a clean and beautiful reflection in the mirror. The original owner bore some resemblance to her, yet at nearly 30, coupled with a fast-paced life, she appeared slightly leaner, and her skin lacked the original's luster and radiance. It seemed the original owner often harbored anger, her furrowed brow betraying a certain bitterness that rendered her demeanor somewhat eccentric. Gently rubbing her forehead, Sheng Anning reminded herself that harboring anger was not conducive to her well-being. After washing her face, she noticed 2 towels hanging on the stand, one olive green, the other white. Assuming the white towel belonged to the original owner, she took it to dry her face. Turning around, she saw Zhou Shishuan skillfully chopping the cabbage, his olive green sleeves rolled up to reveal a strong, well-defined arm. His movements were deft and precise, creating evenly sliced cabbage shreds. Sheng Anning couldn't help but admire how attractive individuals seemed to excel at everything they did. However, given the complex nature of the relationship between the original owner and this man, she hesitated to initiate conversation. After standing with her hands clasped for a moment, she finally approached. Do you need any help? Zhou Shixuan paused momentarily, glancing up at her. What you mentioned yesterday is not possible. Sheng Anning was momentarily bewildered before recalling the original owner's quarrel with Zhou Shixuan the previous night when she expressed a desire to return to the city for work. Zhou Shixuan's workplace provided job placements for family members each year, yet opportunities to return to the city were exceedingly limited. She had heard there were 2 available positions this year, one as a nurse at the city hospital and another as a teacher at the Red Star Kindergarten. These placements were determined by qualifications, capabilities, and the level of family hardship. From any angle, the original owner was not qualified, especially since her intentions were not purely professional. She simply wished to return to the city to see her former partner. Thus, she had approached Zhou Shixuan about the teaching position. Zhou Shixuan had calmly rejected her request, leading to a loud argument in which the original owner threw things around the house. Sheng Anning winced at the thought. What kind of situation was this? How could she still have feelings for someone else after they were married? Noticing Zhou Shixuan's icy demeanor, she quickly waved her hands. No, I understand that I'm not qualified for the job. I just want to help you with dinner. Zhou Shixuan shot her a sidelong glance. It's not necessary. Sheng Anning stood by, observing him as he prepared the meal. When it came time to stir-fry, Zhou Shixuan noticed the oil was running low. With a slight frown, he retrieved a jar of lard from the cupboard and added a chunk to the pan. He sautéed garlic, ginger, and dried red chilies, releasing an alluring aroma that filled the air. Sheng Anning realized she must have been excessively hungry, for she found herself salivating at the sight of a simple dish of stir-fried cabbage. The lunch was modest, a portion of braised pork from the cafeteria, which consisted mostly of fatty meat and looked rather unappetizing, accompanied by the stir-fried cabbage and coarse grain steamed buns. As Zhou Shixuan heated the buns, Sheng Anning eagerly set the table, arranging the stools and fetching chopsticks. Zhou Shixuan raised an eyebrow at the 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table, surprised by her unusual behavior today. Typically, even his mere presence would be met with her disdain, as if the air itself turned foul in his company. Silently, he arranged the buns and vegetables, while Sheng Anning took her seat across from him, gazing at the coarse grain buns. They look so fragrant. You truly are incredible. Zhou Shixuan's brow twitched, suspecting that Sheng Anning's change in demeanor was a tactical maneuver to achieve her own ends. He remained silent, sitting across from her, and began to eat the buns heartily. Sheng Anning, undeterred, bit into a bun, only to find it dry and hard, contrasting sharply with the soft, sweet cornbread she was accustomed to in restaurants. She stretched her neck to swallow, quickly reaching for her bowl to take a few sips of water. Zhou Shixuan glanced at her, then lowered his gaze to continue his meal. As they quietly consumed their food, a woman's voice called from outside. Captain Zhou, are you home? Her tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of tears. Chapter 3. Zhou Shixuan felt something different about Sheng Anning. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly set down his chopsticks and rushed outside. Sheng Anning promptly put down her bowl and followed him out, only to find Zhang Yimei, the round-faced woman from the courtyard, now sobbing while cradling a child whose little face was turning an alarming shade of purple. Beside her stood a girl in a white shirt, equally distressed. Upon seeing Zhou Shixuan, Zhang Yimei looked as though she had found her savior. Captain Zhou, my Shanzi is choking. I've tried everything, but it's no use. Dr. Xiao said we need to get him to the hospital immediately, and might a gang ISNT here. As she cried, she patted the child's back vigorously, but the child was clearly struggling to breathe. Zhou Shixuan, without a moment's hesitation, hurried over and took the child into his arms. Let's go. We need to get to the hospital right now. Wait. Sheng Anning rushed over. Seeing the child's distress, it was evident that the situation was dire. They might not reach the hospital in time to prevent suffocation. Her instincts as a doctor kicked in, and she directed Zhou Shixuan. The child is in severe pain and struggling to breathe. We won't make it to the hospital in time. Press your hand firmly just below the child's breastbone and compress quickly. Zhang Yimei, skeptical of Sheng Anning's advice. After all, this was the same woman who had once insulted her and wished her son dead, cried out in desperation, urging Zhou Shixuan. Captain Zhou, hurry to the hospital. We're running out of time. The girl in the white shirt, Xiao Yan, shot a hostile glance at Sheng Anning and echoed the urgency. Zhou Ji, we can't waste a moment. Shan Zi needs immediate help. Sheng Anning didn't expect them to trust her immediately. She dashed forward, snatching the child from Zhou Shixuan's arms, cradling him against herself. She positioned her hands on the child's chest to perform the Heimlich maneuver, aiming to elevate the diaphragm swiftly, increase the chest pressure, and force the obstruction from the airway. Zhou Shixuan hesitated for a moment, alarmed by Sheng Anning's impulsiveness and her apparent self-righteousness, fearing that her recklessness could jeopardize the child's chance of survival. This was a life at stake, not a trivial matter like her usual antics. Without further ado, he seized the child back, pushing Sheng Anning aside with unexpected severity, his voice rising. "Sheng Anning, what on earth are you doing?" Stumbling back, she leaned heavily against the doorframe, pain shooting through her back. Yet, this was not the moment for conflict. The child's life was at stake, and every second mattered. Her eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Zhou Shixuan. "You are wasting precious time that could save this child. Zhou Shixuan, if I cannot save him today, I'll give my own life for his." With unwavering determination, she reclaimed the child and resumed her efforts to save him. If that failed, she would have to resort to opening the trachea to remove the obstruction. Sheng Anning, fierce and resolute, resembled a rose amidst flames, fiery and thorny, yet somehow instilling a sense of trust in those around her. Zhou Shixuan refrained from taking the child back, watching intently as Sheng Anning performed the emergency procedure. He could see the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead, beads of sweat cascading down her brow. Zhang Yimei cried out anxiously, attempting to snatch the child away, but Zhou Shixuan blocked her. Xiaoyan, frantic, stomped her foot. "Zhou Ji, this is a matter of life and death. If her method were effective, would we still be in such a hurry?" Zhou Shixuan pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on Sheng Anning, his hands clenching into fists involuntarily. Sheng Anning continued her efforts, pressing down repeatedly until at last, the child expelled a red date from his mouth, letting out a loud wail. A wave of relief washed over her. Zhang Yimei, upon hearing her son cry, rushed forward to embrace him. "Shanzi, thank goodness you're all right." Seeing that Sheng Anning had indeed saved the child, Xiaoyan frowned, her discontent palpable. "What you did was reckless. This was merely a stroke of luck. What if something had gone wrong? Can you bear the responsibility?" Sheng Anning, rifling through the original owner's memories, realized she didn't know this seemingly gentle girl. Hearing her condescending tone, she couldn't help but retort, "You claim to be a doctor, yet you lack knowledge of such basic first aid? How did you even become a doctor?" Xiaoyan had not graduated from a formal medical school. She had only learned under the guidance of the town doctor, qualifying as a barefoot doctor. After passing her assessments, she now served as the team's medical practitioner, primarily caring for the families in their community. She was well-liked, yet now confronted with Sheng Anning's blunt criticism. Her delicate features flushed a deep shade of red. "How can you talk to me like that? You?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Zhou Shixuan. Zhang Yimei, protective of Xiaoyan, cradled the child in one arm while wiping her tears with the other. "Even though you saved Shanzi, you shouldn't speak to Dr. Xiao that way. For all we know, the date might have been on the verge of coming out anyway, and your actions just happened to dislodge it." Sheng Anning suddenly thought that the original owner's unreasonable nature did have its merits. She didn't back down easily. She found herself laughing in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the situation. "Fine, if that is how you feel, consider this my meddling in your affairs. Next time, if you were in trouble, even if you were dying in front of me, I wouldn't lift a finger." With that, she turned on her heel and stormed inside, slamming the door behind her with enough force that the surrounding dust fell from the frame. Zhang Yimei's face turned crimson with anger. Stammering, "How can you curse someone to death? How can you be so malicious?" Xiaoyan approached, linking her arm with Zhang Yimei's, gently patting the child's back. "Sister-in-law, try to calm down. Let us see if Shanzi is still uncomfortable." She then turned to Zhou Shixuan, her expression apologetic. "Zhou Ji, I'm truly sorry. We may have misunderstood sister-in-law. Once she calms down, we'll apologize to her. It turns out she has a kind heart." Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow, nodding silently as he regarded the closed door, sensing that this time, Sheng Anning was genuinely angry. Inside, Sheng Anning had only been momentarily upset. She washed her hands and sat down to continue her meal calmly. Her impulsive act of saving the child had exposed a side of her, and Zhou Shixuan's inscrutable gaze felt like it could see through her very thoughts. Therefore, She needed to maintain a facade, ensuring he would not suspect her true nature. Otherwise, the disparity between her character and that of the original owner might lead him to question her sanity. After standing in silence for a while, Zhou Shixuan entered the room to find that Sheng Anning had already consumed half of a coarse grain bun, and the remaining plate of cabbage was entirely cleared, while the portion of braised meat remained untouched. Reflecting on the force with which he had pushed Sheng Anning earlier, a twinge of guilt washed over him. He stood in silence for a moment before going to the small bed, retrieving an envelope from beneath the pillow, and turning back to hand it to Sheng Anning. "This is for you." Chapter 4. Unbelievable as it may seem, this was indeed Sheng Anning. Sheng Anning sat at the small dining table, sipping hot water from her bowl when the envelope appeared before her, causing her to pause. She contemplated reaching for it, but, recalling the original owner as persona, she let out a cold huff and continued sipping her water, ignoring Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Shixuan seated himself opposite her, placing the envelope on the table and nudging it closer. "Inside, you'll find some ration coupons and cash. I was too hasty earlier. I'm sorry." Sheng Anning felt a flicker of surprise. It was well known that during this era, particularly in the Northwest, patriarchal attitudes were deeply entrenched. For Zhou Shixuan to apologize was indeed a rarity. Maintaining a stern expression, she replied coolly, "I simply cannot bear to see a child suffer. As for adults, who cares about their lives?" She longed to express her determination to return the money and coupons. But considering the original owner's meager savings of a few coins and 10 pounds of universal ration coupons, she swallowed her pride. In this era, securing a foothold required both money and rations. Seeing that Sheng Anning did not refuse, Zhou Shixuan thanked her quietly before silently gathering the dishes and taking them to wash. Until Zhou Shixuan left for work, Sheng Anning did not pick up the envelope. When she finally did, she discovered it contained 25 yuan, 50 pounds of grain coupons, and a thin notebook. Upon closer examination, the notebook appeared to be Zhou Shixuan's ration book, allowing her to collect flour and cooking oil from designated stores, albeit in limited monthly quantities. Excitedly, she noted that there were still 25 pounds of flour available this month. If she could claim it, would she finally be able to enjoy steamed buns made from white flour? Sheng Anning scrutinized the unfamiliar grain coupons and the old currency before carefully storing them away. Dreaming of a day she could gather enough money to divorce Zhou Shixuan and leave this place. Although her intentions towards Zhou Shixuan were somewhat ignoble, she rationalized that once she earned her share, it would be fair to split it with him. After all, binding two emotionally detached individuals together for a lifetime was a disservice to Zhou Shixuan. Finding an excuse for her own moral shortcomings, Sheng Anning felt no guilt as she returned to her room to organize the belongings of the previous owner. The original owner came from a relatively comfortable background, seemingly having endured little hardship. Though disinterested in education, she had a romanticized view of love, leaving behind a diary filled with childish handwriting that chronicled her infatuation with a young man. The final entry read, "Sheng Anning, wait for me. You are the love I wish to accompany for a lifetime." Sheng Anning flipped through several pages with a headache, stuffing the diary into a box and tidying the room. Noting that the original owner's only virtue appeared to be an obsession with cleanliness and beauty. Once the room was presentable, Sheng Anning donned her red cotton jacket and prepared to visit the grain station to collect her flour while familiarizing herself with the surrounding environment. As she stepped outside, wrapped in a white scarf, she noticed a group of women chatting by the roadside. Upon spotting her, they immediately fell silent and turned their attention toward her. Aware that these women had nothing better to do than gossip, she refrained from greeting them, knowing that such a drastic change in demeanor would raise suspicions. Pulling her scarf up to cover her mouth and nose, she walked past the group with an impassive expression. Once she was a distance away, the women resumed their discussion. "Did you hear that it was Sheng Anning who saved Shanzi at noon?" "Yes, I saw it from my window." "Could she really be so kind? She used to look down on everyone. Is she trying to make a scene with Team Leader Zhou again?" "Team Leader Zhou should not have married her. He'd be better off with Dr. Xiao. Look how well they match. I heard from my husband that Zhou had a previous girlfriend. He married Sheng Anning to repay a debt of gratitude." "I've heard that too. They were from the same village and had a good relationship. That girl sent him shoes and sweaters every year." As Sheng Anning walked further, she remembered she needed a bag for the flour. Turning back, she overheard a snippet of conversation that compelled her to interject. "So, does that mean Zhou Shixuan is just like Shinshimi?" The women were so engrossed in their gossip that they failed to notice her return. Startled by the sudden voice, they turned to see Sheng Anning smiling at them, which made the atmosphere awkward. After giving them a pointed look, she went home to fetch a bag for the flour before heading out again. The women's knack for gossip was eye-opening for her. They would undoubtedly serve as the key sources of information in the village or neighborhood. The family compound was not far from the town, requiring a 30-minute walk. As Sheng Anning gazed at the fields still covered in snow and the desolate hills in the distance, she felt a sense of desolation mirror the barren landscape. With a sigh, she continued towards the town. The town proved to be livelier than she had anticipated, basking in the warm afternoon sun with a bustling street filled with people, including vendors pushing carts selling goods. Scanning the area, she noted the single state-run restaurant and a few noodle and pastry stalls, which were not particularly busy, with the owners dozing off at their stands. There were no shops selling snacks or treats, only a cart selling seeds and candies, whose colors suggested they had been sitting there for quite some time. Next to the post office, there were buses heading to the city and county, with the county bus operating once a day and the city bus every 3 days. After observing the town, her heart sank further. In such an environment, how could she possibly change her current situation? Feeling disheartened, she carried her bag to the grain station and, fearing she might struggle with 25 pounds of flour, opted to collect only 10 pounds. As she exited the grain station with her 10 pounds of flour, she pondered how to manage a trip to the county. Distracted, she did not notice someone bump into her shoulder. Frowning, she walked a few steps before realizing something was amiss and quickly checked her pockets. The ration book and 5 yuan were gone. Anger surged within her. Even in her poverty, someone dared to steal from her. With a bag of flour in hand, she pursued the young man who had bumped into her, remembering he wore a gray hat and deep blue clothing. The thief, sensing someone was pursuing him, grew anxious and fled. Initially uncertain, Sheng Anning became convinced by the man's panicked retreat that he was indeed the one who had stolen from her. The thought of her 5 yuan fueled her determination, and she quickened her pace. Team leader, ISNT that your wife? Zhou Shixuan and Gudaj Wang were at the post office picking up supplies when they saw a red figure dash past. Without needing a reminder, Zhou recognized Sheng Anning, but was incredulous that this woman, sprinting with a bag of flour, was indeed his wife. Chapter 5. Why Sheng Anning knows medicine long-distance running was Sheng Anning's forte, but the original owner's body was not accustomed to exercise. She soon felt a tightening pain in her chest. Remembering her ration book and 5 yuan, she gritted her teeth, held her breath, and propelled herself toward the thief. The distance between them gradually shrank until the thief stumbled, falling to the ground. Sheng Anning seized the moment, rushing forward to swing her bag at his back and promptly stepping on him. Hand it over. Patach gently stroking his chin, the captain pondered. Should we bring the sister-in-law along? He reflected that had it not been for Zhou Shixuan kicking a stone that struck the thief's leg, Sheng Anning would not have managed to chase down the thief so effortlessly. Thus, he surmised that Zhou Shixuan would indeed be inclined to assist Sheng Anning. If they could mend the relationship between the couple, life would surely become more bearable. Zhou Shixuan withdrew his gaze, stating, "No need. We still have to make a trip to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Let's not concern ourselves with her." Meanwhile, Sheng Anning trudged home with 10 pounds of flour. Along the way, myriad thoughts occupied her mind. After her marriage, her household registration had been transferred to Zhou Shixuan's side, leaving her curious as to why the original owner's family had been so eager to marry her off and hastily relocate her household registration. Given that the original owner's family was relatively well off, with both parents employed and siblings already working, why did they seem so eager to see her married far away? Lacking memories of the original owner, Sheng Anning was uncertain whether it was a deliberate amnesia or simply ignorance. Therefore, she resolved to find ways to earn money, as after divorcing Zhou Shixuan, she would need to purchase a home in the city to establish a residence. The question remained, how could she earn a living? Coming from a family of medical professionals, her mother and brother had ventured into business, so she was not devoid of entrepreneurial spirit. Yet, she was uncertain about the most suitable ventures in this era. As she entered the residential complex, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited her mind. If all else failed, she could become a barefoot doctor. After all, practicing medicine at this time did not necessitate a medical license. Many small clinics were operated by those with no formal training. In comparison, she possessed significant advantages. However, a nagging thought crossed her mind. If she treated patients, Zhou Shixuan would certainly harbor suspicions. overwhelmed by her thoughts. Sheng Anning could not devise a satisfactory plan, so she decided to first address her dinner. After a strenuous day of dealing with the thief and carrying flour, she changed clothes and rested briefly before rolling up her sleeves to prepare the dough. Sheng Anning was not a delicate girl. She relished cooking and was quite skilled at it. Her mother adored her culinary creations. Reflecting on her mother brought a pang of sorrow. Who would have imagined that the princess of the Sheng family would face hunger in the 70s? She wondered if in the original world she had already perished, leaving her family in deep sorrow. Wiping away a tear, she began kneading the dough. When Zhou Shixuan returned home, Sheng Anning had already cooked a plate of lard pancakes. Although the first two were slightly burnt due to her misjudgment of the heat, the subsequent ones were golden and glistening, tantalizing to behold. Upon seeing Zhou Shixuan enter, she greeted him with a radiant smile. "You're back. I just made these pancakes. Hurry and wash your hands to eat." Zhou Shixuan swallowed hard, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the fragrant aroma of a home-cooked meal. Previously, he returned to a cold kitchen and had to kindle the fire himself, only to be met with Sheng Anning serving him a bowl of food before retreating to her room. As Sheng Anning flipped the last pancake in the skillet, she exclaimed, "I've added chopped scallions and lard. It's delicious. No need to cook any side dishes." She glanced into the enamel jar, realizing there was little lard left. Earlier in the day, she had foolishly used vegetable oil to cook, making any further stir-frying quite extravagant. After all, with Zhou Shixuan being the only one earning a salary, she decided to be frugal. Zhou Shixuan nodded and washed his hands, helping her place the pancakes on the small dining table. He then retrieved an iron canister and an empty bowl from the cupboard, scooping out 2 spoonfuls of pale yellow granules and dissolving them in hot water, releasing a gentle milky aroma and a hint of sweetness. Sheng Anning awkwardly covered the stove, washed her hands, and sat down, watching Zhou Shixuan prepare a bowl of pale yellow liquid. Unable to resist, she wrinkled her nose, inhaling the soothing scent that uplifted her spirits. Zhou Shixuan pushed the bowl towards her. "You should drink this." Glancing at the canister, she saw it was labeled wheat milk powder, said to evoke nostalgia for an entire generation. Observing Zhou Shixuan save some for himself, she suddenly found this taciturn man somewhat endearing. Without further ado, she lifted the bowl and took a sip, her eyes lighting up with satisfaction. "It's truly delightful, sweet, and comforting. Would you care to try?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head, silently pouring himself a bowl of hot water. As he prepared to eat the lard pancakes, he suddenly spoke. "If you wish to visit the city, I can take you along when I attend a meeting there in a few days." Sheng Anning felt a surge of happiness at this unexpected offer. "Really? You can take me?" Zhou Shixuan glanced at her, her beautiful eyes brimming with hope and surprise. He chewed on his pancake in silence, contemplating whether to reveal the current situation of the Sheng family, while simultaneously trying to understand why Sheng Anning possessed knowledge of medicine. In the end, Zhou Shixuan opted for silence as they continued their meal. Perhaps it was Sheng Anning's unusual demeanor today, but after dinner, he reminded her, "There will be a large market in the neighboring town tomorrow. A bus will depart from the entrance of the residential complex at 10 in the morning." Recalling that Sheng Anning had expressed disdain for the rusticity of the village, he mused how she could possibly find such a market appealing. Without awaiting her response, he quietly began to wash the dishes. Seated by the stove, Sheng Anning found herself at a loss for what to do. Outside, darkness had descended, and the sounds of neighbors scolding their children echoed clearly. With the night growing colder, everyone was confined to their homes. Yet, apart from a dim light bulb, their household lacked a television, radio, or even a tape recorder. How would they endure such a long night? Sheng Anning observed Zhou Shixuan bent over the sink, washing dishes. The warmth from the fire made the room cozy, and he wore a white shirt tied at the waist, emphasizing his broad shoulders and narrow waist. As he moved, Zhang Yimei's expression changed, and even Wang Wengang appeared awkward. He had genuinely come to express his gratitude, but he did not anticipate Sheng Anning's response. What could he do? He certainly could not turn around and scold his wife. Xiaoyan glanced at Zhou Shixuan, furrowing her brows as she said, "Sister-in-law, you cannot say that. You have never raised a child, so you surely do not understand that there are times when oversights are inevitable." Sheng Anning smiled. "Dr. Xiao has raised children?" In an instant, Xiao Yan's face flushed with indignation. "What nonsense are you talking about? In this day and age, how can one make such jokes with a young lady?" Zhou Shixuan merely cast a deep glance at Sheng Anning, who, during the day, had seemed like a different person. Now, he wondered if it was merely his illusion. Previously, she had been unreasonable, and now she was unyielding in her righteousness. Her words were sharper than a dagger. Yet, strangely, he felt that Sheng Anning had not erred this time. Furrowing his brows, he looked at Wang Wengang. It's all right, as long as the child is fine. It's getting late. You should head back. Zhang Yimei, feeling constrained by her husband, dared not speak up and quickly placed a bag of walnuts and red dates on the nearby bench. Xiaoyan handed the food container she had been holding to Zhou Shixuan. Brother Zhou, I made dumplings for dinner. I saved some for you right off the stove. At that moment, Sheng Anning realized that the doctor named Xiao Yin likely harbored feelings for Zhou Shixuan. Aware of the discord in their marriage, she probably hoped to seize the opportunity. Wasn't it said that thoughts were conservative in this era? Looking at Xiao Yin, she seemed quite open-minded. How shameless! Sheng Anning stared at the food container in Xiao Yan's hands for a few seconds, then raised her gaze meaningfully at Zhou Shixuan, letting out a cold laugh before turning to return indoors, slamming the door shut. Zhou Shixuan felt inexplicably guilty under Sheng Anning's gaze and firmly declined Xiao Yan's offer. No need. We've already had dinner. You should hurry back. No matter how thick-skinned Xiao Yan was, she felt embarrassed to extend the food container again, blushing as she departed with Wang Wengang. After closing the door, Zhou Shixuan glanced at the tightly shut inner door, feeling a throbbing pain in his forehead, and turned to continue washing the dishes. Sheng Anning was not angry. She merely wished to irritate Xiao Yan. After all, she intended to divorce Zhou Shixuan and would not oppose anyone showing him kindness. However, she could not tolerate Xiao Yan's presence. She simply found her disagreeable. Initially, Sheng Anning thought she might be restless through the night, but to her surprise, after lying down and feeling homesick, she eventually had to come to terms with reality. After tossing and turning several times, she actually slept soundly until dawn. The sound of roosters crowing and the chatter of people coming and going left Sheng Anning momentarily dazed until she remembered that she had crossed over. Rubbing her eyes and dressing, she found Zhou Shixuan already gone. The quilt on the small bed was neatly folded. The fire in the stove was burning brightly, with a kettle placed on top and a food container steaming beside it. Sheng Anning stared at the steam for a while before pouring water to wash up. After washing her face and returning, she carefully set the food container down on the table. Upon opening the lid, she found a steamed bun, a chicken egg, and a bit of pickled vegetables. Sheng Anning had searched the cupboard yesterday and knew there were no eggs or buns at home. Thus, breakfast had been brought back by Zhou Shixuan from his workplace, and the fire had been kindled by him before he left to ensure the bun remained warm. Despite not being a sentimental person, Sheng Anning felt a warmth in her heart. In this unfamiliar world, being cared for attentively by someone was quite touching. She leisurely ate the egg, planning to finish breakfast and then check out the bustling market Zhou Shixuan had mentioned, eager to immerse herself in this new environment. Chapter 7. This is your man. After finishing breakfast, Sheng Anning tidied up briefly, took some ration tickets and money, locked the door, and headed straight to the entrance. Upon arrival, she spotted a somewhat dilapidated white minibus parked outside, already filled with several passengers, including Zhang Yimei and Xiao Yan. Sheng Anning cast a blank glance at the two, realizing how coincidental it was. Ignoring them, she boarded the bus and settled into the last row. A middle-aged woman in front turned around and greeted her with a smile. Anning, are you going to the market too? Sheng Anning nodded. Yes, just to take a look. She recalled that this woman was Qin Hongxia, the wife of the logistics department head, known for her amiable personality in the family compound. Whenever there was a domestic dispute or quarrel, she would intervene to mediate. Essentially, she served as the women's coordinator of the compound. Initially, when the original owner quarreled with Zhou Shixuan, Qin Hongxia would step in to persuade, but as the original owner was quite formidable and disregarded anyone's face, Qin Hongxia eventually ceased her efforts, though she still greeted her with a smile when they met. Noticing Sheng Anning respond pleasantly, Qin Hongxia's smile widened. The market is bustling this year. I hear there will be acrobatics and performances, and the prices are reasonable. Why not buy some yarn for Xiao Zhou to knit a sweater? Sheng Anning felt a bit awkward. She couldn't knit a sweater. Besides, did they not know the nature of her relationship with Zhou Shixuan? Why were they so eager to encourage such closeness? Unfazed by Sheng Anning's silence, Qin Hongxia continued. Xiao Zhou is a great person. Although he is a bit older, it's because he was held back due to serving on the border years ago. His professional capabilities are strong, and he will surely have a bright future. Look at how many people of 28 or 29 can reach Xiao Zhou's current position. Since they are a couple, they should cherish their connection. Mutual humility makes for a harmonious life. Besides, what grievance could spouses have? What issue cannot be resolved when sharing a bed at night? Sheng Anning listened in disbelief. Such words were utterly outrageous. She found herself at a loss for words, forced to awkwardly smile as she endured Qin Hongxia's lengthy discourse on marital harmony. Meanwhile, she learned more about Zhou Shixuan, who had enlisted at 17 and performed admirably, once being a renowned soldier in the Northwest. 3 years ago, due to an accident, he was transferred to his current unit. At 29, Zhou Shixuan had achieved much without any connections or background, underscoring his remarkable abilities. Sheng Anning thought about how such a man must possess a profound depth of character. Yet he had been able to tolerate the original owner. He was indeed a decent person. As Qin Hongxia chatted with Sheng Anning, Xiao Yin and Zhang Yimei in the front occasionally glanced back. Zhang Yimei curled her lip, leaning closer to Xiao Yin and whispering, "Something seems off with Sheng Anning these days. She's even chatting with Sister Hongxia. Do you think she wants to reconcile with Captain Zhou?" Xiao Yin felt a twinge of annoyance, but maintained her gentle demeanor. "I'm not sure. If they could get along well, that would be great. After all, Sheng Anning is quite beautiful." Zhang Yimei scoffed. "What does beauty matter? She doesn't strike me as someone suited for a domestic life. Just look at the fleece Zhou wore last night. The sleeves are frayed, and she hasn't even mended it. What use is it to marry such a woman?" Although Sheng Anning had saved her son, the accumulated resentment still made Zhang Yimei harbor a deep dislike for her. Xiao Yin fell silent, turning to gaze out the window. She had liked Zhou Shixuan ever since he was transferred 3 years ago. Even though she heard he had a girlfriend back home, she never dared to express her feelings. Who would have thought that 3 months ago, Zhou Shixuan would suddenly marry Sheng Anning, a headstrong city girl? It was hard not to feel some resentment. The minibus swayed along the muddy road for an hour before finally arriving at Huangzhuang Market. As Sheng Anning disembarked with Qin Hongxia, she was momentarily taken aback. Was this the bustling market they had spoken of? The market was supposed to be set up on a rice paddy field, and, as far as the eye could see, it was a sea of people, bustling and chaotic, with donkey carts and bicycles everywhere. The stench of animal dung filled the air, making one dizzy. There were even people eating amidst such an environment. Sheng Anning thought to herself that this place was surely a cure for any form of cleanliness obsession. Qin Hongxia enthusiastically called out to Sheng Anning, "Anning, let us walk together. It's rare to have a market day. Let us buy some meat and maybe make dumplings tonight. I remember your husband enjoys dumplings." In this era, who does not relish the delight of meat dumplings? They are a culinary treasure reserved for festive occasions. However, Sheng Anning did not pay heed to this. Instead, her attention fixated on the phrase man spoken by Qin Hongxia. It struck her as somewhat rustic and kitsch, yet it evoked an inexplicable sense of ownership within her, stirring a peculiar emotion in her heart. The marketplace bustled with a sea of people, all clad in simple attire, some adorned with patches, yet their faces radiated joy. Qin Hongxia, perceiving that Sheng Anning hailed from the city and had never witnessed the vibrancy of a rural fair, enthusiastically elaborated. Having just celebrated the new year, and with spring planting approaching, the locals are not flush with cash. The fairs before the new year and in autumn are especially lively, with an abundance of street food. "Look over there, they sell offal soup. Would you like to try some?" she inquired, ostensibly seeking Sheng Anning's consent while already linking arms with her, guiding her towards the stall. Unaccustomed to the rustic atmosphere, Sheng Anning found herself drawn to a dimly lit food stall, where a large pot bubbled over a stove, emitting a pungent aroma of mutton and offal. Overwhelmed by the scent, she grimaced, "Sister-in-law, you go ahead, I'll wander around." Qin Hongxia, not one to press her, replied, "All right, just come back to find me later. I must indulge in a bowl. I simply adore this." Separated from Qin Hongxia, Sheng Anning meandered aimlessly, her curiosity piqued by the sights around her. The nostalgic scenes, reminiscent of period drama, unfolded before her, allowing her to feel the sincere happiness that radiated from every passerby. Suddenly, her restlessness dissipated. Since she was here, she resolved to adopt a calm mindset and seize the opportunity for self-improvement. In high spirits, she turned to return to Qin Hongxia, only to encounter her coming to find her, accompanied by Zhang Yimei and Xiao Yan. Noticing Sheng Anning's empty hands, Qin Hongxiao expressed surprise. What? You didn't find anything appealing? The yarn over there is quite affordable. I saw Dr. Xiao pick out some lovely navy blue yarn. It looks rather chic. At that moment, Sheng Anning caught sight of Xiao Yin, who, upon noticing her, discreetly concealed the fabric bag behind her. Chapter 8. Zhou Shixuan looked at her with a sense of discomfort. Qin Hongxiao remained oblivious to any issues and turned to Xiao Yin. Dr. Xiao, let Anning have a look at the yarn you just bought. You young folks should share the same taste. Perhaps Anning can knit a sweater for little Zhou. An idea suddenly crossed Sheng Anning's mind. Xiao Yin likely intended to knit a sweater for Zhou Shixuan. She watched with a mix of amusement and interest as Qin Hongxiao passionately urged her on. With the conversation having reached this point, Xiao Yin had no choice but to open her bag for Sheng Anning to see. Qin Hongxiao eagerly pulled out the yarn, presenting it to Sheng Anning. Look at this yarn. If you bought it at the supply and marketing cooperative, it would cost 7 to 8 yuan per jean, but here at the fair, it's only 5 yuan per jean. I reckon it's pure wool. A sweater in this color would look splendid on little Zhou. Sheng Anning was at a loss for words, offering a forced smile. It's indeed lovely, but my hands aren't adept enough. I fear I might ruin the yarn. Qin Hongxiao waved her hand dismissively. What is there to worry about? I'll teach you. Come on, if you don't have enough money, I can lend you some. With that single remark, Sheng Anning found herself silenced. Reluctantly, she was ushered towards the yarn vendor, contemplating that perhaps knitting a sweater for Zhou Shixuan could serve as a token of gratitude. Qin Hongxiao, fully aware of Sheng Anning's thoughts, was determined to ensure Zhou Shixuan retained his hard-won bride. As they walked, she engaged in a bit of persuasion. I know you might look down on our little town, but things will surely improve. Plus, if little Zhou performs well at work over the next couple of years, he could advance. You mustn't hinder him at this juncture. With a sigh, she added, it's not easy for little Zhou to come from the countryside. Now that he is married, he must strive for a good life. As Sheng Anning absorbed Qin Hongxiao's repeated reassurances, a thought struck her. In this era, divorce was an exceedingly rare occurrence. For both men and women, it was a source of immense shame, often perceived as a character flaw that could tarnish Zhou Shixuan's prospects and reputation. While she herself was indifferent to societal judgment, ready to relocate to another city if need be, she wondered if such a decision would adversely affect Zhou Shixuan. Xiao Yin and Zhang Yimei trailed behind, glancing at Qin Hongxiao, who had linked arms with Sheng Anning, chattering away, their hearts tinged with discontent. Under Qin Hongxiao's encouragement, Sheng Anning purchased 3 jean of navy blue yarn, spending a hefty 15 yuan, leaving her feeling quite pained. They proceeded to buy meat, wherein Qin Hongxiao strongly urged Sheng Anning to buy 2 jean of pork belly for merely 1 yuan. With the 25 yuan Zhou Shixuan had given her yesterday, she was now down to just 9 yuan. Having always been extravagant with money, Sheng Anning now felt the sting of her spending. Grasping the true meaning of money doesn't grow on trees. An urgent realization washed over her. She needed to strive for independence. On their way home, Qin Hongxiao was in high spirits, primarily due to Sheng Anning's behavior that day, which she interpreted as a sign that their marriage still held promise. Although the residents of the compound knew Zhou Shixuan had married a little princess, none believed the couple would divorce. Such a notion was simply inconceivable. Whether through love or arranged marriages, divorce was a rarity in their community. Regardless of initial reluctance, once children entered the picture, couples resigned themselves to their fates. Qin Hongxiao had always held a fondness for Zhou Shixuan. She had once contemplated introducing her niece to him, only to give up when she learned he had a girlfriend back home. After Zhou Shixuan wed Sheng Anning, Qin Hongxiao assumed he must have abandoned his countryside sweetheart for the city girl, harboring some resentment towards him. However, witnessing the couple's tumultuous life ignited her compassion, prompting her to mediate. Now, with the prospect of their lives taking a turn for the better on the horizon, she envisioned that once Sheng Anning bore a child, they could settle into a more stable existence. Unbeknownst to Sheng Anning, Qin Hongxiao's joy was a stark contrast to her own worries about finances. As she contemplated how to earn more money, she resolved to have a serious conversation with Zhou Shixuan that evening. Upon arriving home, she noted it was already past noon, the stove crackling with warmth, and a lunchbox sat on the small dining table, clearly indicating Zhou Shixuan had returned for lunch. Sheng Anning increasingly appreciated this seemingly dull man for his thoughtfulness. Perhaps a life together with him would not be so bad after all. The lunchbox contained half a portion of white rice, half stir-fried cabbage, and 3 glistening ribs, enticingly inviting. Sheng Anning found herself surprised by the quality of the meal from Zhou Shixuan's workplace cafeteria. As she heated the food, Qin Hongxiao approached with a smile, her knitting needles in hand, glancing at the lunchbox with astonishment. Did little Zhou bring this back? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Sheng Anning replied, yes. He must have brought it back for lunch. Qin Hongxiao nodded enthusiastically. That's wonderful. They have a weekly gathering, and the food portions are strictly regulated. My husband has never thought to bring me anything back. Sheng Anning paused. Aren't they allowed to eat as they please? Qin Hongxiao chuckled. Silly girl. How many people are in the unit? If everyone ate freely, it would be chaotic. There are strict quotas, and everyone has families to feed. If everyone took food home, it would be an impossible situation. Sheng Anning had never considered that a mere serving of white rice and 2 ribs could be so elusive. Qin Hongxiao sighed. Things are much better now than in previous years. We weren't even qualified to attend. Life was truly hard. Then, with a smile, she added, but now we are quite fortunate. A family can reunite, and during festivals, we can enjoy meat. Each day can bring a meal of white rice and flour. Sheng Anning felt a twinge of realization. Although times had improved since the late 70s, for some, the daily consumption of white rice remained a luxury. Reflecting on Zhou Shixuan's gesture of returning home with a meal, she wondered if he had gone without food himself. For reasons unknown, her eyes began to well with tears. Qin Hongxiao glanced around, her gaze sweeping over the small bed against the wall, and then chuckled. All right, I shall not delay your meal any longer. If you find knitting the sweater too challenging, feel free to come to my house, and I shall teach you. Sheng Anning accompanied Qin Hongxiao to the door, then returned to find the steaming rice on the stove, a ripple of emotions stirring within her, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. She finished the last grain of rice, feeling a sense of contentment and warmth as she lay down on her bed for a brief moment before getting up to prepare dumplings. After all, hadn't Qin Hongxiao mentioned that Zhou Shixuan loved dumplings? Therefore, she decided to make him a hearty meal, feeling it somewhat extravagant to use all 2 pounds of meat. She set aside a third to chop into filling, reserving the rest for later when Zhou Shixuan returned. By the time Zhou Shixuan arrived, Sheng Anning had already crafted the dumplings, plump and neatly arranged on the chopping board, while the pot bubbled with boiling water. You're back just in time. Wash your hands and prepare to eat. She greeted him with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. Zhou Shixuan paused momentarily, a fleeting sense of disorientation washing over him as if he had entered the wrong door. Chapter 9. Marriage and Future. Sheng Anning, adopting a mindset of reciprocity, cheerfully boiled the dumplings. Zhou Shixuan hesitated, silently removing his outerwear before heading to wash his hands, casting a glance at Sheng Anning, who was clad in a light green sweater and brown pants, her braids casually tied together, standing by the pot like a lively little poplar, her expression deeply focused on the swirling dumplings. He found it puzzling how much Sheng Anning had changed. Had she truly come to terms with things? Or did she harbor other intentions? Once the dumplings were ready, she crushed some garlic and mixed it with vinegar to create a simple dipping sauce. 2 plates of steaming dumplings graced the table, enveloping the room in a cozy mist of warmth. Sheng Anning quickly poured some sauce into Zhou Shixuan's bowl. I noticed we don't have any chili flakes at home, but this dipping sauce is delightful. You should eat quickly. I had a large meal at noon, and am not even hungry now. Zhou Shixuan glanced at her without responding, lowering his head to eat the dumplings. At work, Sheng Anning was aloof, yet at home, she was quite talkative, enjoying conversation, as silence often felt awkward. Finding an excuse to chat with Zhou Shixuan, she said, I've been thinking these past few days, I still wish to find a job. After all, you're the only one working at home, and the pressure must be quite heavy. Afraid Zhou Shixuan might misinterpret her intentions, she quickly clarified, I'll find a way myself, and if possible, I'd like to learn more. She remembered that this year, the college entrance examination policy had been relaxed, and that the exams were scheduled for December. However, she was uncertain when the policy would be issued and whether it had already been implemented. To Zhou Shixuan's ears, it sounded like Sheng Anning had not relinquished her desire to return to the city, seeking any excuse to go back. After a moment of silence, he replied, In a few days, I'll go to the city. If you wish to stay, then you can. Sheng Anning felt a surge of happiness. I can stay in the city? Zhou Shixuan observed her unreserved joy, his eyes suddenly sparkling like stars, making her already pretty face even more radiant. He nodded. Yes, you can stay. Without overthinking, Sheng Anning felt that the conversation had reached a crucial point, and Zhou Shishun appeared receptive, so she voiced her suppressed thoughts. If we were to divorce, would it greatly impact your work? Zhou Shishun was evidently taken aback by Sheng Anning's sudden mention of divorce. His hand paused midair as he held his chopsticks, before looking up at her, his gaze deep and inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, he replied, It's fine. Just think it over and let me know. With that, he lowered his head and continued eating the dumplings in silence. Sheng Anning felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest, a sensation that perhaps something was amiss with her. After finishing his meal, Zhou Shishun remained silent as he salted the meat in a jar, then proceeded to clean the dishes and wipe the table, seemingly unaffected by Sheng Anning's earlier words. While he was wiping the table, someone called from outside. Zhou Shishun, come out for a moment. Zhou Shishun set down the cloth, donned his coat, and exited with a serious expression. Sheng Anning, rarely witnessing such gravity on his face, curiously peered through the crack of the door, spotting a man of medium stature standing outside. The two engaged in hushed conversation before walking away. Zhong Zhigua took a few steps, then turned to glance at Zhou Shishun, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering him one. Care for a smoke? Zhou Shishun accepted, lighting it with Zhong Zhigua's match. Previously, due to work obligations, he seldom smoked, and after transferring here, he had little craving for it, only indulging when troubled. The last time he had smoked was when he decided to marry Sheng Anning. Zhong Zhigua took a couple of puffs before speaking reluctantly. Have you sorted out your relationship with Anning? You know this promotion is crucial. You should talk things over with her. How much conflict can a couple really have? If this continues, someone will surely exploit it. Zhou Shishun remained silent, inhaling deeply and exhaling smoke rings. Zhong Zhigua couldn't decipher Zhou Shishun's thoughts. This opportunity is rare. If you succeed in the promotion, there will be a chance to study in the provincial capital. Your qualifications are exceptional, but the only issue is your family dynamics. Constant quarrels at home are unacceptable. No matter how perfect you are, someone will always find fault. After finishing one cigarette, Zhou Shishun flicked the butt onto the ground and replied coolly, Perhaps we should consider others. We might be getting a divorce. Preposterous. Zhong Zhigua's anger flared instantly. Divorce? Do you intend to roll up your bedding and go home? Zhou Shishun, think about how far you've come, how much effort you've put in. Why divorce? Is it Anning's idea? I'll go talk to her. It's me. I'm the one proposing the divorce. She shouldn't have to suffer alongside me. Zhong Zhigua felt a sharp pain in his chest from the frustration. You're being foolish. What is marriage? A child's play? Do you realize that if you divorce, you'll carry a stigma? That's a major taboo. If you're worried about her suffering, why did you initially report to get married? Seeing Zhou Shishun standing there like a statue, Zhong Zhigua felt a surge of anger, almost wishing to kick him to express his frustration. Having watched Zhou Shishun grow, how could he bear to see him ruin his future? He paced in circles, then confronted Zhou Shishun again, glaring. Can't you just make do? When the lights are dimmed at night, what can't be resolved? Besides, women need to be pampered. Can't you just spoil her a bit? Yet, he realized that Zhou Shishun was not the type to indulge. You're as unyielding as a block of wood. What girl will be fond of that? Younger girls enjoy sweet words, and Sheng Anning is much younger than you, a city girl, so it's natural for her to be delicate. Moreover, she's the granddaughter of the old political commissar. Surely, she can be reasoned with. Zhong Zhigua had heard plenty about Sheng Anning's behaviors in the courtyard. Yet he believed her arrogance was merely a phase, a result of Zhou Shishun's inability to charm her. Zhou Shishun remained silent, as steadfast as a pine tree in front of Zhong Zhigua. Fuming, Zhong Zhigua lost his temper completely and kicked Zhou Shishun's leg. Get lost. Hurry up. If you dare hand in a divorce notice, you'll pack your bags and leave the next day. Upon Zhou Shishun's return, Sheng Anning was already washing up with hot water in the house. She could faintly hear her humming a tune, a melody he had never heard before. It was melodious and enchanting. In the dead of night, the spring thunder cracked overhead, as if to split the house in two. Sheng Anning awoke, startled by the thunder, sitting upright in fright, only to hear the torrential rain pouring outside. A drop even land, Sheng Anning stood beside the bed, holding a flashlight, watching as Zhou Shishun brought various containers and placed them on the bed and the floor, leaving no space for sleep in the entire room. Zhou Shishun appeared somewhat apologetic, explaining that he hadn't repaired the roof before autumn, and thus, when it rained heavily, it leaked. He suggested that she make do in the outer room until the weather improved, at which point he would fix the roof. Sheng Anning glanced at the containers on the bed and thought little of it, remarking that his bed was too small for 2 people. Immediately, her face flushed crimson. What was she blabbering about? Fortunately, it was dark, and Zhou Shishun could not see her embarrassment. He seemed oblivious to her comment, and, after a brief pause, insisted that she sleep in the bed while he would take the floor. Sheng Anning, clutching the quilt, followed Zhou Shishun to the outer room. Considering the heavy rain outside, along with the distance he had to travel to work in the middle of the night, she felt a pang of sympathy. After some deliberation, she cheerfully suggested, "You needn't go to the dorm. I can sleep on the floor." She placed the bedding on a small bed and went to fetch a mattress from under the inner bed. She had noticed a grass mat there during her tidying up yesterday. It had been discarded by the previous occupant for being dirty. Now, it would serve perfectly on the floor. Zhou Shishun lit a candle and placed it on the cabinet, then moved to assist her, saying, "Let me do it. You take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." Sheng Anning felt shy, insisting, "How can that be? You have work tomorrow." Zhou Shishun, however, had already laid out the mattress on the floor and rolled down his bedding, stating, "The ground is cool. I'm used to it. You take the bed." Unable to argue further, Sheng Anning lay down, only then realizing that she was sharing a room with a man, mere meters apart. This was an entirely new experience for her. The dim candlelight flickered, the kettle on the stove hissed, and rain poured heavily outside, magnifying every sound in the darkness. Even the faint candlelight felt somewhat blinding to her. Despite using her own bedding, she was enveloped by a refreshing scent in the air. She dared not turn over, fearing she might disturb Zhou Shishun. Sheng Anning felt utterly absurd. What scene had she not witnessed before? Why was she so anxious now? Perhaps it was because Zhou Shishun was the only familiar person in this strange world, thus causing her shyness. Eventually, discomfort forced her to shift slightly. Allowing her to see Zhou Shishun's outline in the shadows, his figure relaxed. An unexplainable dryness crept in her throat as she cautiously swallowed and whispered, "Zhou Shishun, are you asleep?" He remained silent, and knowing he was awake, she pressed on, "You mentioned going to the city in a few days. When is that?" "Next Monday," he replied succinctly. Sheng Anning calculated that today was Wednesday, meaning they had 4 days until then. During this time, she could not accomplish much, so it would be wise to learn knitting from Qin Hongxia. She also needed to inquire whether the divorce would affect Zhou Shishun and how to face the original owner's parents when she returned to the city. After all, she had spent 20 years in front of them. Such a drastic change could easily be noticed. The heavy rain showed no signs of abating, a rare occurrence for early spring. As Sheng Anning began to doze off, she sensed movement from the person on the floor. Opening her eyes, she saw Zhou Shishun putting on his coat and heading out. Alarmed, she sat up and asked, "Is something wrong?" "I heard unusual noises. I'll check." With the melting snow and this heavy rain, there is a high risk of landslides, Zhou Shishun quickly replied before stepping outside. Sheng Anning promptly followed him, but upon opening the door, she saw him merge into the rain. The wind whipped the rain into her face, causing her to shiver, and she hurriedly closed the door behind her. Until dawn, Zhou Shishun did not return. The rain outside had lessened but continued to patter softly. Sheng Anning wondered if he had gone straight to work, as he had mentioned, or if there had indeed been a landslide. After searching for a long time without finding an umbrella, she decided to dash to the restroom despite the rain. The family compound had only one public toilet located in the southeast corner, featuring a long row of squat toilets with no partitions in between. Unlike the previous day when she had hesitated to go, she was now entirely accustomed to it. At such an early hour, a queue had formed outside the toilet, with several women gossiping in the light drizzle, showing no signs of discretion upon seeing Sheng Anning approach. There was a landslide in Jiangjia village last night, and the entire village was buried. Indeed, it's particularly tragic. A few of us sisters agreed to help after breakfast. I'm going too. Dr. Xiao went early this morning. Sheng Anning's heart sank upon hearing the severity of the situation. She couldn't help but wonder if the rescue teams could keep up with the demands or if the medical teams would be sufficiently skilled. After all, this area was remote, and it took hours to reach the city. The local hospitals had limited capabilities, likely unable to perform even the most basic surgeries. Emerging from the restroom, she hurried back home, her professional instincts kicking in, she wanted to help in any way possible. After quickly washing her face, she put on a thick coat and prepared to leave when a young man she had never seen before rushed in, panting, "Sister-in-law, the captain is injured and has been taken to the city hospital. The leader sent me to bring you." Sheng Anning was taken aback. "Injured? Is it serious?" "I don't know, but the vehicle is waiting outside." "Let us hurry," he urged. Without a moment to spare, she dashed back into her room, gathering all her possessions before following the messenger, Song Kai, to the entrance. A green Jeep was parked outside, and in the passenger seat sat a stern-looking middle-aged man, his features etched with concern. On the way, Sheng Anning learned that Zhou Shixuan had been injured while rescuing trapped villagers. He had been struck in the back by falling debris during a secondary collapse and remained unconscious upon rescue. After a brief explanation, Zhong Zhiguo noticed Sheng Anning's pallor and the glistening mist in her beautiful eyes, hinting at her distress. He pondered that perhaps Sheng Anning harbored feelings for Zhou Shixuan, given her immediate sadness upon hearing of his injury. Yet he was mistaken. While she was indeed worried about Zhou Shixuan, she was also feeling nauseous from the rough ride. She anticipated how jarring the journey to the city would be. It felt akin to riding in an old, bumpy Jeep, shaking her insides violently. Chapter 11. A beautiful lotus blossom throughout the journey. Sheng Anning found herself too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery outside, feeling as though she might fall apart. At last, they arrived at the hospital. The city hospital, built during the Sioux Country's Aid Initiative, had been transformed into a medical facility after the experts departed. Its Russian-style architecture featured wooden floors and stairs, which had become uneven over the years. Sheng Anning curiously observed the walls adorned with slogans that had not been erased, finding them quite novel. She hurried to catch up with Zhong Zhiguo and Song Kai, who were heading to the inpatient department. Zhou Shixuan was in a single room, furnished with appealing metal bed, a bedside table, and 2 chairs, extremely modest accommodations. Upon entering with Zhong Zhiguo, Sheng Anning saw Xiao Yin crouched beside the bed, carefully wiping Zhou Shixuan's hands with a towel. Zhong Zhiguo, not giving it much thought, asked urgently, "How is he? What is his condition now?" Xiao Yin, startled by the commotion, quickly stood up, her eyes red with tears as she responded, "He has injuries to his back and leg. We want to know if he can stand until he wakes up." She cast a glance at Sheng Anning, her voice quivering. "It's all my fault. Brother Zhou was injured while trying to save me." Sheng Anning felt a cold scoff rise within her. Thankfully, neither she nor the original owner held any feelings for Zhou Shixuan. Otherwise, Xiao Yan's ambiguous insinuations might have easily led to misunderstandings. Zhong Zhiguo furrowed his brows, glancing at the still unconscious Zhou Shixuan. "He'll be fine. This kid has a strong constitution. He survived a minefield back in the day, so a little injury is nothing." He spoke while looking at Sheng Anning, as if to reassure himself, or perhaps to comfort her. "Anning, don't worry. Zhou Shixuan is like a cat with 9 lives. He'll definitely pull through this." Sheng Anning nodded solemnly. "I believe he will be all right." Zhong Zhiguo fell silent, observing Zhou Shixuan for a while longer before advising Sheng Anning, "You'll have to bear with it for a while. I'll have Xiaosong leave some food stamps and money for you. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to let me know." Sheng Anning had come to the city early, her excitement barely contained, and she dismissed his concerns. "It's fine. It's my duty as his wife." After exchanging a few more words, Zhong Zhiguo, alongside Song Kai, went to consult with the doctor about Zhou Shixuan's condition. In the ward, only Sheng Anning and Xiao Yin remained, the latter showing no intention of leaving. With a gentle look, she said, "Sister-in-law, let me stay and help take care of Brother Zhou. After all, he got injured because of me. Being a doctor, I know a bit more." Sheng Anning smiled mockingly. "That is not necessarily the case. Besides, you're an unmarried lady. Attending to a married man might not sound good. I can't ruin your reputation." Xiao Yin was left speechless, biting her lip as tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm just worried about Brother Zhou." Sheng Anning, uninterested in entertaining her White Lotus act, stepped aside at the door. "No need, I can manage just fine." Her tone was cold and left no room for refusal. Xiao Yin, feeling awkward, reluctantly glanced back at Zhou Shixuan before slowly leaving. With a sigh, Sheng Anning thought to herself, "Isn't this supposed to be about saving a fellow villager? How did it turn into a hero saving a damsel in distress?" If Zhou Shixuan weren't married, she might have even offered herself. Discontented, she shut the ward door and approached Zhou Shixuan to examine his injuries. Turning him over, She lifted his shirt to reveal some abrasions and blood on his back. The external injuries did not seem severe, but it appeared that his bones might be hurt. As she reached for his waist, she noticed numerous scars crisscrossing his back, with a deep knife scar on his side. Having seen many severely injured patients, some with even worse wounds than Zhou Shixuan's, she had never been so affected before. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for this reticent man, realizing that he had likely endured much hardship without his family ever knowing. Regaining her composure, she carefully examined his spine, removing his obstructive trousers, her expression growing increasingly grave. Based on her years of experience, Zhou Shixuan's lumbar spine seemed intact, but how could she ascertain the condition of his waist and legs without him waking up? To be cautious, she turned him back onto his back and began to check his abdomen. The more she examined, the more alarmed she became, and without bothering to pull his trousers back up, she rushed to find the doctor. Zhong Zhigua and Song Kai were still discussing Zhou Shixuan's condition with the doctor when Sheng Anning burst in. Zhou Shixuan has internal bleeding. He needs immediate surgery. The doctor, who had been amiably explaining Zhou Shixuan's condition to Zhong Zhigua, suddenly darkened his expression. Are you a doctor, or am I? Unfazed, Sheng Anning turned to Zhong Zhigua for support. Leader, Zhou Shixuan must undergo surgery at once. Otherwise, his life is at risk. If you don't believe me, we can call on the chief physician for a consultation. The doctor was enraged and slammed his hand on the desk. Who do you think you are, barging in here? If you're so capable, why don't you perform the surgery yourself? Zhong Zhua's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized the doctor, then turned to Song Kai. Quickly, get Zhou Shixuan transferred to the military hospital. Song Kai nodded and hurried out to find help. The doctor, now flustered, tried to block Zhong Zhigua. What are you doing? I'm a doctor here. You must listen to me. If something goes wrong because of your actions, don't blame me. Zhong Zhigua shoved the doctor aside and shouted to Sheng Anning. Let us go. We need to hurry. Zhou Shixuan was swiftly transported to the military hospital, where Zhong Zhigua and Zhou Shixuan were well acquainted, and he was immediately ushered into the operating room. Outside, Sheng Anning overheard the doctor's diagnosis, which aligned with her own assessment. He had suffered a ruptured spleen with excessive bleeding, leading to his unconsciousness. Fortunately, he had been brought in before entering shock. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, yet she found it puzzling, even with the medical conditions being less advanced. How could such a diagnosis have been missed? Moreover, given their good relationship with the military hospital, why was he first taken to the city hospital just 2 kilometers away? These thoughts troubled her. Zhong Zhigua also seemed relieved, realizing the grave misdiagnosis. Had it not been for Sheng Anning's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. I can't thank you enough for this, he said gratefully. Sheng Anning shook her head. It's what I should do. Why wasn't he taken directly to the military hospital in the first place? The medical skills there are better. Surely, there must be other doctors available. Even if he was brought in at night, there should have been a day shift doctor present. And how could such a subpar doctor be the attending physician? It shouldn't have reached this level of negligence. Zhong Zhigua sighed. Last night, we were all preoccupied with rescue efforts. The ambulance from the county hospital likely took him straight to the city hospital. We never anticipated the level of care there would be so inadequate. Song Kai added. That shouldn't be the case. The doctors there are quite skilled. Many people seek them out for treatment. This left Sheng Anning perplexed. It was a clear case of internal bleeding. How could it have been misdiagnosed as a spinal injury? Her thoughts spiraled. Could this be an intentional act of sabotage? Zhong Zhigua shook his head. That's unlikely. Who would dare to commit such an obvious crime? Sheng Anning pondered that without a rational explanation. It would indeed seem like foul play. As the surgery would take some time, she decided to purchase a wash basin and some toiletries. She wandered nearby, reassured by the fact that a ruptured spleen was a relatively straightforward surgical procedure, and the military hospital surely had plenty of specialists in this area. After informing Zhong Zhigua, she left the hospital. He remained anxious about Zhou Shixuan in the operating room, fully aware of the struggles he had faced over the years. While others received parcels from home, he only received letters asking for money, whether it was for his father's broken leg or for his mischievous brother who had killed someone's cow. There were no words of concern, only requests for funds. This made Zhong Zhigua feel even more sympathy for Zhou Shixuan. Now, seeing Sheng Anning seemingly indifferent to Zhou Shixuan's well-being as she went out to buy things filled him with frustration. How could such a good man not find a caring woman? His discontent with Sheng Anning grew immensely. Sheng Anning stood at the entrance of the hospital for some time. Despite possessing the original owner's memories, she found the simple attire of passers-by unfamiliar, and even bicycles were a rare sight. The walls alongside the road were adorned with slogans, and vendors were peddling their wares. To her, it all appeared exceedingly impoverished and backward. After a moment of reflection, she recalled the original owner's memories and headed to a nearby supply and marketing cooperative, where she found various grains, oils, and kitchen utensils. Sheng Anning purchased an enamel wash basin, a lunchbox soap, towels, and a toothbrush. After some thought, she also bought Zhou Shixuan a set of autumn clothing. She had spent nearly half of her money, and although meals were inexpensive, costing only a few dimes, the sight of her dwindling funds made her feel insecure. Frowning as she carried the basin outside, she suddenly heard someone call out, "Sheng Anning?" Sheng Anning turned around in astonishment to see a girl with a ponytail, clad in a blue jacket and adorned with a red scarf around her neck, gazing at her with delight. After a moment of recollection, she recognized her as Sun Aijia, a close friend from her childhood. Sun Aijia possessed slender eyes and a face dappled with freckles, rendering her a charming young lady. Upon seeing Sheng Anning, her eyes sparkled with joy, narrowing into slits as she eagerly linked arms with her. "Anning, it truly is you. When did you return? Why didn't you come to find me?" Sheng Gang was quite inebriated the other day. At that moment, Sheng Anning felt an unexpected aversion towards this girl. Despite being a good friend of the original owner, how could she mention an ex-boyfriend, knowing well that the original owner was now married? In this era, such gossip could ruin lives. Was she not essentially trying to tarnish the original owner's reputation? With a calm demeanor, Sheng Anning extricated her arm. "Please refrain from making careless remarks. I am married now, and I have matters to attend to." Sun Aijia appeared puzzled. "Anning, what is wrong? Are you truly going to spend your life with that country bumpkin? Have you forgotten what you said before your marriage? You vowed to remain chaste for Cheng Gang and promised to find a way to divorce and return to him. Surely, you haven't forgotten that?" Sheng Anning felt a headache coming on. Did the original owner truly utter such words? If she was so infatuated, why didn't she simply refuse to marry, regardless of the circumstances? Furthermore, hearing Sun Aijia refer to Zhou Shixuan as a country bumpkin was particularly irksome. Frowning, she replied, "Jia, during my time in the countryside, I have come to realize that Zhou Shixuan is quite a fine person. I intend to build a good life with him, so please refrain from speaking such nonsense. It could be detrimental if overheard." Sun Aijia looked at Sheng Anning in shock, unable to believe that such words could escape her lips. "Have you truly been brainwashed by Zhou Shixuan? What about Cheng Gang?" Sheng Anning found it strange. "He is a grown man. Why should I concern myself with him? If you cannot bear to see it, perhaps you should marry him instead." She delivered this line with a smile, as if jesting. Sun Aijia's face flushed instantly, her feet stamping in frustration. "Oh, Anning, what nonsense are you spouting?" Her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable shyness, reminiscent of someone trying to hide a secret. Sheng Anning chuckled inwardly, realizing that her so-called good friend was not as genuinely concerned for her as she pretended. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, she declared, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and hurried toward the hospital. Sun Aijia, still processing the encounter, followed her curiously, only turning back once she saw Sheng Anning enter the military hospital. She wondered if someone was ill. Did the Sheng family know of Anning's return? It was not until the afternoon that Zhou Shixuan was wheeled out of the operating room. Fortunately, he had been discovered in time, and his life was no longer in danger. Zhong Jigua expressed his gratitude to the doctors profusely. Sheng Anning accompanied them to the ward. Regardless of her identity as Zhou Shixuan's wife and her attentiveness to him over the past 2 days, she felt it was her duty to care for him. She fetched some water in a teacup and obtained cotton balls from a nurse, using chopsticks to dab them in water to moisten Zhou Shixuan's lips, alleviating his postoperative thirst. When Zhong Jigua returned, he saw Sheng Anning quietly tending to Zhou Shixuan by the bedside, and his previous grievances dissipated. After observing for a while, he turned to Sheng Anning and remarked, "Zhou Shixuan is quite stubborn. Whoever treats him well, he would repay with his life." Sheng Anning found this puzzling. Why would she wish for Zhou Shixuan's life? Nevertheless, seeing Zhong Jigua take on the role of a matchmaker was rather endearing. He rambled on for a while before realizing it was getting late, repeatedly cautioning Sheng Anning before leaving, fearing she might neglect Zhou Shixuan. Once he departed, Sheng Anning felt a touch of exasperation as she sent him off. Upon returning to the ward, she discovered that Zhou Shixuan had awakened. His gaze somewhat dazed as he fixed his eyes on her, his ears inexplicably flushed. At that moment, as their gazes met, Sheng Anning suddenly realized that if Zhou Shixuan learned she had uncovered the misdiagnosis, he might harbor suspicions. Cursed professional habit. It often made her forget to conceal such matters. After a brief moment of shock, she composed herself. Should Zhou Shixuan indeed question her, she would insist that it was merely a guess. She was confident that he, having been indoctrinated with such red ideology, would not easily believe in the supernatural. You're awake? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Sheng Anning adopted a concerned, yet hurried expression as she approached him. Zhou Shixuan's ears remained red as he blinked, diverting his gaze elsewhere. In a hoarse voice, he replied, "No, I'm fine." Sheng Anning settled herself comfortably by the bedside. "I'm relieved to hear you're all right. It was truly frightening. Is there anything you would like to eat? I can go buy something for you." Zhou Shixuan, still somewhat bewildered, began to question whether Sheng Anning possessed any medical knowledge. In his dazed state, he had heard her arguing with the doctors, confidently asserting that he was suffering from internal bleeding rather than a bone or nerve injury. Yet, now that she offered to buy food, he felt a twinge of confusion. If Sheng Anning truly understood medicine, she should be aware that a patient cannot eat immediately after surgery. "I'll inquire with the doctor about what you can eat. By the way, do you need to use the restroom?" Zhou Shixuan felt embarrassed again. Even if he wished to relieve himself, he couldn't get out of bed, so he shook his head. "No need." Sheng Anning approached the doctor's office and humbly inquired about the postoperative care and dietary restrictions. Dr. Lu Yuanda, who had previously performed surgery on Zhou Shixuan, was familiar with him. He kindly advised Sheng Anning, "Zhou Shixuan is fortunate to be alive. If he had delayed for another hour, even a deity could not have saved him. He needs to recuperate well. Here, I have a meat ration for 2 pounds. You should buy some meat." As he spoke, he pulled out a rough meat ration ticket from his drawer and handed it to Sheng Anning. She was taken aback to learn that even now, meat was still rationed, and it was clear that the old doctor was reluctant to part with it for her benefit. She quickly waved her hands. No, I have my own." Dr. Lu Yuanda frowned. "You can buy meat without a ticket in the market, but it will be expensive. Zhou Shixuan has it tough. You should save your money." Still refusing to accept Dr. Lu Yuanda's offer, Sheng Anning left the office, feeling perplexed. According to the original owner's memories, Zhou Shixuan earned 37 yuan and 50 cents a month, with a fixed ration of grain and oil and a yearly allocation of 12 meters of cloth. In this era, that was not a low salary, given Zhou Shixuan's frequent meals at the unit and the clothing provided by his workplace. Why was everyone under the impression that he was struggling? Sheng Anning thought someone with Zhou Shixuan's resilient and patient nature should have some savings. Why did everyone seem to believe he was on the brink of starvation? Regardless of her thoughts, she needed to find a way to prepare some soup for Zhou Shixuan. As she approached the ward, she noticed Xiao Yin inside, seemingly having learned of Zhou Shixuan's misdiagnosis and transfer to another hospital. She was by his bedside, crying and offering her remorseful confessions. Sheng Anning had no interest in indulging Xiao Yan's theatrics or witnessing her pitiful display. Turning away, she decided to take a stroll to see if she could buy some meat, planning to borrow the hospital canteen's stove to simmer some soup. However, she was dismayed to find that the nearby meat shop had closed for the day, leaving only a few vegetable stalls open. As she wandered around, an enthusiastic lady called out, "Young lady, what are you looking to buy?" "I'd like to purchase a chicken or perhaps a fish," she replied. The lady pointed out, "At this hour, there are no chickens available in the market. You'd have to go to the riverside. Do you know where that is? They sell there without requiring a ticket, though the prices are a bit steep." At this moment, private enterprises were permitted. Yet the populace had been confined for far too long, yearning to earn but hesitant to act, particularly in this remote northwestern town where caution dictated their ventures, resulting in timid business endeavors. Sheng Anning recalled the riverside mentioned by the elderly woman was not far away, nestled behind a row of bungalows. In the evening, it buzzed with life. Vendors emerged, peddling homemade snacks, sewing supplies, vegetables, and meats, although the scene lacked organization, with stalls set up haphazardly along the roadside. After a brief exploration, she found the prices exorbitant. Meat at a few dimes a pound and a chicken for a whole $1. With only a meager sum in her pocket, she returned empty-handed from her stroll by the river, contemplating her next move when she spotted a flock of ducks quacking and skimming across the water, settling in a thicket of reeds. A sudden spark ignited in her eyes as she inquired of an elderly vegetable vendor, "Whose ducks are those?" The vendor chuckled. "Those are wild ducks. They can fly. Who could possibly keep them? But no one can catch them either." Relieved that they were not domesticated, Sheng Anning mused on strategies to capture the wild ducks, preferably at dawn, armed with a suitable tool. She pondered the water's depth near the reeds when she noticed a bicycle repair shop nearby, where a valve core hung from a wooden door, its elasticity promising. With a dime, she purchased a valve core, and as she walked back, the sky darkened, the horizon ablaze with the hues of twilight, lending a touch of beauty to the dilapidated city. A wave of homesickness washed over her, accompanied by concern for her parents. Would they accept the news of her absence? She even questioned if her arrival in this world meant the original owner had departed to hers. Lost in thought, she failed to notice someone blocking her path. Without a second thought, she stepped aside, only to find the other person mirrored her movement. Frowning, she looked up to see Cheng Gang, the original owner's partner, a man with long hair and handsome features that exuded an air of insincerity. Cheng Gang's eyes fixated on Sheng Anning, and after 3 months apart, he declared, "You look even more beautiful, Anning. That red scarf accentuates your delicate face, and you possess an unusual tranquility. I missed your wedding because my father locked me away. Otherwise, I would have surely come to reclaim you." Sheng Anning felt the original owner had poor judgment. Such irresponsible words were hardly the mark of a man with integrity. Maintaining a frosty demeanor, she replied, "I am married now, and it would be best if we do not meet again. Even if we do, let us act as strangers." Cheng Gang grew anxious. "Anning, are you angry? I didn't promise to elope with you. Let us leave on tonight's train." As he spoke, he grasped her hand. "What are you doing?" Sheng Anning exclaimed, attempting to shake off his grip, but before she could, Xiao Yin, who had been nearby, gasped. Sheng Anning forcefully disentangled herself from Cheng Gang's grasp, stating firmly, "I will say this once more. I am married now. It will be best if you keep your hands to yourself. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." Although she intended to divorce Zhou Shixuan, she would never entertain a man like Cheng Gang. Moreover, she understood the fundamental ethics of her situation. Engaging with any man while still married to Zhou Shixuan was simply wrong. Cheng Gang stared at Sheng Anning in disbelief, recalling how enamored she had once been with him. Had he not feared discovery, he would have pursued her long ago. Now, however, her sudden change was perplexing. Determined, he stepped closer, reaching for her hand again, only to find himself caught by the wrist. Before he could react, she executed a swift shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground, his back hitting hard, leaving him gasping in pain. Xiao Yin watched in shock as Sheng Anning, whom she had expected to see entangled with a man, effortlessly subdued a grown man. Sheng Anning cast a calm glance at Xiao Yin before departing gracefully. Upon returning to the hospital room, the night had fully enveloped the sky, and Zhou Shixuan slept soundly under the influence of medication. As she approached, she felt a pang of hunger, realizing she had not eaten since noon. Armed with ration tickets and some money, she ventured to the cafeteria, purchasing 2 mixed grain buns, complemented by free pickled vegetables. She broke the bun apart, adding some pickles, intending to have a simple meal with hot water. Zhou Shixuan, deeply under the effects of the medication, experienced an unusually long and restful sleep, filled with familiar faces surrounding him, calling him captain. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and amidst explosions, blood stained the faces of those he knew, their bodies falling into pools of crimson. Startled awake by the vivid nightmare, the dim light momentarily blinded him, disorienting him. He heard faint sounds and turned to see Sheng Anning seated at the bedside table, delicately eating her bun. Her movements gentle, yet hampered by the coarse texture that made swallowing difficult. The soft light cast a warm glow around her, rendering her a vision of tranquility, enhanced by the shadows dancing on the wall. Zhou Shixuan felt an unexplainable calm wash over him, though confusion lingered. This version of Sheng Anning was one he had never encountered. As she swallowed the last morsel of her bun, she took several sips of water to ease her discomfort. Perhaps due to her hunger, the once unpalatable bun now seemed delicious, revealing a hint of sweetness. Turning to find Zhou Shixuan awake, she smiled. "You're awake. The doctor said you shouldn't eat anything yet, but you can drink water. Would you like some?" The mention of water triggered an urgency within Zhou Shixuan, prompting him to struggle to sit up. "What are you doing? You can't move. The doctor warned that you might reopen your wounds," she insisted, pressing him back down. Embarrassed, Zhou Shishun hesitated to admit he needed to relieve himself. Observing his discomfort, Sheng Anning's expression shifted to one of amusement. Was every man this awkward? Need to use the restroom? Just lie back, and I'll fetch the bedpan for you. Zhou Shishun, flustered, protested. No, I can manage myself. Sheng Anning, firm in her resolve, replied, just lie down and comply. The doctor has stated you mustn't move recklessly. You can attempt to get up tomorrow morning. Just stay still. Without further argument, she pressed him back down and retrieved the bedpan, sliding it beneath the covers while tugging at his pants. Caught off guard by Sheng Anning's assertiveness, and still under the influence of anesthesia, Zhou Shishun lacked the strength to resist her. He closed his eyes, surrendering to her ministrations. As Sheng Anning felt the warmth of his skin, she suddenly became aware of the intimacy of the situation, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Despite the absence of gender distinctions in the medical field, Zhou Shishun was her legally recognized husband. With a rush of embarrassment, she hastily took the bedpan and dashed to the restroom. Zhou Shishun, too, was flustered. He had always been cared for by comrades after injuries, never experiencing such closeness with a woman. His face and neck flushed crimson. After a significant time in the restroom, Sheng Anning washed her hands thoroughly, feeling unclean, and chastised herself for harboring inappropriate thoughts about Zhou Shishun. Finally, she sauntered back to the hospital room, both unsure of what to say, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Breaking the silence, Zhou Shishun inquired, have you returned home? Sheng Anning shook her head. Not yet. There's no rush. We can discuss it once you are feeling better. Zhou Shishun nodded, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Sheng Anning felt a sense of awkwardness as she sought to initiate conversation. The doctor mentioned that you can eat once you pass gas. Is there anything you desire to eat? Zhou Shishun shook his head in response. No. Sheng Anning found it difficult to sustain the conversation and, disregarding Zhou Shishun's silence, continued, then I shall prepare some chicken soup for you. In her original world, she relished archery, horseback riding, and racing, excelling in each pursuit. Even her mother often remarked that Sheng Anning was born in the wrong gender, as her interests mirrored those of boys. To her surprise, her hobbies became a means of livelihood in this new world. The hospital room housed 2 beds. Sheng Anning managed to endure the night on the other one, and after a day filled with activity, she collapsed on her bed and fell into a deep slumber. Conversely, Zhou Shishun struggled to find sleep, finally drifting off only as dawn broke. Sheng Anning awoke early, eager to catch wild ducks, knowing she must venture out at dawn or dusk, as daytime crowds made it inconvenient. Noticing Zhou Shishun still asleep, she quietly slipped out into the darkness. Upon reaching the riverbank, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light appearing on the horizon. Sheng Anning discovered a patch of reeds where wild ducks roost. Given the location by the riverbank, it was difficult for people to approach, and with the ducks being highly vigilant, no one else attempted to catch them. Lacking suitable tools to assist her, she pondered for a moment, then gathered several small stones from the riverbank. Binding the valve core she had purchased the previous day to a tree branch to fashion a rudimentary slingshot, she hurled a stone towards the reeds, startling a flock of wild ducks into flight. Sheng Anning swiftly readied her slingshot, aiming at the ducks. In her fervent concentration, she failed to notice a man standing not far from the riverbank. Chapter 15. To her surprise, it was Zhou Shishun's partner. Sheng Anning aimed at a wild duck flying towards her, drawing back the slingshot with all her strength. The stone shot forth with a whoosh, striking a duck that had yet to ascend high enough, and sending it crashing onto the shallow bank with a thud, where it flapped helplessly. Fearing that the duck would recover and escape, Sheng Anning disregarded the risk of wetting her shoes and waded through the frigid water to seize the duck by its neck, discovering it to be quite plump. As the duck flapped its wings, water splashed onto Sheng Anning, covering her in mud, yet she remained blissfully unaware, her eyes sparkling with joy as she envisioned a pot of duck soup. Song Xiuyin stood on the riverbank, astonished by her remarkable skill, realizing she was an excellent candidate for a sharpshooter. Her decisive action in the water to catch the duck was impressive, and, as the sun rose, casting a warm glow upon her, it illuminated her face, which radiated both happiness and a hint of pride. Unable to suppress a smile, Song Xiuyin turned to leave, thinking he might otherwise have stopped her to inquire if she had any interest in joining the military. As Sheng Anning emerged, she casually took a surgical blade from the nurse and squatted by the riverbank to dispatch the wild duck. finding the plucking process too tedious and lacking hot water. She opted to skin the duck instead, refusing to discard the entrails. She cleaned the duck's intestines in the water and placed them back inside the duck cavity. While she prepared the duck, several early risers nearby watched in shock as she adeptly dissected it with a small surgical blade, which appeared remarkably nimble in her hands. When Sheng Anning finished cleaning the duck and prepared to stand, she realized her shoes were soaked, and after squatting for so long, her feet had gone numb. She stomped her feet in place and limped back to the hospital. After she left, onlookers began to contemplate the reeds, surprised to discover that wild ducks could be caught without a pellet gun. Upon arriving at the hospital, Sheng Anning felt the cold in her feet linger. Her heart filled with regret for her carelessness, aware that prolonged exposure could lead to chronic leg pain. She bypassed her ward and headed straight to the cafeteria, where she sweetly called out to the cook, "Could I borrow that coal stove at your entrance along with a pot?" The cook turned around, recognizing Sheng Anning with a smile. "Ah, you must be Zhou Shishiyuan's partner?" Sheng Anning nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. I bought a duck and planned to make him some nourishing duck soup." The cook regarded her with some skepticism, noticing the mud on her clothes and the dried blood on her face, questioning how she had managed to buy a duck and look as though she had just butchered it. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and warmly pointed to a nearby steel pot. "Use that one. If you need any seasonings, feel free to take whatever you need. Zhou Shishiyuan is our heroic warrior, and he deserves a hearty meal." With a sweet smile, Sheng Anning thanked him, unceremoniously rinsing the duck under the tap before placing it on the cutting board and skillfully disassembling it. She then tossed the pieces into the steel pot, placing it on the stove, where the flames from the coal were lively. Sheng Anning stood by the stove to warm herself, intending to skim off the blood foam once the pot boiled, before checking on Zhou Shishiyuan to see if he had awakened and whether he needed to use the restroom. The cook observed her with a mix of surprise and admiration, having heard tales of Zhou Shishiyuan's supposedly unreasonable wife, who was both lazy and fiery. However, the woman before him seemed entirely different. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Zhou Shishiyuan was being assisted by Song Xiuyan as he slowly walked a few steps before returning to his bed. Since awakening, he had not seen Sheng Anning and wondered where she might be, perhaps back home? Noticing Zhou Shishiyuan's continued silence and sullen demeanor, Song Xiuyan chided gently, "You know, your temper has not changed a bit. How much energy could you possibly waste by engaging in a simple conversation?" Zhou Shishiyuan shot him a look, then slowly reclined, enduring the discomfort in his abdomen. Having worked alongside Zhou Shishiyuan for many years, Song Xiuyan was well acquainted with his temperament and continued, "On my way here, I encountered a promising female soldier. She appeared quite young, yet skillfully shot down a wild duck with a slingshot. With her composure and quick wit, it would be a shame not to train her as a sharpshooter." In the early spring morning, with a gentle breeze stirring, she had accurately brought down a duck using nothing but a rudimentary slingshot. Zhou Shishiyuan chose not to respond, covering his eyes with the back of his hand, signaling his disinterest in discussing this topic. After a lengthy pause without a reply, Song Xiuyan shifted the conversation. "I was unable to return for your wedding. I even prepared a red envelope for you. However, I've heard that Sheng Anning is quite, well, you know. What on earth did Commander Chung say to convince you to marry her? In my opinion, you and Sheng Anning are from entirely different worlds. Marriage is not a trivial matter. You cannot gamble your entire life on it." Zhou Shishiyuan remained silent, his thoughts drifting to Sheng Anning's actions over the past few days. He involuntarily recalled her bold and vigorous assistance in his time of need last night, a warmth surging from his abdomen, causing his ears to flush. Song Xiuyan, oblivious to the change in Zhou Shishiyuan's demeanor, sighed, "But since you are married now, you ought to make the best of it. I still hope you can return. You shouldn't be trapped in your current position. Let's not dwell on that topic. By the way, I also heard that you were nearly misdiagnosed at the first municipal hospital yesterday. How could that happen? That doctor, Likeda, should not make such a fundamental mistake." Zhou Shishiyuan shook his head. "I do not know why. I'm not acquainted with that Likeda." Song Xiuyan, perplexed, replied, "The individual has been detained and is under investigation. Clarity should come soon." Zhou Shishiyuan was about to speak when Xiao Yan entered with a meal box. Spotting Song Xiuyan, she nodded politely, as they were unfamiliar with one another. Song Xiuyan, having never met Xiao Yan, assumed she was the renowned Sheng Anning, and stood up to greet her courteously, "Hello, sister-in-law." He was taken aback, noticing that Xiao Yan's gentle demeanor contradicted the tales of her being domineering and unreasonable. Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson as she shook her head. No, I am not. Yet, within her heart, she secretly wished for this moment to be true, longing to be addressed as sister-in-law. Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow. She is Dr. Xiao from the medical room. Song Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed for the mix-up, quickly apologized. Em truly sorry. Xiaoyan blushed and replied, It's all right, Brother Zhou. You managed to eat breakfast? Haven tea you? I brought some millet porridge from the cafeteria. No sooner had she finished speaking than Sheng Anning rushed in, her face registering surprise at the sight of 2 additional individuals in the room. Well, I was worried Zhou Shixuan might be feeling stifled, but it seems he is quite the opposite. Song Xiaoyan, equally astonished, turned to Sheng Anning. Is that you? Chapter 16. Sheng Anning suspects Zhou Shixuan is not his biological brother. Sheng Anning found it peculiar that this unfamiliar man appeared so delighted to see her. She was certain she did not know him, and neither did the original owner of her body. Overcome with excitement, Song Xiaoyan quickly remarked to Zhou Shixuan, This is the girl I told you about. She is quite adept at using a slingshot to shoot wild ducks. Sheng Anning was taken aback. She had intended to mention that the duck was one she had purchased herself, but to her surprise, someone had witnessed it, and so candidly revealed it to Zhou Shixuan. Facing Zhou Shixuan's puzzled gaze, Sheng Anning forced a smile and replied, It was just luck. Xiao Yan, observing Sheng Anning's bloodied face and muddy clothes, feigned astonishment and inquired, Sister-in-law, where have you been? You're covered in dirt. Song Xiaoyan, finally grasping the situation, looked at Zhou Shixuan with uncertainty. Sheng Anning? Zhou Shixuan nodded helplessly, equally astonished at the revelation that Sheng Anning could indeed shoot wild ducks with a slingshot. Song Xiaoyan could hardly believe it. This nimble girl was the infamous Sheng Anning, known for her unreasonable demeanor. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sister-in-law, I had no idea you were so skilled. Did you learn to shoot from Chief Chung? Sheng Anning silently wished he would just be quiet. While maintaining a smile, she replied dismissively, Yes, I didn't expect you to see that. It's quite embarrassing. Song Xiaoyan continued to praise her. Embarrassing? Not at all. It's truly impressive. Your reflexes are remarkable, rivaling those of the male soldiers in our team. Sheng Anning desperately wished he would stop speaking. She had already revealed enough of her vulnerabilities. Zhou Shixuan, finding Song Xiaoyan overly talkative, frowned and suggested, Aren't you busy with something? You should go attend to that. There's no need to come see me lately. Song Xiaoyan, still puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Zhou Shixuan grumbled, You're too noisy. Sheng Anning couldn't help but chuckle at Song Xiaoyan's bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan felt like an unwelcome presence. Unable to interject, and awkwardly stated, Sister-in-law, Brother Zhou, you two carry on. I'll take my leave. Song Xiaoyan cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Shixuan. All right. I'll leave too. Lest someone think I'm unnecessary. Dr. Xiao, let us go together. Sheng Anning accompanied the two to the doorway of the ward. Just as she turned to leave, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, revealing 2 women laden with bags, rushing around the corner. They called out frantically, Aaron I. Did you find out which ward your second brother is in? I found out. It's on the left side at the end. Despite being just 2 individuals, they created quite the commotion. Sheng Anning, unable to fully comprehend their dialect, glanced at them with a frown, preparing to step back into the ward. Look, isn't that my second sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. The younger girl, filled with urgency, pushed her way towards Sheng Anning, adjusting the burden on her shoulder as she hastily approached. Sheng Anning finally got a clear look at the 2. One was older, with rough, dark skin, a sharp, calculating face, while the younger one appeared to be in her early 20s, likely darkened by years of labor in the fields, with a round face, thin eyebrows, and a bulbous nose. Just as Sheng Anning was processing this, the younger girl nudged her arm. Hey, sister-in-law, what is going on? Don't you see me and our mother? Sheng Anning now recognized them as Zhou Shixuan's mother, Zhu Hohat, and his sister, Zhou Ernie. According to the original owner's memories, she had only met them once on her wedding day, a rather unpleasant encounter where the original owner found Zhu Hohat's table manners appalling and rude, while Zhu Hohat disdained the original owner as a pampered city girl. They had argued fiercely in front of numerous guests, nearly escalating to physical confrontation had it not been for bystanders intervening. Zhu Hohat had even demanded her son to strike the original owner. Recalling that chaotic scene made Sheng Anning's eyes twitch. Though the original owner was unreasonable and hot-tempered, Zhu Hohat was no saint either. Brushing off the spot where Zhou Ernie had pushed her, she took a step back. They're inside. Please keep your voices down. This is a hospital. Zhu Hohat rolled her eyes in disdain. We rural folks just have loud voices. It's our nature. With that, she shoved past Sheng Anning and barged into the ward. Immediately bursting into tears, "My son, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Is it serious?" Zhou Ernie followed suit, sobbing, "Second brother, are you all right?" Sheng Anning was at a loss, thinking, what a family. Thankfully, she planned to divorce Zhou Shixuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to endure such ridiculous in-laws. Opting not to enter the ward, she decided to head to the cafeteria for some duck soup, knowing Zhou Shixuan had his mother and sister to look after him. However, she couldn't help but wonder why Zhou Shixuan's mother looked so ordinary and his sister was similarly unremarkable, while Zhou Shixuan himself, despite his tan skin, possessed an ethereal charm. They hardly seemed like a family. In the ward, Zhu Hohat wiped her tears incessantly, lamenting, "How did you get hurt? If we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known you were injured." It was only yesterday evening that they had arrived at Zhou Shixuan's unit and learned of his injury, spending the night at the guest house before being driven to the hospital in the morning. As Zhou Shixuan watched his mother cry without restraint, his temples throbbed with pain. He frowned and asked, "It's nothing serious. Why are you both here?" Zhu Hohat wiped her tears and turned to her daughter. "Is your job going well? Can't you help your sister find a partner?" Zhou Shixuan felt overwhelmed. Isn't she already seeing someone? Zhu Hohat spat in disdain. "There's not a single decent person from the city. When he was in our village as a youth, he was so attentive to you. But now that he's back in the city, he has forgotten all about us. So, you need to help Ernie find a capable partner, and let that scoundrel know what he's missing." Zhou Shixuan remained silent, fully aware that if Zhu Hohat's wishes were unmet, she would linger in the city, crying and complaining about his lack of filial piety. Noticing his silence, Zhu Hohat grew angrier. "Ernie, you can't just ignore your sister. You have only one sister. And after all these years, she has been doing all the household chores while you've sent no money home for months." At that moment, Sheng Anning, carrying a pot of duck soup, reached the door and overheard that remark. Chapter 17. Zhou Shixuan's face turned red as he watched Sheng Anning approach. When Zhu Hohat mentioned money, her resentment intensified, disregarding the fact that her son lay helpless on the hospital bed. "You haven't sent money home for months. Our family is struggling. You know your elder brother has 3 sons, and your younger brother has 2 sons, all of whom are at an age where they are draining their father's resources. Your father hasn't been able to work and earn point for the last 2 years, with only a handful of laborers to support a household of over 10 mouths. How can we survive? Ernie, you can't forget your roots just because you found success. Don't forget that it was your younger brother who gave up his spot for you to join the army." Sheng Anning stood at the entrance, dumbfounded. Was this truly the words of her mother? It compelled her to question whether Zhou Shixuan was adopted. Zhou Ernie, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. "Second brother, our father's health is deteriorating daily. The village doctor suggested he should consume something nourishing, but he refuses, saying it's difficult for you outside and that you've just married. Second brother, is it that second sister-in-law won't allow you to send money home?" Zhou Shixuan frowned, suppressing the anguish and slight anger in his eyes. "Don't speak nonsense. I have other expenditures for my recent salary. I've said before that if you all behave sensibly at home, I will send money. If you continue to act recklessly, I shall not concern myself with you." Zhu Hohat, observing her son's cold gaze, felt a shiver of fear. She had always been intimidated by Zhou Shixuan. Since childhood, he had been as fierce as a wolf cub, capable of brutal actions. He could fight mercilessly with his own brothers, so he certainly meant what he said. Yet, without financial support, how could she be content? Her expression changed as she lamented, "Second, it is our family's inability that burdens you. But you must take responsibility for your sister." It was imperative. Previously, Zhou Ernie had taken a young intellectual as her beau, and everyone in the vicinity knew about it. During a movie night in the commune, they had brazenly sat together. However, the young man returned to the city, making various promises to Zhou Ernie that he would soon come back to take her to live with him. Yet, after 3 or 4 months, there was no word from him. Before he left, he had deceitfully taken 50 pounds of grain coupons and 20 yuan from Zhou Ernie. How could Zhu Hohat not be furious? After listening for a while, Sheng Anning gleaned some understanding. Zhou Shixuan had an elder brother and a younger brother, with Zhou Ernie being the sole daughter in the family. Zhu Hohat's visit with her daughter was likely an attempt to secure a suitable match for Zhou Ernie in the city through Zhou Shixuan's connections. Once again, she could not help but marvel at the peculiarities of this family, seeing that Zhou Shixuan remained unresponsive. Zhu Hohat caught sight of Sheng Anning at the door and immediately assumed a commanding demeanor. "Ah, Anning, why haven't you come in? Why stand at the door? We haven't spoken of anything shameful." Had Zhou Shixuan not been present, she might have uttered even more unsavory remarks. Sheng Anning entered with the steel pot. Disregarding Zhu Hohat, as the original owner of her body possessed a temperament that did not cater to Zhu Hohat's whims. She placed the pot on the bedside table and said to Zhou Shixuan, "Eat something before resting, otherwise your wound won't heal properly." Zhu Hohat and Zhou Ernie, drawn by the aroma, approached the pot, unable to resist the sight of the duck and its golden broth, swallowing hard. Zhou Ernie reached out, exclaiming, "This duck looks so delicious." Without hesitation, Sheng Anning slapped Zhou Ernie's hand away. "This is for your second brother's recovery." "What are you doing?" Zhou Ernie, rubbing her stinging hand, pouted in grievance. "Such a large pot. Can my second brother finish it? You city people are so stingy." Sheng Anning truly could not fathom how someone like Zhou Shixuan could have such extraordinary relatives. She retorted coldly, "City folks are stingy? Don't tarnish the reputation of country people." Zhou Ernie glared but found herself unable to counter Sheng Anning. Besides, for the past few days, her cravings had intensified, and the sight of meat made her heart race. She had always longed for meat, knowing that it was a luxury reserved for festivals. But now she could hardly contain herself, swallowing hard and turning to Zhu Hohat. "Mother, I want to eat too." Zhu Hohat, equally tempted, reprimanded Sheng Anning with a stern face. "We arrived last night and have been worried about second brother's health. He hasn't eaten anything since. So hurry and bring some bowls and chopsticks for us to eat together. After all, that pot is far too much for him alone." Sheng Anning was not inclined to indulge her. There is a cafeteria behind, and snacks are available outside for 15 cents a bowl. If you're hungry, go eat. This duck soup won't spoil if left out. Zhu Hohat, used to being domineering at home, found her two daughters-in-law too timid to openly defy her. Her face fell. "I'm his mother. Can't I have a bite of meat?" Zhou Shixuan frowned, wishing to interject and have Sheng Anning share the meat with them to avoid the commotion. However, before he could speak, Sheng Anning firmly declared, "This duck was prepared and stewed by me. I'll give it to whomever I choose." After saying this, she glared at Zhou Shixuan, projecting an air that if he dared to play the Good Samaritan, she would pour the entire pot of soup over his head. Zhou Shixuan pressed his lips together and closed his eyes, choosing to ignore it. Zhu Hohat, seeing Zhou Shixuan's lack of support, swallowed her anger. Sulking as she sat down across from Zhou Ernie, extracting a cornbread from her bundle for her daughter. "Eat this when you marry into the city. Don't learn to be so stingy." Sheng Anning paid no heed to this veiled insult, finding it rather amusing. Zhu Hohat was quite the dreamer, already envisioning her daughter marrying into the city without any concrete basis. She retrieved a lunchbox from the bedside table, took a duck leg and wing, and poured some broth into it. Leaning down, she helped Zhou Shixuan sit up. Her actions were purely from Zhu Hohat, since that Sheng Anning's words carried deeper meaning. Yet she struggled to decipher their intent. Upon hearing about the duck soup, she nudged Zhou Ernie, saying, "Indeed, you should get checked out. Haven't you been complaining about your stomach lately? Your sister-in-law is showing genuine concern." Zhou Ernie, however, shook her head vigorously. "I'm fine, really. I don't want any duck soup." Zhu Hohat found her daughter's behavior peculiar and shot her a sharp glare. Sheng Anning, disinterested in further discussion, remained silent. As they waited for Zhou Shixuan to finish his meal, she took the leftover duck meat and soup outside, deciding it was safer to store it in the cafeteria's pantry. She bought a mixed flour bun with pickled vegetables, squatting in the sun to eat, and contemplated how to devise a profitable venture while in the city, considering even a small business as preferable to watching her dwindling finances. As she bit into her bun, two female doctors passed by, discussing undergarments and facial creams, one of which was sent from a big city, claiming it smelled better than the store-bought products. Their comments piqued Sheng Anning's curiosity, causing her to touch her own chest. Since arriving, she had been wearing a tightly fitted bra with a row of small buttons on the side, which offered no curve at all. She had assumed such garments were non-existent in this conservative small town. What if she crafted a few bras to sell? Perhaps she could earn some money and buy books to study especially since she heard that college entrance exam policies had loosened, allowing registrations. She was uncertain about the specifics, but thought it wise to prepare. However, she quickly realized she had no skills in sewing, and questioned where her confidence to create undergarments stemmed from. Feeling disheartened, she recalled stories of others who thrived after time travel, mastering culinary arts and tailoring, and wondered why her situation seemed so challenging. Fortunately, her medical skills remained intact. She excelled in surgery and had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, making it hard for her to believe she couldn't make a living in this era. Suddenly invigorated, she hurriedly finished her last bite of bun and lifted her enamel cup for a drink. Wiping the droplets from her mouth, she stood to return to the ward, only to be intercepted by Zhou Ernie, whose expression was darkened. "Sheng Anning, you better watch your tongue and stop spouting nonsense, or I won't let you off easily." Sheng Anning found it curious that Zhou Ernie felt emboldened to threaten her. With a smirk, she replied, "If I can't manage my words, how will you not let me off?" Zhou Ernie, angered, declared, "I'll have my brother divorce you. Do you think he cares for you? Kai Xia is 1,000 times better than you, gentle and beautiful. My brother listens only to her, not to anyone else. If it weren't for you, he would have certainly married Kai Xia." Sheng Anning felt a twinge of discomfort, but maintained a mocking smile. "Is that so? What a pity. Regardless of whether it's Kai Xia or any other, my brother will end up marrying me. If you're so capable, go tell your brother to divorce me right now." Zhou Ernie, fuming, ground her teeth and spat. "Sheng Anning, just wait. I'll see how long you can keep your pride." With that, she stormed off. Sheng Anning felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the fact that she had left Zhou Ernie speechless, finding it quite amusing. In a good mood, she returned to the ward where Zhou Shishiyuan leaned against the head of the bed. The doctor had just come to change his dressings, and Zhu Hohat was nowhere to be seen, nor had Zhou Ernie returned. Sheng Anning, hands behind her back as if conducting a ward round, scanned Zhou Shishiyuan's body and reached out to check his forehead. "It seems you're doing well. You can get up and walk, but resting in bed is still best." Zhou Shishiyuan had become somewhat accustomed to Sheng Anning's sudden gestures. Watching her step back with her hands behind her, he pressed his lips together and said, "I'll be discharged in a couple of days and need to return to Yuan Village. You can stay in the city, and I'll arrange a certificate for you." Sheng Anning hesitated to respond immediately. Having wandered around the area for the past few days, she had realized that without a certificate, staying in the city posed the risk of being mistaken for a vagrant, as many lodges refused to accommodate her. Moreover, despite the Sheng family residing in the city, Zhou Shishiyuan had never suggested that she could return to her maternal home for a while. According to the original owner's memories, there were no unpleasant feelings between her and her family, nor any particularly close ties, leading Sheng Anning to wonder if some memories were missing. Yet, Zhou Shishiyuan had never prompted her about returning home. Additionally, given that Zhou Shishiyuan's wound would take at least 10 days to heal, returning to the countryside might lead to complications. Zhou Shishiyuan was the kindest person in this world towards her, and she felt a responsibility to reciprocate. With this thought, she resolved, "I will return with you." Chapter 19. Passing the child to Sheng Anning, Zhou Shishiyuan was utterly taken aback by Sheng Anning's proposal to accompany him back to the countryside, a place she had previously expressed disdain for. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she hadn't returned home in days and knew nothing of the Sheng family situation. He pursed his lips, at a loss for words, and finally nodded in agreement. Sheng Anning had not expected this taciturn man to say much, so she glanced at the other bed, where her belongings lay, and curiously inquired, "Where are your mother and the others?" Zhou Shishiyuan was also unsure. Shortly after Sheng Anning left, Zhu Hohat had grown bored, stating she wanted to go for a walk, and had taken Zhou Ernie with her. Considering Zhu Hohat's assertive nature, Zhou Shishiyuan felt compelled to apologize to Sheng Anning. "My mother has a difficult temperament, and my sister is spoiled by the family." Sheng Anning waved her hand dismissively. "What does that have to do with me? Such people will inevitably face setbacks. Once they experience significant losses, they will learn their lesson." She then decided to inform Zhou Shishiyuan about Zhou Ernie's pregnancy. Zhou Shishiyuan's expression finally shifted from its usual stoicism, revealing shock mingled with disbelief. "No way." In today's society, not only was it frowned upon to be pregnant without being married, but even in a confirmed romantic relationship, intimate actions were highly discouraged to avoid public scorn. Zhou Shishiyuan's traditional mindset made it difficult for him to believe that Zhou Ernie would engage in such behavior. Sheng Anning clicked her tongue, surprised at Zhou Shishiyuan's old-fashioned views. I'm just letting you know. Don't go looking for a match for your sister. That would be unfair to others. It looks like she's about 4 months along. You need to find a solution quickly, or she'll have no choice but to give birth. Zhou Shishun furrowed his brow. Although he didn't feel deeply for his sister, he couldn't ignore her potential troubles. And it seemed Zhu Hohat was unaware of the situation either. Meanwhile, Zhu Hohat and Zhou Ernie were seated in the state-run cafeteria, curiously observing their surroundings. While across from them sat a smiling Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan attentively poured water for Zhu Hohat. "Aunt, when did you arrive in the city?" Zhu Hohat was equally radiant, astonished by the beautiful girl's warmth and hospitality as she led them to such a grand cafeteria for a meal. "We just arrived today. Do you know my second son? You really didn't have to go to such lengths. A bowl of noodles by the roadside would have sufficed." Xiaoyan replied cheerfully. "It's no trouble. Since you rarely come to the city, how could I let you eat noodles? I've ordered 2 portions of braised pork and 3 kilograms of beef and cabbage dumplings. If that's not enough, we can order more." Zhu Hohat beamed. "That is plenty. You're too kind." Xiaoyan smiled in return. "With Zhou to go injured, he surely doesn't have time to take care of you. It's only right for me to treat you to something nice." Zhu Hohat couldn't help but marvel at the contrast between this girl's demeanor and that of Sheng Anning, who had stealthily gone off to eat without inviting them. "The more I compare, the more I find this girl before me truly remarkable." Unable to restrain myself, I began to babble. "My dear, you possess a heart of gold. Why is it that my second son lacks the fortune to marry someone as wonderful as you? Oh, if you were to become my daughter-in-law, I would relish a life of comfort in my later years." Xiaoyan felt a tinge of embarrassment and replied, "Aunt, please don't say that. Sister Anning is quite lovely." Upon mentioning Sheng Anning, Zhu Hohat couldn't help but snort in disdain. "Her? She's a city lady. Far too good for a family like ours. It's not as though we are taking in a daughter-in-law. We are bringing home a revered deity." Feigning surprise, Xiaoyan exclaimed, "Really? How could that be? Although I have heard from his sisters in the family compound that Sister Anning has quite the temper." Zhu Hohat scoffed. "That's not a temper. She is simply spoiled." At that moment, 2 bowls of glistening braised pork were brought to the table, the meat glimmering with a rich red hue, the fatty pieces trembling with a tantalizing aroma. Zhu Hohat's eyes widened in delight. Even during the new year, they wouldn't indulge in such lavish feasting. Forgetting to converse with Xiaoyan, she swiftly picked up her chopsticks and deftly snatched a piece of meat to savor. Zhou Ernie followed suit, quickly grabbing a piece. The richness filled her mouth, causing her stomach to churn, and she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, quickly covering her mouth and retching to the side. Xiaoyan, unsure of Zhou's situation, noted her age and presumed she must be married, given that country girls typically wed young. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "What's the matter? Are you pregnant?" Zhu Hohat's face darkened instantly, and she threw her chopsticks onto the table. "What kind of talk is that? Our Ernie is an unmarried young lady. How could she be pregnant?" Xiaoyan quickly apologized. "Aunt, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Could it be something she ate that upset her stomach?" Zhou Ernie was terrified and hurriedly patted her chest, forcing down the rising nausea. "It's nothing, just a chill. I can't handle greasy food." Xiaoyan remained skeptical and hurriedly poured her a glass of water, also fetching a bowl of plain congee. Later, Zhu Hohat devoured 2 small bowls of braised pork and a considerable portion of dumplings, feeling as if she would burst but reluctantly putting down her chopsticks. Zhou Ernie, suppressing her cravings, managed to consume 2 bowls of congee, thankful that she hadn't vomited again. Once satiated, Zhu Hohat showed no shame in pulling out a handkerchief, gathering the remaining dumplings to take home for dinner. After all, she had realized that Sister Anning wouldn't concern herself with their meals that evening. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Xiaoyan purchased a few apples for the 2 women and bid them farewell with a cheerful smile. Zhu Hohat watched as Xiaoyan walked away, then turned to Zhou Ernie with a stern expression. "Have you and that scoundrel Feng Chunxing been intimate?" Zhou Ernie was terrified, shaking her head vigorously. No. Zhu Hohat, not easily fooled, observed her daughter's panicked demeanor and recent behavior, her expression darkening further. "How can you be so shameless? Harboring a little illegitimate child? Sheng Anning can see it. How can you hide it from me? Do you truly intend to carry this child to term?" Zhou Ernie was instantly petrified. "Mother, I don't wish to give birth. If she were to have the child, her life would be over." Zhu Hohat, her face trembling in anger, felt the urge to slap Zhou Ernie, exclaiming, How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful child? Zhou Ernie, her voice quivering with tears, pleaded, "Mother, what should I do?" Zhu Hohat was equally distressed. "We must find a way to get rid of this child. If it cannot be done, we will have to pass it to your second brother for Sheng Anning to raise." Chapter 20. Sheng Anning's melancholy. Zhou Ernie hesitated. "Do you think Sheng Anning would agree? Look at how domineering she is. She certainly would not." Zhu Hohat, fuming, squeezed Zhou Ernie's arm. "Look at the trouble you've caused. What if she refuses? It's been 3 months since the wedding, and there has been no sign of a child. If you don't produce one by the end of the year, she will be the laughingstock. We are merely helping her." Zhou Ernie found this reasoning quite sensible, and with her mother's support, the heavy burden on her heart lifted considerably. Unbeknownst to Sheng Anning, who was preoccupied with her own aspirations, Zhou Ernie and Zhu Hohat were plotting. As she conversed with Zhou Shixuan about school, she discovered he was still a university student, having been recommended after enlisting in the military to a college in the city. Sheng Anning found this impressive. In that era, a university education was a significant advantage. "I'm envious that you can still attend university. I enjoyed studying too, but I was too young and playful back then." Leaning against the headboard, Zhou Shixuan regarded the earnest expression on Sheng Anning's face and remarked, "It's never too late to learn. With the recent policy changes, opportunities for university education will likely improve." Sheng Anning mentally applauded Zhou Shixuan for his wisdom and keen observation. However, she feigned ignorance. "If only that were the case. I shall strive for it. Perhaps I might also attend university." Zhou Shixuan nodded affirmatively. As Sheng Anning and Zhou Shixuan engaged in this rare, amicable conversation, they were soon interrupted by the return of Zhu Hohat and Zhou Ernie, both wearing smiles and appearing in good spirits. Zhu Hohat even addressed Sheng Anning with unexpected warmth. "Anning, you have worked hard today. Please take a rest while Ernie and I tend to the second son." Sheng Anning was more than happy to oblige. "All right, you can watch over him. I'll step out to buy some things." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hohat instinctively asked, "What are you going to buy?" Sheng Anning pretended not to hear, grabbing a cloth bag and leaving. Zhu Hohat pointed at Sheng Anning's retreating figure, visibly irritated. "Look at your wife, Ernie. Does she not understand basic courtesy?" Zhou Shixuan pressed his fingers to his temples. "You and Ernie should head to the guest house to rest. If there's nothing pressing, you can return home tomorrow. In a couple of days, Anning and I will also head back." Zhu Hohat was taken aback. "Ernie, your brother hasn't returned home in 4 or 5 years. Why the sudden desire to go back?" Zhou Shixuan glanced at Zhu Hohat, causing her to shudder. "You aren't still angry about the incident with Cai Xia, are you? We were unaware of that situation. Besides, isn't it better for you here? They say you become quite the official. We would be fine following you, so why return to the village?" Zhou Ernie chimed in, "Mother, it would be good for my brother to return. Let those in the village see how impressive he has become." Zhu Hohat shot her daughter a disapproving glare, but continued to urge Zhou Shixuan. "Are you really considering returning with Anning? The situation there is bleak. We can hardly find a wild vegetable to eat. I'm worried you two won't adjust. If anything happens, you can send a message to your father to come." Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "No need. I should return at least once." His tone was calm, yet his resolve was unwavering. Zhu Hohat realized she could not sway Zhou Shixuan and felt increasingly anxious. She called for Zhou Ernie to rest at the guest house. Disregarding whether Zhou Shixuan had anyone to care for him, Sheng Anning visited the only department store in the city center, a spacious 3-story building. However, the merchandise was orderly yet sparse, with sales representatives gathered in small clusters, chatting idly. She explored each floor meticulously, discovering a limited selection of goods. The clothing styles were dull and outdated. Conversely, the fabric counters offered a variety of materials and patterns, with wool and wool blends being the most expensive. Their texture thick and comfortable to the touch. Sheng Anning lacked knowledge regarding fabric compositions, but possessed an innate sense of which materials would render garments aesthetically pleasing. Observing her repeatedly fondling various textiles without any intention of purchase, the attendant exhibited signs of impatience. "Comrade, these wool fabrics are newly arrived and are quite suitable for coats. Are you interested?" Reluctant to make a purchase, Sheng Anning smiled and replied, "I'm just browsing." The attendant rolled her eyes and gestured toward a nearby pile of fabric scraps. "If you're looking for something inexpensive, those remnants are on sale for 50 cents a bundle, and they don't require fabric coupons." Unperturbed by the attendant's demeanor, Sheng Anning perused the scraps, finding them too fragmented to even assemble an undergarment. likely relegating them to the status of mop-making material. As the attendant noticed Sheng Anning's ultimate disinterest, she couldn't help but mutter, "What a pitiful sight. Why even bother coming out?" Sheng Anning recognized that the attendant felt important, holding a job with the state. She leaned against the counter, smiling at the attendant until the latter's irritation became palpable, before leisurely stating, "I possess a slight understanding of fortune-telling. You ought to be cautious in the coming days. Your marital relationship may face difficulties, and you should also consider a medical checkup." The attendant, irate and ready to retort, found it hard to comprehend how her seemingly harmonious marriage could encounter issues, nor did she see the necessity for a health examination, given her robust appetite. By the time she resolved to respond, Sheng Anning had already vanished. The attendant cursed under her breath, yet could not shake off a budding suspicion, instinctively touching her face. Such doubts often lead to paranoia. Sheng Anning, well-versed in psychological tactics, indeed noted the attendant's pallor. Her complexion was sallow, suggesting potential liver issues. In this way, she felt she had performed a good deed. Exiting the department store, she wandered through the alleyways behind it, where vendors pushed carts selling commonplace household items. It became evident to her that despite being in a city, it was rather remote from the provincial capital and even further from Beijing and Shanghai. Consequently, embarking on a business venture would necessitate starting small. Sheng Anning felt akin to a headless fly, occasionally catching onto a lead, only to find herself lost again. She reflected on the stories of time travelers in books who effortlessly adapted to their surroundings, ultimately rising to prominence in their respective eras. Yet here she was, devoid of any resources, trapped in a challenging mode. With a tinge of melancholy, she headed back to the hospital. Just as she approached the entrance, she heard someone call her name. "Anning?" Chapter 21. Zhou Shixuan's first doubt. Sheng Anning was reluctant to turn around. She recognized the voice. It belonged to Cheng Gang, whom she had encountered just the previous day. Given their prior interaction, why would he return? Cheng Gang, undeterred, called out again, "Anning, can we talk?" Sheng Anning felt exasperated. Was everyone so obstinate? What was there left to discuss after their clear conversation yesterday? Unable to create a scene at the hospital entrance, she turned to face Cheng Gang. "I made myself quite clear yesterday, so there is nothing left to discuss." Cheng Gang's fair complexion flushed. Akin to a man who had recently indulged in liquor, his words rushed. "Anning, you promised that once your family was fine, you would divorce Zhou Shixuan. Now that your family has moved away, everything is fine. You could divorce him." Sheng Anning was bewildered. She lacked memories regarding the original owner's marriage to Zhou Shixuan and any underlying circumstances. However, hearing that the Sheng family had relocated brought her relief, sparing her from confronting unfamiliar relatives. As Cheng Gang noticed her silence and her gaze drifting elsewhere, he grew anxious and reached for her hand. "Anning, I've been waiting for you in the city." The moment his fingers brushed against her hand, Sheng Anning recoiled as though a caterpillar had landed on her skin, her conditioned reflex causing her to send Cheng Gang sprawling to the ground. Fortunately, the hospital entrance was devoid of onlookers. Sheng Gong, rising from the ground while clutching his sore shoulder, glared at Sheng Anning with venomous eyes. "Sheng Anning, don't be ungrateful. You won't have a good outcome if you keep this up." This only deepened Sheng Anning's disdain for the man. How dare he resort to threats? She shot him a disdainful glance. "Do as you wish, but if you persist in pestering me, I assure you, I will retaliate each time we meet." With that, she turned and entered the hospital. Cheng Gang, seething with rage, shouted after her retreating figure, "Sheng Anning, you will come crawling back to me. Just wait." Sheng Anning didn't look back, snorting in disbelief at how the original owner could have ever been enamored with such a man. Zhou Shixuan stood by the second-floor window, directly aligned with the hospital entrance, witnessing the entire episode of Sheng Anning dispatching Cheng Gang. Her swift and decisive actions left him astonished. Grasping his abdomen, he slowly turned away, pacing the room. Upon entering the ward, Sheng Anning was surprised to find Zhou Shixuan moving about on his own. She rushed to support his arm. "Have you lost your mind? You just had surgery yesterday. You can't be wandering around today. What if your wound reopens?" Unconsciously, she had categorized Zhou Shixuan as someone close to her, her tone reflecting a newfound familiarity. Zhou Shixuan allowed her to help him sit on the bed. "It's nothing. This minor injury is inconsequential." Sheng Anning shot him a disapproving look. "Indeed, it's not life-threatening, but there is no need to rush. You're not headed to the battlefield. You should take the time to recuperate properly." Oddly, Zhou Shixuan found her fierce demeanor rather endearing, remaining silent as he settled into bed. That evening, Sheng Anning prepared duck soup for Zhou Shixuan, adding some noodles to it, while she herself opted for multi-grain bun paired with pickles. The fragrant aroma of the duck soup made her salivate, and she couldn't help but commend herself for her selflessness. Carrying the duck noodle soup back to the ward, she still hadn't encountered Zhu Hohat and her daughter. Growing curious about how Zhou Shixuan had managed to persuade them not to visit, Zhou Shixuan, observing Sheng Anning as she fished out the noodles, inquired, "Have you eaten?" Sheng Anning smiled brightly. "I have. I ate in the kitchen beforehand. I wouldn't deprive myself." Zhou Shixuan reflected on her words, acknowledging that she was indeed someone who never compromised her own needs, as he quietly accepted the food and began to eat. Seated in a chair, Sheng Anning watched Zhou Shixuan eat, finding a rugged charm in his manner. His pace was swift yet not uncouth. After he finished, she asked, "Are you heading back home for a few days? Is there something to attend to?" Zhou Shixuan candidly replied, "I'm going back to divide the family assets." Sheng Anning's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Zhou Shixuan's return was for such a reason. Given Zhu Hohat's temperament, it promised to be quite a lively affair. Noticing her astonishment, Zhou Shixuan added, "If you prefer not to go back, that's perfectly fine." Sheng Anning quickly shook her head. No, your injuries haven't healed yet. I'll accompany you back." Zhou Shixuan nodded in agreement, lapsing into silence. The following morning, as Sheng Anning rose, Zhu Hohat burst in, accompanied by Zhou Ernie, laden with bags. Zhu Hohat announced loudly as she entered, "Second brother, your sister and I will head back first to tidy up the place where you and Anning are staying." After much contemplation the previous night, Zhu Hohat had decided if Zhou Shixuan was insistent on returning, she would prepare in advance. Moreover, she needed to devise a plan regarding Zhou Ernie's unexpected pregnancy. If they couldn't terminate it, she would have to persuade Zhou Shixuan to accommodate Zhou Ernie in their lives, claiming the child as Sheng Anning's. Zhou Shixuan displayed little reaction. "Be careful on your way." Zhou Ernie, recalling Zhu Hohat's instructions, pouted and asked, "Second brother, since we're returning, won't you give us some money for travel?" Zhou Shixuan frowned. "I don't have any money on me. You should have brought some fare along." Zhou Ernie cast a glance at Sheng Anning, who was observing the scene. "Second brother, you weren't like this before. Why is it that now, after marrying second sister-in-law, you want to even part with a dime?" Sheng Anning regarded Zhou Ernie with a bemused smile. The girl fancied herself clever, but was, in fact, quite oblivious. Was she not offending both parties with her comments? "Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well assist Zhou Shixuan, who often finds himself at a disadvantage due to his clumsiness. Unfortunately, my second brother must now support me and, in the future, our children as well. How can we possibly manage financially?" Zhou Ernie glared at Sheng Anning defiantly. "What are you so proud of? He is my second brother, and he will always side with me." Sheng Anning chuckled. "He is my man now, and I hold the reins at home." Since Zhou Shixuan mentioned returning to discuss the division of the family assets, it is evident that he cannot tolerate the family's parasitic behavior, which emboldens her to speak with such confidence. Zhou Ernie was left speechless, unable to retort after a long pause, and turned to seek help from Zhu Hohat. Zhu Hohat's expression was stern. "What? Second, how can you let a woman take charge? Are you allowing her to walk all over you? Are you even a man?" Zhou Shixuan glanced at Sheng Anning, his brow furrowed. "If you don't leave soon, you will miss the bus." Sheng Anning felt delighted. Zhou Shixuan's words were akin to acknowledging her assertions, and her eyes sparkled with joy. The once gloomy hospital room seemed to brighten at this moment. Chapter 22. Touching the softest spot in Zhou Shixuan's heart, seeing that Zhou Shixuan did not speak up for her, Zhu Hohat, feeling guilty, refrained from saying more and hurriedly left with Zhou Ernie, as if fleeing from a disaster. Sheng Anning watched them disappear at the doorway and turned back to Zhou Shixuan, feeling no embarrassment about their earlier exchange. Curiously, she asked, "Why do I feel like your mother is afraid of you?" With Zhu Hohat's sudden outburst, it seemed she had become timid in Zhou Shixuan's presence. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Shixuan remained silent. Sheng Anning was unfazed. She took a towel and basin to wash up, listening to the conversations of the family members accompanying patients. "I saw the Christian carp you bought yesterday. It looked great. How much was it?" "No charge, by the river. Someone was blasting fish. After they left, I picked some up." Sheng Anning's brushing slowed. She perked up her ears. Really free? Is there such good fortune? The Christian carp are small, and since they were deemed too little, no one took them. You can check it out later. Just head east from here. There's a large pond. All right, I'll clean up and go take a look. Sheng Anning mentally noted the location, quickly brushing her teeth and washing her face. Then brought Zhou Shishuan a basin of water, preparing to watch him finish his meal before she dashed out. In a flurry, she reheated the duck soup stored in the pantry and returned with 2 steam buns for Zhou Shishuan. Hurry and eat. Finish the remaining meat and soup. I'll be out for a bit. Without waiting for Zhou Shishuan to respond, Sheng Anning hurried out again, purchasing a mixed flour bun filled with pickled vegetables. Munching as she walked. At the hospital entrance, she ran into Dr. Liu Yuanda, promptly hiding the bun behind her back to greet him. Good morning, Dr. Liu. Doctor. Liu had been observing Sheng Anning's recent behavior, and with a gentle gaze, he replied, Good morning. Out so early? Sheng Anning nodded briskly. Yes. I have some matters to attend to. I won't disturb you. She cheerfully ran off, prompting Dr. Liu to chuckle, watching her dash away while nibbling on her bun. If he wasn't mistaken, she was eating a mixed bun made of sorghum and corn flour, the cheapest in the cafeteria, yet quite hard to swallow. They say Zhou Shishuan married a goddess. She seems quite lovely indeed. Dr. Liu pondered for a moment, then made his way to Zhou Shishuan's hospital room, finding him seated at the bedside, drinking duck soup and eating steam buns. He couldn't help but exclaim, It seems that little Sheng is taking good care of you. You even have duck soup. Zhou Shishuan quickly set down his meal, preparing to stand, but Dr. Liu stopped him. Stay seated. It appears you're recovering well. I owe my life to you, Zhou Shishuan quipped, a rare lightness in his tone. Dr. Liu maintained a serious demeanor. I hope not to perform another surgery on you. I'm getting too old for such shocks. They had known each other for almost a decade since Dr. Liu served as a military doctor on the front lines. Concerned for Zhou Shishuan's health, he shifted the topic. Your wife seems quite remarkable. I heard there were issues in your marriage. Zhou Shishuan found himself at a loss for words. The problems between him and Sheng Anning were far too numerous. Dr. Liu earnestly advised, regardless of the conflicts, remember that couples may quarrel but must reconcile. Look at you. You have duck soup and steam buns. I heard from the cafeteria that your wife has been eating mixed buns with pickled vegetables these past few days. Zhou Shishuan paused, puzzled as he regarded Dr. Liu. He had believed Sheng Anning when she claimed she was not someone to suffer in silence. Dr. Liu noticed Zhou Shishuan's expression. What? You can't believe that delicate city girl can endure hardships? I saw her just as I entered, munching on a mixed bun. What a fine girl. You should cherish her. A sudden pang of emotion struck Zhou Shishuan, and he felt a sense of softness within. Recalling the way Sheng Anning's eyes sparkled when she spoke, even picturing her struggling to swallow the mixed bun. After all, she had always found it difficult to eat even cornmeal buns, let alone those mixed with sorghum. Dr. Liu felt reassured. I told you, you are fortunate to have found a beautiful and caring wife. You must cherish her. Zhou Shishuan nodded earnestly. I will. If Sheng Anning does not seek a divorce, I will still feeling unwell and unable to reach the hospital room. Zhou Shishuan paused for a moment before replying. Let's have a meal together later. Such a simple statement was delivered with remarkable seriousness and determination. Sheng Anning instantly understood that Zhou Shishuan was aware of her recent diet consisting of only plain noodles and steam buns. With a playful smile, she asked, Shall I help you to the ward? Her heart felt sweetened, as if infused with honey. The sensation of being cared for was indeed delightful. Zhou Shishuan shook his head and turned towards the inpatient department, his steps slow yet steady, appearing far from someone who had just undergone surgery. Sheng Anning watched him depart with a smile, before heading to the kitchen to request a basin from the cook, preparing to clean and gut the fish. Master Wang, seeing the lively little crucian carp in the basin, expressed surprise. Did you go fishing by the pond? I heard it was so crowded that one couldn't even squeeze in. Sheng Anning pondered for a moment. Perhaps I was just lucky and managed to catch quite a few. Master Wang, having nothing to do, helped Sheng Anning with the fish and advised, You can't eat all these fish in one meal. It would be a waste. Set half aside in a water basin, and I'll keep an eye on it in the storeroom. No one would dare take it, and you can make fish soup for Zhou Shishuan tomorrow. Sheng Anning thought this was an excellent idea, and she marveled at Zhou Shishuan's charisma. It seemed everyone who knew him treated him exceptionally well, except for his family. Of course, as oil was precious at this time, Sheng Anning hesitated to use the cafeteria's oil to fry the fish and instead tossed them straight into the pot to stew. Observing the dirt on her clothes and realizing she had not brought a change, she made her way to the water room behind the cafeteria to wash up a bit. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, the Dr. Likeda from the first municipal hospital, who had misdiagnosed Zhou Shixuan. Curious, Sheng Anning wondered what he was doing at the military hospital and whether his misdiagnosis was intentional or accidental, which likely had not been clarified yet. Noticing his hurried and flustered demeanor, she quietly decided to follow him. She trailed him until they reached the morgue, where he turned a corner and vanished. Not daring to follow too closely, she carefully crept along the wall and overheard a conversation. "Who sent you to find me? I can't help it. I'm under investigation for being suspended. Do you think I'll get into trouble? As long as you insist it was a misdiagnosis, you won't face any consequences." Their voices lowered significantly, and despite her efforts to listen closely, she could not make out the rest. Fearing discovery and potential harm, she retreated cautiously, her mind racing with shock at the realization of a possible murder plot. But what could be the motive? She thought it best to inform Zhou Shixuan, as she lacked the means to investigate further without risking her own life. Hurrying to the cafeteria to check on the fish soup, she then dashed back to the hospital room. Upon seeing her return, Zhou Shixuan, who had been anxiously sitting up, asked, "What happened?" Sheng Anning, glancing cautiously at the door to ensure no one else was around, approached his bedside and whispered, "I just saw the doctor from the first municipal hospital, the one who misdiagnosed you. He was meeting someone at the morgue, and from their conversation, it seems that he may have been bribed to misdiagnose." Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the truth of her words. Sheng Anning quickly reassured him. "I heard it clearly. The doctor mentioned he was being investigated and was terrified. After that, I couldn't catch what else was said." Zhou Shixuan studied her for a long moment before responding. If this doctor is indeed colluding with someone, why would they choose to meet at the military hospital's morgue? The risk is substantial. And why would they allow you to overhear their conversation so easily? Sheng Anning paused, realizing the contradiction. If it were truly a secret, how could she have discovered it so effortlessly? Was it possible they wanted her to find out? Zhou Shixuan contemplated. Their purpose was indeed for you to discover it, prompting an investigation. As for the motive behind the investigation, I am uncertain. I haven't been in this city long. I transferred here 3 years ago and have not participated in any missions, so it is unlikely that I have made any enemies. Sheng Anning's imagination raced with espionage scenarios. Given Zhou Shixuan's current unit's connection to nuclear research, she anxiously asked, could there be danger? Like an assassination attempt at night? Fo Sixun checked softly. No. If they wanted me dead, I wouldn't have been transferred here. Sheng Anning considered this and felt a bit more at ease. Still, you should be cautious. I'll go check on the fish soup. Shortly after she left, Song Xiuyan entered, carrying a bag. Noticing Zhou Shixuan alone, he looked around and inquired, "Where's your wife?" At the cafeteria. Song Xiuyan placed the items on the bedside table. "I brought you some malted milk and milk powder to help you recover. I also stopped by your unit yesterday afternoon. Lao Zhong asked me to bring your salary and ration coupons, since he has been too busy to come himself." Zhou Shixuan accepted the money and coupons. "How long will you be staying in the city?" "I still have half a month off. Do you need anything? Please help me investigate anyone closely associated with Likeda from the first municipal hospital for any recent oddities." Song Xiuyan expressed surprise. So, the misdiagnosis was indeed a deliberate trap? Likeda has some nerve. Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "It's still unclear. Just look into it for me." Song Xiuyan readily agreed. "No problem. I have some free time." After chatting for a bit and noticing Sheng Anning had not returned, he added with a hint of gossip, "Your wife is quite remarkable. You should cherish her. I have a good eye for people." Zhou Shixuan dismissed him. "If you're free, get on with the investigation." Song Xiuyan clicked his tongue. "You're rather ungrateful, but heed my advice. Live well together." He paused. "Aim to have a healthy baby next year." Zhou Shixuan chose to ignore him until Song Xiuyan eventually left, feeling bored. Sheng Anning, seeing the fish soup had turned a milky white, asked Master Wang for a radish, slicing it thinly to add to the stew. After purchasing a few steamed buns, she returned to the hospital room, determined to share a meal with Zhou Shixuan as he had suggested. The fish came easily, so there was no reason to feel regret. As she served the meal, Zhou Shixuan placed the money and ration coupons from Song Xiuyan on the bedside table and pushed them towards her. "Song Xiuyan just arrived and brought my salary and coupons. Take them to buy yourself some clothes." Upon saying this, he unconsciously blushed, turning his face away to look out the window. Sheng Anning glanced at the money and coupons. Then at Zhou Shixuan, where she noticed sunlight illuminating his profile, with his ears slightly reddening. A hint of suspicion crossed her mind, and then she suddenly laughed, realizing that this older man was surprisingly innocent. He blushed at the thought of giving a woman money to buy clothes. Chapter 24. A unique birthmark. Sheng Anning handed the prepared meal to Zhou Shixuan and pushed the money back towards him. I still have some money. You should keep it for yourself. Right now, her utmost desire was to take a shower and change her clothes. She could endure a dirty outer garment, but not having changed her underwear for 2 days was truly her limit. Zhou Shixuan seemed to understand her thoughts. There's a staff bathhouse in the back. You can wash there. There should be a time limit. Just ask the nurse when you go. After saying this, he awkwardly lowered his head to sip the fish soup. He truly lacked experience in interacting with women. Since leaving for the army at 17, he had been surrounded by men, accustomed to crude jokes and banter. Naturally reserved, he was unsure how to engage with a girl. However, Sheng Anning found him endearing, her eyes sparkling with a bright smile as she looked at Zhou Shixuan. This man was simply too charming. He was meticulous, observant, and incredibly thoughtful. Suddenly, a possessive feeling surged within her, but she quickly admonished herself, recognizing the ethical implications. After all, he belonged to the original owner of her body, and Zhou Shixuan's concern was for her. She pulled a chair over and sat down, smiling at Zhou Shixuan. All right, I'll ask about it shortly. You should change your clothes after eating, and I'll wash them for you. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, feeling quite embarrassed to respond to Sheng Anning's words. After finishing her meal, Sheng Anning washed the dishes and inquired with the nurse about the staff shower room, which opened at 5 in the afternoon, but was only accessible to hospital staff and military families. However, due to Zhou Shixuan's distinguished status, he was well known throughout the hospital, allowing Sheng Anning to go as well. Unconsciously benefiting from Zhou Shixuan's reputation, she happily bought a set of cotton undergarments, which she placed in front of the nurse's lounge heater to dry, ready for a shower later that afternoon. After hanging the clothes, she did not return, but chatted with 2 young nurses in the lounge. Sheng Anning, with her beauty and charming personality, quickly won the affection of the young nurses, who were eager to talk about Zhou Shixuan. They discussed the patterns of sweaters, the films playing in the cinema, and the latest trends in the provincial capital. Sheng Anning was astonished to discover that she had assumed all the young nurses were graduates of formal medical schools, only to learn that the 2 before her had only attended short training courses. Noticing Sheng Anning's surprise, one nurse remarked, "You live in the city, and didn't you know they recently recruited the last batch of short-term nursing trainees?" Sheng Anning replied, "I wasn't aware of that." The other nurse chuckled, "It's not unusual. I heard some doctors in town were originally veterinarians treating livestock, and now they're treating people in the hospital." Sheng Anning pondered, "Then surely their skills are sufficient for being doctors." Engaging in lively conversation with the nurse Lu Mei, they agreed to shower together. When it was time for their shower, Sheng Anning was taken aback by the sight of a simple room lined with shower heads along the walls, where everyone stood openly beneath the sprays. Holding her basin, she hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Mei tugged at her arm. "Sister-in-law, let us change over there quickly, or it'll get crowded." Sheng Anning didn't expect the shower area to resemble a public restroom, lacking even a partition, but despite her discomfort, she steeled herself to proceed. Lu Mei, a carefree young woman, undressed without a second thought, prompting Sheng Anning, after much inner conflict, to follow suit. "Sister-in-law, that birthmark on your back is beautiful," Lu Mei exclaimed, staring at Sheng Anning's back. Sheng Anning was momentarily taken aback. "What birthmark?" Lu Mei pointed to the area near her shoulder blade. "You have a red birthmark here, resembling 2 plum blossoms. It's truly lovely." Sheng Anning recalled that the original owner had 2 plum blossom-shaped birthmarks on the right side of her back, and remarkably, she too had a birthmark in the same location, though it was black. Later, feeling that a backless outfit was unflattering, she had tattooed 2 plum blossoms in a design identical to the original birthmark. Lu Mei continued to admire. "Such a beautiful birthmark. It looks painted on." Sheng Anning laughed playfully. "Perhaps I am a plum blossom fairy descended to earth, which is why I have such a charming mark." Lu Mei, serious in her demeanor, nodded. "Sister-in-law, that might just be the case. You look stunning, like a fairy from a painting. We all agree you are the prettiest." Amused by Lu Mei's earnestness, Sheng Anning chuckled. "How do you have such a way with words? Let us hurry and shower. I'll be embarrassed if you keep complimenting me." The 2 laughed and entered the shower together. With companionship, Sheng Anning felt a surge of confidence, allowing her to wash calmly. Afterward, she felt rejuvenated, every pore refreshing. On their way back, Lu Mei chattered excitedly, inviting Sheng Anning to watch a movie at the auditorium later that evening. The film starts at 8:30. Would you like to join us? Sheng Anning shook her head. I can't. I need to stay in the ward. Lu Mei nodded repeatedly. I almost forgot. But Captain Zhou is remarkable. I heard from the head nurse that he once arrived here covered in blood, not a single part of him uninjured. And the surgery lasted a whole day and night. Sheng Anning gasped in shock. He sustained such serious injuries? Lu Mei confirmed, yes, and despite everything, Captain Zhou never uttered a word. He is a true hero in our hearts. You wouldn't believe how many female doctors and nurses admire him. Sheng Anning thought of Xiao Yan. It seemed he was indeed popular, with female doctors still interested in him. Yet, despite Zhou Shixuan's awkward demeanor, his good looks and humble, polite nature exuded an undeniable allure, drawing people in to know and warm him. It was only natural for others to be fond of him. Upon returning to the ward, Sheng Anning found Zhou Shixuan reclining against the head of the bed, engrossed in a book. To her surprise, it was a foreign language text. She was curious if he could comprehend it. Silently, she tidied her clothes and sat beside the bedside table, glancing at the book's cover, which was about weaponry. Though she held no interest in the topic, she was simply curious. Your English must be quite good? Zhou Shixuan shook his head, casually picking up a dictionary beside him. When I encounter unfamiliar words, I refer to the dictionary. This book was a gift from Senior. It provides detailed descriptions of various countries' weaponry and is quite valuable for reference. Sheng Anning thought to herself, I recognize all of this. But considering the original owner's lack of education, admitting familiarity would only raise Zhou Shixuan's suspicions. It was better to pretend ignorance. In Chapter 25, the more she observed Zhou Shixuan, the more appealing he became. Sheng Anning wandered the ward a couple of times, feeling somewhat bored. With her hands clasped behind her back, she circled the bed and then gazed out the window. Zhou Shixuan noticed her restlessness and set his book down to look at her. If you're bored, you could go watch a movie. It's Friday, and there will be a showing in the auditorium tonight. Sheng Anning turned to him, scrutinizing him for a moment. How do you know there are movies every Friday? Zhou Shixuan answered honestly. I stayed here for half a year recovering from an injury 3 years ago. Sheng Anning was taken aback. What kind of injury would require a 6-month stay? Zhou Shixuan appeared robust, like an iron giant, capable of wielding a gun immediately after surgery. Yet, her focus shifted to a playful smile as she scrutinized him further. Staying for so long means many female doctors and nurses must have visited you. Bringing you food? Zhou Shixuan frowned, shaking his head. No, I had a comrade taking care of me. Curiosity struck Sheng Anning. Did Zhou Shixuan truly remain oblivious to others' affections? After all, people today were quite reserved in expressing their feelings. Not many would boldly confess, like Xiao Yan. Sitting at the table, propping her chin on her hand, she teased him. So, do you know that someone likes you? Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow even tighter. Don't say such things. It would be inappropriate if someone overheard. Sheng Anning was certain now. This man had no inkling that anyone had ever liked him and was completely oblivious to subtle advances. She wondered what it would be like for such a stoic man to experience love. Did that girl Kai Xia from his hometown know of his appeal? Feeling an unexpected surge of irritation, she slapped the table and stood up. You keep reading. I'm going out for a bit. With a sulky expression, she stepped outside. Zhou Shixuan was momentarily bewildered, having thought everything was fine just a moment ago. However, he recalled that her moods often shifted without warning. After a brief silence, he resumed reading. Sheng Anning wandered around, borrowing 2 leisure books from the duty nurse and ignoring Zhou Shixuan as she lay on the bed, flipping through the pages. The busy and regulated life of the past few days had made her sleepy by the designated hour, and after yawning, she tossed the books aside and fell into a deep slumber. Zhou Shixuan listened attentively to the sounds emanating from the adjacent bed. Upon hearing Sheng Anning's soft, elongated breath, he set his book aside and glanced over. The dim yellow light illuminated Sheng Anning's face, stripping away the eccentricity she possessed during the day and replacing it with an air of mystery that left Zhou Shixuan somewhat entranced. It appeared that Sheng Anning was dreaming. She turned on her side, facing him, murmuring incoherently in her sleep, her words indistinct. Yet, Zhou Shixuan sensed an underlying agony in her, prompting him to rise gently and consider waking her. Suddenly, Sheng Anning waved her arm, exclaiming, "Mom, I want to go home," followed by genuine, heart-wrenching sobs, reminiscent of an abandoned child lost in despair. Zhou Shixuan withdrew his outstretched hand, although she longed for home. The Sheng family was not as benevolent to her as one might hope, evidenced by their hurried insistence on her marriage for their own gain. As he turned to leave, Sheng Anning grasped his hand tightly, her small, delicate fingers enveloping his sturdy palm. She murmured, "Brother, don't go. I promise I won't be naughty anymore." Zhou Shixuan was momentarily taken aback. The warmth of her soft hand rendered his thoughts a blank for several seconds before reason returned. Sheng Anning had no brother, only an elder sister and a younger brother. She was the least favored second child in the family, raised by the old Commander Cheng until the age of 15, only to return home afterward. So, who was this brother she referred to? As Zhou Shixuan stirred, she clutched his hand even tighter, pouting in a manner that exuded a childlike innocence. "I'll tell Mom you're bullying me." Her tone was a blend of playful grievance, revealing an endearing naivety. Zhou Shixuan remained still, observing Sheng Anning in silence, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts yet yielding no answers. Abruptly, Sheng Anning released her grip, turning over and cocooning herself in the quilt, slipping back into a deep slumber. Zhou Shixuan, however, spent the night in restless contemplation, plagued by an abundance of uncertainties and devoid of any solutions. Sheng Anning awoke feeling refreshed, having dreamt of her mother and her brother, who often teased her yet also showed her kindness. Upon seeing the yellowing walls, a wave of disappointment washed over her, realizing she was still trapped in this desolate existence. With a sigh, she mentally rallied herself, rising to wash up and prepare breakfast while engaging in light-hearted conversation with the nurses. Zhou Shixuan listened as Sheng Anning cheerfully greeted the staff outside, noting how, during their brief stay, she had formed amiable relationships with several nurses, contrasting sharply with the isolation she felt in the family quarters. He absent-mindedly brushed his left hand against his right palm, still feeling the warmth of her touch, and reflected on her dreamlike murmurs, his thoughts still chaotic and unresolved. Sheng Anning heated fish soup and brought back 2 fried dough sticks, sharing breakfast with Zhou Shixuan. As he finished washing up and took a seat, she handed him a dough stick, saying, "I heard that if you have some medical knowledge and undergo training, you can work as a nurse at the health clinic?" Zhou Shixuan, momentarily taken aback, replied, "You want to be a nurse?" Sheng Anning shook her head. "No, I want to open a clinic. Don't underestimate me. I can learn. I've seen nurses administering injections, and it seems quite simple." She acknowledged the need for capital to start a business, but reasoned that earning money by treating patients would be quicker than other ventures. Zhou Shixuan regarded her thoughtfully, refraining from dismissing her ambitions. Opening a clinic requires more than just knowing how to give injections. You need to possess a broader skill set. Sheng Anning quickly nodded, drawing from the memories of the original owner of her body, concocting a tale. "I can do it. I learned first aid from my grandfather. He was quite strict with me, so I'm not entirely uneducated." Zhou Shixuan found no fault in her claims. Indeed, old Cheng possessed some medical skills and could treat common injuries. Given Sheng Anning's upbringing alongside him, it was not surprising that she had acquired such knowledge. However, recalling her behavior during the past 3 months in the family quarters, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Biting into her dough stick, Sheng Anning's large, beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. "It's fine. I'm not in a rush. I'll learn once you recover." Zhou Shixuan merely grunted in response, feeling a strange sense of relief that Sheng Anning had not broached the topic of divorce. She had not forgotten it. Rather, she believed that constantly mentioning it would be inappropriate. Besides, she found Zhou Shixuan increasingly agreeable, prompting her to contemplate the possibility of a change in her feelings. It was wise to leave herself an avenue for retreat, was it not? Chapter 26. The subtle blossoming of affection. Sheng Anning had always been carefree, following her instincts without ever compromising her happiness. She faced her affections with a candidness that was both refreshing and rare. After a pleasant breakfast, she gathered the dishes and headed to wash them, with Zhou Shixuan rising to accompany her, his recovery remarkably swift. She admired his resilience and healing capabilities, especially considering he was not receiving pain relief or various anti-inflammatory medications at the moment. Casting a glance at him, she remarked, "Though you're recovering well." As Sheng Anning emerged from the morgue alley, she noticed that Zhou Shixuan quickened his pace, creating a distance of nearly 2 meters between them. observing the occasional passers-by. She couldn't help but feel amused. Zhou Shixuan was evidently trying to maintain a respectable distance between the sexes. In this era, in this small town, even married couples seldom walk side by side. Sheng Anning went to the cafeteria to wash dishes, urging Zhou Shixuan to return to the ward first. When Zhou Shixuan arrived back at the ward, Song Xiuyan was already there, seated beside the bed, engrossed in the book Zhou had read the night before. Upon seeing him, he pointed to the notes in the book, remarking, "Your English has improved remarkably. These translations are quite accurate. No wonder your teachers praised you back in school." Zhou Shixuan walked over and tugged at Song Xiuyan's arm, pulling him off the bed. "Go sit in a chair." With a scoff, Song Xiuyan protested, "What nonsense! I don't have any germs on me." Yet, he complied and moved to the chair. As Zhou Shixuan bent down to adjust the sheets on the bed and then sat on another bed, he suddenly realized that the bed he had just vacated was where Sheng Anning had rested the previous night. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips as he shot Zhou Shixuan a teasing smile. Zhou Shixuan pretended not to notice and inquired, "What have you found out?" Song Xiuyan gestured toward the table. "I did uncover some information, but it's rather peculiar, and I can't ascertain its relevance to you. Likeda has an elder sister who married into the capital. Recently, she and her husband returned for a visit and haven't left yet. Likeda's brother-in-law, surnamed Kong, works at the Municipal Bureau of Land and Resources, is in his 40s, and has no connection to you. You likely don't know him. Having known Zhou Shixuan for 12 years, he was well acquainted with Zhou's social circle." Zhou furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he indeed did not know anyone from the capital. "Aside from them, is there any other abnormality?" Song Xiuyan shook his head. "None. Likeda is quite skilled in medicine and has a good reputation locally. However, he has never aligned himself with any faction, which has hindered his recognition, marking him as an honest man. Typically, such individuals wouldn't misdiagnose or play along with a charade." Zhou Shixuan pondered, "I didn't know Likeda before. Please investigate his brother-in-law's background further." "That is not difficult." Song Xiuyan readily agreed. "I can have my elder brother assist with that. The less likely it seems, the more probable it is. Just be careful." Zhou Shixuan nodded. "Understood. I'll be discharged tomorrow and will return to Nyoan village the day after." Song Xiuyan hesitated, then finally spoke up. "Are you finally willing to go back? Frankly, you've been too lenient with them. Otherwise, you and Luo Caixia might have been a couple by now. After all, that girl has been waiting for you for years." Zhou Shixuan frowned, preparing to respond, when Sheng Anning entered with a lunchbox, causing him to feel inexplicably unsettled. He pursed his lips and remained silent. Song Xiuyan stood up, smiling as he greeted Sheng Anning. "Hello, sister-in-law." Inwardly, he felt a bit anxious, uncertain if Sheng Anning had overheard their conversation. After all, they were married, yet discussing other women felt inappropriate. Chapter 27. Zhou Shixuan was certain she was not Sheng Anning. Sheng Anning truly hadn't noticed their exchange. As she entered with the lunchbox, she caught sight of their subtly charged expressions and felt puzzled. "Is something the matter?" Song Xiuyan quickly shook his head. No, sister-in-law. Zhou Shixuan will be discharged tomorrow, and I believe he is fine. How about we go out for lunch together?" Sheng Anning glanced at Zhou Shixuan and shook her head. "No need. I just simmered fish soup." Yet, she still sensed something odd between the two. Song Xiuyan persisted. "Sister-in-law, I didn't attend your wedding banquet, so I must treat you both to a meal. Save the fish soup for dinner." Considering Zhou Shixuan's injury, Sheng Anning hesitated. It was not typical for a patient to wander about before being discharged. Sensing her indecision, Song Xiuyan encouraged, "It's all right. This minor injury is nothing for Zhou Shixuan. You must remember, on the battlefield, soldiers have their intestines hanging out yet continue to fight. We're rough around the edges and don't fuss over such matters." Sheng Anning observed Song Xiuyan, whose refined features and fair skin belied his claim of being a rough man. Zhou Shixuan concurred. "Let us go out for lunch. There's a state-run cafeteria not far from the hospital." What more could Sheng Anning say? She wasn't a doctor, and arguing with obstinate patients like Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan was futile. When noon arrived, she accompanied them to the nearby state-run cafeteria. The granite walls were adorned with black lettering proclaiming, "Serve the people." A small chalkboard nearby listed that day's dishes. Sheng Anning felt a twinge of curiosity at the quaint atmosphere of the cafeteria. The interior, though modest, featured a large iron stove, its flames blazing, and the stove's metal glowing red. The tables were simple square ones, surrounded by long benches. After sitting down, Song Xiuyan promptly ordered stewed chicken, braised beef, and 3 of dumplings. Observing Zhou Shixuan's calm demeanor, Sheng Anning marveled once again at his resilience. Did he truly not feel discomfort from his wound? The dishes, served in yellow enamel bowls, arrived swiftly. Song Xiuyan eagerly urged Sheng Anning, sister-in-law, you must try this. Their braised beef is exquisite. Sheng Anning glanced at the beef, richly coated in sauce, and mused that it wasn't the beef that was particularly delicious, but rather that in this era, any meat boiled would taste delightful. Just as she was about to take a bite, a commotion erupted at a nearby table, followed by someone collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Both Song Xiuyan and Zhou Shixuan sprang to their feet as others bent down to assist the fallen man. Observing the symptoms, Sheng Anning called out, "Don't move. Let him lie flat." She pushed through the crowd, urging, quickly, summon a doctor and inform them that the patient exhibits symptoms of cerebral hemorrhage. As she spoke, she gently cradled the patient's head, guiding him to lie on his side. Song Xiuyan hesitated for a moment. Then Zhou Shixuan gave him a shove, prompting him to fetch a doctor. The wife of the afflicted man stood frozen in shock, uncertain of Sheng Anning's identity. Seeing her so knowledgeable, she refrained from speaking out and simply wept quietly nearby. Song Xiuyan quickly summoned a doctor, who arrived with a stretcher. After a brief examination, they confirmed the patient indeed showed signs of a cerebral hemorrhage, and thankfully, they had not foolishly attempted to move him. The patient was swiftly carried away. The other patrons in the cafeteria returned to their seats, whispering amongst themselves while stealing glances at Sheng Anning. She felt a pang of regret for having revealed her abilities yet again. In such emergencies, her instincts compelled her to prioritize saving lives above all else. Fearing further inquiries from Song Xiuyan and Zhou Shixuan, she hurried to wash her hands before returning to her seat. Let us eat quickly. This meat looks delicious. Internally, Song Xiuyan was filled with questions. How did Sheng Anning know the patient was suffering from cerebral hemorrhage? Moreover, she appeared composed while tending to an unconscious patient. Who, if not a doctor, could manage such a situation? However, when she went to wash her hands, Zhou Shixuan had advised him not to be so curious or ask too many questions, urging him to eat instead. Though he didn't understand the reasoning, he trusted Zhou Shixuan's judgment. Fortunately, neither of them pressed for answers. Sheng Anning finished her meal with ease, as Song Xiuyan had said. The chicken and braised beef were delightful, and the dumplings were equally satisfying. It was the best and most fulfilling meal she had experienced since arriving in this world. Upon returning to the ward, Zhou Shixuan refrained from questioning her, which allowed Sheng Anning to relax, believing he might have accepted her explanation about learning medicine from her grandfather. The next morning, Sheng Anning went to help Zhou Shixuan with his discharge process. Lu Yuanda arrived to check his wound, noting it had healed well and that resting at home would suffice. He cautioned Sheng Anning, be sure to keep an eye on him. I know Zhou Shixuan's tendencies. He shouldn't return to work until he is fully recovered. Sheng Anning nodded earnestly. What should I be mindful of? Nothing much. This fellow is tough and recovers quickly. Just remember to change his dressings every 3 days, and he should come back for suture removal after a while. Sheng Anning felt somewhat perplexed. When exactly is a while later? Shouldn't the specific time be provided for the removal of stitches? Lu Yuanda, caught between laughter and tears, replied, if I mention a specific time, that rascal still won't show up. In the past, he always pulled them out himself. Sheng Anning fell silent, realizing that this elder brother was quite a tough character. She returned to the payment counter to request a refund. When Zhou Shixuan was admitted, Zhong Jigua had already instructed Song Kai to pay. After deducting the privileges Zhou Shixuan was entitled to, it cost less than 3 yuan in total, and they refunded her over 7 yuan. Sheng Anning signed, counted the money, and was pleasantly surprised by how inexpensive the surgery was. She rolled the change and the receipt together and returned to Zhou Shixuan. Here, as the refunded money and receipt. See if it's of any use. I've tidied everything up, and I'll go inform Lu Mei and the others. Zhou Shixuan nodded. Once Sheng Anning stepped out, he unfolded the receipt and glanced at it hurriedly, his gaze landing on Sheng Anning's signature at the bottom. The handwriting was slender and forceful, with a rhythm and fluidity that suggested a free-spirited individual. The enigma that had long troubled Zhou Shixuan began to unravel. He recalled that when he and Sheng Anning had applied for their marriage certificate, her handwriting was delicate and juvenile, resembling that of a primary school student. A person's character may evolve, but their handwriting rarely changes. Therefore, Sheng Anning was not truly Sheng Anning. Who then was she? Sheng Anning bid farewell to Lu Mei and the other nurses, who seemed somewhat reluctant to see her go, urging her to come back and visit whenever she had chance. Sheng Anning smiled and agreed, but suddenly recalled the signature on the receipt. Realizing the gravity of her oversight, her handwriting was vastly different from the originals. Would Zhou Shixuan recognize it? Chapter 28. Friends as Divine Assistants. Sheng Anning felt a chill run down her spine. If Zhou Shixuan confronted her with the receipt, questioning why the handwriting differed, how would she fabricate an explanation? Why had she been so careless? She hurriedly informed Lu Mei and the others, then rushed to the ward. Upon reaching the door, she paused to take a deep breath, calming herself before entering the room with a composed demeanor. Zhou Shixuan was folding clothes, and on the bedside table lay the roll of money and the receipt she had given him earlier, appearing as she had left it. Sheng Anning glanced over, uncertain whether Zhou Shixuan had inspected it, and approached with a smile. I recall just helping you tidy that shirt. Zhou Shixuan nodded. I took it out again while searching for something. Sheng Anning responded with an "oh" and pointed to the money on the bedside table. Don't forget to pack that. Can the unit reimburse you? Zhou Shixuan turned to glance at it, somewhat surprised. Did it cost a lot? How much is left? I'll check. If it's under 5 yuan, there's no need for reimbursement. Sheng Anning sighed with relief, realizing Zhou Shixuan hadn't seen it yet. She quickly picked it up. I checked. It cost a total of 2 yuan and 83 cents, and they refunded us over 7 yuan. Zhou Shixuan seemed oblivious to her action and simply replied, keep it. Later, buy some candy. When we return to the village, you can give it to the children. Sheng Anning didn't have the time to inquire why they needed candy and nodded vigorously. All right, I'll buy 2 pounds of fruit candy later. Zhou Shixuan glanced at her and then returned to folding clothes. It seemed Sheng Anning truly didn't understand the local customs. A new bride visiting her in-laws for the first time should bring candy to distribute to any children who come to visit. Sheng Anning felt relieved, and her smile grew brighter as she busily packed the basin and lunchbox. Just as she finished tidying up, Song Xiuyin sauntered in, noticing that Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning had already organized their belongings. He approached to help carry them. We should leave now. We'll reach the town by noon. I'll stay in the guest house tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you to the county to catch the bus. Sheng Anning had no concept of Niuan Village, nor did the original possess any. She assumed Niuan Village was just a nearby village, but upon hearing Song Xiuyin mention taking a bus, she was surprised. Was it far Niuan Village? During the return journey, Sheng Anning hardly felt any bumps. She wasn't sure if she was acclimatizing or if Song Xiuyin's driving was simply better. Upon arriving at the compound, there were still a few women gathered by the entrance, watching children and chatting. As they spotted a jeep approaching, they curiously turned to look. When they saw Sheng Anning supporting Zhou Shixuan as he stepped down, everyone was taken aback and quickly gathered around, bombarding them with questions. Captain Zhou, are you feeling any better? Dr. Xiao said your injuries were quite severe. Why have you returned so soon? I have a hen at home. I'll go catch it for your recovery. I have 2 bags of milk powder. I'll bring them to you. Before Zhou Shixuan could refuse, the group dispersed, rushing home to fetch items. Sheng Anning was somewhat astonished. Zhou Shixuan was quite popular in the compound. Song Xiuyin helped carry the items inside without a second thought, placing them on the stool by the bed. Seeing Zhou Shixuan remain silent, Sheng Anning felt it inappropriate to say much, so she told Song Xiuyin to sit while she prepared the stove. Zhou Shixuan, aware of Sheng Anning's capabilities, glanced at Song Xiuyin. Let him do it. He is familiar with this compound. Let him borrow some fire. Upon hearing borrow fire, Sheng Anning fell silent. The original's popularity in the compound would certainly garner disapproval. She decided against inviting that awkwardness. Song Xiuyin complied and took the fire tongs to borrow some fire. Sheng Anning didn't want to retrieve Zhou Shixuan's belongings from the other room directly, so she suggested he rest on the small bed. Once the fire is lit, I'll prepare the meal. Zhou Shixuan shook his head. No need to cook. Let Song Xiuyin fetch some meals from the cafeteria. Sheng Anning hesitated. That doesn't seem right. We can't have him do everything. Song Xiuyin entered with the fire. Sister-in-law, don't feel awkward. Zhou Shixuan may seem honest, but he has his depths. Sheng Anning smiled shyly. She was not very familiar with Song Xiuyin and felt more at ease interacting with Zhou Shixuan. Once Song Xiuyin had lit the fire, there was a knock at the door. Sheng Anning went to open it and found a pile of items left on the doorstep. while the people delivering them hurriedly walked away. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a hen, a basket of eggs, canned goods, cake, milk powder, and 2 bags of sugar cubes. In a fleeting glance, Sheng Anning couldn't recall any of it, turning back to Zhou Shixuan. What should we do with these? Song Shuyan craned his neck to look. Just accept them. Sister-in-law, don't feel awkward. Living in the compound is like this. When someone is in need, others will help. Zhou Shixuan glanced at Song Shuyan, noting how comfortably he addressed Sheng Anning. He turned to her. Just bring them in for now. We'll figure out how to return them later. Lunch consisted of cabbage soup and cornmeal buns that Song Shuyan had fetched from the cafeteria. The cabbage he did not particularly think highly of Sheng Anning. Rather, he simply hoped for stability in Zhou Shixuan's family, so that he could secure a promising future, escape this wretched place, and free himself from that parasitic family. As Sheng Anning made her way halfway, she encountered Qin Hongxia, who was hurrying towards her with a basket. Upon spotting Sheng Anning from afar, Qin Hongxia's face lit up with a smile. Anning, you have finally returned. Just in time. I wanted to discuss a few matters with you. Chapter 29. Sheng Anning's selfishness. Qin Hongxia affectionately linked her arm with Sheng Anning's. I just heard you were back. So I quickly gathered some rice and cured meat to bring to Zhou Shixuan for a little nourishment. Sheng Anning felt a bit embarrassed. There's no need. We have enough at home. Qin Hongxia disregarded her protest and continued. Zhou Shixuan may seem quiet and reserved, but he has a good heart, is thoughtful, and exceptionally intelligent. My husband, Old Li, often says that if Zhou Shixuan were on the battlefield, he would be a commanding talent. Sheng Anning was momentarily perplexed as to why Qin Hongxia was saying this, so she remained silent and allowed her to continue. I don't know if you've heard, but there's going to be a promotion at work next month, and Zhou Shixuan is on the list. If he succeeds, he could even further his studies in the provincial city. Our generation has suffered due to a lack of education. If he can learn and improve, wouldn't that enable him to go further in the future? Sheng Anning nodded in agreement. It would indeed be beneficial to study. Observing Zhou Shixuan's habit of reading foreign literature, she understood that he also cherished knowledge, albeit hindered by the circumstances of his era. Seeing that Sheng Anning acknowledged her words, Qin Hongxia became even more animated. This is such a wonderful opportunity. Who wouldn't want to seize it? Many people are scrambling to find connections to climb the ranks, and surely there are others looking to point out flaws. Zhou Shixuan has military merit and has consistently excelled at work. She paused for a moment, casting a knowing glance at Sheng Anning. You know, no matter how perfect a person may seem, there are always those seeking to criticize, right? In an instant, Sheng Anning comprehended. Her sister-in-law's implication was that familial relations could indeed have an impact. Qin Hongxia nodded eagerly, of course. On a small scale, if you cannot manage your own household, how can you wholeheartedly serve the people? On a larger scale, it reflects poorly on one's character. Wouldn't you agree? We have someone here who divorced, and the following year he was transferred to another place. Sheng Anning sensed that Qin Hongxia was aware of her impending divorce with Zhou Shixuan, hence her role as a mediator. However, given Zhou Shixuan's character, he would certainly refrain from discussing such matters openly. Noticing Sheng Anning's silence, Qin Hongxia did not grow irritable or resentful, but continued. Xiao Zhou has it tough, and he is quite a promising individual. It was Zhong Zhigua who had asked her to persuade Sheng Anning, stating that Zhou Shixuan was contemplating divorce. It was clear that Sheng Anning was causing enough of a stir for Zhou Shixuan to feel compelled to agree to the separation. Sheng Anning remained mute, perfectly capable of distinguishing right from wrong, yet unwilling to divulge her relationship with Zhou Shixuan to Qin Hongxia. In her heart, she had unconsciously begun to consider Zhou Shixuan as her own, while viewing Qin Hongxia as an outsider. Although Sheng Anning did not voice her thoughts, Qin Hongxia interpreted her silence as a sign that Sheng Anning was absorbing her words and not reacting with anger, indicating a potential for a harmonious life together. With one hand clutching the basket and the other warmly linking her arm with Sheng Anning's, she declared, I should go visit him. Sheng Anning found it impossible to refuse. Qin Hongxia was an exuberant person who loved to converse, and her presence always enlivened the household. She had a good rapport with Song Shuyan, even insisting on introducing him to potential partners. Song Shuyan, alarmed, waved his hands. Sister-in-law, please spare me. I'm doing just fine on my own. One person can eat to their heart's content without burdening the family. Qin Hongxia disagreed. That won't do. If I recall, you're just a year younger than Xiao Zhou, nearing 30. If you don't marry soon, all the good girls will be taken. However, being from the capital city, you probably wouldn't be interested in girls from our area. You'll likely seek someone from a big city. I've heard that girls from the metropolis are quite charming. Sheng Anning gazed at Qin Hongxia in astonishment. Was it typical for women of her age to speak so boldly? It was utterly unrestrained. Song Xiuyan chuckled. Sister-in-law, I believe you're spreading rumors. Qin Hongxia laughed heartily. But I must say, girls from big cities can't possibly compare to Xiao Zhou's wife in beauty. Sheng Anning, upon realizing that she was being referred to as Xiao Zhou's wife, found herself at a loss for words. Qin Hongxia continued to chat merrily with Song Xiuyan, occasionally exchanging remarks with Zhou Shixuan, and showed no intention of leaving even as evening approached. When mealtime drew near, she proactively told Sheng Anning, "We'll have dinner at your place tonight. I'll call my husband over to help. I'll cook." Song Xiuyan immediately chimed in. "That's a splendid idea. Sister-in-law, why not bring over your table and stools?" As Song Xiuyan departed alongside the couple, Li Guahao. Early the next morning, after a modest breakfast, Song Xiuyan accompanied Sheng Anning and Zhou Shixuan to the bus station in town. Unaware of the circumstances in Hua village and uncertain how many days they would be staying, Sheng Anning packed several extra pieces of clothing, stuffing milk powder and malted milk essence among them. Just in case their situation worsened, it was imperative to ensure Zhou Shixuan received sufficient nutrition. She secured her money and food coupons in her pockets, while also including some anti-inflammatory medication and gauze, filling a large, bulging bag, while Zhou Shixuan carried only a small one. The journey from town to county took over an hour, and from there, they would need to transfer twice to reach the town where Hua village was located. Zhou Shixuan instructed Sheng Anning to watch their luggage while he went to purchase tickets. Seated in a rudimentary waiting area, Sheng Anning found the long benches dilapidated, the walls plastered with peeling lime, remnants of slogans faintly visible. The environment was chaotic, with vendors hawking snacks from wooden boxes slung around their necks. Upon Zhou Shixuan's return with the tickets, he handed her a large aluminum lunchbox, saying, "We'll be on the road for over 5 hours. You'll need something to eat." As Sheng Anning opened the still-warm lunchbox, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of 5 plump steamed buns. She smiled, closing the lid, and said, "Let us eat together later. Does your wound hurt? Can you manage sitting for so long?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head, assuring her, "It's fine. If the journey goes smoothly, we'll be home by midnight. Otherwise, we may need to stay overnight somewhere." Sheng Anning dismissed the concern. Staying at an inn was commonplace. At 11 o'clock, they boarded the bus. And to Sheng Anning's surprise, there were no assigned seats. It was a free-for-all, with many passengers forced to sit on small stools in the aisle, cramped for over 5 hours. Thinking of Zhou Shixuan's injury and her desire for a comfortable seat, she resolved to disregard decorum and rush to claim a spot. As she observed the eager crowd, she urged Zhou Shixuan, "Just take your time. I'll grab a seat." Zhou Shixuan reassured her that there would be seats for everyone. However, Sheng Anning knew that someone like Zhou Shixuan, whose essence was rooted in serving others, would not jostle for a seat. Determined, she maneuvered through the throng, her large bag in tow, darting towards the bus that had not yet come to a complete stop. Just as she neared the door, she was nearly pushed aside, prompting her to shout, "Whose food coupon fell?" 20 Jean. The crowd halted, heads bending to search for the coupon, eager to claim it for themselves. Seizing the moment, Sheng Anning climbed aboard and found a pair of seats in the middle, placing her bag on the adjacent seat, gleefully waving at Zhou Shixuan, who stood outside. Zhou Shixuan, noticing her cunning smile, couldn't he help but smile back, surprised by this playful side of her. By the time he boarded and settled down, the bus was filled to capacity, every aisle stool occupied. In high spirits, Sheng Anning rested her luggage on her lap, awaiting the bus to slowly depart from the station. To her astonishment, some passengers brought cages with chickens and ducks, the cacophony of clucks and quacks mingling with the unpleasant odor of excrement permeating the space. She considered opening a window, but noticed a woman in the back cradling a baby, fearing the chill might affect the child, so she endured the discomfort. After more than 5 arduous hours, her appetite vanished, but fortunately, they arrived at another county without incident. Feeling drained, Sheng Anning disembarked, dragging her bag along with the crowd. Her earlier vigor diminished. Observing her fatigued state, Zhou Shixuan suggested, "Let us grab a bowl of noodles first and rest before continuing our journey." Once outside, Sheng Anning took a few deep breaths to regain her composure, anxious they might miss the bus to the town. "Will we still make it to the bus to the town?" she inquired. Zhou Shixuan glanced at his watch. Yes, there's one last bus in an hour. She envied Zhou Shixuan's ordinary watch, a luxury in these times. Familiar with the area, Zhou Shixuan led her to a modest noodle shop just a short walk from the station. Inside were a few simple tables and benches, far cleaner than she had anticipated, lifting her spirits considerably. Zhou Shixuan returned from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles and remarked, "There's a place to wash your hands in the back." After washing up, Sheng Anning splashed her face with water, feeling revitalized. As she returned to her seat, she noticed a woman in her 20s sitting there, clad in a faded red floral coat, patched at the shoulders, with a blue scarf tied around her neck. Though her complexion was somewhat sallow, her features were striking, almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows that radiated gentleness, albeit with a hint of weariness. Sheng Anning paused, realizing the woman recognized Zhou Shixuan. Her expression suddenly animated and her eyes glistening. Zhou Shixuan had grown up here, so encountering an acquaintance was hardly surprising. As Sheng Anning hesitated, the woman turned to her, beaming with excitement. "Ah, son, is this Anning? She is truly beautiful." Zhou Shixuan confirmed, "Yes, we returned together." A pang of jealousy surged within Sheng Anning at the familiarity with which the woman addressed Zhou Shixuan. Nevertheless, she approached with a smile. "Hello, I am Sheng Anning." The woman, still radiant and warm, replied, "Hello, I'm Luo Tsaixia, a villager from Sun's hometown." Chapter 31. This is Zhou Shixuan's childhood home. Sheng Anning was taken aback, not expecting to meet Zhou Shixuan's rumored ex-girlfriend so soon. The woman everyone believed Zhou Shixuan should marry. She indeed appeared charming. Zhou Shixuan shifted slightly. "Let us sit and eat." As Sheng Anning settled next to him, she couldn't help but notice the fleeting look of disappointment on Luo Tsaixa's face, but chose not to comment. After Sheng Anning was seated, Luo Tsaixia looked at Zhou Shixuan, saying, "When I heard you got married, I wondered what kind of bride you would find. I didn't expect someone so lovely. Ah, son, you're fortunate." Zhou Shixuan remained silent, pushing a bowl of tea towards Sheng Anning. Understanding his demeanor, Luo Tsaixia remarked, "You didn't return for a wedding banquet? Are you planning to hold one this time?" Before Sheng Anning could respond, Zhou Shixuan interjected, "No, we have other matters to attend to." Luo Tsaixia appeared somewhat disappointed. "Why not have a banquet? Everyone in the village knows you're married and hasn't had the chance to celebrate yet. I opened a tailor shop in the county and thought I could make your wedding clothes. It wouldn't take long." Sheng Anning felt a twinge of confusion. If Luo Tsaixia harbored feelings for Zhou Shixuan, how could she bear to witness him marry another while offering to make his wedding attire? As their noodles arrived, Zhou Shixuan remained reserved, while Luo Tsaixia shared stories about the village, of a neighbor who had succumbed to illness, the teacher who had passed away, and childhood friends who had married. Sheng Anning, unfamiliar with these names, quietly ate her noodles, listening to Luo Tsaixa's gossip, feeling a sourness in her mouth as she contemplated the shared memories Luo Tsaixia and Zhou Shixuan had. After finishing her meal, Sheng Anning felt somewhat superfluous and informed Zhou Shixuan she would step out of the restaurant first. Not long after, Zhou Shixuan and Luo Tsaixia emerged. But Luo Tsaixa's eyes were red-rimmed. She cast a fleeting glance at Sheng Anning before hurriedly departing. Noticing that Zhou Shixuan's expression remained unchanged, Sheng Anning felt a surge of curiosity about their conversation that had left Luo Tsaixia in tears. They made their way to the bus station, where the journey to town was swift, taking just over half an hour. From there, they had to walk back to Hue village. The night had fallen, and without streetlights in the town, the path to the village was engulfed in darkness. As Sheng Anning gazed at the distant, shadowy peaks, occasionally interrupted by the hooting of an owl, she felt a twinge of apprehension. How much longer until they reached the village? Zhou Shixuan calculated quietly. "We must cross 2 ridges. Moving at our pace, it will take approximately 2 hours." Sheng Anning gasped. "It's that far? Don't you ever come out here?" Many people have never visited the town. Zhou Shixuan said this as he picked up Sheng Anning's bag. "Let us go." Sheng Anning quickly attempted to reclaim the bag. "I can manage it myself. You have an injury." This time, Zhou Shixuan did not relent. "It's fine. The mountain path is treacherous, so stay close." An hour later, Sheng Anning felt as though her legs were no longer her own, stumbling unevenly and clinging to Zhou Shixuan's sleeve for support. Just as she felt she could not go on, she finally spotted twinkling lights at the foot of the mountain. Hue village was exceedingly impoverished, reliant on the whims of nature, with many families unable to afford electricity, still using kerosene lamps. The Zhou family was reluctant to use electricity, opting for kerosene lamps in the evenings. Zhu Hohat had brought news that Zhou Shixuan was returning home, causing the family to lose sleep over the fear that the secrets they harbored might be discovered by him. What if Zhou Shixuan became furious and refused to send money home? Hearing the gate creak open, Zhu Hohat paused for a moment before nudging her youngest son. Zhou Changyun, I heard the gate. Can you check if your second brother has returned? Zhou Changyun, somewhat disgruntled, replied, whether he comes back or not. Just look at how frightened you all are. Old Zhou Monsong, propped up against the quilt, coughed a few times and scolded. I told you to go. Why are you still talking? Zhou Changyun, begrudgingly, stood up, but before he could step outside, the door swung open, and Zhou Shixuan entered with Sheng Anning. In the dim light, Sheng Anning could barely discern the scene outside, but upon entering and seeing the room illuminated by a small kerosene lamp, she was momentarily taken aback. The room contained a large Kong that occupied half of the space. An elderly man lay half-reclined on the Kong, his face lined with wrinkles, exuding an air of honesty. Zhu Hohat sat at the Kong table, holding a shoe sole. On the other side was a young woman, arching her eyebrows as she observed them, while beside her sat a man in his 30s, resembling the old man in a somewhat naive manner. A young man stood on the ground, bearing a striking resemblance to Zhu Hohat, with sharp eyes that seemed astute. After surveying the room, Sheng Anning reached a singular conclusion. These people bore no resemblance to Zhou Shixuan. Their appearances revealed no hint of familial ties. Zhu Hohat, momentarily stunned, exclaimed as she leaped off the Kong in a flurry to put on her shoes. Oh my, why have you returned so suddenly? I thought you would wait a few more days. With your serious injury, why didn't you rest longer? Zhou Monsong straightened up, smiling foolishly at Zhou Shixuan. Indeed. Why didn't you send a message back for your brother to fetch you with the donkey cart? After exchanging pleasantries, Sheng Anning learned that the old man was Zhou Shixuan's biological father, Zhou Monsong. The man beside him was Zhou Shixuan's elder brother, Zhou Changlin, and the young man standing was his younger brother, Zhou Changyun. The woman seated nearby was Zhou Changyun's wife, Qin Xiaowan. Zhu Hohat warmly urged Sheng Anning and Zhou Shixuan to sit on the Kong. Come, sit down. Have you eaten yet? We still have 2 eggs at home. I'll make you egg tea. Zhou Shixuan interjected. No need. We've eaten in town. Zhu Hohat expressed concern. You two, arriving home and still eating in town. That's just wasting money. Zhou Changyun stood aside, his gaze frequently darting towards Sheng Anning. Having heard Zhu Hohat and Zhou Ernie mention that his second brother had married a remarkably beautiful woman, he now saw for himself that she indeed was stunning. Her skin flawless as fine china. The grace she exuded was beyond his description. A twinge of jealousy surged within him. Zhou Ernie was truly fortunate, having won the affections of the village's most beautiful Luo Caixia, and now marrying such a lovely wife. Zhou Changlin, appearing simple-hearted, asked with genuine concern, was the journey all right? Mother mentioned you were injured. Is it serious? Should we call the village doctor to take a look? Zhou Shixuan responded amiably. It's nothing. I'm nearly healed. It's too late to trouble anyone now. Zhou Monsong coughed lightly. It's good that you're back. Your mother tidied the room a few days ago. The bedding is all freshly washed. You two should rest first. We can talk about anything tomorrow. Zhu Hohat added with a smile. Yes, we can discuss things tomorrow. Anning, I see your bag is quite heavy. Let me help you carry it. Chapter 32. Too many hidden secrets. Sheng Anning swiftly outpaced Zhu Hohat, grasping the bag. No, I can manage it myself. She did not believe Zhu Hohat was genuinely offering to help. Rather, she suspected it was an attempt to see what she had brought. Zhu Hohat felt displeased, but, considering Zhou Shixuan's presence, maintained her smile. That's fine. You two go ahead and rest. It's still your second brother's old room. See if you need anything. Zhou Monsong added from the side. Don't forget to turn on the electric light. Sheng Anning followed Zhou Shixuan outside, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Changyun, noticing the greedy and malevolent glint in his eyes, which he made no effort to conceal. She could not help but sigh inwardly, pondering what kind of family this was, and how Zhou Shixuan had managed to remain untainted in such an environment. Zhou Shixuan's room was the easternmost one, small and seemingly no more than 5 or 6 square meters. It contained a Kong draped with coarse bedding and 2 white, freshly laundered quilts, while the walls were covered with newspapers. By the window stood a three-drawer table, empty and devoid of any belongings. It was evident that Zhu Hohat had hastily prepared this room, and all of Zhou Shixuan's previous possessions had likely been claimed by the family. Muttering quietly, Sheng Anning remarked, "You certainly don't belong to this family." Zhou Shixuan placed the bag on the table and glanced at Sheng Anning. "What did you say?" Sheng Anning quickly shook her head. "Nothing. I just didn't expect your mother to be so welcoming." Zhou Shixuan did not pursue the matter further, and as he looked at the two quilts laid out on the kong, he realized that bringing Sheng Anning back meant they would have to share a bed for the next few days. Just as he was contemplating how to explain this to her, she spoke first. "Is there hot water at home? Also, I'll check your wound in a bit. After a long day, we must ensure it hasn't reopened." She had anticipated this scene. Yupo, Zhou Changyun leaned carelessly against the edge of the kong, his arms crossed. Seemingly indifferent, this was his home. What was the matter with his return? Initially, when he mentioned not returning for the wedding, he thought it was because the girl looked down upon their rural background. Now that he was back, everything seemed fine. Zhu Hohat shot him a glare and lowered her voice to scold him. "What do you know? Have you forgotten about Luo Saixia?" Zhou Changyun hesitated for a moment and stammered, "My second brother never said he was with Luo Saixia, and besides, you agreed to my affair with her." Zhu Hohat spat in disdain. "Shut your mouth, you useless thing. They have her trapped in that room, and you couldn't even manage to secure her. If you had slept with Luo Saixia, wouldn't she be your wife by now?" Zhou Changyun retorted defiantly. "Who knew Luo Saixia would refuse me so stubbornly? I don't understand what she sees in my second brother, and in the end, he didn't want her either. Now she has nothing but damaged goods. I wonder who would dare to marry her." Zhu Hohat, however, had a fondness for Luo Saixia, who was well known in the area for her beauty, skillfulness, and obedience. With only a widowed mother at home, who was also quite capable, she hoped for a union between Luo Saixia and her youngest son. Little did she know that someone had spread the word about Luo Saixia courting the second son. While Zhou Shixuan was home, he often helped Luo Saixia and her mother with farm work, fetching water, and chopping wood, leading her to believe he had feelings for Luo Saixia. Zhou Changyun also harbored affections for her, but Zhu Hohat favored her youngest son and wished for Luo Saixia to become his daughter-in-law, anticipating that once Luo Saixia's widowed mother passed, the courtyard would belong to Zhou Changyun. Several years prior, Zhu Hohat had schemed to make Zhou Changyun and Luo Saixia's relationship more serious, fearing that Luo Saixia might run away. But Luo Saixia, determined, resisted fiercely, even threatening to take her own life. Zhu Hohat, afraid of a scandal, quickly comforted Luo Saixia, claiming Zhou Changyun had been drinking and promised that if she remained silent, Zhou Shixuan would eventually marry her. She even begged Luo Saixia on her knees. Luo Saixia, with a soft heart, agreed, and Zhu Hohat hastily arranged for Zhou Changyun to be told about a more remote potential bride, allowing the matter to settle for a few years. However, 3 years ago, Zhou Shixuan sent a telegram stating he had sustained severe injuries and requested someone from home to care for him. Zhu Hohat, reluctant to part with anyone, since every worker counted towards their labor quota, ultimately decided to send Luo Saixia instead. That very afternoon, Luo Saixia packed her belongings and left, returning after more than half a month. The villagers speculated that Zhou Shixuan would surely marry Luo Saixia, given that she, a young woman without any formal ties, had cared for him for so long. They eagerly awaited the day of their wedding, but after 3 years, news arrived that Zhou Shixuan had married a girl from a city. Villagers felt Zhou Shixuan had wronged Luo Saixia, likening him to a heartless man. Yet Zhu Hohat was acutely aware of the truth. 3 years prior, while en route to care for Zhou Shixuan, Luo Saixia had been dragged into a cornfield and assaulted by Zhou Changyun. Zhou Changyun believed no one knew of this incident, but Zhu Hohat had witnessed it in secret. After satisfying his primal desires, Zhou Changyun left Luo Saixia, who lay half-conscious, without a second thought. Fearing Luo Saixia might retaliate against her youngest son, Zhu Hohat kept her hidden in a mountain shack for half a month, soothing her with promises that Zhou Shixuan would marry her if she spared Zhou Changyun. This incident faded from public discourse, and Luo Saixia, being of a quiet disposition, never broached the subject, allowing Zhu Hohat to live in constant dread of Zhou Shixuan discovering the truth, particularly regarding his lineage. After all, 2 years prior, Inquiries about Zhou Shixuan had been made in the village, suggesting he was a prominent official from the capital. Chapter 33. We have not fared well. Zhu Houhot was troubled by the weight of these two secrets, leading her to wish fervently that Zhou Shixuan would not return. Zhou Chongyun remained oblivious to the potential fallout of his actions, and upon seeing Zhu Houhot's restless demeanor, attempted to reassure her. Don't think too much. Besides, my second brother is already married. He certainly wouldn't return for Luo Caixia. Speaking of Luo Caixia, he felt a twinge of regret. After their fateful encounter, he had noticed no change in Luo Caixia upon her return. She continued her work with diligence. Eventually, he sought her out again, only to find she was armed with a metaphorical dagger, nearly costing him dearly. From that moment on, he abandoned any intention of pursuing her further. Zhu Houhot, hearing her youngest son's words, felt even more anxious. What if Zhou Shixuan uncovered his true heritage? Would he sever ties with the family and never send a dime home again? Zhou Montsong, on the other hand, remained calm. Don't worry, he has returned. Tomorrow morning, let us slaughter the chickens and borrow some oil to make fried dough cakes for lunch. Zhu Houhot bristled at this. We only have 2 hens left, and I was counting on them to lay eggs for money. What will we have to trade after killing them? Zhou Montsong coughed heavily, muttering under his breath. You truly have a narrow view. When the second son brings his new wife home for the first time, if you don't make a good impression, one tea he hold it against us? As he spoke, he coughed laboriously, struggling to catch his breath, which alarmed Zhu Houhot, who hurried to his side to pat his back. Sheng Anning, having washed her feet, went outside to dispose of water and could hear Zhou Montsong's intense coughing. She returned inside and quietly asked Zhou Shixuan, Is your father treating you well? Zhou Shixuan paused. Generally why? Sheng Anning quickly shook her head. It's nothing. Just a casual inquiry. Observing Zhou Montsong's honest demeanor, she thought if he treated Zhou Shixuan well, she could help him with his cough. Otherwise, she would let it be. However, from Zhou Shixuan's tone, it seemed he was not treated well. After drying her hands, she stood by the Kong and said, Lie down and take off your clothes. I need to see your wound. Petty, Friesen. Zhou Shixuan, unable to hesitate any longer, removed his shirt and lay down. The bandage wrapped around his abdomen was already faintly stained with red. Sheng Anning frowned. It's bleeding. Doesn't it hurt? As she spoke, she began to carefully unwrap the bandage, revealing the slightly opened wound, where flesh was exposed. Sheng Anning prodded the area around the wound. Doesn't it hurt? You mustn't move around tomorrow. Zhou Shixuan shook his head, pressing his lips together. Her cool fingers against his skin ignited a fire within him, causing him to tense involuntarily. After examining the wound, Sheng Anning fetched iodine and anti-inflammatory medication, disinfecting the area and applying powder before skillfully rebandaging it. Zhou Shixuan lay still. Though he couldn't see Sheng Anning's actions, he felt her expertise surpassed even that of the nurses who typically tended to him. Reflecting on the transformation of Sheng Anning, he found everything made sense. Yet he still pondered her true identity. While he was lost in thought, Sheng Anning finished dressing the wound. All done. You mustn't move around tomorrow. It's best to rest at home for a couple of days. Zhou Shixuan obediently replied. All right. Sheng Anning was about to suggest they prepare for bed when someone outside called out to Zhou Shixuan. Second son, are you asleep? The voice belonged to Zhou Chonglin, the eldest brother. Zhou Shixuan answered and sat up to dress. Sheng Anning observed him. He had broad shoulders and a slim waist, with a slightly tanned complexion, yet a remarkable muscularity, exuding strength. She had previously known Zhou Shixuan was well built, but as he had been ill, she hadn't paid much attention. Now it was quite evident. Zhou Shixuan felt heat rise to his face under Sheng Anning's unabashed gaze as he dressed. My elder brother is looking for me. I'll step out for a moment. You should sleep. Feeling at ease, Sheng Anning climbed onto the Kong, arranged a quilt, and changed into her autumn clothes before snuggling under the covers. The quilt felt cold, as it hadn't been used in a long while, forcing her to curl up tightly, lost in thought before eventually drifting into slumber. Zhou Chonglin called for Zhou Shixuan to come to his room. Your sister-in-law has gone back to her family with the 3 children. They're attending a wedding. Come sit with me for a while. Zhou Shixuan settled down by the Kong, observing the tidy room. Are you all doing well? He inquired. Zhou Chonglin chuckled. Indeed, things are much better than in previous years. At the very least, we can eat our fill now, which is quite an improvement. And you? I heard you're staying in Longbei City from now on? Zhou Shixuan nodded in affirmation. Zhou Chonglin continued, "That's quite good. Soon, you'll be a city dweller and won't have to return to this mountain village to toil in the fields." As he spoke, he pulled out a cloth pouch filled with tobacco leaves and paper, tearing off a small strip to offer Zhou Shixuan. "Care for a smoke?" Zhou Shixuan declined, shaking his head. "No, I'm not into that." Zhou Chonglin began rolling a cigarette, deep in thought, before asking, "What made you suddenly decide to marry? Did something happen? Or was it something else? You and Kai Xia seemed fine together. Why would you leave her?" Zhou Shixuan frowned. "Kai Xia and I were never truly fine." Zhou Chonglin was taken aback. "How could that be? 3 years ago, when you were injured, Kai Xia took care of you for over half a month, attending to your every need." She returned looking quite gaunt. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, recalling a moment at the noodle shop in town when Luo Caixia, with tearful eyes, had said, "Ah son, I'm no longer happy. You must find happiness." He could not fathom why everyone believed he and Luo Caixia had something special. During his time at the border, everyone was aware he had a girlfriend. Even at his new workplace, people knew of his ties back home. He was never adept at explaining, and this matter was beyond explanation. Seeing Zhou Shixuan's silence, Zhou Chonglin assumed he felt guilty and continued, "Since you've married, let's not dwell on Kai Xia. However, the villagers have quite a negative opinion of you, considering you a modern-day chinshimi. If they see you speaking tomorrow, don't take it to heart." Zhou Shixuan remained quiet, sitting in contemplation for a while, listening to Zhou Chonglin recount the harvest and conditions of the past 2 years, only returning indoors when he sensed it was getting late. Inside, Sheng Anning was already asleep, curled up tightly against the cold. Zhou Shixuan stood by the Kong for a moment, before quietly making the bed, turning off the light, and lying down gently beside Sheng Anning. It was the first time he shared a bed with a woman. Chapter 34. Silent affection in a state of drowsiness. Sheng Anning sensed someone beside her, feeling a warmth emanating from that direction. Subconsciously, she nestled closer, stretching her toes until they brushed against something warm. Unable to resist, she snuggled closer, enveloping herself in the blanket. Zhou Shixuan, who had not yet fallen asleep, felt the presence of her feet in his blanket, soon followed by her body pressing against his legs. Before long, she was entirely beside him, her side tightly against his arm and shoulder. It was the first time he realized how soft a woman-esque body could be, and the fragrance that enveloped her was intoxicating, filling the air with a sweet scent that stirred every fiber of his being, even making him acutely aware of his own blood coursing through his veins. He contemplated pushing Sheng Anning away, but feared awakening her. He remained still, feeling her cling to him like an octopus throughout the night. Sheng Anning slept soundly, initially feeling nearly frozen in the first half of the night, but warmth enveloped her in the latter half, as if she were cradling the sun. When morning light broke, she awoke to the sounds of women scolding children outside, and the voice of Zhu Hohot cursing. It took her a moment to remember that she and Zhou Shixuan had returned to the village. Turning to her side, she noticed the bedding still in disarray, wondering if Zhou Shixuan had yet to return or had risen early. Sheng Anning lazily stretched, donned her clothes, and hastily brushed her hair before stepping outside. The sunlight was blinding, and she shielded her eyes with her hand until she adjusted to the light, discovering the Zhou family yard was small but messy. A well stood in the yard, beside which 2 snot-nosed children played with water. Zhou Chongyun's wife, visibly pregnant, scolded the children from the side. Sheng Anning had not noticed last night that Qin Xiaolon was with child. Zhu Hohot was in a corner plucking chicken feathers, but Zhou Shixuan was nowhere in sight. Sheng Anning squinted around, not intending to greet Zhu Hohot, and turned to return to the house for a towel to wash up. However, Qin Xiaolon called out to her sons, "Tiger, Daniu, quickly greet your second aunt. This is your second aunt, and if you call her, you'll get candy." Sheng Anning held no favorable impression of this family and pretended not to hear, turning to enter the house. But Qin Xiaolon followed her inside, saying, "Second sister-in-law, you haven't met my 2 boys, have you? The eldest is Daniu, and the younger is Tiger. They say they look just like my second brother, equally handsome." Sheng Anning couldn't help but laugh at the shamelessness of the claim. She couldn't see any resemblance between the 2 snotty children and Zhou Shixuan. "You mustn't speak foolishly. These are the children of the 3rd son. How could they resemble your second brother?" Qin Xiaolon felt no embarrassment, insisting, "Isn't my second brother the most handsome in the family? Our Tiger and Daniu are also good-looking." While pushing the 2 children forward, she urged, "Quickly greet her." The children, hearing about candy, wiped their noses and called out, "Second aunt." Sheng Anning nodded, very well behaved. "Now you two can go outside. I need to wash my face and brush my teeth." Chun Xiaolon looked stunned, unsure if she was supposed to give a greeting gift. Sheng Anning glanced at her. "Do you have something else?" Chun Xiaolon quickly shook her head. No, we'll go outside." Once outside, she slapped Daniel on the head. "Look at your messy appearance. Who would he look down on you? You go around like a pig, always annoying everyone." Sheng Anning understood this was a veiled criticism directed at her, smirking quietly. Such a person thought she could take advantage of her. As she emerged with her towel and wash basin, Zhou Shishun returned from outside, carrying 2 red enamel basins. He approached her, offering one. "I just bought this from the village store. You can use it." Last night, he had noticed Sheng Anning's discomfort with the dirty basin and had boiled water multiple times before using it. Sheng Anning hesitated, contemplating whether to share a basin with the Zhou family again, but upon seeing the new basin, her face brightened. "Fantastic. I was just thinking about whether I could go out and buy one." Zhu Hohat, still plucking chicken feathers, cast a resentful glance at the shiny basin in Sheng Anning's hands, feeling a sense of injustice. She had realized that Zhou Shishun had returned without bringing anything. Last night, she had assumed they had returned too late to unpack their belongings. But now, seeing Zhou Shishun act as if nothing were amiss while he greeted everyone and then went out to buy a basin without mentioning anything else, she couldn't help but clear her throat and call out to him. "Second, had I known you were heading to the store, I would have asked you to bring back a bottle of soy sauce. We're having chicken for lunch, and we're out of soy sauce." Zhou Shishun turned, handing Dania 5 cents. "Let Dania go buy it. My wound is a bit uncomfortable." Sheng Anning was surprised that Zhou Shishun would show weakness, and she readily assisted. "Then you should hurry back inside and lie down. I told you last night that your wound seemed inflamed, but you insisted on exerting yourself." Once the words were out, she realized the term exerting oneself carried an ambiguous tone in this context. Her face flushed, and she hurried to the well to wash her face. Zhou Shishun, on the other hand, did not think too much of it. He took the other basin inside, settled by the Kong, and gazed at the 2 neatly laid out quilts. Suddenly recalling Sheng Anning's earlier words, a dry throat overcame him, prompting him to pace around the room. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaolon and Zhu Hohat, having overheard the exchange, nearly scoffed in disbelief, secretly scolding Sheng Anning for her lack of propriety, wondering how she dared to speak so freely. After Sheng Anning finished brushing her teeth, Zhou Ernie emerged from the side room, yawning, and upon seeing Sheng Anning, was startled. Sheng Anning, realizing her mistake, she quickly corrected herself. "Second sister-in-law? When did you and my second brother return?" Afterward, her gaze fell upon the new basin on the well. "Perfect timing. I need to wash my face too." She also desired a new wash basin, intending to take it to her room after use. On Tuesday, as Zhou Ernie delightedly contemplated this, she rolled up her sleeves, preparing to wash her face. Sheng Anning swiftly lifted the wash basin and poured the water out, then held onto the basin while gazing at Zhou Ernie. "You came back last night." How could she not notice the greedy glint in Zhou Ernie's eyes? Yearning to use her wash basin? Dream on. After saying that, she carried the basin into the house. Zhou Ernie, infuriated, stomped her feet. If it weren't for Zhu Hohat's previous admonition against confronting Sheng Anning, she still relied on her for raising her child. The child within her womb had already consumed 3 doses of medicinal soup, yet showed no signs of life. This wretched creature seemed inexplicably resilient, surviving 3 doses that were supposed to be lethal. The old woman who dispensed the medicine had said that many people respond after just 1 dose. As Zhou Ernie seethed with resentment, she turned to stomp away, only to feel a heaviness in her lower abdomen, followed by sharp pains, as hot liquid began to flow down her legs. Terrified, she cried out, "Mother, mother, something's wrong, I might." Chapter 35, If You Don't Agree. Let's fight it out. Seeing Zhou Ernie's distress, Zhu Hohat immediately understood what was happening. Tossing aside the chicken she was holding, she rushed over, shouting, "Quick, back to the house, don't scream." She pulled Zhou Ernie towards her room, simultaneously calling out to Chun Xiaolon. "Xiaolon, go boil some hot water and bring the rolling pin." As Sheng Anning entered the room, she was met with the sound of Zhou Ernie's anguished cries. Peering through the crack of the door, she saw Zhu Hohat pushing Zhou Ernie inside and noticed the puddle on the floor. She could guess what was happening, but was taken aback by the audacity of these individuals, resorting to self-induced abortion in their own home. unconcerned about the potential for loss of life. Watching Chun Xiaolan hastily head to the kitchen, she turned to Zhou Shixuan and said, "Your sister might be having a miscarriage. It doesn't look good." Zhou Shixuan frowned. "What nonsense?" Sheng Anning nodded. "Indeed, rather reckless. Is there a doctor nearby? We should either find a doctor or take her to the hospital." She had no desire to meddle in their affairs. Even if she saved Zhou Ernie, it would likely result in no good for her in return. Thus, her greatest act of mercy was to have Zhou Shixuan seek a doctor. Seeing the seriousness in Sheng Anning's tone and recalling Zhu Hohat's usual conduct, Zhou Shixuan realized that there was no limit to what she might do and hurried out to find a doctor. Zhu Hohat emerged with a basin and saw Zhou Shixuan heading out, adding, "What are you doing?" Zhou Shixuan frowned. "I'm going to call Dr. Niu. You could cause a death with this commotion." Zhu Hohat instantly panicked, running to intercept Zhou Shixuan. "You can't go. You'll ruin your sister. She isn't even married yet. If Dr. Niu finds out, the whole village will know." Zhou Shixuan responded incredulously. "Right now, life is at stake. What if someone dies?" Zhu Hohat blocked Zhou Shixuan's path with her arm. "If she dies, it's because she was born unlucky. If this gets out, how will our family live? What about your elder brother's position as captain?" As her expression darkened, she added, "This has nothing to do with you. Go back inside. If you dare to call a doctor, I'll smash my head against the wall in front of you." Her fierce demeanor suggested she might actually do it. Zhou Shixuan had always known his family to be unreasonable, but never imagined it could escalate to this level. Seeing Zhu Hohat's stubbornness, he had no choice but to retreat to the room. Zhu Hohat hurriedly took a basin into the house. Sheng Anning, listening intently from within, was astonished by the audacity of these people, completely unafraid of the potential for tragedy. Glancing at Zhou Shixuan, who returned with a grim expression, she said, "This is truly perilous. If she suffers excessive bleeding, it could affect her ability to conceive in the future." Zhou Shixuan stood by the window for a moment, watching as Chun Xiaolan entered Zhou Ernie's room with a bucket of hot water. He turned to Sheng Anning and said, "I will go get my elder brother. No matter what happens, you must stay inside." Sheng Anning nodded, glad to stay out of it, as delivering a child was not her forte. In the adjacent room, Zhou Ernie writhed on the bed, unable to find comfort in sitting or lying down, and fearing her cries would disturb the neighbors. Zhu Hohat had stuffed a towel in her mouth. In agony, her face turned pale, her hair soaked with sweat, she could only emit muffled sounds. Chun Xiaolan, who had given birth to 2 children without such distress, was taken aback by Zhou Ernie's condition and, timidly, looked at Zhu Hohat. "Mother, I don't think this looks good. Should we take her to the hospital?" Zhu Hohat spat. "Take her to the hospital? Aren't we already humiliated enough? Give me the rolling pin." Taking the rolling pin, she knelt beside Zhou Ernie, spreading her legs apart, and began to press down on her abdomen with the pin, methodically applying pressure, while coldly muttering, "You little wretch. I refuse to believe I can't kill you." Chun Xiaolan felt a shiver run down her spine, retreating several steps in fright. Zhou Ernie, unable to scream, strained to lift her head, her eyes nearly bulging out, before her body weakened and she collapsed onto the bed. Sheng Anning heard a terrified scream and rushed out. At the same time, Zhou Shixuan returned with Zhou Chonglin, followed closely by Zhou Chongyan. Seeing Chun Xiaolan in the courtyard clutching her chest and retching, Zhou Chonglin was startled. "What happened to Ernie?" Chun Xiaolan pointed towards the room. "Ernie is dead." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chonglin and the others rushed into the house, only to find Zhou Ernie lying naked in a pool of blood, while Zhu Hohat stood trembling in shock. Zhou Shixuan hurried over, grabbed a blanket, and covered Zhou Ernie, shouting at Zhou Chonglin, "Quick, take her to the hospital." Though he had never liked this sister, he could not bear to watch her die. Zhou Chonglin snapped back to reality, hurriedly wrapping Zhou Ernie in the blanket and calling for Zhou Chongyun to help carry her out. They used the production team's tractor to transport her to the county hospital. Zhou Chongyun did not know how to drive, and Zhou Chonglin was so frightened that his hands trembled, barely able to grip the steering wheel, leaving Zhou Shixuan to drive. Sheng Anning followed them out, watching as Zhou Shixuan drove the tractor with Zhou Chonglin and Zhou Ernie away, before turning to see the now petrified Zhu Hohat, her legs shaking uncontrollably. She felt a sense of sorrow for these ignorant individuals. Once the tractor had vanished from sight, Zhu Hohat regained some composure and looked at Zhou Chongyun and Chun Xiaolan. "If anyone asks, just say Ernie fell ill suddenly. Don't speak carelessly. Chen Xiaolon, still pale, nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, we won't say anything. Will Ernie be all right? Zhu Hohat was uncertain. She should have gone to care for her, but moments ago, she had been too terrified to move. She will be fine. People give birth all the time without issues. Sheng Anning felt it was no longer her concern and prepared to turn back to the house. Suddenly, Zhu Hohat called out, "Stop!" With Zhou Shixuan absent, it was the perfect opportunity for her to confront Sheng Anning and find something to occupy her mind, alleviating her fear. Sheng Anning halted, silently regarding Zhu Hohat. Zhu Hohat's face darkened, her narrow eyes glinting with malice as she scrutinized Sheng Anning from head to toe. You better keep your mouth shut and not spread any rumors. Also, Zhou Ernie's hurried departure means she probably didn't take any money with her. You need to give me some money so I can send it to the hospital with the third one. Sheng Anning found this rather amusing. Her daughter was in a precarious state, yet Zhu Hohat was preoccupied with calculating her finances. How shameless could one be? Without a moment's hesitation, she flatly refused. I won't give you any. It wasn't that she lacked money. She simply refused to part with it. Zhu Hohat instantly exploded. What do you mean? Zhou Ernie's money is Zhou family money, and you must hand it over. If you don't, just wait and see how I deal with you. In her eyes, a mother-in-law was akin to a deity, and a daughter-in-law was expected to obey her and her husband. Individuals like Sheng Anning, in her view, simply hadn't been disciplined enough. Sheng Anning coldly laughed. What are you going to do about it? Zhu Hohat rolled up her sleeves and charged towards Sheng Anning, but before she could raise her hand, Sheng Anning delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Chapter 36. Zhou Shixuan married a most rebellious wife. Zhu Hohat fell onto the ground. Disbelief etched on her face as she stared at Sheng Anning, then began to wail, "Oh dear, my daughter-in-law has struck me. Come and see this city girl I've married, truly formidable, even daring to hit her mother-in-law." Her dramatic display left Sheng Anning astounded. Zhou Changyan, watching from the side, became incensed, pointing a finger at Sheng Anning's nose. You've gone too far. Just wait until my elder brother returns. He will deal with you. Sheng Anning detested being spoken to in such a manner and replied coldly, "Remove your hand." Zhou Changyan continued to provoke. "What if I don't? Do you intend to strike me? Have we given you too much face?" Disregarding his taunts, Sheng Anning seized Zhou Changyan's finger and twisted it sharply before delivering a kick to his leg. He yelped in pain, jumping back, and threatened, "Just you wait. I will make you pay for this." Sheng Anning looked disdainfully at the group, thinking how pathetic they were to try and bully her. If they insisted on fighting, she would ensure they learned their lesson, rendering them too fearful to provoke her again. As Zhou Changyan turned to grab a shovel leaning against the wall, Sheng Anning was quicker. She bent down and picked up a stone, hurling it towards him, aiming for a spot that would hurt but not be fatal. Chen Xiaolon gasped, and Zhu Hohat was so startled she forgot to scream. Onlookers at the door were left dumbfounded. Time seemed to freeze until a dull thud echoed as Zhou Chongyun collapsed to the ground. Zhu Hohat suddenly felt as if her throat was constricted, unable to make a sound, and after a moment, she scrambled to her feet, lunging at Sheng Anning. "You little wretch." Before she could reach her, Sheng Anning kicked her down, coldly glaring. "I, Sheng Anning, never suffer in silence. If you're not satisfied, then today I will make you submit." She delivered another hard kick to Zhu Hohat's backside, causing Zhu Hohat to shriek like a slaughtered pig. The spectators stood in shock. It was a rare sight for a daughter-in-law to strike her mother-in-law in the village. Zhou Changyun, who had fallen, managed to rise, wiping the blood from the back of his head. Seeing Sheng Anning's furious expression, he suddenly lost his bravado. Sheng Anning, satisfied with the silence that enveloped Zhou Changyun and Zhu Hohat, understood their nature. They feared the strong and bullied the weak. After one lesson, she hoped they would think twice before challenging her again. Fixing her cold gaze on Zhu Hohat, she declared, "Listen well, you can scheme against anyone, but do not target me, Sheng Anning. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, she dusted off her clothes and returned indoors. Zhu Hohat felt as though her pride had been trampled, yet she could not retaliate against Sheng Anning. Rising, she wiped her face and went to retrieve the chicken she had dropped, heading back to the kitchen and then to her room. Zhou Changyun, feeling humiliated, could not confront Sheng Anning, so he vented his frustration on his wife. Outside the door, on the walls of the courtyard, curious onlookers stood, even neighbors perched on rooftops. Covering the back of his head with one hand, He glared at Chun Xiaolon. What are you still doing here? Hurry back inside. He could not defeat Sheng Anning, but he could release his anger on his wife. As the family retreated indoors, the crowd gradually dispersed, whispering about how Zhou's second son had married this city girl, beautiful yet fiercely unruly, even daring to strike her mother-in-law, an act deemed most unfilial. In comparison, they all felt that Sheng Anning was inferior to Luo Caixia in terms of filial piety and understanding. Zhou Shixuan had truly lost out, forsaking a good woman like Luo Caixia for such a troublesome spouse. Sheng Anning, after some time, returned home, feeling no anger. Sitting at the edge of the Kong, she pondered whether Zhou Shixuan and the others had reached the hospital and whether Zhou Ernie was in danger. Would Zhou Shixuan be furious if he learned she had struck his mother and brother? Despite his intention to separate from the family, she reminded herself he was still his mother. Moreover, Zhou Monsong, who had been coughing badly last night, had remained silent amidst the chaos. Was he not home? Or was he merely pretending not to hear? After the uproar, Sheng Anning had no expectation that Zhu Houhot would offer her a meal. The bun Zhou Shixuan had bought yesterday still lay in the lunchbox. She intended to heat them up and then head to the county hospital to find Zhou Shixuan. With a sense of determination, she took the lunchbox to the kitchen. Finding the stove still warm, she placed the lunchbox on it, waiting for the buns to warm up, though the filling remained cold. She ate them with a sense of resignation. After finishing, she washed the lunchbox, packed her belongings, and took with her the new basin Zhou Shixuan had bought. Zhu Houhot had been listening to the commotion in the courtyard, peering through the window as Sheng Anning entered the kitchen. After a long while, she saw her emerge again, carrying a bag, and turned to Zhou Monsong, who was leaning against the Kong, saying, Sheng Anning has left. Do you think she will go to tell the second elder? Zhou Monsong squinted, a calculating look crossing his honest face. Go tell. That's perfect. Let the second elder see what kind of woman he married. He turned to glare at Zhu Houhot. You too. Why are you so eager for money? We haven't even resolved Ernie's situation. What will happen if word gets out? Zhu Houhot, suddenly reminded of her daughter's uncertain fate, began to weep. Sheng Anning exited the Zhou household, recalling the direction the tractor had taken. Following the tire tracks would surely lead her to the town, and then she could catch a ride to the county city. Not long after leaving the village, she spotted a donkey cart heading towards the town. Deciding to catch a ride, she smiled sweetly at the driver. Excuse me, sir, are you headed to the town? Could you give me a lift? The driver, noticing her delicate features that seemed uncharacteristic of a rural girl, assumed she was an educated youth returning to the city and warmly invited her onto the cart. As Sheng Anning climbed aboard, cradling her bag, she inquired about the burlap sack beneath her. Sir, what's in your sack? Are you going to the town to sell something? To trade for seeds for the team. It's almost time to plant, he replied. Which team are you from? I haven't seen you around before. Uncertain if the driver knew Zhou Shixuan, she asked, Do you know Zhou Shixuan? I'm his wife. The driver was taken aback, turning to scrutinize her. What? You're Zhou's second son's wife? Sheng Anning nodded. Yes, we returned yesterday. I'm heading to the county city for some errands. The driver nodded enthusiastically. That's great. It's wonderful that the second son finally brought his wife home. Sheng Anning pondered. Sir, did you watch Zhou Shixuan grow up? The driver chuckled. Indeed. He was a smart boy from a young age, though rather quiet. The other kids used to call him Little Mute. A vivid image flashed in Sheng Anning's mind of a young Zhou Shixuan being bullied by a group of children, and she suddenly felt a surge of anger. How outrageous! The driver recounted many stories about Zhou Shixuan's childhood as they traveled, and by the time they reached the town, Sheng Anning was still eager for more. Fortunately, she managed to catch a bus to the county city. Upon arrival, she inquired about the address of the county hospital and, with her bag in tow, headed straight there. Little did she know, outside the hospital, she would see Zhou Shixuan walking out alongside Luo Caixia Chapter 37. Zhou Shixuan, I struck your mother. Sheng Anning confirmed that there was only one hospital in the county city, which was relatively easy to locate. Standing across the street from the hospital, she contemplated how to address Zhou Shixuan when she spotted him walking out side by side with Luo Caixia. Unlike when he had walked with her, maintaining a slight distance, he now walked closely with Luo Caixia. A pang of jealousy struck her, as if a lemon had been squeezed into her heart, leaving her feeling sour and uncomfortable, especially as she noticed the tenderness in Zhou Shixuan's expression. Frozen in place across the street, she watched Zhou Shixuan and Luo Caixia intently. Zhou Shixuan was about to express his gratitude to Luo Caixia for delivering something when he looked up and saw Sheng Anning standing across the street, her small face taut with displeasure and luggage in hand. Taken aback, he quickly approached her, asking if something was amiss. Sheng Anning, feeling petty, noticed Zhou Shixuan's sudden seriousness towards her, a stark contrast to the gentleness he had displayed with Luo Caixia moments earlier. Though she found her feelings amusing, she could not suppress them. Lowering her gaze to her feet, she sighed inwardly, revealing, "I had a confrontation with your mother and brother." Zhou Shixuan, contemplating the temper of Zhu Hohat and the disposition of Zhou Changyun, along with Sheng Anning's character, found it unsurprising that she would resort to violence. He realized he had not considered the implications of leaving her alone. He reached for the bag in her hand, saying, "Let us discuss this inside." Sheng Anning, not wanting to dwell on Zhou Shixuan's condition, relinquished her grip and crossed the street with him. Luo Caixia stood by the roadside, her face adorned with a warm, serene smile. As Sheng Anning approached, she greeted her cheerfully. "You've arrived. I was just thinking that with Ernie in the hospital, it must be inconvenient for Oxen and Gu to take care of things." Seeing the smile on Luo Caixia's face made Sheng Anning feel somewhat small and unworthy. She returned a sweet smile, acknowledging, "You are always so thoughtful, Sister Caixia. I only realized later that I should come." In that fleeting moment of revelation, she recognized that in this unfamiliar era, Zhou Shixuan was the first person she had come to know, and her feelings for him had evolved from admiration to affection. A natural instinct. Luo Caixia nodded and added, "Ernie probably wants he wake up for a while. I'll head back to prepare some millet and red date porridge and bring it over later." Zhou Shixuan thanked her, saying, "I appreciate it. Thank you." Luo Caixia smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "You're too polite. There's no need for thanks between us." As Sheng Anning watched Luo Caixia depart, a hint of jealousy stirred within her. She reassured herself that it was Zhou Shixuan's past and had nothing to do with her. Lacking experience in matters of the heart, Sheng Anning felt troubled by her tangled emotions. Zhou Shixuan gazed at her silently, observing her transformation into a restless little lion. Her expressions vividly shifting, and hesitantly asked, "Have you eaten? Shall I take you to get something to eat?" Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, Sheng Anning replied, "No need. I heated 5 buns before I left. I'm not hungry right now. By the way, how is Ernie?" Zhou Shixuan hesitated before responding, "Not too well. Her life was saved, but due to reckless medication and severe bleeding. Although her life was preserved, she would forever lose her qualification to be a mother." Sheng Anning could surmise the outcome. As long as she is alive, that's what matters. They were extremely reckless. Zhou Shixuan felt that Sheng Anning had played a crucial role in saving Zhou Ernie's life. Had it not been for her reminder, he would not have sought Zhou Changlin so urgently, nor managed to get Zhou Ernie to the hospital in time. As they made their way to the hospital room, Zhou Shixuan carefully broached the subject. "Did you suffer any harm?" Sheng Anning understood he was asking if Zhu Hohat and Zhou Changyun had injured her. "No, but they certainly got hurt." Zhou Shixuan was not surprised. It made sense that Sheng Anning could take down a young man and inflict injury on Zhu Hohat and Zhou Changyun. The county hospital consisted entirely of single-story buildings, with the inpatient department at the far end, where it was warm. Zhou Ernie was in the maternity ward, a 5-person room with a row of single beds against the wall and a stove in the center. 2 mothers who had just given birth occupied the room, along with Zhou Ernie. The stove was used for warming diapers, and the room was filled with the scents of milk and urine. Upon entering the ward, Sheng Anning was nearly overwhelmed by the odors. The door and windows were tightly shut, creating a stifling atmosphere. A woman attending to the postpartum care was shouting, "Close the door quickly. The wind is coming in." Sheng Anning hurried to close the door, realizing that, given the presence of new mothers, Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Changlin could not enter. Ultimately, Zhou Shixuan had to send Zhou Changlin to find Luo Caixia for assistance. Enduring the unpleasant smells, Sheng Anning approached Zhou Ernie, still lying unconscious, her lips devoid of color, her entire demeanor lifeless. Sitting on a stool beside the bed, she could not resist the urge to take Zhou Ernie's wrist and check her pulse. After a while, she tucked Zhou Ernie's arm back under the covers, reflecting on how lucky Zhou Ernie was to have survived. The woman who had been inquiring about Zhou Ernie's condition could not contain her curiosity. Who is she? What illness does she have? I heard she had a miscarriage. How did that happen? Sheng Anning found such prying into others' privacy distasteful, despite her dislike for Zhou Ernie. She would not betray her privacy and chose to ignore the question. Seeing that Sheng Anning was unresponsive, the woman scoffed, cradling a newborn who was crying incessantly. The more the baby cried, the more vigorously she rocked him. The daughter-in-law, lying on the bed, was at a loss. Mom, is the baby hungry? Should we give him some sugar water? The doctor said the milk will come in tomorrow. The woman huffed dismissively. I've had 5 or 6 children, and not one was born in a hospital. They came out of home, and I had milk right away. Why are you so delicate, making my grandchild suffer from hunger? The daughter-in-law pouted, refraining from further comment. Sheng Anning turned to glance back at the suffocatingly warm room, feeling perspiration bead on her back after only a short while. While the baby was bundled excessively, swaddled tightly in thick blankets, and tied with red cords, reminiscent of a zongzi. How could a child not be uncomfortable? Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, the baby is wrapped too tightly. It's too hot. The woman shot her a glare. What do you know? I've raised several children. I have plenty of experience. Sheng Anning immediately fell silent. Turning around, she noticed that Zhou Ernie had woken up at some point, her gaze dark and devoid of light, staring at her. Chapter 38. They don't even resemble a couple startled by Zhou Ernie's penetrating gaze, which seemed to lack any warmth. Sheng Anning asked, You're awake. Is there anything uncomfortable? Should I call a doctor? Zhou Ernie coldly turned her face away, unwilling to engage with Sheng Anning. Unperturbed, Sheng Anning rose and stepped outside to Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Chonglin, who were waiting by the flower bed, stating, Ernie is awake. I think it would be more convenient to transfer her to another room. She had no interest in caring for Zhou Ernie, given her current state. It was clear that any gratitude would be short-lived. Zhou Chonglin looked to Zhou Shixuan for guidance, who nodded, I'll find a doctor. He did not insist that Sheng Anning stay to help with Zhou Ernie, understanding her reluctance. Soon, Zhou Ernie was transferred to a room with only an elderly person present. As Zhou Chonglin carried her in, Zhou Ernie's eyes welled with tears upon seeing her brothers. Zhou Chonglin felt a pang of sympathy for his sister, urging her to lie down comfortably and covering her with a blanket. It's all right. Just a couple more injections of antibiotics, and you'll be able to go home. Zhou Ernie, in pain, felt regret and understood the outcome of the surgery. She thought to herself, if only she hadn't terminated the pregnancy. After all, her mother had said that Sheng Anning could raise the child. Had Sheng Anning known of Zhou Ernie's thoughts, she would have delivered a couple of slaps to awaken her from her delusions and clear her mind. As dusk settled, Zhou Shixuan glanced at Sheng Anning, who had been standing silently by the window, weariness evident on his face. He said to Zhou Chonglin, You stay with Ernie. I'll take Anning to rest. Zhou Chonglin, aware that city girls were delicate, quickly agreed. All right, you two hurry along. Zhou Shixuan secured a room at a guest house near the hospital for Sheng Anning. Due to the absence of a marriage certificate and an introduction letter, they were unable to share a room. Noticing that Zhou had only booked a single room, Sheng quietly inquired, What will you do tonight? He reassured her, It's fine. I have comrades in the county town. I'll spend the night with them. Sheng, recalling that Zhou had come by tractor, worried about the state of his wound. Come with me to the room. I want to check your injury. The staff member at the registration desk, overhearing this, immediately objected. That's not allowed. Without proof of marriage, you cannot go upstairs together. Sheng was perplexed. If we weren't married, who would dare to go up so openly? The staff member scoffed, Who knows? You don't look like a couple. Although the man was decent looking, his complexion was a bit dark, making him seem mismatched with the beautiful girl beside him. Sheng glanced at Zhou, amused. Do they really need to rely on couple compatibility to determine their status? Zhou tugged at Sheng's sleeve. My wound is fine. Put your things down. Let us go eat. With no other choice, Sheng placed her bag in the room and followed Zhou to dinner. They found a roadside noodle stall near the hospital and each ordered a bowl of noodles. Sheng preferred rice, and although she had never been picky while trying to fill her stomach, after days of eating noodles, the sight of a full bowl did not inspire much appetite. She nudged the bowl closer to Zhou, saying, I can't finish this. I'll give you some. As she spoke, she transferred some noodles into his bowl. Noticing that Sheng had given him most of her noodles, Zhou assumed she didn't like them and silently continued eating. Sheng leisurely consumed her noodles and drank the broth, feeling considerably more comfortable in her stomach. Once satiated, her thoughts began to wander, wishing for a plate of greens. However, in early March, with only the grass beginning to sprout, Having cabbage and radishes was already a luxury, let alone fresh vegetables. Zhou returned after paying. I bought a portion of noodles to send to the elder brother. Wait for me here. Sheng didn't insist on joining him, preferring to avoid seeing Zhou Ernie at the hospital. Should I go back to the guest house? Zhou, unusually persistent, replied, No need, I'll be back soon. He quickly departed with the food container. Sitting at the stall, Sheng could see the hospital entrance in the distance. The stall owner, a kindly older woman, noticed Sheng sitting alone and approached her. Is someone your family hospitalized? Sheng nodded yes. The woman comforted her. Spring brings new life, but it also makes people more susceptible to illness. You and your partner are quite a match in all my time selling here. I've never seen such a handsome pair. Sheng felt a surge of happiness from the compliment. You think we're a good match? The staff at the guest house just said we don't look like a couple. The woman frowned. Nonsense. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. How could they be blind? Amused, Sheng chatted casually with the woman while keeping an eye on the hospital entrance. However, she didn't see Zhou come out, but instead spotted Luo Saishao rushing in with a cloth bag. The woman noticed Sheng's gaze and exclaimed, "Isn't that the girl who runs the tailor shop on the east side of the county? What brings her to the hospital?" Curious, Sheng asked, "Do you know her?" The woman nodded. "Yes, we live in the same area. She's quite skilled, good at embroidery and making clothes, and she's very kind. She even repairs clothes for free when she sees someone in need." Sheng felt a mix of emotions as she contemplated the hospital entrance. After waiting for over 20 minutes, the sky had fully darkened. Seeing that no one was eating, the woman began to pack up to go home. With nothing else to do, Sheng stood to help her gather the small stools. The woman thanked her, praising, "Thank you, such a lovely girl with a good heart. You and your partner will surely have a healthy baby." Sheng chuckled, pondering the uncertainty of her future with Zhou. With someone as wonderful as Luo Saishao around, she felt reluctant to compete for a man. The woman slowly wheeled her cart away, and Sheng decided to return to the guest house, fearing Zhou might forget about her while chatting with Luo Saishao. Just as she took a few steps, a sudden cry pierced the air. Turning around, Sheng saw the elderly woman had collapsed. Two men had overturned her cart and were fleeing with her belongings. Without a second thought, she rushed to the fallen woman, concerned for her well-being in the cold. By the time she reached her, the thieves had already disappeared. Kneeling beside the immobile elderly woman, Sheng called out, "Are you okay?" Unbeknownst to her, someone was stealthily approaching from behind, wielding a wooden stick aimed at her. In that split second, Sheng sensed the danger and instinctively dove forward. Rolling to the side, the thick stick struck the ground with a dull thud. The assailant raised the stick again, aiming it maliciously at Sheng. This time, she had no way to evade. If she dodged, the blow would land on the elderly woman, who could not withstand such an attack. With her arms shielding her head, Sheng braced for the impact. Instead, there was a loud thud, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, yet she felt no pain. Hesitantly lowering her arms, she saw Zhou had appeared out of nowhere, stepping on the assailant, and she breathed a sigh of relief before quickly getting back on her feet. The elderly woman, clearly startled and nursing an injured leg, was now sitting up, wincing and cursing. Sheng, disregarding her own worries, rushed to check on the woman's injuries. "What does it hurt? Does your back or body ache?" The woman pointed to her ankle. "It's nothing serious, just my foot." Those scoundrels! After lamenting her hard-earned money, she wiped away her tears. Zhou and Luo Saishao emerged from the hospital just in time to see Sheng running toward the injured woman, followed by an assailant creeping up with a wooden stick. Fearing for Sheng's safety, Zhou raced over, his heart racing as he bent down to confront the assailant. A man in his 20s. "What do you think you're doing?" The thief, taken aback by Zhou's sudden strength, found it hard to breathe, feeling as if his ribs were breaking. Trembling, he stammered, "I just wanted to get some money." Zhou tightened his grip on the thief's collar, clearly unimpressed by the flimsy excuse. "Why attack from behind? Speak." The thief's legs buckled. "I just thought this girl was pretty, and I wanted to knock her out." Luo Saishao, having caught up, gasped, "Ah Sun, things have been unsafe lately in the county. There have been robberies and even reports of missing girls." The thief cried out, "It wasn't me. This is my first time." Zhou pondered for a moment, then turned to Luo Saishao. "Go fetch someone from the hospital security. We need to take this man to the police station." Luo nodded and hurried back to the hospital. Zhou swiftly disarmed the thief, immobilizing him on the ground. Meanwhile, Sheng examined the elderly woman's ankle, relieved to find no broken bones. Witnessing Zhou's decisive actions, she felt a rush of gratitude. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous for me tonight. If she had been knocked out, who knew where she might end up? The thought sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly reminded of Zhou's earlier maneuvers, she stood up quickly. Is your wound okay? Zhou felt a warm liquid seep from his abdomen, but shook his head, lying. I'm fine. I'm being careful. Still unconvinced, Sheng insisted. Wait a moment, I want to check. Luo Caixia promptly brought the hospital security personnel over, while Zhou Shixuan restrained the assailant's arm once more, instructing the guards to escort him to the police station. Once they departed, Luo Caixia realized she recognized the elderly woman sitting on the ground, and in surprise, she crouched down to inquire, Aunt Wu, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Aunt Wu had her earnings from selling noodles stolen, and fearing the additional expense of a hospital visit, she waved her hands dismissively, saying, no, that girl just said I didn't hurt any bones. I'll just apply some medicinal alcohol when I get home. Sheng Anning, standing nearby, cautioned, Aunt, you shouldn't apply medicinal alcohol on that injury within 72 hours. It requires cold compresses instead. Wrap a towel around some ice and apply it to the swollen area. She then turned to Zhou Shixuan, asking, don't we need to go to the police station to file a report? Zhou Shixuan shook his head, replying, I'll take you back to the guest house, and then I'll go over. Concerned for Zhou Shixuan's wound, Sheng Anning added, let us go together. Your injury must have reopened. Despite Zhou Shixuan's resilience, he was still flesh and blood, and his recent actions would undoubtedly have aggravated his abdominal injury. As they whispered among themselves, Luo Caixia helped Aunt Wu to her feet, saying, Sun, you both carry on. I'll escort Aunt Wu home. Zhou Shixuan frowned, hesitating for a moment, and Sheng Anning immediately grasped his concern. The darkness had fallen, and the street lights were dim, with many areas lacking proper illumination. They were on the west side of the county town, and she had just heard Aunt Wu mention that Luo Caixia's tailor shop was located on the east side. After 2 recent incidents, Zhou Shixuan could hardly feel at ease allowing a young woman and an elderly lady to return alone. He quickly asserted, we'll accompany you. We can't let you two go alone. What if the assailant has accomplices? Zhou Shixuan cast a grateful glance at Sheng Anning, genuinely worried about Luo Caixia's safety on the way home, but he couldn't abandon Sheng Anning either. Ultimately, Aunt Wu settled onto a cart, with Zhou Shixuan pushing it and Luo Caixia supporting it from side. Disliking the exertion, Sheng Anning trailed behind Zhou Shixuan, occasionally glancing at Luo Caixia and then at Zhou Shixuan, pondering the peculiar nature of the evening's events. As they walked towards the east of the town, Luo Caixia's tailor shop came into view, its sign, a wooden board inscribed with red brush strokes reading, Caixia Tailor Shop, vividly illuminated by the streetlights. Aunt Wu insisted Zhou Shixuan simply set her down by the roadside, saying, it's fine, I'll just leave the cart at Caixia's store and walk home slowly. You two must be tired. Hurry back and rest. The group could hardly oppose the elderly woman, watching as she limped into the alley. Luo Caixia turned to her little shop, the streetlight casting a clear glow on the sign, and smiled, Sun. The characters on this sign were taught to me by you. Do you think I've improved? Chapter 40. Sheng Anning never expected Zhou Shixuan's former name to be so down-to-earth. Sheng Anning felt an additional layer of discomfort within her. Unable to shake off the image of Zhou Shixuan teaching Luo Caixia to write, a thought she preferred to avoid. Yet, she had to concede that the characters were indeed well-crafted. Zhou Shixuan regarded them with a neutral expression, offering a simple, not bad. Luo Caixia chuckled. You used to find me clumsy and nearly hit my hand. I had to practice diligently. I certainly didn't dare forget over the years. She quickly added, but enough chatter. Please come inside and have some tea before you leave. Zhou Shixuan declined outright. No need, it's getting late. You should rest early. We want tea come by tomorrow. We'll head back in the afternoon. Luo Caixia appeared somewhat disheartened, though the dim light concealed her emotions well, maintaining her gentle smile. All right, be careful on your way back. Please tell Air and I that I'll visit her when I return to the village. As Sheng Anning followed Zhou Shixuan for a distance, she turned to see Luo Caixia standing at the shop's entrance, the streetlight casting an air of mystery about her. Glancing back at Zhou Shixuan, she found no lingering emotion on his part and softly remarked, you seem quite close with Luo Caixia. Zhou Shixuan pondered briefly before responding. Her mother saved my life. Sheng Anning acknowledged this with a simple, oh, choosing not to delve further. Given the life-saving bond and their childhood connection, It wasn't unusual for them to share a deeper relationship. She knew that probing further would only lead to her own distress. With a sigh, she considered that the feeling she had just begun to nurture might be short-lived. Silently trailing Zhou Shixuan's shadow to the guesthouse entrance, she noticed the absence of staff at the front desk. After a moment's thought, she decisively grabbed Zhou Shixuan's arm, leading him upstairs without hesitation. After all, no one was watching, and she needed to examine Zhou Shixuan's injury first. Zhou Shixuan was taken aback as Sheng Anning pulled him into a room and carefully shut the door behind them. "Quickly, take off your clothes so I can have a look," Sheng Anning urged as she pushed him toward the bed, anxious about a potential room inspection that could leave them pressed for time. As she began to unbutton Zhou Shixuan's shirt, she suddenly felt her actions were rather inappropriate. Zhou Shixuan, half reclining on the bed with his hands supporting him, presented a rather enticing sight. She chuckled, "I need to check your wound quickly. What if someone discovers us and sends you away?" Zhou Shixuan, blushing, removed his outer coat and then his shirt, seemingly accustomed to being in her presence. The bandage on his abdomen was soaked with blood, a rather alarming sight. Sheng Anning, disregarding her prior thoughts, pressed him down and stated, "If this is serious, you must go to the hospital to have it restitched. Do you want to risk your abdomen?" This man was remarkably resilient. Despite his condition, he acted as though nothing was amiss. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, washing her hands and retrieving a package from her bag that contained tweezers, a scalpel, and alcohol swabs obtained from a nurse. Using the tweezers, she peeled back the bandage and observed, as she suspected, the wound had begun to reopen, with the edges appearing necrotic and the red flesh faintly visible. Disregarding any potential exposure, she disinfected the scalpel with alcohol and, gripping the blade, looked at Zhou Shixuan. "You have two options. Either you put your shirt back on and go to the hospital for restitching, or I'll treat your wound, which involves removing the necrotic tissue. Otherwise, it won't heal properly." More importantly, she was eager to perform a procedure. Zhou Shixuan didn't hesitate, responding, "You can do it." Sheng Anning's face brightened with a smile. "It might hurt a bit, so bear with it. Considering how much you've been putting up with, it's a bit difficult for your wound to heal quickly." As she spoke, she deftly cut along the edge of the wound, removing the rotting flesh with the scalpel and using the tweezers to discard it. The alcohol disinfection was painful, especially when cutting into the wound. Yet throughout the entire process, Zhou Shixuan made not a sound, merely closing his eyes as though he were being tickled. Sheng Anning couldn't help but marvel at his stoicism, engaging him in conversation to distract him. "Your brother and your younger brother both have Chong in their names. Why don't you?" Hearing the names Zhou Chonglin and Zhou Chongyun, they seemed quite ordinary, perfectly embodying the characteristics of the era. The name Zhou Shixuan is quite melodious, evoking a sense of cultural depth, reminiscent of a gentleman raised in an esteemed family. With parents like Zhou Monsong and Zhu Ho Hot, it is unlikely they could have conceived such a cultured name. Zhou Shixuan, rare in his verbosity, shared that he was not always called this. At the age of 7 or 8, he fell gravely ill. An elderly scholar in the village, skilled in fortune-telling, proclaimed that his name brought misfortune to his parents, prompting the change to his current appellation. Sheng Anning was not surprised. In their small village, education was scarce, and individuals like Zhou Chonglin could rise to leadership not due to exceptional skills, but simply because they could read and write. Thus, the villagers undoubtedly held the old scholar's words in high regard. "Your name is quite lovely. What was it before?" Sheng Anning inquired curiously while tending to his wounds. Zhou Shixuan did not find his previous name particularly unappealing. "Zhou Changshua." Sheng Anning burst into laughter, finding the name refreshingly down-to-earth and distinctly characteristic of the times. Observing Zhou Shixuan's handsome visage, her laughter intensified. "Ha, Zhou Changshua, what a name. It truly makes you feel more relatable, less aloof and taciturn, and add an air of warmth." Zhou Shixuan, bemused, gazed at Sheng Anning, perplexed by her amusement. His previous name was not particularly unappealing. After all, there were grown men in the village named Shimei. Yet, he had to concede that when Sheng Anning laughed heartily, her eyes sparkled, illuminating her entire being. Sheng Anning laughed so hard her hands trembled. Once she regained composure and finished bandaging Zhou Shixuan's wounds, she could not help but chuckle again, primarily due to the incongruity between Zhou Shixuan and his former name. He sat in silence, dressed, and noticed Sheng Anning still seated on the small bed opposite him, laughing uncontrollably. "I will take my leave now. Make sure to secure the door tonight," he said. Sheng Anning, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, nodded brightly. "All right. Take care on your way, and be sure to rest well tonight." After Zhou Shixuan departed, Sheng Anning lay back on her bed, grinning widely, murmuring, "Zhou Changsha." She could not suppress her laughter, feeling as though the gravity of the world had lifted. Just as she was lost in mirth, a thought struck her. Did she notice a dark red birthmark on Zhou Shixuan's side? Perhaps it was simply dry blood? She had not scrutinized closely before, and the dim lighting at the Zhou residence had obscured her view. Now, she recalled having seen it, but had been too preoccupied with his former name to pay it heed. Chapter 41. Buying her sweet breakfast, Sheng Anning pondered for a long time, unable to determine whether it was indeed a birthmark. She resolved to examine it more closely the next time she changed Zhou Shixuan's dressing. The room lacked a bathroom, so she ventured to the end of the hallway to fetch water, combining it with warm water from the thermos for a quick wash. Then fell asleep without a care in the world. She was only awakened by the sound of footsteps and loud conversations echoing in the corridor. Sheng Anning, momentarily disoriented, hastily rose to draw back the curtains, peering outside to find the sun barely risen. After freshening up, she gathered her belongings to check out and visit Zhou Shixuan at the hospital. She had heard that Zhou Ernie would be discharged today, and the thought of returning to the lively Zhou household filled her with excitement. Perhaps the languid pace of life there had rendered her restless. Descending the stairs with her bag, she spotted Zhou Shixuan waiting by the service desk. Regardless of the hour, he stood with a straight back, exuding an air of composure. In his hands, he held a food container wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing her approach, he instinctively took her bag and handed her the container. "Let us find a place to eat first, then we can head to the hospital." Touched by the warmth of the container, Sheng Anning exited the hotel and settled on a quiet staircase. Upon opening the lid, a sweet aroma wafted up, revealing a dish of milk rice wine eggs, garnished with sesame seeds and crushed peanuts. This version differed from those she had previously tasted, as the addition of milk rendered it creamy and rich. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard and turned to Zhou Shixuan. "They sell this in the morning? It smells delightful. Have you eaten?" Zhou Shixuan nodded. "I have." He then retrieved a paper-wrapped item from his pocket and passed it to her. "I almost forgot to give you this." Sheng Anning promptly placed the food container on her lap, unwrapping the paper to find a layer of reed leaves. Beneath them lay glutinous rice cakes, their hue tinged with the color of red dates, radiating a glossy sheen. The sweet, sticky fragrance filled the air. Both items were to Sheng Anning's liking, and she felt a sense of satisfaction as she devoured her breakfast. Her spirits lifted. Zhou Shixuan cast a sidelong glance, observing how each bite made her eyes curve like crescent moons, radiating pure delight, which in turn brightened the mood of those around her. Once satiated, Sheng Anning rushed to wash the container and followed Zhou Shixuan to the hospital. On the way, she casually asked, "Will you be discharged this afternoon?" Zhou Shixuan affirmed, "Yes." The doctor said it's fine. Sheng Anning was struck by either the devaluation of life or the resilience of the human body. After a surgery and several muscle injection anti-inflammatory shots, one could be discharged so swiftly, with few remaining on 4 drips. Upon arriving at the ward, they found Luo Saixia already present. Seeing Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning enter, she promptly rose. "I thought Ernie would be discharged today, so I made some brown sugar porridge to bring for her." Zhou Ernie was seated at the head of the bed, engrossed in her food, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Zhou Shixuan nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Sheng Anning felt even less inclined to speak, recognizing that Luo Saixia and Zhou Ernie had grown up together, and her visit was entirely appropriate. Moreover, she sensed a lingering affection from Luo Saixia toward Zhou Shixuan. Luo Saixia smiled at Sheng Anning. "Anning, have you had breakfast? I boiled some eggs. Would you like to have one?" Sheng Anning politely declined. "No, thank you. I've already eaten." Suddenly, Zhou Ernie looked up from her food, her eyes on Zhou Shixuan. "Brother, I want to eat the milk rice wine eggs from the Leaf family on the west side of the county." Luo Saixia quickly interjected. "That place is 5 or 6 kilometers from the hospital, and they're likely sold out by now. If you really want them, you'll have to stay another day. I can go buy them for you first thing tomorrow." Sheng Anning was secretly astonished. The milk rice wine eggs she had just eaten were brought back by Zhou Shixuan after he had walked 5 or 6 kilometers. Or was there another vendor in the county selling them? What once seemed a mundane breakfast had transformed into something precious. Zhou Ernie pouted at Zhou Shishuan, clearly wishing to stay another day before returning home, as she felt unwell and dreaded the scolding awaiting her. Zhou Chonglin interjected, "That one tea do. The team is digging ditches these days, and spring planting is upon us. We need the tractor for fertilizer, and we cannot afford any delays." Zhou Shishuan, unmoved by Zhou Ernie's teary gaze, turned to Zhou Chonglin, asked the doctor when she could be discharged. Zhou Chonglin obliged and left the room. Luo Caixia, unable to bear Zhou Ernie's distress, suggested, "Why don't you all head back? I'll stay here to care for Ernie. I'm not busy these days anyway." Zhou Shishuan firmly declined. "No need. She can recuperate at home." Luo Caixia appeared dissatisfied, frowning. "Ah Sun, she is your sister. You cannot be so indifferent." Sheng Anning stood by, observing the exchange, noting that Luo Caixia, tone resembled that of a woman chiding her partner, imbued with a familiar intimacy. It was evident that Luo Caixia, still single, harbored feelings for Zhou Shishuan. Ultimately, Zhou Ernie was discharged and returned to the village with them. Luo Caixia helped her tie a headscarf, wrapping her face securely, softly reassuring her, "I have some work to finish, but I'll come to see you once I'm done. Don't be too upset. As long as you're alive, everything else is trivial." Sheng Anning, standing nearby, listened intently, sensing that Luo Caixia's tone carried the weight of experience, tinged with both melancholy and acceptance. It is easy to evoke sympathy. On their way back, Zhou Chonglin was driving the tractor, with Sheng Anning seated beside Zhou Shishuan, while Zhou Ernie wrapped in a quilt sat opposite them. As the tractor traveled a considerable distance, Sheng Anning could still see Luo Caixia standing by the roadside, her green scarf particularly striking. Following Sheng Anning's gaze, Zhou Ernie suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Second brother, the scarf Sister Caixia is wearing was a gift from you. Do you remember?" Her voice was so loud that it even drowned out the tractor's rumbling. Sheng Anning, unable to ignore it, glanced at Zhou Shishuan, pondering his thoughtfulness and recalling that he had also bought scarves for other women, which stirred a pang of jealousy within her. She shot a sidelong glance at Zhou Shishuan and turned her head away. Zhou Shishuan, perplexed, wondered when he had ever bought a scarf for Luo Caixia. He had indeed purchased one for Luo Caixia's mother out of gratitude when he first received his allowance, clearly stating so in the letter. Could this be the source of the misunderstanding? In Sheng Anning's eyes, Zhou Shishuan's silence implied acquiescence, which suddenly displeased her. Just as her discontent peaked, the tractor rumbled home, where Zhu Hohat and Zhou Chongyun awaited them. Chapter 42. Zhou Shishuan actually keeps a ledger. Zhu Hohat, upon seeing Sheng Anning and Zhou Shishuan return together, felt her heart skip a beat. As the tractor came to a halt, she dared not look at the two, hurrying over to Zhou Ernie by the tractor. "So, did that troublemaker fall off?" Zhou Ernie, recalling her own hardships, couldn't hold back her tears, Mom, fearing her daughter might say something inappropriate while crying. Zhu Hohat quickly called out to Zhou Chongyun, "Hurry and carry your sister back inside. Oh dear, you nearly poisoned yourself with your reckless eating." She yelled loudly while instructing her son to take Zhou Ernie inside, deliberately speaking at a volume to ensure the neighbors overheard, preventing any gossip that might hinder Zhou Ernie's future prospects. Once everyone was inside, Zhou Shishuan placed his bag back in the house and took Sheng Anning directly to Zhou Monsong's room. Observing Zhou Shishuan's serious demeanor, Sheng Anning anticipated he was about to discuss the matter of dividing the family, feeling excited to witness the unfolding drama. After ensuring Zhou Ernie was settled, Zhu Hohat called Chun Xiaolan to prepare some sweetened water for her, then rushed into the house to lodge a complaint against Zhou Shishuan. She was certain Sheng Anning would speak ill of her in front of Zhou Shishuan, so she entered crying, "Second son, it's my fault for being inept. I don't know which words offended Anning and made her angry. I'm here to apologize." Wiping away tears mid-sentence, she continued, "We are all family. If this turns into a public spectacle, the neighbors will only laugh at us. In our village, you're the most accomplished one. Our family's reputation shines because of you, so I'm genuinely happy for you to marry. I may be an unsophisticated country woman and lack eloquence, but Anning, if I've wronged you in any way, please don't hold it against me." Sheng Anning looked at Zhu Hohat with a measure of admiration, considering how she twisted the truth. If the tables were turned, would such a weak person not be bullied? She turned to Zhou Shishuan, curious to see how he would handle the situation. If he chose a conciliatory approach, she would find another opportunity to confront Zhu Hohat. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, waiting for Zhu Hohat to finish her sobbing lament before finally addressing Zhou Monsong. I've returned this time to discuss dividing the family. What? Zhu Hohat ceased her tears, instantly straightening up to look at Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Monsong, no longer reclining weakly against the quilt, sat upright, staring at Zhou Shixuan. Second son, what are you saying? Zhou Shixuan looked calmly at Zhou Monsong. The agreement to divide the family was made when I left. Over the years, I have sent all my allowances and wages back home to support the family, fulfilling the promise I made back then. Zhou Chongyun and Zhou Chonglin crowded at the door, listening intently. Zhu Hohat, anxious, insisted, you can't just say divide the family and do it. How many families in the village have divided? We cannot let others gossip about us. Zhou Monsong frowned. What suddenly prompted this idea? Is it your wife's suggestion? Sheng Anning shot an incredulous glare at Zhou Monsong, realizing that this seemingly honest man was anything but. However, with Zhou Shixuan present, she remained silent, fearing she might lose her temper and lash out at the old man. Zhou Shixuan's expression turned icy. It has nothing to do with her. This decision is mine. I do not wish to claim any possessions from this family. I will provide you with 5 yuan each month for your support henceforth. At the mention of 5 yuan, Zhu Hohat realized it was significantly less than before. Zhou Shixuan had previously sent an entire month's salary, and whenever they requested more, they often received an extra 100 or 2. Therefore, during the years of poor harvests when every household struggled, they had endured no hardship at all. During festivals, they even enjoyed dumplings filled with meat. Their lives had always been the best in the village, making them the envy of others. Zhu Hohat could not agree. I oppose this division. Look at your elder brother and Chongyun. They've been married for years and have children without ever considering division. You cannot just disregard the family now that you feel independent. Furthermore, she added, the military slot was originally Chongyun's. If he hadn't given it to you, would you have achieved what you have today? Feeling somewhat guilty, Zhou Chongyun took a step back. He had been unable to endure the hardships of military life, which was why he let Zhou Shixuan take his place. It was well known that those who excelled in the military often secured good positions in the city afterward, a chance he would have seized at all costs. Moreover, Zhou Monsong had bargained hard for that military slot, trading it for 2 bottles of liquor and 5 pounds of pork. Zhou Shixuan merely cast a knowing glance at Zhou Chongyun before pulling out a slightly worn ledger from his pocket. This contains every amount I've sent home, along with details and evidence of Zhou Chongyun soliciting benefits in my name from the armed forces. Zhou Monsong sat up straighter upon seeing Zhou Shixuan's ledger. What do you mean by this? Zhu Hohat, realizing Zhou Shixuan was resolute about the division, became furious. Oh really, second son, you even keep accounts? I never imagined you harbored such thoughts. After we raised you, you would turn around and calculate against us? Do you even have conscience? It's no wonder people in the village call you Chun Shimmy. She wailed loudly. At the moment Zhou Shixuan revealed the small ledger, Sheng Anning was taken aback, astonished that Zhou Shixuan had such a meticulous side. She began to wonder if, having consumed and drunk from Zhou Shixuan's resources recently, he might have his own ledger and would present it to settle accounts on the day of their divorce. This thought made her gaze at Zhou Shixuan in a peculiar way. Zhou Shixuan remained unfazed, his resolve to divide the family unwavering. Zhu Hohat wept for a long while without effect, eventually sitting by the Kong, silently crying, while plotting how to sway. Sheng Anning walked closely beside him, wearing a sweet smile while her heart danced with joy. She noticed that the older villagers affectionately called Zhou Shixuan Changsha, while others of similar age addressed him simply as Shixuan or Error. The younger ones referred to him as Urge. In the end, Sheng Anning found Changshua to be the most endearing. It wasn't until Zhou Shixuan led her to a small courtyard that she realized, whose house are we visiting? Shouldn't we bring a gift? Zhou Shixuan replied that they weren't dining at home, implying they would be eating at someone else's place. After all, it had been many years since he last returned. It would be impolite to arrive empty-handed. He glanced at Sheng Anning and said, no need for that. We are merely here to pay a visit before heading to my third uncle's for dinner and a shop at the village store. Sheng Anning acknowledged him with an O, following him into the courtyard. The yard was significantly smaller than Zhou's family home, yet it was impeccably tidy. An elderly woman, dressed in patched clothing, sat under the sun mending shoes. Upon seeing Zhou Shixuan, she immediately set aside her work and stood up. Era, when did you come back? I heard from the villagers just yesterday that you were back. When Sheng Anning recognized the woman's face, she was not surprised. This must be Luo Caixia's mother. Luo Caixia bore a striking resemblance to her, having also been a gentle and beautiful woman in her youth. Throughout their walk, Zhou Shixuan had not introduced Sheng Anning to any of the neighbors, but now he introduced her to Wang Ying, Luo Caixia's mother. Annie, this is my wife, Sheng Anning. Anning, this is Aunt Wang. Sheng Anning did not comprehend the significance of Zhou Shixuan's introduction and greeted Wang Ying with an innocent smile. Hello, Annie. Wang Ying paused, studied Sheng Anning for a moment, and then smiled, nodding, Good, please sit down. I'll get you some tea. However, Zhou Shixuan interjected, No need. We have to visit my third uncle's house. He then produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Wang Ying. Here, that's a little money. Please use it to fix the house. I wouldn't want it to leak the next time it rains. Wang Ying was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No. Era, what are you doing? You always bring money when you return. You say I helped you once, but you don't need to be so polite. Zhou Shixuan firmly placed the money on the windowsill, stating, This is what I ought to do. Watching this unfold, Sheng Anning felt a sudden uplift in her spirits. This seemingly wooden man appeared to have no connection with Luo Caixia. If they had indeed been involved, he would not be so open in offering money, and Wang Ying wouldn't refuse it so graciously. After all, he was someone who had delayed her daughter's youth for several years. How could their encounter be so cordial? If there was no connection, why did everyone claim they had once been together, suggesting Zhou Shixuan should marry Luo Caixia? Sheng Anning's astute mind quickly deduced that Luo Caixia must have been the source of these rumors. Perhaps Zhou Shixuan had given something to Wang Ying as a gesture of gratitude, which Luo Caixia took and, when asked by others, failed to clarify. Over time, misunderstandings naturally arose. Sheng Anning mused quietly to herself, observing the gentle and lovely Luo Caixia, who seemed to possess an air of purity. Then there was Zhou Shixuan, who remained taciturn. Did she dictate the narrative? Wang Ying appeared somewhat anxious. Oh, dear child, you are always so polite. There was a hint of regret in her tone. She had fond feelings for Zhou Shixuan, having watched him grow up, reserved yet thoughtful, responsible and diligent. She had once hoped for Zhou Shixuan to become her son-in-law, and when everyone spoke of his relationship with her daughter, she had subtly inquired. Luo Caixia had only given vague replies. Thus, she had always believed that Zhou Shixuan and Luo Caixia would end up together, until villagers began asking if they were to marry. It was then she realized that they were never involved, leading her to harbor resentment towards Zhou Shixuan for a while. Zhou Shixuan chose not to elaborate further and took Sheng Anning away. Wang Ying called after them as they reached the door. If you're not in a hurry, come back for dinner tomorrow night. Caixia will be back. Zhou Shixuan did not commit. We'll see. We have to go out again tomorrow. Wang Ying's face fell with disappointment. All right then, take care. Bring your wife over to visit when you can. Sheng Anning followed Zhou Shixuan to the village store, which was more accurately described as a food supply outlet. The interior was dimly lit, filled with the scents of soy sauce, vinegar, and various goods. The store was well stocked, offering everything from biscuits and candies to meat. Zhou Shixuan purchased 3 pounds of pork belly and 2 pounds of white liquor. The shopkeeper, evidently familiar with him, joked, Changshuo, are you bringing your new wife to visit relatives? Don't forget to hand out wedding candies. At that moment, Sheng Anning recalled that Zhou Shixuan had indeed asked her to buy candies, and she had forgotten. Zhou Shixuan casually picked up 2 pounds of fruit-flavored candies. Their wrappers faded with age, and handed some to the shopkeeper, who accepted them with a smile. May your union be blessed with harmony, and may you be blessed with children soon. Uncertain of what expression a new wife should wear at such a moment, Sheng Anning merely thanked him graciously and followed the reticent Zhou Shixuan outside. A group of children played in the dirt outside the store, and Zhou Shixuan shared some of the candies with them before they left. By the time lunch approached, the villagers were already aware that Zhou Shixuan had returned with his new wife, distributing candies at the village entrance. They remarked on her beauty, likening her to a figure from a painting. Sheng Anning found herself puzzled as to why Zhou Shixuan felt the need to go through such formalities, especially since they wouldn't be staying in the village for long, and might even divorce upon their return. However, thoughts of divorce no longer plagued her mind as intensely. They arrived at a modest house in the center of the village, characterized by its low mud walls and surrounded by stacks of firewood. In the center of the yard stood a hand pump next to a small square table. The yard was similar in size to Zhou's, yet was meticulously kept. As Zhou Shixuan led Sheng Anning inside, a small yellow dog wagged its tail and barked joyfully. Soon, an elderly woman emerged from the house, holding a child's hand. Upon seeing Zhou Shixuan, she paused in surprise, exclaiming, "Is that you, Changshuo?" Zhou Shixuan nodded, his demeanor softening in a way Sheng Anning had never witnessed before. "Aunt San, I'm back. Where's Uncle San?" Aunt San, visibly excited, hurried over with the child in tow. "Please take a seat. I heard from the villagers yesterday that you were bringing your wife back. Your uncle went to catch rabbits early this morning." She set the child down and wiped the stool with her sleeve for Sheng Anning. "Please sit. Your wife is truly beautiful. What a lovely girl." Sheng Anning accepted the stool with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt San. I can manage." Aunt San urged Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning to sit down, then busied herself with preparing tea. "This place is poor and dirty. Please do not mind it." To them, city folk were perceived as superior, much like the educated youth who had come 2 years prior, many of whom looked down upon them. Sheng Anning smiled. "It's quite nice, Aunt San. You seem like a diligent and tidy person. The yard is very clean." Aunt San blushed at the compliment. "Diligent? I just have nothing better to do at home." She returned with 2 bowls of plain water and a jar of sugar, generously scooping a large spoonful of sugar into each bowl. The 2-year-old boy, enticed by the sweetness, clung to his grandmother's leg, refusing to let go. Although it was her first visit, Sheng Anning understood that sugar was a luxury in this era, often in limited supply. Thus, the generous servings indicated a warm welcome for esteemed guests. Without needing Zhou Shixuan to speak, she reached into the cloth bag on the table, pulled out some fruit candies, and offered them to the little boy. "Here, little friend, would you like some candy?" She initially intended to say, "Auntie gives you candy," but that term seemed inappropriate. Aunt San chuckled as she bent down to pull the little one's arm. "Xiao Zhu, quickly go. Your second aunt is giving you candy." Xiao Zhu glanced at Sheng Anning, timidly snatching a piece of candy from her palm and shyly hiding behind his great aunt's leg, peeking out with a bashful expression. Once her tasks were complete, the great aunt settled down, pulling Xiao Zhu close and inviting Sheng Anning to enjoy some sweet soup, while explaining to Zhou Shixuan, "This is Changdong's son. He will soon be 3 years old. When his mother was pregnant with him, Changdong went north to work in the coal mines. The mine collapsed, and he never returned. After giving birth to him, his mother also left." Zhou Shixuan was taken aback. "Changdong is gone?" The great aunt sighed. "Yes. Such is the fragility of life. It has been 3 years since he passed, leaving behind this pitiful child." Zhou Shixuan frowned, clearly struggling to accept the grim news. The great aunt gently patted Xiao Zhu's head. "This poor little one is nearly 3 and still cannot speak." Xiao Zhu, engrossed in unwrapping the candy, paid no mind to the adult's conversation. With a sweet treat in his mouth, he grinned at the great aunt. Sheng Anning, feeling a wave of compassion, observed the child closely and noted that Xiao Zhu could hear. He turned his head to look whenever a dog barked. She inquired, "May I take a look at Xiao Zhu?" The great aunt, not giving it much thought, encouraged Xiao Zhu to approach Sheng Anning. "Go on. Let your second aunt take a look." Xiao Zhu timidly walked up to Sheng Anning, frozen in place. Sheng Anning took a small hand and smiled. "Xiao Zhu, you are quite handsome. Don't be afraid. Open your mouth so I can see your teeth. All right?" Xiao Zhu obediently opened his mouth wide. Sheng Anning chuckled as she gently ruffled his hair. "Very good. Now curl your tongue like this." Xiao Zhu followed her instructions eagerly. Zhou Shixuan observed quietly, surprised to witness this tender side of Sheng Anning, and even more astonished that she could examine a child. After examining Xiao Zhu's tongue and feeling around his neck and throat, Sheng Anning smiled. "Very well done." Zhou Shixuan, however, noticed a fleeting seriousness on her face but refrained from asking about it, given the presence of the great aunt. During their conversation, the great uncle returned, carrying farming tools. And upon seeing Zhou Shixuan's frustration, he lamented, "I told you that you could come these past few days. I went out early to catch rabbits, but came back empty-handed." Zhou Shixuan stood up. "No need for that, great uncle. I brought some meat." Sheng Anning looked at the great uncle, a frail old man with a face full of wrinkles and a goatee, exuding a stubborn yet straightforward demeanor. The great aunt chimed in, "Keep your voice down. You might frighten Changshua's wife." Only then did the great uncle notice Sheng Anning, showering her with greetings and urging her to sit down quickly. As they chatted, Sheng Anning learned that the elderly couple's only son and daughter-in-law had been killed a few years prior, leaving behind a grandson who was 2 years younger than Zhou Shixuan. 3 years ago, tragedy struck again, and now only Xiao Zhu remained, clinging to them for companionship. Indeed, the saying that a thread snaps at its weakest point holds true. As the great aunt went to prepare a meal, Sheng Anning joined her to assist. Observing the great aunt's shaky hands as she struggled to cut meat, Sheng Anning offered, "Let me handle it, great aunt." The great aunt did not refuse, handing the knife to Sheng Anning. "I'm getting old, and my hands aren't what they used to be." For the past 2 years, they've been trembling for some reason. Sheng Anning glanced at the great aunt's hands. "Haven't you been to the hospital for a checkup?" The great aunt shook her head. "What would I go for? When one grows old, ailments are to be expected. There's no need to see a doctor." Sheng Anning understood that the elderly were often concerned about expenses and resolved to discuss it with Zhou Shixuan, suggesting that the great aunt should undergo a medical examination. Meanwhile, Zhou Shixuan and the great uncle were engaged in conversation. The great uncle, puffing on a dry tobacco pipe, looked at Zhou Shixuan. "On my way back, I overheard that you intend to divide the family property?" Zhou Shixuan nodded, "Yes." The great uncle remained silent, well aware of Zhu Hohat's greedy and selfish nature. The family's improved circumstances over the years were largely thanks to Zhou Shixuan sending money home. However, to suggest a division of property, he cautioned, "Changshuo, consider it carefully. You would want them causing a ruckus at your workplace." The elder genuinely wished the best for Zhou Shixuan, who had finally escaped the impoverished mountain village, and he hoped not to see his future jeopardized. Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "Don't worry, great uncle. They wouldn't dare." Seeing Zhou Shixuan's confidence, the great uncle nodded after a moment of contemplation. "If you've made your decision, I fully support you." Sheng Anning cut some fatty meat, leaving the rest to stew with potatoes. She also chopped the remaining fat into cubes, mixing them with cornmeal and scallions to make pancakes. The household's oil supply was minimal, and there was no white flour, indicating their frugal daily life. The great aunt watched with satisfaction, complimenting Sheng Anning while fetching water. "You've chosen a good daughter-in-law. She has not spoiled." After finishing their meal, Sheng Anning noticed Zhou Shixuan discreetly placing a stack of money beneath the plate, appearing to be several tens. She was puzzled, sensing that Zhou Shixuan had brought back a considerable amount of money, suggesting he might have some savings. As they departed, Zhou Shixuan sincerely thanked Sheng Anning. "Thank you for today." However, Sheng Anning felt that Zhou Shixuan had ulterior motives for taking her out, although she couldn't quite grasp them yet. What mattered more was Xiao Zhu's situation. "I didn't do much, no need to thank me." Also, Xiao Zhu's condition is concerning. He hears perfectly but cannot speak. He must be checked at a larger hospital in the city. Earlier, she had felt a lump in Xiao Zhu's throat, necessitating further examination to determine if it was a tumor. Zhou Shixuan frowned. Is it serious? He had come to trust Sheng Anning's medical skills far more than her modest claims of having learned a little from her grandfather. Sheng Anning refrained from jumping to conclusions. It's best to investigate further, and the great aunt should also have checkup. Zhou Shixuan remained silent for a moment. "All right, I understand." As they walked home, they encountered many people enjoying the afternoon sun, gathered in conversation after their meals. Upon spotting Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning, they greeted them warmly, despite having spoken ill of Zhou Shixuan as a scoundrel behind his back. After all, he was a capable man from the village, the first to venture out and even become an official. As Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning moved away, the villagers continued to watch their receding figures, quietly discussing. "This second daughter-in-law is prettier than Caixia. What good his looks? Just look at her delicate frame. A gust of wind would knock her over. She certainly can't compare to Caixia's capabilities. What nonsense. She has an urban household registration and eats ration grain. That is true, but a small rear and isn't suitable for childbearing. She probably won't be able to have sons." They began to envy Sheng Anning's urban household registration, as it meant she didn't have to work and received monthly rations. Upon reaching home, they found that the Zhou family had finished their meal. The two children, with runny noses, sat in the yard gnawing on chicken. Qin Xiaolon was by the well, washing the family's clothes. Upon seeing Zhou Shixuan, she called out, "Second brother," before quickly returning to her chores. Sheng Anning noticed that Qin Xiaolon's face was bruised, likely from Zhou Changyan's abuse. He was clearly not a good person. Not seeing anyone else around, she suspected they were hiding in the house. worried that Zhu Hohat might rummage through her belongings while she was away. Sheng Anning hurried inside to check on her bag. Finding it untouched on the small table, she opened the zipper to see her clothes neatly folded. And the milk powder and cereal still intact at the bottom, she finally relaxed. Zhou Shishun followed her, observing her cautious demeanor, and couldn't he help but comment. They wouldn't he dare. Had he not mentioned the division of property, Zhu Hohat would have likely come to search through her things by now. Since the topic had been broached, they did not want to stir trouble at this critical juncture. Feeling her thoughts exposed, Sheng Anning sheepishly zipped up her bag and turned to Zhou Shishun. Are we staying home this afternoon? She actually wanted to ask, amidst the chaos of their impending separation. Could they still share a meal together in the evening? Could they still engage in pleasant conversation? In Chapter 45, The Small Rogue, Sheng Anning. Zhou Shishun could evidently discern Sheng Anning's thoughts. 3 days from now, Song Xiuyin will come to pick us up. Thus, regardless of their separation, they were obliged to stay here for 3 days. Sheng Anning was somewhat taken aback. He is coming too? Yes, he is here to attend to some matters. Zhou Shishun did not elaborate. Yet Sheng Anning sensed there was more to it. In this remote and impoverished locale, apart from rare gems like Zhu Hohat, most people were quite simple. What business could Song Xiuyin possibly have here? Zhu Hohat, who was in Zhou Ernie's room, overheard Zhou Shishun and Sheng Anning's return. She pouted, casting a glance out the window, and muttered under her breath. Sheng Anning is nothing but a troublemaker. She dared not direct her frustrations at Zhou Shishun regarding the separation, and thus vented all her ire on Sheng Anning. Zhou Ernie, lying down, felt a twinge of grievance. Why is my second brother acting like this? This morning, he even bought Sheng Anning milk and egg rice wine from Lee's in the county. Lee's milk and egg rice wine was quite renowned in the county, said to be something only officials could enjoy. In previous years, they weren't allowed to open a shop and had to prepare it in the homes of leaders. Now that they could do business, a small shop had opened, and people queued every morning to buy it. Zhu Hohat had never tasted it, yet had heard descriptions from villagers who visited the county, claiming it was more delicious than meat. She smacked her lips and looked at Zhou Ernie. How do you know? Your second brother is not that kind of person. Zhou Shishun, that wooden block, would actually buy food for Sheng Anning? Zhou Ernie pouted. Sister Tsaixia saw it all. Zhu Hohat was also quite irritated. Yet there was nothing she could do. Zhou Shishun was already on the verge of separation. Enough, don't act like you can't survive without that one bite. Take care of your health, and find a good family to marry into. Zhou Ernie's heart sank instantly, and she spoke stiffly. At this rate, who would want me? I can't even bear children. Zhu Hohat glared at her. Be quiet. You're in this position because of your own actions. If we don't mention it, who would know you can't have children? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. You ungrateful thing. Wouldn't it be better to find someone in the city? For now, they could only wait for Zhou Ernie to recover and ask someone to find a decent partner for her in a distant village. Zhou Ernie was also seething. It's all Sheng Anning's fault. If she hadn't returned, I wouldn't be in this situation. Why couldn't my second brother marry sister Tsaixia instead of this troublemaker? I believe the idea of separation was hers as well. Zhu Hohat remained silent, knowing full well that the separation was not Sheng Anning's idea. Zhou Shishun's little ledger indicated that he had contemplated separation from the very beginning. Thinking further about the separation made her feel even more distressed, and she looked at Zhou Ernie. All right, just say a little less and stop mentioning Luo, Tsaixia. Zhou Ernie fell silent, her eyes filled with resentment as she gazed out the window. She was determined not to let Sheng Anning live a good life. Sheng Anning began to check Zhou Shishun's wounds, mainly to see if there was a birthmark on his side. Satisfied with the appearance of the wound, which had improved significantly overnight, with the bandage showing little blood, she sprinkled some anti-inflammatory medicine and used tweezers to dab an alcohol cotton ball around the bloodstains. As she wiped, she brushed against the red mark on Zhou Shishun's side, which appeared to be a birthmark, a lovely one, the size of a 1 yuan coin, shaped like a maple leaf. Zhou Shishun, lying there, felt a cool sensation near his wound, and as he was about to remind her, Sheng Anning unexpectedly rubbed her hand against his side. The coolness of her fingertips sent a tingle through him, causing his muscles to tense. Sheng Anning examined the area around the birthmark, confirming there were no raised edges or hard lumps, and casually remarked, "Your birthmark is quite pretty, resembling a painting." Zhou Shishun closed his eyes, suppressing the tremors and heat rising within him, pretending not to hear as he sat up to get dressed. Sheng Anning unabashedly knelt by the bed, watching. This was becoming familiar territory, and such a visually appealing scene was beneficial for one's mental health. In contrast, Zhou Shixuan appeared like a bashful maiden, awkwardly dressing, while Sheng Anning resembled a mischievous rogue, nearly drooling at the sight. As he was dressing, they heard a woman's voice outside, unfamiliar yet engaged in conversation with Chen Xiaolan. Noticing Sheng Anning's curious expression, Zhou Shixuan explained, "That's my sister-in-law, Niu Cunning. She just returned from her family to attend a wedding." Sheng Anning was aware that Zhou Chonglin's family had 3 sons, with the eldest being 15 and the youngest 11, the age when children were most mischievous. Lost in thought, Zhou Shixuan finished dressing and stepped outside to greet Niu Cunning, sister-in-law. Niu Chunning's voice brimmed with joy. "Oh my, is that really the second one returned? I just took the 3 little rascals to the village entrance and heard people saying you were back. I didn't believe it, but this little rascal at home is overjoyed." As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 boys rushed toward Zhou Shixuan, excitedly shouting, second uncle, you're back. Second uncle, tell us stories about the battles." Zhou Shixuan gazed at the 3 children, feeling a bit dazed. They had grown significantly in the years since he last saw them. Niu Cunning playfully scolded, "All right, stop bothering your second uncle. Let him have a moment of peace." The 3 boys quieted down somewhat, but continued to gaze at Zhou Shixuan with fervent admiration. To them, he was a great hero, the kind who could infiltrate the enemy's base with a gun, a source of bragging rights among their peers. Every time the brigade showed a movie, it was often a war film, allowing the boys to boast, "My second uncle is even better than them." Sheng Anning followed outside, observing the 3 boys surrounding Zhou Shixuan, each taller than the last. Though their clothes were patched, they were clean. Niu Cunning also spotted Sheng Anning and warmly greeted her. "So this is the second one's wife? She is truly beautiful, just like a painting." Sheng Anning felt a bit shy from the compliment and greeted the cheerful, broad-shouldered Niu Cunning. "Hello, sister-in-law." Niu Cunning nodded repeatedly. "All is well, all is well." She then called the 3 boys, "Jianhua, Jianmin, Jianjun, hurry up and greet your second aunt." The second son, Zhou Jianmin, and the third son, Zhou Jianjun, suddenly became bashful, addressing Sheng Anning, second aunt. However, the eldest, Zhou Jianhua, remained silent, his earlier excitement dissipating as he pursed his lips, observing Sheng Anning with no intention of speaking, his eyes even flashing with a hint of hostility. Sheng Anning naturally noticed the animosity in his gaze, but maintained her smile, puzzled as to why a 15-year-old boy would harbor such feelings towards her, especially as it was their first meeting. Niu Cunning, still behind, playfully punched Zhou Jianhua. "Speak up. Why are you just standing there?" In Chapter 46, Sheng Anning was indeed a captivating enchantress. Zhou Jianhua, filled with reluctance, turned his head away, stubbornly refusing to greet Sheng Anning. Niu Cunning was infuriated. What is wrong with this child? Why is he silent now? Sheng Anning, sensing the situation, understood that forcing a young boy into something he was unwilling to do would only breed rebellion. "It's all right. No need to force him." However, Niu Cunning was not pleased. "This child is truly insufferable. I heard how excited he was about your return, and now he is mute upon seeing his second aunt?" Zhou Shixuan frowned, intervening to stop Niu Cunning's scolding. "Let us take a break for now." Niu Cunning pinched Zhou Jianhua's ear, forcing him to lower his head while he struggled, grinning in resistance. "You little rascal, you're getting bold. Come on, let us go home." As Niu Cunning scolded him, she dragged her eldest son home, while Zhou Jianhua shot one last resentful glance at Sheng Anning, muttering under his breath, "Damn spy." Once again, Niu Cunning landed a punch. "Who are you cursing at? Gaining some skills now, are we?" Sheng Anning found herself in a mix of laughter and tears. Although she couldn't fathom where she had offended Zhou Jianhua, the derogatory titles attributed to him puzzled her. Zhou Shixuan felt a twinge of remorse. "I'll have a word with him later." Sheng Anning, however, remained indifferent. "It's all right. I'm just curious as to why he harbors animosity towards me. I don't believe we've ever crossed paths." Zhou Shixuan was equally surprised, as Zhou Jianhua had never encountered Sheng Anning, nor had he known the former version of her. Feeling fatigued, Sheng Anning decided to retreat to her bed, while Zhou Shixuan lingered in the courtyard for a moment, waiting for Niu Cunning to finish with Zhou Jianhua before calling him out. They then made their way towards the outskirts of the village. At 15, Zhou Jianhua stood at a height of 1 meter 70. Yet he was as lean as a reed, trailing behind Zhou Shixuan with his head bowed. Zhou Shixuan remained silent until they reached the ridge outside the village, where he turned to Zhou Jianhua and asked, "Why do you harbor hostility toward her?" Zhou Jianhua defiantly replied, "Uncle, she's so beautiful. She must be a spy sent by the enemy to confuse you." Zhou Shixuan frowned. "What nonsense is this? Speak properly." Zhou Jianhua retorted, "If you're so close to Ani Caixia, why didn't you marry her? Instead, you chose to wed that city enchantress." Zhou Shixuan, feeling a flicker of anger, adopted a more serious tone. "What does this have to do with Luo Caixia? Speak respectfully. She is now your second aunt, not a spy or a sorceress." Zhou Jianhua felt increasingly aggrieved. "Then why does everyone in the village say you were courting Ani Caixia? She cried secretly many times when she learned you were married. She is so good, yet you didn't team marry her, and now the villagers say you're like Chen Shimi." At the mention of Chen Shimi, Zhou Jianhua's eyes reddened. If Sheng Anning were not a spy, how could his uncle bear the stigma of being compared to Chen Shimi? His esteemed uncle could not afford a single blemish on his reputation. Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to clarify events that had not transpired and had always believed that rumors should die with the wise. However, it now seemed more serious than he had anticipated. "Who told you that I was courting Luo Caixia?" Zhou Jianhua looked at his uncle in disbelief. Was he now denying even this? Remembering Ani Caixia's tears and how she had waited for his uncle for so many years, bringing treats home every time. Zhou Shixuan's refusal to acknowledge her for that woman made him feel indignant. He stubbornly turned his head away, refusing to answer Zhou Shixuan's question. At this moment, Zhou Shixuan realized he had to clarify the matter. He didn't mind personally, but he couldn't allow Sheng Anning to unjustly bear infamy. On his way back, he encountered his third uncle, who was gathering firewood on the mountain. Zhou Shixuan instructed Zhou Jianhua to return home first while he assisted his uncle. Sheng Anning, having lain down for a while without feeling sleepy, turned over to get up when she heard Niu Chunning's loud voice. "Second brother's wife, are you awake?" Sheng Anning responded and got up to open the door. Niu Chunning entered with a plate of peanuts, sunflower seeds, and red dates. "I brought these back from my maternal home for you. There is not much good stuff in the countryside." Sheng Anning politely invited Niu Chunning inside. Feeling at home, sat down on the edge of the bed with the plate. "A few days ago, our mother told me you were back, but I didn't believe it. Had I known you were back yesterday, I wouldn't have gone to the wedding banquet." Sheng Anning was unsure how to respond. "It doesn't matter. We're not in a hurry to leave." Niu Chunning pondered for a moment before bursting out. "I heard you're going to divide the family this time?" Sheng Anning nodded. "Yes, that is the intention." Niu Chunning expressed a hint of envy. "Dividing the family is quite good, but living in the city, it won't matter whether you divide or not. After all, it's still living on your own." Unlike them, who were always mixed up together, no one dared to mention the idea of division. Despite her bold demeanor, Niu Chunning did not dare to bring up the division because Zhou Chonglin inherently believed he was the eldest son and should live with his parents, managing the family's income. Meanwhile, the third family, led by Zhou Chongyun, was lazy and always took advantage without suffering losses, receiving the least share of work points each year, which naturally meant less grain for them, so they were unwilling to divide the family. Sheng Anning did not fully comprehend Zhou Shixuan's motives for wanting to divide the family. She simply listened with a smile as Niu Chunning spoke without offering any opinions. After some chatting, Niu Chunning went out to prepare dinner. With nothing to do, Sheng Anning gathered her dirty clothes and headed to the well to wash them. After Zhou Jianhua returned, he sulkily sat in the room, instructing his two younger brothers, who were playing cards on the table. "You must not call that woman second aunt. Think of how good Ani Caixia has been to us." The younger ones were less concerned, "But she is second aunt." Zhou Jianhua glared. "I said no, so it's no. If you call her that, you're traitors." The two younger brothers immediately fell silent. None wished to be deemed traitors. Zhou Jianhua, spotting Sheng Anning washing clothes through the window, suddenly concocted a ms. The two individuals appeared as if no unpleasantness had ever transpired between them, displaying an intimacy akin to that of a mother and daughter. A woman adorned with a floral headscarf peeked curiously at the entrance, glancing multiple times before cheerfully entering. "Oh my, I heard the lively commotion from afar. Have you guests visiting? Is that you, Caixia? When did you return?" As she spoke, she cast several expectant glances at Sheng Anning. sensing that the Zhou family was in for some entertainment. Zhu Hohat, feeling disinclined to engage with the intruding Sun Xiuxiang, who was the only woman in the Hewan village she had ever lost an argument to, attempted to ignore her. Sun Xiuxiang was notorious for her penchant for gossip, frequently flitting from one household to another, spreading tales. Luo Caixiao greeted Sun Xiuxiang with a smile. Aunt Xiuxiang, I just got back. Do visit my home when you have time. Sun Xiuxiang nodded repeatedly. That would be lovely. Oh, how wonderful that you've returned. Look, Changshuo is back too. You ought to go home and see him. Her words were laced with veiled insinuations. Sheng Anning observed silently. Though unfamiliar with a woman named Sun Xiuxiang, she discerned from her exaggerated tone and shifty eyes that this woman was not one to be underestimated. She was likely the most adept at stirring trouble. Zhu Hohat, growing impatient, interjected, Sun Xiuxiang, why don't you return home? You seem to be everywhere. Sun Xiuxiang pursed her lips. Do you think I wish to be here? I merely passed by, fearing your household might erupt into chaos. Just then, Zhou Shixuan entered the courtyard, calling out excitedly, Changshu, my goodness, it's been years since we last saw you. Being in office certainly suits you. Zhou Shixuan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected warmth, but politely greeted, Aunt Xiuxiang. How have you been? Sun Xiuxiang nodded vigorously. I'm well. How long are you back this time? Why aren't you with Kaixia? She spoke with an expression of feigned regret, seemingly oblivious to Sheng Anning standing nearby. Luo Caixiao, feeling flustered, rushed to grasp Sun Xiuxiang's arm. Aunt Xiuxiang, what are you saying? Our Sun's wife is right beside us. Sun Xiuxiang remained unfazed. I'm not speaking out of turn. Who in the village doesn't he know? Kaixia has waited for you all these years. And even when you were injured a couple of years back, Kaixia went to the city to care for you, alone together. Zhu Hohat was now anxious. Sun Xiuxiang, why do you meddle so much? My second son is already married. Sun Xiuxiang scoffed. I know he is married. And that is precisely why I feel for Kaixia. Luo Caixiao felt her head spinning, realizing that Sun Xiuxiang's recklessness had reached new heights, confronting Zhou Shixuan directly. She hastily added, Ah Sun, Aunt Xiuxiang must be mistaken. Sun Xiuxiang, puzzled, replied, How could I be mistaken? At the time, everyone was busy working, and I asked your mother. She said you went to the city to care for Changshuo. Sheng Anning found the unfolding situation increasingly intriguing, yearning to pull up a chair and listen to the untold stories between Zhou Shixuan and Luo Caixiao. Zhou Shixuan, tightening his brows, adopted an unusually grave demeanor. Aunt Xiuxiang, please refrain from speaking so carelessly. My injuries were tended by my comrades. I have never been in a relationship with Kaixia. Such remarks may not affect me, but they tarnish her reputation. Luo Caixiao felt her world collapse, staring in disbelief at Zhou Shixuan. She had never anticipated he would speak so candidly. By nature, he was not one to offer explanations. Sheng Anning watched Zhou Shixuan in shock, initially suspecting that perhaps there was nothing between him and Luo Caixiao, merely her own unrequited feelings. Yet, he had confirmed her suspicions. Sun Xiuxiang, undeterred, pressed. How can that be? Haven't you written letters to Kaixia, sending her clothes and shoes from the army? Anyone in the village would envy her for having a pair of military boots. Luo Caixiao did possess a pair, delivered by the postman, leading the villagers to believe they were sent by Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Shixuan shook his head. No, I have never sent her anything. I have, however, sent a couple of packages to Aunt Wangying. Aunt Xiuxiang, I must ask you to clarify this with the village so that no further misunderstandings arise. Initially, he thought it was merely due to his closeness with Luo Caixiao that people misconstrued their relationship. However, over the past few days, he sensed it was more complicated, necessitating immediate clarification. Sun Xiuxiang gasped repeatedly, still unable to fathom the situation, turning to Luo Caixiao. Kaixia, is what Changshuo said true? Luo Caixiao, biting her lip and with tears in her eyes, found herself unable to utter a single word. Ultimately, she turned to leave, crying. But Zhou Shixuan halted her. We should clarify this matter to prevent ongoing misunderstandings in the village. Sun Xiuxiang, now comprehending the situation, realized it was all Luo Caixiao's fabrication. Unconcerned by Luo Caixiao's tears, she remarked, Kaixia, you're in the wrong here. If you didn't take care for Changshuo, where did you go instead? She thrived on the drama. Chapter 48. Sheng Anning confronts her feelings. Luo Caixiao, feeling embarrassed and agitated. glared at Zhou Shixuan. So is all my delusion. Please stop asking me. I've been nothing but foolishly sentimental, believing you helped my family out of affection. I thought you bought gifts for my mother because of your feelings for me. I thought your teacher Zhou Jianhua approached Sheng Anning with reddened eyes, struggling to comprehend the recent events. He was aware that his uncle would protect Sheng Anning, yet would not extend the same courtesy to his aunt, Kai Xia. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "Anne, I'm sorry." Sheng Anning, however, remained unyielding. At 15, she was no longer a child. I already told you. If you disapprove of me, confront me directly. What does tormenting a kitten signify? Is it not a life? Therefore, it is you who should apologize, not I. With that, she turned back to the well to continue washing her clothes, disregarding Zhou Jianhua, who stood there, his face a canvas of mixed emotions. Niu Chunning struck Zhou Jianhua with a rolling pin, urging him to fetch the cat. In a surprisingly good mood, Sheng Anning scrubbed her clothes with vigor, perhaps buoyed by the fact that Zhou Shixuan and Luo Caixia had never been in a relationship, while she harbored feelings for Zhou Shixuan. She was unreserved in her affections, never one to hide her feelings. The awkwardness of the past few days stemmed from the presence of Luo Caixia. After all, Zhou Shixuan's marriage to the original owner lacked emotional foundation. If he still held a candle for Luo Caixia, how awkward would her affections become? Three individuals in their world felt excessively cramped. Thus, Sheng Anning felt elated, her scrubbing becoming more vigorous. Zhou Shixuan stood in the courtyard, watching Sheng Anning vigorously wash her clothes. Lacking the skill to use a washboard, her efforts were particularly forceful, seemingly infused with a tempest of emotions. Pondering the cause of her anger, he opted to retreat into the house. After hanging her clothes to dry, Sheng Anning returned to find Zhou Shixuan folding his military coat with meticulous precision. She wondered if it was necessary to fold a coat so neatly in the comfort of one's home, each crease sharp and defined. Had he been folding clothes all this time? Noticing that Sheng Anning appeared unfazed, Zhou Shixuan pointed to an enamel basin on the table. "That's for you." Without hesitation, Sheng Anning grasped the basin, its warmth a pleasant contrast to the chilling well water, which numbed her fingers. As she held the basin, she curiously inquired, "Did you not know that Luo Caixia liked you?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head, perplexed as to why everyone around him seemed aware of matters he was oblivious to. "You two grew up together, and she is so beautiful. Did you never have feelings for her?" Again, he shook his head, explaining that before joining the army, he focused on studying, and afterward, his thoughts were consumed by self-improvement amidst rigorous training and the looming specter of danger on the front lines. Sheng Anning found his ignorance astonishing. "Over the years, have you not liked any girls? Perhaps from the cultural troupe or the hospital?" She believed that his interactions with women would likely be limited to those professions. Zhou Shixuan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, blushed and replied, "No." Sheng Anning relished his awkward demeanor. In public, he was wise and composed, but discussions of emotions transformed him entirely. This was the version of him she adored. With a smile lighting her features, she lifted the lid and drank from the basin, finding the sweetened water pleasant. Zhou Shixuan, unable to decipher the source of her mirth, felt the room grow suddenly warmer. Just as he contemplated stepping outside, a voice called from beyond, "Quickly, Wang Ying's Caixia has ingested pesticide." The budding atmosphere of intimacy dissipated instantly, and Zhou Shixuan dashed out. Sheng Anning could not suppress an expletive as she hastily followed, exasperated by Luo Caixia' reckless behavior. The situation, which she had created, now implicated Zhou Shixuan. Upon arriving at Luo Caixio's home, they found a crowd gathered, with Wang Ying sobbing inside. Suggestions arose to hastily find a vehicle to take her to the hospital, and someone rushed to summon the tractor. Sheng Anning halted Zhou Shixuan, instructing, "You go bring a basin of soapy water. If there isn't any, mix a basin of soda water with a generous amount of soda." She entered the house with purpose, fully aware that Luo Caixia had no intention of ending her life. If she truly wished to die, she would have consumed the pesticide at night, and by morning, her body would be stiff. The fact that she was discovered shortly after drinking only proved her intent to seek attention. If she wished to create chaos, she should endure its consequences. Inside, Sheng Anning found Wang Ying cradling Luo Caixia, who lay unconscious, surrounded by two unfamiliar middle-aged women attempting to force soapy water down her throat. Luo Caixia, in a state of stupor, clenched her teeth, and refused to open her mouth. Determined, Sheng Anning adopted a serious demeanor, her tone commanding authority that compelled belief. The three women, already at a loss, sprang into action. One dashed to find a funnel, while another assisted Wang Ying in removing Luo Caisha's clothing, using a towel to clean her body. The woman who had rushed out soon returned with a funnel and a basin of soapy water. Sheng Anning knelt beside Luo Caisha, pinching the acupoints beneath her ears to induce her to involuntarily open her mouth, swiftly inserting the funnel and instructing the nearby women to pour the soapy water. Wang Ying, terrified, exclaimed, "Won't she drown if we pour in so much?" As the soapy water flowed into Luo Caisha, she began to vomit. Sheng Anning pressed down on her back, ensuring she remained positioned at the edge of the bed, continuing to administer the soapy water. After several attempts, Sheng Anning felt for a pulse at Luo Caisha's neck, which gradually became stronger, indicating that she was recovering. "You can take her to the hospital now." As Sheng Anning jumped off the bed, Luo Caisha stirred, awakening from her stupor. She had not consumed much pesticide, but the soapy water now caused her stomach to burn painfully, and her throat was sore, leaving her unable to speak. Wang Ying rushed to cover her with a blanket, sobbing, "Why must you think such thoughts? What drove you to seek death? If anything happened to you, how would I live?" Luo Caisha gazed blankly at the ceiling, unable to fathom that it was Sheng Anning who had saved her. She could not bear the humiliation of being publicly confronted by Zhou Shixuan. She felt she had lost everything, including her last vestige of hope. Sheng Anning, flexing her wrist after inadvertently straining it while helping, prepared to leave when she heard Luo Caisha's hoarse voice. "Mom, you all go out first. I wish to speak with Sheng Anning." Wang Ying hesitated, observing her daughter's despondent demeanor, before wiping her tears and stepping outside with the other women. Sheng Anning had no intention of engaging with Luo Caisha, but since she wished to converse, she too had matters to address. Turning to face Luo Caisha, she inquired, "What do you wish to say? Speak quickly." A tear escaped from the corner of Luo Caisha's eye, her voice tinged with despair. "If it were not for you, Asun would surely have married me." Sheng Anning found this assertion bewildering, questioning the source of Luo Caisha's misplaced confidence. "Alas, there are no ifs. Thus, your act of consuming pesticide holds no value." Luo Caisha's tears flowed more freely. "You know nothing. The Zhou family owes me. Zhou Shixuan owes me." Observing the once gentle and beautiful face, now uttering such unreasonable claims, Sheng Anning felt no inclination to engage further. "It was your mother who saved Zhou Shixuan. He has fulfilled his obligations over the years. Is he expected to serve your family for a lifetime? Moreover, it is I who saved your life. I do not seek your gratitude, but I demand that you maintain your distance from Zhou Shixuan. Should you continue your antics, I will not tolerate it. If you wish to die, do so far away from here. If you believe that your demise would instill a lifelong guilt in Zhou Shixuan, then you are gravely mistaken. Not only would he not feel remorse, but he would swiftly forget your existence, as he remains preoccupied with caring for me and our children. How could he possibly spare a thought for someone as inconsequential as you? Therefore, I advise you to cease your antics. I am not a saint, and next time, I may not come to your aid." With that, Sheng Anning turned on her heel, uninterested in hearing Luo Caisha moved by her own sentiments. The man, who was emotionally dull and somewhat tongue-tied, had already caught Sheng Anning's eye. Naturally, she would protect the man she admired. No one was allowed to bully him. With a cold expression, Sheng Anning exited, where a few individuals were still gathered, including Zhou Shixuan, who all glanced toward her as she emerged. Upon realizing that it was Sheng Anning who had saved Luo Caisha, their gazes shifted perceptibly. They also learned from Sun Xiaoxiang that Zhou Shixuan had never been in a relationship with Luo Caisha. It was all a fabrication on her part. Sympathy transitioned from Luo Caisha to Zhou Shixuan. Still fuming, Sheng Anning approached Zhou Shixuan. "Let us go home." Zhou Shixuan obediently followed her, leaving the others momentarily at a loss for words, yet sharing a common thought. Zhou Changshua's wife is formidable. As they exited the gate, Zhou Shixuan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Sheng Anning shot him a sidelong glance. "What does Luo Caisha have to do with you?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "Nothing." "Then why are you thanking me?" Sheng Anning replied with a huff. "Luo Caisha is simply foolish. To drink poison is only to drive you further away from her." Zhou Shixuan quietly explained, We are not involved. Sheng Anning teasingly rolled her eyes at him. I know you're not involved, but if she were to die, it would become relevant. Imagine the legend that would emerge. How remarkable you must be, that a beautiful young lady would take her life for you. Zhou Shixuan, already at a loss for words, simply pressed his lips together in silence. Sheng Anning relished the sight of him, unable to retort. Halting her steps and extending her wrist toward him. I've sprained my wrist. Could you massage it for me? Zhou Shixuan paused as well, glancing at the delicate, pale wrist before him, while also noting the occasional passerby, hesitating momentarily. Chapter 50. A sudden urge to embrace him. Sheng Anning glared at Zhou Shixuan. Hurry up. It will swell if you delay. Zhou Shixuan had no choice but to grasp her wrist, gently kneading her palm, his brow furrowed in concentration. Standing face to face, Sheng Anning could clearly see Zhou Shixuan's thick eyelashes and the slight flush of his ears. She smiled. Was every man so innocent, or was it just Zhou Shixuan? He likely had never even held a woman's hand before. Zhou Shixuan had indeed never touched a girl's hand with such tenderness. It felt soft and delicate, as though it might melt in his palm. Were it not for his slightly dark complexion, his face would surely be flushed. Sheng Anning found his technique rather adept. After a few moments, the pain in her wrist had subsided, and she relented. All right, it doesn't hurt anymore. I didn't expect your skills to be quite good. Zhou Shixuan released his grip, his palms still warm, and quietly returned his hands to his sides as they walked home together. Upon arrival, Zhou Chonglin and Zhou Chongyin had already returned from their farm work, squatting in the courtyard and conversing, while Niu Chunning and Qin Xiaolon were discussing Luo Caishia's suicide. Zhou Chongyun, usually reticent, felt a sense of dread. Luo Caishia's attempt on her life was alarming, especially now that she had been saved. Would she spill the secrets of their affair? As he squatted there, his heart felt as if it were being clawed at by a cat. Seeing Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning enter the courtyard, Niu Chunning approached them. How is she? Is Caixia feeling better? We couldn't all go visit her. Sheng Anning nodded. Yes, she is fine now. Niu Chunning sighed in relief. That's good. It's foolish for her to resort to such extremes. Qin Xiaolon interjected. What was she thinking? She deceived the whole village. We all thought she was involved with the second brother. Zhou Chongyin scolded. Be quiet. Do you think you're any better? Qin Xiaolon, emboldened by the presence of others, retorted. I'm not lying. Why you defend her so fiercely? Zhou Chongyin stood up. If you keep talking, I swear I'll slap you. Zhou Chonglin quickly intervened. Third brother, what are you doing? Niu Chunning, sensing the conversation was becoming untenable, tried to mediate. All right, dinner is ready. Let us wash up and eat. Noticing Zhou Shixuan calmly washing his hands, Sheng Anning approached him quietly. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Zhou Shixuan appeared puzzled. Why wouldn't we? Given the money I've provided for the family over the years, it's only right that we share meals. Sheng Anning found his reasoning quite sound. Perhaps this seemingly dull man was not as oblivious as he appeared. She washed her hands and followed Zhou Shixuan into the house for dinner. At that moment, when the harvest was meager, the family had no white flour. Niu Chunning prepared potatoes, grated them into strips, blanched them, then rolled them in cornmeal and steamed them, finishing with a drizzle of garlic and vinegar. There was also a plate of pickled vegetables. It was Sheng Anning's first time tasting such a meal. Although devoid of oil, it was surprisingly palatable. Apart from Zhou Ernie, the entire family sat around the large kitchen table in silence. Only the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls could be heard. Sheng Anning sat next to Zhou Shixuan, with Niu Chunning on the other side. Seeing the atmosphere was too quiet, Niu Chunning served Sheng Anning some pickled vegetables. We don't have any meat at home, but tomorrow I'll send Jianhua and the others to catch some wild rabbits. The weather is warming up, and the rabbits are out. Sheng Anning felt a bit embarrassed. No need, this is just fine. Niu Chunning shook her head. What is so fine about it? I know you city folks eat white flour every day. You must not be accustomed to this. If only she had the authority in the household, she would surely procure some white flour. Zhu Ho-Hat, picking at her meal, snorted at Niu Chunning's words but remained silent. Zhou Monsong, undeterred, shot Zhu Ho-Hat a glance and smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, sister-in-law is right. Let us send Jianhua and the others to catch some rabbits. If they can't catch any, we'll buy some meat and flour. Since the second couple is rarely home, we must make dumplings for them. Upon hearing the mention of dumplings, the two children immediately chimed in. We want dumplings. We want dumplings. Zhu Ho shot the children a glare, but dared not protest, continuing to eat in silence. Sheng Anning observed Zhou Shixuan, who maintained his composure while eating, and felt a sense of admiration. His psychological resilience was commendable. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms, leaving Niu Chunning alone in the kitchen to wash the dishes. Sheng Anning contemplated returning to her room to engage in a silent stare-off with Zhou Shixuan, but instead chose to help Niu Chunning with the dishes, finding her gossip entertaining. Niu Chunning insisted, "No need, I can handle this alone. You should rest." Sheng Anning cleared the table. "It's fine. I'm just idle anyway." Niu Chunning ceased her protests, cheerfully chatting with Sheng Anning about various matters, suddenly shifting the conversation. Previously, there was talk in the village that Saixia was involved with the second brother. I found it strange when I married in. The second brother was only 14, quiet and withdrawn, preferring to read. I never saw him close to Saixia. She spoke these words to ease Sheng Anning's heart. However, Sheng Anning was curious about Zhou Shixuan's life in the Zhou household over the years. "You married quite early. What was Zhou Shixuan like when you arrived?" Niu Chunning possesses a straightforward disposition, devoid of ulterior motives, always expressing her thoughts candidly. "When I married into the family, the second son was already quite tall, albeit as thin as a reed. Those years were particularly arduous. The nation was plagued by famine, and many in our village succumbed to starvation. Yet, our family remained unscathed, thanks to the second son's ingenuity in foraging for food in the mountains. During a time when even tree bark had been consumed and all edible resources had been depleted, he consistently managed to find sustenance." Niu Chunning harbors gratitude towards Zhou Shixuan, particularly for the time when she was pregnant, and he stealthily presented her with a roasted wild rabbit upon returning from the mountains. Sheng Anning had only encountered this historical episode in books and was astounded to learn that Zhou Shixuan had lived through it. Reflecting on those years, Niu Chunning felt a wave of nostalgia. She remembered a particular instance when the villagers, noticing the second son's knack for bringing back food, harbored malicious intentions. A group of young men ambushed him on the road, demanding he relinquish his provisions. Remarkably, the second son, merely 14 and as slender as a bean sprout, managed to fend off 5 or 6 men in their 20s. From that day forth, no one dared to provoke him, not even the third son, who had also felt the brunt of the second son's strength. Fearing that Sheng Anning might perceive Zhou Shixuan as overly violent, Niu Chunning quickly added that the second son also possessed a kind heart, often sharing food with elderly villagers who struggled to procure their own. Sheng Anning felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the 14-year-old boy standing amidst the crowd like a lone wolf, suddenly yearning to embrace him. Chapter 51. Zhou Shixuan is not a man of simple nature. Upon returning home, Sheng Anning noticed Zhou Shixuan was absent, and she was unaware of his whereabouts. After freshening up, she still found no sign of him, which conveniently spared her the embarrassment of lying down simultaneously. The night fell early, yet there was naught to occupy her time. The day's events had been so exhilarating that as she lay down, she contemplated how to gradually approach the taciturn Zhou Shixuan while also pondering the future. Before long, she drifted into a deep slumber, oblivious to when Zhou Shixuan returned or when he lay down. She only sensed warmth in the middle of the night, akin to being embraced by the sun. Upon awakening in the morning, she found the space beside her still empty, the bedding neatly folded. This left Sheng Anning momentarily bewildered. Had he not returned? Or had he left early? Lazily rising to wash up, the courtyard was eerily quiet. Neither adults nor children were in sight, save for the frightened little cat resting in the sun beneath the window after being startled by Zhou Jianhua the previous day. After completing her morning routine, she still heard no sounds, leaving her puzzled about everyone's whereabouts. Just then, Niu Chunning entered with a hefty piece of meat, around 5 or 6 pounds. Upon seeing Sheng Anning, her face lit up with a smile. "You're awake. There are sweet potatoes in the pot. Have a bite first. We'll have dumplings for lunch." Sheng Anning glanced around and inquired, "Where's Zhou Shixuan?" Niu Chunning chuckled. "He took Jianhua and the other 2 brothers into the mountains early this morning. Hurry, let us head inside." Sheng Anning pouted, feeling somewhat abandoned by the taciturn man, and followed Niu Chunning into the kitchen. Niu Chunning, beaming, said, "The money for this meat came from his second son. I went early and bought the best pork belly. Just look at how thick the fat is." Sheng Anning was taken aback, thinking it was Zhou Monsong who had sent Niu Chunning to buy the meat. After placing the meat down, Chunning washed her hands and mentioned to Sheng Anning. The second son said, "We have guests for lunch." It seems they discussed the division of the household. Surprised, Sheng Anning asked, "Didn't they say to wait until after these busy days?" Chunning expressed a hint of envy, but could only admire the second son's confidence to return and speak of separation. After finishing her sweet potato, Sheng Anning heard commotion in the courtyard. Zhou Shixuan returned with the 3 children, some carrying wild rabbits and others with wild chickens, even the youngest clutching a string of sparrows. Upon entering, they shouted, Mom, look at all the things my second uncle brought back." Sheng Anning rushed out to see the commotion, astonished by the bounty. She queried Zhou Shixuan, "Did you catch all these?" He nodded yes. Sheng Anning clapped her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling as she praised him. "How remarkable you are, a sharpshooter. You make me so proud." Zhou Shixuan felt somewhat uncomfortable with such overt praise. "The weather is warm. The little animals are out foraging," he replied. Sheng Anning relished in Zhou Shixuan's bashfulness, her smile widening. No, it's still your skill that's impressive. No wonder so many girls are fond of you." She refrained from adding, "including myself," fearing it might startle him. Zhou Shixuan's expression turned serious as he stated, "Don't speak nonsense. I need to sort these things out. The village head and my uncle are coming for lunch." Intrigued, Sheng Anning offered, "I'll help you. I absolutely love skinning these little creatures." Zhou Shixuan did not refuse, and he proceeded to handle the wild rabbits and chickens while Sheng Anning fetched a surgical knife from the house. She skillfully skinned the rabbits and chickens, executing the task with precision and minimal mess. When it came to the sparrows, she expertly twisted their heads and swiftly sliced their necks, leaving the birds perfectly intact. Zhou Jianhua and his brothers watched in awe, having witnessed many people skin rabbits and kill sparrows, yet none could match Sheng Anning's deftness, leaving no traces of blood behind. Observing her proficiency, Zhou Shixuan realized that she no longer felt the need to put on a fade. The group worked fervently in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhu Hohat sat in Zhou Ernie's room, her face contorted with worry. Upon Zhou Shixuan's return from his morning rounds, he announced that they would be hosting guests for lunch, including his uncle and the village head, as well as several elders. It seemed he had inquired around and found everyone available. The matter of division left no room for negotiation. Zhou Ernie lay on the Kong, listening to the sounds from the courtyard, glancing at Zhu Hohat's distressed expression. "My second brother wants to divide the household. It must be that Sheng Anning has instigated him. She clearly seems like a vixen, enchanting my second brother to heed her every word. Look at her return. I'm in trouble, and Kai Xia has even committed suicide." Zhu Hohat shot her a glare. "Don't speak nonsense. Luo Caishiao's suicide has nothing to do with Sheng Anning. It wasn't that she had suddenly become clear-headed. She simply wished to distance herself from Luo Caishiao's predicament, eager to sever ties now to prevent Zhou Changyun's scandal from surfacing. Yet, she inwardly scoffed, recalling how Luo Caixia had once looked down upon her family's third son, only to find herself in such a predicament. As Chunning prepared meat filling, Zhou Shixuan stoked the fire in the courtyard for stewing the meat. Chun Xiaolan returned with her 2 children, allowing them to play outside while she took the rare initiative to assist Chunning in the kitchen. Sheng Anning, with her hands clasped behind her back, observed Zhou Shixuan's culinary skills. "Are your brothers off to work again?" "No, my brother took some men to the town for seeds. The irrigation ditch has been completed." Sheng Anning acknowledged. "Oh, so there's no work to be done. Everyone seems to be idle." Zhu Hohat and Zhou Monsong were silent, and Zhou Changyun's whereabouts remained unknown. Zhou Monsong was quite a peculiar presence, always coughing as if on the verge of death, yet he could also sit in silence, appearing lifeless. Curious, Sheng Anning continued to watch Zhou Shixuan expertly stir-fry and stew the meat, clearly proficient in his craft. "How did you become so skilled at cooking?" Zhou Shixuan answered readily. "I worked in the cooking team for over a year when I was in the army." Pleased, Sheng Anning nodded. "That is excellent. As long as you're home, you'll be the one cooking for our family." Unintentionally, she teased Zhou Shixuan, causing him to momentarily pause in his task, only to respond with a subdued, Sheng Anning smiled brightly, enjoying the playful banter with Zhou Shixuan, finding joy in the simplicity of life during such austere times. The aroma of stewed meat soon wafted through the air, enticing neighbors and passers-by alike to take a moment to savor the scent. Before long, The entire village was aware of the impending division of the Zhou family's household. Standing under the sun, Sheng Anning squinted at the curious onlookers peeking into the courtyard. Suddenly realizing that her previous characterization of Zhou Shixuan as an honest man was misguided. Could a truly honest person concoct such a devious scheme as the stewing of meat? Chapter 52. Zhou Shixuan's final strike. Zhou Shixuan had grown accustomed to Sheng Anning's presence, her occasional compliments causing him to blush uncontrollably. As the meat neared completion, his great-uncle arrived with a young boy, and the village head, Zhou Zhuang, accompanied by several elder relatives, joined them. Zhou Montsong, momentarily shedding his act of indifference, trembled as he greeted the newcomers, while Zhu Hohat emerged from the house, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. They settled on the heated platform in Zhu Hohat's room, and Zhou Shixuan accompanied them inside, engaging in casual conversation about the weather and the harvest. Sheng Anning, curious about their topics of discussion, wished to observe the lively gathering. However, there were unspoken rules. When guests visited, women were not permitted at the dining table and instead had to eat in the kitchen. Once the dishes and dumplings were served, Sheng Anning joined Zhu Hohat and Niu Chunning at the kitchen platform, while the children sat at a small table on the floor. Niu Chunning, feeling sympathetic towards the young boy, held him close and fed him meat and dumplings. Zhu Hohat, confronted with a table full of food, lost her appetite as she watched Chun Xiaolon devour her meal ravenously, unable to restrain herself from scolding. "Look at you, acting like a glutton. Have you not been fed at home? Where's the third one?" Chun Xiaolon, unable to finish her dumpling, whimpered, "How would I know?" Zhu Hohat's expression darkened further. With the impending division of the household and the absence of her other two sons, she feared the burgeoning chaos would leave her without an ally. Sheng Anning's mood remained buoyant, relishing the tender sparrow, the savory wild rabbit, and the lean yet flavorful wild chicken, even the dumplings bursting with juice upon biting. Most importantly, she found joy in witnessing Zhou Shixuan managing such a troublesome family. At the men's table, the atmosphere was relatively pleasant as Zhou Jiaowang asked Zhou Shixuan about his future work plans. "Will you be staying in Longbei City?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head, "Not necessarily. If the unit relocates to the experimental base, we will follow." Zhou Jiaowang, well informed from the broadcasts, probed further, "Isn't your research related to missiles capable of striking the enemy?" Zhou Shixuan deftly sidestepped the topic. "Uncle Jiaowang, I appreciate you coming despite your busy schedule. It is no trouble at all." Zhou Jiaowang waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. This is hardly a burden. Look at this feast. It is more sumptuous than a New Year celebration." As the meal progressed, Zhou Jiaowang broached the topic that had brought them together, asking Zhou Shixuan, "Longsaw, have you truly made up your mind about dividing the household? Would you care to share your reasoning?" Zhou Shixuan nodded. "When I left to join the army, the condition set by my family was that I would send my allowances home until I married, at which point I could separate. This matter was well known among Zhou Zhuang and the other elders present. The opportunity had initially belonged to Zhou Changyun, who declined, leaving Zhou Shixuan to step in, an event that had become common knowledge in the village. Zhou Montsong frowned. "Wasn't that to prevent you from squandering money while living away? After all, we are family. Creating a scene would only invite ridicule." Zhou Jiaowang, however, expressed some skepticism. "Longsaw, you will be living in the city and won't return often. What's the difference? Besides, what do you have here? You can't take the house with you." Zhou Shixuan had anticipated this objection, producing an envelope from his pocket and presenting a prepared agreement to Zhou Jiaowang. "After the division, I will no longer manage family affairs and will send 5 yuan monthly for their support." Zhou Montsong's face darkened at this revelation, barely restraining his anger. Zhou Jiaowang, after reading the document, was astonished to find that Zhou Shixuan had delineated numerous terms, fundamentally stating that aside from the 5 yuan for elder care, he would contribute nothing else. Even in the event of Zhou Montsong and Zhu Hohat's illness or demise, he would remain uninvolved. Zhou Jiaowang was taken aback by Zhou Shixuan's resoluteness. This was not merely a division, but a severance of ties. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Zhou Shixuan. "Longsaw, are you truly prepared to take this step? Regardless of their shortcomings, they are your parents. It cannot be easy for them to have raised you. As the saying goes, you owe them for your upbringing." Zhou Shixuan's resolve remained unwavering. "I have made my decision. Uncle Jiaowang, please read the contents aloud for everyone. If they believe I have gone too far, I am willing to explain myself." Zhou Jiaowang hesitated, noting Zhou Montsong's grim expression. Revealing the contents would likely incite a furious reaction. However, Zhou Shixuan's determination left him no choice but to proceed. Aside from the great-uncle, the other relatives were visibly shocked. While Zhou Montsong's face shifted from black to white after that incident, Zhou Montsong remarked that Zhou Shixuan was a wretched child. He even sought the village scholar for a fortune-telling, claiming that the boy would bring misfortune to his parents and that a name change was necessary. Thus, Zhou Changshua became Zhou Shixuan. The more Zhou Jiawang thought about it, the angrier he became, slamming his hand on the table and berating Zhou Montsong. Do you even consider yourself human? If I were Changshua, I would never set foot in your door again. After all these years of providing for you, you can go eat dirt. Zhou Montsong dared not retort, quietly explaining that he simply did not wish to spend money on nonsense. Zhou Jiawang sneered, nonsense. How can we not know what kind of child Changshua is as we watch him grow? It is you and your wife who have mistreated him since childhood. Uncle San sighed. Montsong, Changshua is truly a good child, but your hearts have strayed. The choices he makes today cannot be blamed on him. After finishing her meal, Sheng Anning noticed Zhu Hohat, Chun Xiaolon, and Niu Chunying sneaking under the window to eavesdrop. Mimicking their actions, she crouched down to listen to the conversation inside. Upon arrival, she overheard Zhou Jiawang reading the agreement and was taken aback. This was not a division of the family, but a complete severance of ties. When she heard Zhou Shixuan calmly state that Zhu Hohat and her husband once plotted to kill him, her expression darkened, her eyes blazing like a small dragon breathing fire as she glared at Zhu Hohat. How could someone be so malicious? To harm a child simply because of a few extra bites of food? Zhu Hohat, terrified by the conversation, trembled and was taken aback when she met Sheng Anning's eyes. Shrinking back against the wall, the more Sheng Anning thought about it, the angrier she grew. Ultimately unable to contain herself, she stood up and kicked Zhu Hohat hard. Zhu Hohat let out a yelp, falling to the ground, and before she could get up, Sheng Anning delivered another fierce kick. Niu Chunying, still in shock, was at a loss as to whether to intervene or assist. Zhou Shixuan, hearing the commotion, rushed out to find Sheng Anning kicking Zhu Hohat like an enraged creature, her eyes aflame and her strikes ruthless. He quickly approached and grasped Sheng Anning's wrist, pulling her aside. Zhu Hohat, wincing in pain, cried out, "Are you trying to kill me?" "Oh, my back." Sheng Anning glared at her. "If killing weren't a crime, I would certainly take your life. Do you even count as a human? You're worse than a beast." She then turned her fierce gaze on Zhou Shixuan. "They want to kill you. They want your life. And yet you still send them money year after year. Are you out of your mind? If it were me, once I left this family, I would never acknowledge them again. If they crave blood, let them eat dirt." Zhou Shixuan regarded Sheng Anning's flushed face, touched by her unreserved protection. It was the first time someone had defended him without conditions. He swallowed hard and promised, "It won't happen again." Sheng Anning continued to glare at the sobbing Zhu Hohat. "You should return every penny Zhou Shixuan has given you over the years. You are the true ungrateful ones." Zhou Jiawang and Uncle San emerged, observing Zhou Shixuan's wife's fierce outburst without intervening. Outside the courtyard, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle of the Zhou family division. After a moment, Uncle San called out to Zhou Shixuan, "Changshua, take your wife to my home. After all this commotion, you certainly cannot stay here." Zhou Shixuan grasped Sheng Anning's wrist. "Let us go." Before leaving, Sheng Anning kicked Zhu Hohat once more. Huffing angrily as she followed Zhou Shixuan into the house to collect their belongings and depart with Uncle San. Once Zhou Shixuan had left, Zhou Jiawang glared at the still sobbing Zhu Hohat. "Stop your crying. Look at what you've done. Is this human behavior? Changshua has been more than benevolent to you over the years. If you dare to cause trouble, I will report you and have you all arrested." With that, he left in a huff. Zhu Hohat sat on the ground, too frightened to weep. Following Zhou Shixuan to Uncle San's home, Sheng Anning was still seething, thinking about how Zhou Shixuan had willingly been a victim for so many years, which only fueled her anger. Upon seeing them enter, Aunt Sen hurriedly welcomed them. Changshua's wife, please sit down." She busied herself pouring tea. After Uncle San settled down, he sighed, "This is for the best. I have put you through enough hardship over the years." Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "It's not hardship. They were right. Raising me is a form of grace." Aunt San, having heard the story, couldn't help but criticize Zhou Montsong and his wife. These two always take advantage and refuse to endure hardship. They even gave away their daughter. It's no surprise they could abandon or harm their child. Sheng Anning, who had never experienced hardship, struggled to understand their actions of giving away or abandoning children due to hunger. Then they shouldn't have had children. What kind of person brings a child into the world but fails to raise it? Aunt San laughed at Sheng Anning's furious expression. Every grain of rice nurtures various people. There are all kinds of minds out there. She sighed again. Song and his wife will surely regret this someday. Uncle San waved his hand. Let's not speak of them. Changsha, focus on your work from now on. As long as I live, I'll keep an eye on them and ensure they don't trouble you. Zhou Shishuan shook his head. They wouldn't dare. He understood Zhou Song and Zhu Hohot all too well. They were selfish and cowardly, only brave within their own confines. Sheng Anning puffed her cheeks. Turning to see Zhou Shishuan's forehead injury, the blood congealed and staining his face. In her previous anger, she had forgotten to ask, let me treat your wound. You're such a fool. Can't you dodge? If I were you, I would have retaliated the moment he struck me. A fleeting smile flickered in Zhou Shishuan's eyes. As brief as a shooting star, yet exceptionally beautiful. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkled, softening his entire demeanor. Sheng Anning froze for a moment, involuntarily swallowing hard. Chapter 54. Those who wish to harm. Zhou Shishuan. Sheng Anning's heart screamed in excitement. This man's smile could be the death of her, making her wish to give everything for him. However, she maintained a facade of calmness as she retrieved cotton and iodine from the shelf. Fortunately, the wound isn't deep. She gently cleaned the injury, deliberately leaning in closer, allowing her to see her reflection in his eyes and observe the slight flush creeping up his ears. Aunt San sat nearby, beaming with pride, feeling grateful that Changsha had married such a good wife, one who was straightforward and considerate. After tending to Zhou Shishuan's wound, Sheng Anning cheerfully went to wash her hands by the well. Xiao Zhu, shyly approaching, squatted down to watch her. As soon as Sheng Anning glanced at him, he immediately looked down, embarrassed. Zhou Shishuan noticed Sheng Anning and Xiao Zhu by the well and recalled her suggestion for him to take Xiao Zhu to the hospital for a checkup. He reminded Uncle San, I won't leave for the next few days. Let us take Xiao Zhu to the county hospital for a throat examination. Aunt San hesitated. They say that children who speak late are often destined for greatness. Could Xiao Zhu be one of those children? Zhou Shishuan believed Sheng Anning must have noticed something. It's better to have a checkup for peace of mind. We don't want anything to be overlooked, only to regret it later. You need not worry about the expenses. Uncle San hurriedly refused. That won't do. Changsha, you're married now. You'll need money for many things in the future, so you can't spend recklessly. Zhou Shishuan dismissed the concern. It's fine. Health is paramount. Just then, Sheng Anning returned from washing her hands, overhearing Zhou Shishuan discussing Xiao Zhu's medical visit with Uncle San. She felt puzzled, having severed ties with Zhou Monsong's family. Why were they still staying? What would Song Shiyuan do upon his arrival? In the household of Uncle San, there exists but a single bed. The elderly couple shares it with Xiao Zhu. Now, with the addition of Sheng Anning and Zhou Shishuan, Uncle San has designated that Sheng Anning and Aunt San, along with Xiao Zhu, reside there, while he and Zhou Shishuan take shelter in a hut at the field for the night. Although the interior appears quite rudimentary, Aunt San manages to keep it remarkably tidy. The quilts, though patched, are neatly arranged, and the bedding has been washed to the point where its original color is indiscernible. The only piece of furniture that seems somewhat respectable is a chest of red camphor wood beside the bed. Aunt San, while tidying up, expresses her regret. Our conditions are poor. I hope you do not feel wronged. Sheng Anning promptly shakes her head, insisting, I do not feel wronged at all. In fact, Aunt San keeps everything very clean. Aunt San smiles, her face softening with warmth amidst its wrinkles. Your Uncle San and I have grown old, toiling in labor that yields scant rewards. Thus, we are grateful if we can merely fill our bellies, though we see our health declining day by day. And we wonder if we will live to see little Zhu grow up. Sheng Anning remains silent, unsure of how to offer comfort. She herself is barely managing, and the notion of adopting Xiao Zhu is far from her thoughts. Even if she possessed the means, she would deliberate thoroughly. For raising a child is not akin to caring for a kitten or puppy. It requires immense dedication and energy. Sheng Anning feels she is incapable of such a commitment. After Aunt San finishes making the bed, they step outside, where Zhou Shishuan and Uncle San sit in the yard, crafting something by the dim light of a kerosene lamp. Xiao Zhu quietly observes from a small stool. Upon seeing Sheng Anning emerge, Uncle San cheerfully remarks, Zhang Suo and I are just fine. We're making a fishing net to see if we can catch some fish tonight. The ice in the river has melted. There should be fish now. Sheng Anning squats beside Zhou Shixuan, watching as the slender ropes dance in his hands, as if no challenge could possibly daunt this man. The atmosphere is tranquil and pleasant. Suddenly, the village bell tolls, startling everyone. Zhou Shixuan and Uncle San rise simultaneously. Uncle Sam, puzzled, inquires what has happened. The bell at the village entrance serves as a warning of intruders during times of conflict, and later, it merely signaled the start and end of work shifts. It rarely rings, especially not at night. Following the tolling, the sound of rushing footsteps fills the air as villagers hasten towards the bell. Zhou Shixuan and Uncle San follow suit, while Sheng Anning, curious, trails closely behind Zhou Shixuan. The iron bell hangs from an ancient tree, and beneath it lies a stone platform taller than a person, upon which a body lies. Before Sheng Anning can discern the situation, Zhou Shixuan swiftly turns and covers her eyes as murmurs ripple through the crowd. Isn't this Zhang Yong? Oh heavens, who could have done this? They have harmed Zhang Yong. Sheng Anning, having overheard snippets of conversation, realizes the gravity of what has transpired, understanding why Zhou Shixuan shielded her eyes, and she playfully blinks her long eyelashes against his palm. When Zhou Shixuan finally releases his hold, Zhang Yong is already covered with a sheet, lying unconscious. Zhu Hohat and Chun Xiaolan rush from the crowd, wailing, "Oh dear heavens, how are we to survive this? Who could have done such a thing, oh San?" Zhou Chonglin approaches with a grim expression, calling for help to lift Zhang Yong onto a tractor for a swift trip to the hospital. Sheng Anning is astonished. Someone has indeed mutilated Zhang Yong and left him for all to see. Her curiosity grows. Who could be responsible? The surrounding villagers engage in fervent speculation. Whom has San offended? I do not know. Just days ago, he quarreled with Zhang Lizi while digging a ditch. And just after the new year, he got into a fight with Ergo as well. Zhang Yong has always been somewhat unpopular, having made many enemies. Thus, any number of individuals could be suspects. Zhou Shixuan does not join in the effort to assist, and once Zhou Chonglin departs with the tractor, he turns to Sheng Anning, instructing her to gather their belongings as they shall head to the county town tonight. Puzzled, Sheng Anning lowers her voice. Did you do this? Zhou Shixuan gives her a deep, meaningful look before striding back, prompting her to hastily follow. Why must we leave? It feels as though we are fleeing in guilt. Zhou Shixuan remains silent, his brow furrowed. He knows that if Zhang Yong was involved in a dispute that escalated into violence, it could be an accident. However, it is inconceivable that someone would inflict such harm and leave him for public display. This situation compels him to be vigilant. Akin to a misdiagnosis at a hospital, it seems directed at him. He remains uncertain of the identity of the aggressor. Noticing Zhou Shixuan's serious demeanor, Sheng Anning realizes the gravity of the situation and promptly accompanies him home. Zhou Shixuan neglects to explain to Uncle San, "We must go to the county town." Uncle San, still in shock, expresses concern. What has occurred? Whom has Zhang Yong offended? Zhou Shixuan shakes his head. I am not sure. We will first inform the police in town. Uncle San nods in agreement. Well, Zhang Yong is your brother. You ought to go check on him. Not long after they exit the village, they encounter Zhou Chonglin repairing the tractor. Zhu Hohat and Qin Xiaolan are already hoarse from crying. Chapter 55. She can save, yet chooses to stand aside. Zhou Chonglin, upon recognizing Zhou Shixuan, exclaims as if seeing a savior, "Heir, you've come just in time." The tractor has stalled and refuses to start. Zhou Shixuan hands his bag to Sheng Anning and proceeds to inspect the tractor's engine. Zhou Chonglin, holding a flashlight, anxiously inquires, "What is wrong? Can it be fixed soon? Why did San offend someone so severely?" Although he has always disapproved of Zhang Yong's laziness, he does not wish for him to come to harm, fearing that any delay could cost him his life. Zhou Shixuan purses his lips, remaining silent as he tinkers with the engine, reattaching the belt and shaking the engine, which miraculously roars to life. Zhou Chonglin, disregarding any inquiries about Zhou Shixuan and his wife's whereabouts, urges, "Hurry, let us go," fearing that they may not reach Zhang Yong in time to save him. Sheng Anning is taken aback that in the span of just 2 days, they must make 2 trips to the county hospital. The Zhou family truly seems beset by calamity. Sitting beside Zhou Shixuan, she observes as Zhu Hohat leans against the truck, half conscious and wailing intermittently, while Qin Xiaolan wipes her tears and cradles her pregnant belly. Sheng Anning is torn between feeling schadenfreude and sympathy. The bumpy journey to the county hospital proves tumultuous, and upon their arrival, Zhu Hohat hopes that Zhou Shixuan can cover the hospitalization fee. However, after Zhou Shixuan disembarks and advises Zhou Chonglin to take things slowly, he departs with Sheng Anning. Zhu Hohat, unable to wait for a handout, rushes alongside Zhou Chonglin into the hospital. Zhou Shixuan takes Sheng Anning to the police station to report the incident. The officer who receives them, upon hearing of such inhumane conduct, takes note of Zhou Shixuan's work ID from a nuclear research facility, indicating the seriousness with which they regard the case. They accompany him to the hospital. Sheng Anning, fueled by curiosity, feels invigorated by the unfolding drama, and upon returning to the hospital, does not feel fatigued. When they arrive at the hospital, they encounter a doctor who declares that Zhang Yang's injuries cannot be stitched. They can only treat the wounds to save his life. Sheng Anning calculates the time and realizes it could have been reattached, but current medical capabilities are insufficient. The county likely lacks a skilled surgeon. She muses that she herself possesses the skill for such suturing. Upon hearing that her son will forever be deprived of his manhood, Zhu Hohat's eyes roll back, and she faints while Qin Xiaolan collapses onto a chair, inconsolable, lamenting how to live on if her husband becomes a eunuch. When Zhu Hohat regains consciousness, the police begin their inquiries. Who was Zhang Yong with last night? Zhou Chonglin is unaware, having not seen Zhang Yong since returning from town, having instead spent the day lying on the bed in sorrow after hearing of the family turmoil, missing both lunch and dinner. Zhu Hohat and Qin Xiaolan also do not know, stating, he left in the morning and has not returned since. The police press further. Does Zhang Yong have any known enemies? Zhu Hohat and Qin Xiaolan cannot answer, acknowledging that while villagers often quarrel over trivial matters, it is rare to encounter true enmity. Zhou Chonglin pondered deeply, recounting the individuals he had quarreled with over the past 2 years. He felt none of them were particularly malicious, despite their disputes. They were all from the same village and unlikely to resort to such extreme measures. The police took notes and informed Zhou Shixuan that they would visit Hewan village at dawn, returning once Zhou Chongyun regained consciousness. Zhou Shixuan nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude for their efforts. As they escorted the police downstairs, Sheng Anning followed, curiosity piqued. Who do you think could be so ruthless? She inquired. Zhou Shixuan abruptly asked, are you capable of performing such a surgery? Sheng Anning replied, how could I possibly do that? I'm not a doctor. Zhou Shixuan pressed his lips together, opting for silence. Earlier at the hospital, the doctor had mentioned that due to the prolonged delay, Zhou Chongyun could not undergo further surgery. Yet Sheng Anning had subtly smiled, clearly dismissing the doctor's assertion. Her demeanor suggested, I could save him, but I choose not to. Sheng Anning touched her nose and asked Zhou Shixuan, should we wait here at the hospital? He shook his head, saying, I will take you to the guest house for rest. I shall return shortly. Sheng Anning insisted, no, I can manage a night in the hospital corridor. Observing the financial strain Zhou Shixuan faced upon his return, she wished to conserve resources and also longed to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, leading her back. At that moment, Zhu Hohat sat weeping on a bench, her eyes closed. Among her several children, she favored Zhou Chongyun and the youngest, Zhou Ernie, for their sweet tongues and charm. The thought of Zhou Chongyun becoming a eunuch was unbearable for her. Sheng Anning chose a bench a distance away from Zhu Hohat. On this chilly spring night, the cold was biting, the hospital lacked heating, and the corridor felt even colder, with breath visible in the air. After a brief while, Sheng Anning felt the chill creeping up from her feet, the cotton coat offering little solace. Just as she contemplated standing to warm up, Zhou Shixuan had already removed his military coat and offered it to her. It will be colder later, he warned. Sheng Anning hesitated momentarily, but you have an injury. The wound is no longer an issue, he replied. She took the coat without further thought, enveloped in its warmth, reminiscent of sunlight in a dream, dry, crisp, and pleasantly fragrant. It was not until dawn that Zhou Chongyun's surgery concluded, and he was wheeled out still unconscious. The doctor advised that once the patient awoke, he should be nourished and his emotions carefully tended to, as a man who had lost such a vital part of himself would struggle mentally. As the doctor spoke, a nurse handed Zhou Shixuan the treatment form for family signatures. Sheng Anning glanced at it, noticing the hastily scrawled blood type AB and then returned her gaze. Zhou Chongyun was admitted to the ward, and Zhu Hohat along with Chun Xiaolon resumed their crying. Sheng Anning refrained from entering, standing at the door, her mind wandering. She recalled that Zhou Shixuan's blood type was O. It was normal for brothers to have differing blood types. Zhou Chongyun awoke around noon, and upon realizing he had become a eunuch, he screamed in despair. Zhu Hohat embraced him, urging old three, calm down. Don't get too worked up. What if your wound opens? Zhou Chongyun was beyond composure, his body racked with pain, rendering him incapable of anything but wailing and incoherently cursing. Zhu Hohat cried, "Who did this to you? Who could be so cruel as to harm you like this?" Zhou Chongyun, lost in his agony, could not process her words, continuing to scream. Suddenly, Zhu Hohat asked, "Was it Luo Caixia?" Sheng Anning, still at the door, was taken aback by the mention of Luo Caixia's name. What connection could there be? Chapter 56, Zhou Shixuan, come hear the gossip. Sheng Anning was astonished that Luo Caixia had become a suspect. However, given that Luo Caixia had recently ingested pesticide, even if she could have harmed Zhou Chongyun, she would not have been able to transport him to the village entrance. Zhu Hohat suspected Luo Caixia because she believed she had been humiliated by Zhou Shixuan. After failing to die from the poison, she had drawn the attention of the entire village. Might she retaliate against Zhou Chongyun? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Embracing Zhou Chongyun, she declared, "Old three, tell me it was that wretched Luo Caixia. I shall avenge you." Zhou Chongyun vehemently shook his head, his eyes filled with despair. Yet Zhu Hohat was convinced that Luo Caixia could not escape blame. Could it be that Luo Caixia sought someone else? I suspect that fox spirit. Zhou Chongyun suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at the ceiling, contemplating how he would face the world again. Observing her son's state, Zhu Hohat assumed he was tacitly agreeing with her suspicion and, disregarding Chun Xiaolon's presence, began to scold. "Ah, that Luo Caixia? You surely slept with her. And she holds a grudge." Chun Xiaolon abruptly halted her tears, incredulously staring at Zhu Hohat. "Mom, what are you saying?" Even Zhou Chonglin, who stood nearby, was taken aback. When had Zhou Chongyun and Luo Caixia been involved? Sheng Anning thought to herself. This spectacle was becoming increasingly dramatic. Luo Caixia had once shared a bed with Zhou Chongyun. How could she maintain her fa-ade of a heartbroken lover, making everyone believe Zhou Shixuan had wronged her? Straightening herself, her eyes gleaming with intrigue, she peered through the door. Zhu Hohat suddenly realized she had misspoken, her words now irretrievable. She glared at Qin Xiaolon, retorting, "Luo Caixia seduced old three, just like her shameless widow of a mother." Qin Xiaolon could hardly accept this, pushing Zhou Chongyun's body. "Is it true? Did you sleep with Luo Caixia?" Zhou Chongyun, as if deaf to her words, was consumed by thoughts of his ruined life. Zhu Hohat, pained for her son, scolded Qin Xiaolon, "What are you doing? Old three is still injured. Why are you pushing him?" Qin Xiaolon, now filled with rage, exclaimed, "I just want to know when he slept with Luo Caixia. Have you all known and kept it from me? Is it because my family is far away that you think I am easy to bully?" Reflecting on the years past, when Luo Caixia frequently visited their home and Zhu Hohat treated her like a daughter, the realization struck Zhu Hohat. She had initially thought Luo Caixia was just a frequent visitor due to her relationship with Zhou Shixuan. After all this commotion, it turned out they had been intimate. Qin Xiaolon, incensed, stood up to argue with Zhu Hohat. Zhu Hohat, already seething, rose to berate her. "You glutton! If it weren't for the fact that you bore us 2 grandsons, old three would have divorced you long ago. What is the big deal about sleeping with a woman? It just shows you can't keep your man in line." Qin Xiaolon, furious, burst into tears. "You are all so cruel." Had Zhou Chonglin not intervened, the 2 women might have come to blows. Sheng Anning, observing from the doorway, found the unfolding drama delightful. This family saga was even more riveting than a television show, each scene more thrilling than the last. Zhou Shixuan emerged from the doctor's office and spotted Sheng Anning, wrapped in his oversized military coat, nearly pressed against the door. The coat, bulky and cumbersome on her small frame, gave her a childlike appearance, especially as she peered through the door. As he approached, the noise from the ward reached his ears. Zhu Hohat and Qin Xiaolon had exchanged every insult imaginable, their words laced with venom and flair, leaving Sheng Anning utterly captivated. Compared to the trivial online feuds she had witnessed, This was far more dramatic. Zhou Shixuan, standing behind Sheng Anning, listened for a moment without grasping the situation. He noted, however, that she seemed thoroughly entertained by the ruckus. Leaning in, he whispered, "What has happened?" Startled, Sheng Anning straightened, her heart racing as she turned to him. "Your family is quite lively." Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow. "What is going on?" Sheng Anning stifled a laugh, tugging at Zhou Shixuan's sleeve and leading him aside. Speaking in hushed tones, "You surely don't know, do you? Zhou Changyan has something going on with your Kaixia girl." Zhou Shixuan's expression darkened as he regarded Sheng Anning, who looked like a mischievous mouse that had just pilfered honey, and he felt a twinge of exasperation. "Please, don't spread rumors. She and I are unrelated." Sheng Anning nodded vigorously. I understand. I'm just informing you that they are involved and have even slept together." Zhou Shixuan felt a wave of embarrassment. How could this girl say such things so freely? He had no interest in the nature of Zhou Chongyun's relationship with Luo Caixia. Noticing Zhou Shixuan's silence, Sheng Anning raised an eyebrow. "You don't believe me? Really? Your mother said it herself." Zhou Shixuan sighed. "That's a matter between them. The doctor mentioned that Zhou Chongyun might require a second surgery to insert prosthesis. Otherwise, using the restroom will be quite troublesome. This procedure cannot be performed here and must be done in the city." Sheng Anning thought to herself that this was hardly a problem. With proper management, everything would be fine. Yet she sensed that Zhou Shixuan was testing her. Even though much had already been revealed, she still felt the need to feign ignorance. Her face flushing slightly. "Well, I don't understand either. We should just listen to the doctor." Zhou Shixuan studied Sheng Anning for a few seconds before nodding. "All right. When the time comes, let them decide for themselves. I'll take you out for a meal." Sheng Anning pointed towards the ward. "Aren't you going to check on them?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "There's no need to concern ourselves with them. In such matters, even his presence would not change anything." Seeing that Zhou Shixuan was only wearing a military green fleece jacket, Sheng Anning, feeling guilty, quickly removed her coat and handed it to him. "You should put this on." She admired the fact that this man was unbothered by the cold, wearing that fleece all night without shivering, maintaining an upright posture. Zhou Shixuan donned the coat and was immediately enveloped by a sweet, powdery fragrance, unmistakably from Sheng Anning. He couldn't help but blush, swallowing hard. "Let's go." Sheng Anning glanced at Zhou Shixuan's demeanor, her eyes narrowing into a playful smile, akin to a fox spotting its prey as she followed him downstairs. The pair washed up briefly in the restroom on the first floor and then stored their belongings at the reception before heading to a distant state-run restaurant. Sheng Anning had expected a simple meal nearby, perhaps a noodle shop, but was taken aback by how far they walked. When she heard Zhou Shixuan order a pound of rice, a serving of braised cabbage with meat, and a plate of scrambled eggs with scallions, her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Zhou Shixuan was craving rice as well? Just hearing the word rice made her mouth water. Chapter 57. Like a young couple when the rice and dishes were served, Sheng Anning inhaled deeply, the aroma of the rice nearly bringing her to tears. Finally, she could indulge in a meal of rice. However, with her small appetite, she could only manage to eat about 3 taels before feeling stuffed, contentedly cradling her teacup while watching Zhou Shixuan finish the remaining food. It felt reminiscent of domestic life, where man should clean up the leftovers after a meal. With that thought, she smiled brightly. After their meal, the two exited the dining hall and first visited the police station to inform them that Zhou Chongyun had regained consciousness. While the officers dispatched to Hewan village had yet to return, they would head to the hospital as soon as they arrived. Sheng Anning walked beside Zhou Shixuan with her hands behind her back. "I heard from your mother that Luo Caixia hired someone to hurt Zhou Chongyun. Do you think that's possible?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "No way." Sheng Anning smirked slightly. "Is it because she's your childhood sweetheart that you think it's impossible?" Her tone inadvertently carried a hint of jealousy, although she knew Zhou Shixuan and Luo Caixia had nothing between them. The thought of their long-standing acquaintance and the awkward moments Zhou Shixuan had endured made her feel an unshakable pang of envy. Zhou Shixuan frowned. "Don't say nonsensical things. Luo Caixia and I have no relationship whatsoever." Sheng Anning huffed. "Yet you even taught her how to write. Was it a hand-holding kind of teaching?" Zhou Shixuan was baffled by Sheng Anning's peculiar line of questioning, but answered earnestly, "No. I merely showed her how to hold the pen and pointed out where her writing could improve." Sheng Anning muttered under her breath, "That is still quite intimate." Zhou Shixuan was at a loss for words. unsure why Sheng Anning fixated on such trivial matters, and he sensed a hint of irritation in her demeanor. He chose silence instead. Observing Zhou Shixuan's quietness, Sheng Anning muttered 2 words softly, wooden head. She chuckled at the thought of such a wooden man failing to grasp the nuances of childhood sweethearts. Zhou Shixuan was utterly bewildered. Sheng Anning's emotional shifts were too rapid for him to comprehend, and for the first time, he felt distracted. When they returned to the ward, Zhu Hohat and Chen Xiaolan had ceased their quarrel. Chen Xiaolan sat in the corner, wiping her tears, while Zhu Hohat sat by the bedside, sulking as she munched on a bun. Zhou Chonglin quickly stood up upon seeing Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning return. "Have you eaten? Shall I buy you some buns?" Zhou Shixuan stopped him. "We've already eaten." "How is he now?" Zhou Chonglin glanced at Zhou Chongyun, who lay motionless on the bed with his eyes open, and sighed. "He has been like this, ignoring everyone." Zhou Shixuan approached, gazing down at Zhou Chongyun's vacant stare. "Where did you go yesterday? Who did you see? What did you gain from them?" Upon hearing the last question, Zhu Hohat sprang to her feet. "What do you mean by what did you gain?" Just then, Zhou Chongyun finally reacted, slowly turning his head to look at Zhou Shixuan, blinking and smirking. "What does it matter to you? Haven't you already severed ties with us?" Zhou Shixuan paid no heed to his derision. "Do not take what you shouldn't tea. Otherwise, next time you might endanger your life." Zhou Chongyun seemed to recall something, shuddering involuntarily, and turned his head away, falling silent. Zhou Chonglin, sensing that Zhou Chongyun was finally speaking, urged him, "Third brother, you must tell us what happened. Who harmed you like this? Only by naming them can we capture the wrongdoers." Zhou Chongyun stubbornly spat out 3 words, "I don't know." Sheng Anning watched Zhou Chongyun, ungrateful as he was, and thought he deserved to be cast out to be devoured by wild dogs. Zhu Hohat, equally anxious, chimed in, "Third brother, how can you not know? Just tell us if Luo Saixia sent someone." Zhou Chongyun grimaced in pain, his mood irritable. Zhu Hohat's question only aggravated him further. "If I say I don't know, then I don't know." Just as tempers flared, 2 police officers entered. Since they had met the night before, they greeted Zhou Shixuan before approaching Zhou Chongyun's bedside with serious expressions. "Comrade Zhou Chongyun, when you were injured, did you see who attacked you? Why did they harm you?" Zhou Chongyun, somewhat intimidated by their authoritative demeanor, became less defiant. "I don't know them. I didn't TC." The officers adopted a more serious tone. "Comrade Zhou Chongyun, we hope you think carefully before answering. Just because you were injured doesn't mean you are blameless. We VE inquired around Hewan village and learned some information." Zhou Chongyun continued to clench his teeth, refusing to say a word. The officers pulled out a notepad. "Have you recently associated with several outsiders from a neighboring village and engaged in gambling in the mountains?" Zhu Hohat looked stunned. "What? Gambling? That's impossible. My 3rd son is a good boy. How could he possibly gamble? Besides, we have no money." The officers ignored Zhu Hohat and kept their focus on Zhou Chongyun. "If you refuse to speak and we find the perpetrators, you too will face punishment for participating in illegal gambling." Zhou Chongyun, already pale, grew even more ashen. "I don't know them. They first asked for directions, then invited me for drinks, and later we played cards. At first I won money, but then I lost a lot and couldn't pay them back, so they took me last night." Zhu Hohat gasped, "So you really did gamble?" The police turned to Zhou Chonglin and inquired, "I hear you were the village captain. Are you aware that your brother is gambling outside?" Zhou Chonglin shook his head. "I have never heard of such a thing." The police pressed further. "Has anyone come to your door demanding debts?" Zhou Chonglin again shook his head. "No." "So we are entirely unaware of what he has been up to." Sheng Anning, listening from the side, found it curious. If he truly owed gambling debts, surely they would not resort to threatening his life. They would be seeking ways to recover the money, or at the very least, involve the family in settling the debts. On television, one often sees instances where calls are made to intimidate families, or even instances of vandalism to pressure repayment. The direct approach of incapacitating someone seemed rather strange. What could their motive be? Zhou Shixuan appeared to share the same thoughts, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Was the individual seeking Zhou Chongyun merely after an easy target? Or was there a deeper motive? If so, what could that motive possibly be? The police posed these questions to Zhou Chongyun, but he remained baffled, genuinely unaware of why there had been no attempt to recover the debts. He only knew that he had been knocked unconscious. After the police left with a few more inquiries, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Zhu Hohat had not anticipated that Zhou Changyun's troubles stemmed from gambling debts. She was at a loss for words to express her anger. Sheng Anning, on the other hand, was absorbed in the unfolding drama, surprised by the twists and turns of the narrative. Just as the silence became palpable, a knock resonated at the door of the hospital room, followed by the entrance of Song Xiuyan. Chapter 58. The Zhou family of Jing City. Song Xiuyan cast a glance across the room and greeted Sheng Anning with a smile. Sister-in-law. Sheng Anning was taken aback. What brings you here? Song Xiuyan replied cheerfully, just passing by. She thought to herself, how fortuitously he had stumbled upon them. Ignoring the others in the room, Song Xiuyan engaged Zhou Shixuan in conversation. Are you feeling any better? Zhou Shixuan nodded, about the same. As they spoke, they moved towards the exit, clearly discussing matters not meant for public ears. Sheng Anning surmised they were likely discussing work, and given Zhou Shixuan's confidential role, it was best she did not intrude. Following Zhou Shixuan outside, they descended to the small garden in front of the hospital. Song Xiuyan's demeanor shifted, his smile fading into seriousness. I have uncovered something. Li Keita's brother-in-law has connections with the Zhou family of Jing City. Zhou Shixuan was puzzled. What significance does the Zhou family hold? Song Xiuyan contemplated for a moment. The patriarch of the Zhou family is quite formidable, and his offspring are equally impressive. The old man's son even held a position in your county 3 decades ago. His grandchildren are quite remarkable, particularly the granddaughter, who possesses quite a strong demeanor. Zhou Shixuan listened thoughtfully. What does this have to do with me? I don't know them. Despite sharing the surname Zhou, there was no connection. He had never even visited Jing City. Song Xiuyan found it strange as well. Although the Zhou family was not of noble birth, their reputation was impeccable. The children raised in that household were known for their integrity and character. How could they possibly harbor animosity towards Zhou Shixuan? Even if there were past grievances, it was unlikely they would resort to such underhanded tactics. Song Xiuyan pondered. Regardless, the Zhou family is well regarded in their circle. He then inquired, did you call me here for a new lead? Zhou Shixuan recounted the events surrounding Zhou Changyun's injury. Song Xiuyan expressed his confusion. Are you suggesting the person who harmed Zhou Changyun is also linked to your case? What is your basis for that? Intuition, Zhou Shixuan replied. Song Xiuyan admired his instinct, giving a thumbs up. Impressive, relying solely on intuition. Zhou Shixuan chose to ignore the jest and probe deeper into Li Keita's brother-in-law's network, asking whether there were others involved besides the Zhou family. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Sheng Anning had nowhere to go, still captivated by the unfolding drama. She settled on an empty bed by the window, keen to observe the spectacle. Zhu Hohat took a moment to regain her composure, glaring at Zhou Changyun. You disappointing child. Why would you gamble? Do you think your family possesses mountains of gold and silver to squander? Zhou Changyun turned away, ignoring her tirade. Zhu Hohat, growing increasingly agitated, redirected her ire towards Chen Xiaolon. And you can't even keep an eye on your man. You lounge about at home. Why can't you watch him properly? Chen Xiaolon, already simmering with anger, snapped back. How can I keep watch? I didn't even know he was with someone else. Are you saying you were watching over them? Her words struck a chord, and Zhu Hohat lunged at Chen Xiaolon, fists raised. Chen Xiaolon, not backing down, retaliated despite her condition. The conflict escalated rapidly, and before Zhou Changlin could intervene, there were 2 loud thuds as Chen Xiaolon collapsed onto the floor. Zhu Hohat fell backward, striking her head against the corner of the bedside table, remaining motionless for an extended period. Sheng Anning was taken aback, nearly dropping the small snack she held. How had the confrontation escalated so swiftly? Zhou Changlin hurried to summon a doctor. As Sheng Anning observed the blood on the floor, she had a sudden thought and rushed after the doctor. Excuse me, could you please conduct a blood type test, just in case a transfusion is needed? The doctor nodded in agreement as they wheeled Zhu Hohat away for emergency treatment. When Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan returned, they discovered both Zhu Hohat and Chen Xiaolon had been sent for urgent care. One had sustained a head injury, while the other faced complications with her pregnancy. The throbbing pain in Zhou Shixuan's temples was overwhelming. It seemed there was no respite from the chaos. Sheng Anning, however, awaited the outcome, harboring doubts about Zhou Shixuan's lineage, convinced he bore no resemblance to the Zhou family. She puzzled over why Zhou Shixuan and the others did not share her suspicions. Zhou Shixuan noticed Sheng Anning standing at the door, her enthusiasm and bright demeanor strikingly contrasting with the tension around them. Song Xiuyan could not help but sigh, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhou Shixuan, wondering what kind of upbringing he had experienced. Zhu Hohat's injury was not severe. After a few stitches, she was brought back, and the doctor casually informed Sheng Anning. Her blood type is B. Sheng Anning felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. If Zhou Moncong had AB blood, he could not possibly father a child with O blood unless he had a blood type. Zhou Shixuan sensed Sheng Anning's inexplicable exuberance and heard the doctor mention Zhu Hohat's blood type, prompting him to ask, what is the significance of the blood type? Sheng Anning casually fabricated a response. Given the severity of the injury, I was concerned about the possibility of needing a transfusion, which is why I requested the blood type. Zhou Shixuan did not press further. When Zhu Hohat and the others returned to the room, he informed Zhou Chonglin, if all is well, we'll take our leave. Please take good care of them. Zhou Chonglin had not had the opportunity to speak with Zhou Shixuan until now, and as he saw them preparing to depart, he hastily said, Second brother, may I have a word? After a moment of silence, Zhou Shixuan replied, let us step outside. He understood what Zhou Chonglin wished to discuss. True enough, once outside, Zhou Chonglin urgently inquired, Second brother, are you truly severing ties with the family? You need not send money home, but could you refrain from completely cutting off contact? Zhou Shixuan met Zhou Chonglin's gaze. Eldest brother, I am grateful to you for providing me with a knife all those years ago. Without it, I would not have made it back from the wolf's den. At this, Zhou Chonglin found himself at a loss for words. He too had overheard the conversation between Zhou Moncong and Zhu Hohat years ago, where, in a bid to save on rations, Zhou Shixuan had been cast into the wilderness. He had selfishly thought that with one less mouth to feed, there might be more for himself, ultimately choosing silence. When Zhou Moncong deceitfully led Zhou Shixuan into the mountains to gather firewood, he could not bear the thought of harm befalling him, and secretly slipped Zhou Shixuan a knife. Zhou Shixuan patted Zhou Chonglin on the shoulder. We are leaving now. Take care of yourself. He then called for Sheng Anning and Song Xiuyan to depart. As Sheng Anning passed by Zhou Chonglin, she was taken aback to see the seemingly simple man's eyes brimming with tears. She quickly turned and hurried after Zhou Shixuan, keeping pace as they departed. Song Xiuyan was driving, with Zhou Shixuan seated in the passenger seat, while Sheng Anning lounged in the back, observing as they exited the county and headed towards Hewan village. The road grew increasingly muddy, and in the distance, they spotted someone waving, attempting to flag them down. Chapter 59. Zhou Shixuan is tainted. He embraced another woman. Zhu Hohat noticed Zhou Shixuan walk past without a word or glance in her direction. Understanding that he had truly made up his mind this time, she wished to cause a scene, yet found herself lacking the courage. When Zhou Chonglin returned, she leaned forward to inquire, has he left? Did he take anything with him? Zhou Chonglin sighed. Mother, what more do you wish for him to leave behind? After all these years, he has given enough to this family. In his words, he has repaid the debts of life and nurture. Zhu Hohat scoffed. What does that count for? The debt of bringing him into this world can never be repaid in a lifetime. Zhou Chonglin frowned. Mother, you nearly took his life back then. Besides, is he truly not your son? Zhu Hohat erupted, glaring at Zhou Chonglin. Mind your words. What nonsense are you babbling? If he is not mine, did he just spring forth from a rock? Now you want to deny your responsibility? Zhou Chonglin fell silent, sulking in his seat. Zhu Hohat sat down too, cursing Zhou Shixuan for being ungrateful and a wolf in sheep's clothing, while also condemning Sheng Anning as a vixen who had brought chaos since her arrival. Song Xiuyan noticed someone attempting to flag them down and slowed the vehicle, asking what is going on. Zhou Shixuan scrutinized the scene and replied, don't stop. Either speed past or reverse. Are you sure we should rush through? Song Xiuyan asked, further reducing the speed. Curious about their conversation, Sheng Anning leaned between the two front seats and asked, what is the matter? If they're waving, they must be in trouble. Who would dare to rob in broad daylight? Her mind raced with the thought of encountering a robbery. Zhou Shixuan patiently pointed to the nearby ditch. The wild grass there sways differently from the wind's direction, indicating someone is concealed within. However, the lack of training made them easy to spot. Song Xiuyan halted the car, and after observing for a moment, Sheng Anning questioned, how can you see that? Is your vision like radar? Song Xiuyan chuckled. His eyes are far sharper than any radar. Seeing the person waving stopped the car about 30 meters away. They raised their hand again. When the car remained unmoved, the individual pushed a dilapidated bicycle toward them. Song Xiuyan laughed. Now that takes guts. What a reckless soul. Zhou Shixuan focused intently, tapping his fingers on his knee, and when the car was merely 10 meters away, he warned, back away, he S-armed. Upon hearing Zhou Shixuan, Song Xiuyan swiftly engaged reverse and pressed the accelerator, the car retreating rapidly. Sheng Anning grasped the back of Zhou Shixuan's seat to avoid being thrown forward, astonished by the impressive driving skills. After retreating 100 meters, Song Xiuyan parked the car, casually conversing with Zhou Shixuan. Is it really this dangerous to be out here? Robbers are becoming increasingly audacious. Indeed, the more remote the area, the more prevalent the highway robberies, primarily targeting transport vehicles or solitary travelers. However, it was rare to encounter armed robbers willing to perish alongside their victims. Zhou Shixuan surveyed their surroundings. Did you bring anything? Song Xiuyan shook his head. No. You insisted we bring no weapons. I surrendered my firearm before we left, and didn't he even carry a fruit knife? Zhou Shixuan appeared to be contemplating. Remaining silent for a moment, he let this go easily. Song Xiuyan clicked his tongue. Then they truly targeted the wrong individuals. Sheng Anning, somewhat perplexed by their exchange, focused on the individual ahead, who suddenly turned and dashed back, pulling a bound woman from the ditch, her mouth gagged with a towel. Song Xiuyan cursed. Once again, you guessed right. What is he thinking? Is he seeking death? With keen eyesight, Sheng Anning recognized the woman by the green scarf around her neck. Gasping in disbelief, "Isn't that Luo Caixia?" Song Xiuyan paused. Sister-in-law. Who are you referring to? Sheng Anning shot him a glance. Luo Caixia, Zhou Shixuan's former girlfriend. As the tales go, at a loss for words, Song Xiuyan sensed the jealousy in her tone. One misstep could spark another quarrel between Sheng Anning and Zhou Shixuan. Ignoring their conversation, Zhou Shixuan fixed his gaze on the kidnapper and Luo Caixia, commanding, drive closer. Obediently, Song Xiuyan shifted gears and slowly advanced until they were 20 meters from the kidnapper, confirming that the captive was indeed Luo Caixia. Unaware of the history between Luo Caixia and Zhou Shixuan, Song Xiuyan thought to himself that Zhou Shixuan was in deep trouble, his wife in the car while his ex was below. The kidnapper shouted, "Get out of the car now!" Song Xiuyan glanced at Zhou Shixuan. "Should I exit first?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "Let us wait a moment." The kidnapper, seeing no one exiting, yanked Luo Caishia's hair, tearing away the gag from her mouth, gripping her chin tightly, and shouted, "I will count to 10. If you don't get out, I'll slash her face." Fear filled Luo Caishia's eyes as she stared at the car, whimpering. Yet, Zhou Shixuan remained unmoved, prompting Sheng Anning to admire his calm demeanor amidst chaos. Song Xiuyan, growing restless, remarked, "It's clear they're after us. How do we save her?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Shixuan inquired, "Can we maneuver past on his left?" Song Xiuyan assessed, "Yes, we can. On the count of 7. Floor the accelerator and drive past." "I'll rescue her," Zhou Shixuan instructed. Song Xiuyan nodded, understood. "Be careful." As the kidnapper reached 6, Sheng Anning felt her heart leap in her throat, uncertain how Zhou Shixuan planned to save Luo Caixia. She realized that flooring the accelerator would propel them forward like an arrow. But how could they save someone in just a few seconds? Before she could ponder further, the car roared to life, launching forward. Zhou Shixuan deftly leaned out of the small window, grasping both of Luo Caishia's arms as they sped past the kidnapper. Before the kidnapper could react, they were already 100 meters away. Sheng Anning clung tightly to the seatback, watching Zhou Shixuan half out of the car, seemingly cradling Luo Caixia in his arms, a mix of shock and bitterness swelling within her. Zhou Shixuan was tainted. He held another woman. Song Xiuyan accelerated for a mile before gradually coming to a halt, exiting the vehicle to assist Zhou Shixuan in lowering Luo Caixia. Spotting a group of individuals rushing toward them, armed with shovels and clubs, they hurriedly shoved Luo Caixia into the back seat and sped away. Sheng Anning gazed at the pale-faced Luo Caixia beside her, feeling a strong urge to shove her out of the car. Chapter 60. The sharp-tongued young wife, Sheng Anning had never considered herself a good person, nor did she possess an abundance of compassion. Now, seeing Luo Caixia, she found everything about her displeasing and shifted closer to the opposite door, distancing herself. as Song Shuyan drove. He glanced in the rearview mirror at the crowd they had left behind, bemused. Where did all those people come from? Zhou Shushuan remained silent, feeling the wound on his side throb painfully after the sudden exertion. He couldn't help but think that Sheng Anning would likely be furious once she learned of the incident. After a considerable time, Luo Tsaixia finally regained her composure from the shock. With her arms still bound behind her, she twisted her body to sit properly, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Zhou Shushuan's nape. "Ah, Sun, thank you. Are you hurt?" Sheng Anning snorted nasally, turning to cast a disdainful glance at the pitiful Luo Tsaixia, whose tears indeed evoked sympathy akin to Lin Daiyu. "How could you be kidnapped? Weren't you supposed to be resting at home? Surely, these people didn't come to your house to drag you out?" Under Sheng Anning's barrage of questions, Luo Tsaixia found herself momentarily at a loss for words, staring blankly. I just heard that Zhou Changyan was in trouble. And since you all went to the county town, I was worried about you and wanted to help." Yet Sheng Anning dismissed her concern. "Are you a doctor or a police officer? What help could you possibly provide? Just look at your own condition. Are you going to assist or create chaos?" Luo Tsaixia did not anticipate Sheng Anning's aggressive demeanor and bit her lip, unsure how to respond, ultimately remaining silent. Sheng Anning, regardless of Luo Tsaixia intentions, found her self-importance intolerable. Before you offer help, assess your own capabilities. If you cannot contribute, don't just cause trouble and then shed tears. Expecting sympathy, Luo Tsaixia fell silent, unable to counter Sheng Anning, who had silenced her with a fierce tone. Even crying felt daunting, as she turned to the side with a face full of grievance. Song Shoyan, listening to Sheng Anning, found her logic quite compelling. They dreaded encountering individuals like Luo Tsaixia on their mission, those who overestimate their abilities and ultimately hinder rather than help. It wasn't until they reached the town that Song Shuyan turned to Zhou Shushuan and asked, "What now?" Feeling uncomfortable from the binding ropes, Luo Tsaixia quickly interjected, "Please help me untie these ropes. I can walk back on my own." Zhou Shushuan glanced back and noted Sheng Anning firmly pressed against the car door behind Song Shuyan, eyes closed and completely ignoring Luo Tsaixia. It was evident that he would not allow her to untie Luo Tsaixia. Instead, he instructed Song Shuyan, help her get free. Thinking Zhou Shushuan might be avoiding suspicion, Song Shuyan exited the vehicle to assist Luo Tsaixia. Once liberated from her restraints, Luo Tsaixia felt as if she had truly come back to life, stretching her arms and looking at Zhou Shushuan with reddened eyes. "Aksan, I will take my leave now. Thank you for today." Zhou Shushuan frowned. "First, let us have a meal in town. We will head to the village afterward." Luo Tsaixia shook her head. "I want to eat. I've already caused you enough trouble." Sheng Anning, slightly irritated, insisted, "If I tell you to eat, eat. What else with all the unnecessary chatter? If you walk back and something happens, who will take responsibility?" Her sharp tone rendered Luo Tsaixia mute. Song Shuyan couldn't help but admire Sheng Anning silently. Zhou Shushuan's temperament was indeed fierce and spicy, yet she wasn't unreasonable. She was simply being pragmatic. The only dining establishment in town was a modest state-run canteen, serving only buns and noodles. Sheng Anning ordered 3 tofu buns, while Zhou Shushuan and the others opted for noodles. Luo Tsaixia dared not utter a word with Sheng Anning present, fearing her sharp retorts. Noticing Zhou Shushuan's posture was less upright than before, with his upper body slightly hunched, Sheng Anning instinctively knew that his wound had likely reopened. With such exertion, it would be a long time before he healed. Casting Zhou Shushuan a sidelong glance, she leisurely sipped her tea. Zhou Shushuan recognized Sheng Anning had discerned the recurrence of his injury, and feeling guilty, he remained silent. When the noodles and buns arrived, Zhou Shushuan pushed his bowl towards Sheng Anning. "Would you like to have some?" Sheng Anning's temper momentarily softened. After all, it was quite rare for a stoic man to extend such a gesture. Nodding graciously, she replied, "Just a bit of noodle broth will suffice." Zhou Shushuan brought over an empty bowl, pouring some broth for her and even offering her the scant spinach that was present. Observing Luo Tsaixia's woeful expression, Sheng Anning felt a sense of satisfaction. "That's enough. After we finish eating, we'll head to the hospital in town to tend to your wound. Otherwise, it could easily become infected. If it opens up again, it will require restitching." Upon hearing this, Luo Tsaixia anxiously looked at Zhou Shushuan. "Aksan, your wound isn't healed yet?" Sheng Anning scoffed. "He is not a deity. Wounds don't heal instantly. If you keep pestering him, you might just recover faster. Her biting sarcasm silenced Luo Saixia once more. Song Shiyin nearly burst into laughter, quickly bowing his head to eat noodles. Zhou Shixuan's fierce little wife was rather endearing. After their meal, they proceeded to the town's health clinic, which was a simple, modest compound with 2 rows of 6 aging rooms. Sheng Anning felt a twinge of concern. Could this hospital even perform surgeries? The doctor, who had just arrived for the afternoon shift, examined Zhou Shixuan's wound and hesitated. This wound needs suturing. The surgeon is away in the county for training. You might want to go there. Hearing this from behind a yellowing curtain, Sheng Anning boldly lifted the curtain and stepped in. The 10-centimeter-long wound was halfway, torn open, flesh exposed, a sight most distressing. Glancing at the doctor, she inquired, "Where's the operating room? I can stitch it up, with just a local anesthetic and the proper tools." She could manage the procedure herself. The doctor hesitated. "Are you a doctor? If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility?" Pressing her hand against the area around the wound, Sheng Anning replied, "He is a splenic rupture patient. If we leave the wound exposed like this, it will lead to infection." Although the doctor recognized her expertise, he still refused to let her proceed recklessly. That is still not permissible. What if something goes wrong? Gazing steadfastly at him, Sheng Anning declared, "I will take responsibility." Zhou Shixuan expressed his trust in Sheng Anning. Addressing the doctor, "Let her do it." Song Xiuyan, hearing that Sheng Anning intended to stitch up Zhou Shixuan's wound, was nearly flabbergasted. "Sister-in-law, do you know how to do this? Are you sure you can manage? I could drive him back to the county hospital. It's only a little over an hour." Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "No need. She can do it." The doctor provided Sheng Anning with a clean mask and rubber gloves, while he prepared to administer the anesthetic. As Sheng Anning donned the gloves and picked up the suturing needle, she felt as though she had returned to her beloved world. Chapter 61. Just about to kiss, Zhou Shixuan stared at Sheng Anning, momentarily entranced. The gauze mask covered much of her face, leaving only her beautiful, autumn-like eyes visible. Her focused gaze held an unusual beauty that felt familiar to him. With practiced skill, Sheng Anning removed the previous stitches, scraping away the necrotic tissue before stitching the wound closed to prevent further tearing, employing a different technique this time. The doctor observed her adept movements, unable to contain his astonishment. Her proficiency surpassed that of their hospital's only surgeon. He mused that perhaps Sheng Anning was indeed a physician from the city hospital. In less than half an hour, the minor operation was concluded, and Sheng Anning finally indulged her passion. When Song Xiuyan saw Sheng Anning supporting Zhou Shixuan as they exited, he was still in shock. "Sister-in-law, how did you learn to stitch wounds?" Sheng Anning opened her eyes and fabricated a response. "When I was at my grandfather's house, I practiced on little rabbits. It didn't seem too difficult." Song Xiuyan was momentarily taken aback by her explanation. Was that really a viable method? Zhou Shixuan shot him a glance. "Let us go." Luo Saixia had remained silent, her eyes filled with worry and guilt as she gazed at Zhou Shixuan. Her silence was born from fear of what Sheng Anning might say next. Thus, they boarded the vehicle, and Sheng Anning scrutinized Luo Saixia for a long moment before slowly speaking. "Did you not understand what I said the other day? If Zhou Shixuan's wound opens up again, you better be prepared." Luo Saixia trembled slightly. "I never intended to harm him." Sheng Anning's cold gaze fixed on her. "Put away that pitiful facade. Just remember my words." Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan remained silent in the front seat. Zhou Shixuan was too cautious to speak, while Song Xiuyan relished the unfolding drama. Upon arriving at Hewan village, the children, unaccustomed to seeing cars, gathered excitedly from a distance. Song Xiuyan decided to stop the vehicle at the village entrance, allowing the children to marvel at it. As Luo Saixia was about to utter a few words, she was met with a fierce glare from Sheng Anning. "Aren't you going to hurry and get in the car and go home? Do you need us to escort you back?" With no other choice, Luo Saixia silently exited the vehicle and made her way home. Once she had left, Zhou Shixuan turned to Sheng Anning and said, "We should pay a visit to Uncle San's house, then take them to the county hospital for a checkup. After we return them, we'll head back ourselves." Upon hearing that the purpose of returning to the village was this, Sheng Anning's expression softened somewhat. "Then let us be quick. If we delay, the hospital will be closed." Song Xiuyan was waiting in the car while Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning visited Uncle San's home. Uncle San and Aunt San were in the yard weaving baskets, while Xiao Zhu stood nearby with a small shovel, digging in the dirt. Upon hearing Zhou Shixuan mention taking Xiao Zhu to the county hospital for a checkup, Uncle San quickly waved his hands. No, there's no need. The child eats and sleeps well. He must be fine. We should spend that money. Aunt San, wanting to take Xiao Zhu, was also hesitant about the expense and chimed in. Yes, we want to go. Perhaps if we wait a bit. Xiao Zhu will be able to speak soon. We shouldn't waste our money. Zhou Shixuan insisted. I will cover the cost. We just need to get him checked to ease our minds. Uncle San remained resolute in his refusal. Sheng Anning crouched down in front of Xiao Zhu, gently touching his head. Xiao Zhu, do you want to talk? Xiao Zhu looked up at Uncle San and then at Sheng Anning, nodding and pointing to his mouth to indicate his desire to speak. Sheng Anning stood up and addressed Uncle San. Uncle San, we really should have him checked. We cannot delay the child's well-being. Children who are slow to speak can at least utter simple words like mom and dad by now, or they might cry out. Yet Xiao Zhu hasn't made a sound at all. This is certainly unusual. Uncle San hesitated for a long moment before finally relenting. All right, let us go. Aunt San hurried off to find clean clothes for both Xiao Zhu and Uncle San, urging them to change so they could accompany Zhou Shixuan and the others to the county town. On the way, Uncle San lamented, At my age, I've only been to the county town twice. Once for your Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu's funeral arrangements, and once for Zhang Dong's. As he spoke, he blinked, tears glistening in his eyes. Sheng Anning felt a pang of sadness. The poor old man must be incredibly strong to have endured such days. This was Xiao Zhu's first time in a car, and he curiously perched on Uncle San's lap, constantly gazing out the window and then back inside the vehicle, ultimately flashing a shy smile at Sheng Anning. Upon arriving at the county hospital, Song Xiuyan instructed Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning to remain in the car to rest while he took Uncle San and Xiao Zhu in for the examination. Considering Zhou Shixuan's injuries and fearing that Sheng Anning might question the doctor's competence, watching Song Xiuyan carry Xiao Zhu while accompanying Uncle San into the hospital, Sheng Anning turned back to see Zhou Shixuan reclining against the front seat, eyes closed and resting. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a soft glow on his face. Sheng Anning couldn't help but admire him. The more she looked, the more handsome he appeared. When his eyes were closed, his long eyelashes created a captivating impression. After a brief moment of daydreaming, she found it somewhat dull and turned her gaze to the window, her fingers silently tapping against the glass. The vehicle was parked by the hospital entrance, the entire street devoid of passing cars, with only a few bicycles and pedestrians, mostly people walking, and the occasional donkey or ox cart. The trees had yet to bud, giving the street a dreary appearance, and the townsfolk were dressed in dark clothing, creating the sense of watching a colorless film. After a spell of contemplation, Sheng Anning's eyes drifted back to Zhou Shixuan, leaning closer to the front seat. Zhou Shixuan, what do you think those robbers were after? Zhou Shixuan, unable to find rest, felt the intensity of Sheng Anning's gaze as if it could burn a hole through his face. This girl had become increasingly uninhibited, no longer concealing her personality. Now, with her close proximity, a faint sweet fragrance enveloped him, and he recalled his sister-in-law Qin Hongxia's words. Girls from big cities always carry a fragrance. It seemed to hold true. Noticing that Zhou Shixuan remained unresponsive, Sheng Anning wondered how he could be sleeping so soundly. Wasn't he had said that those who had served in the military were exceptionally attuned to their surroundings? Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed her mind as she cautiously reached out to poke Zhou Shixuan's ear, knowing how he would blush when shy. Just as her fingertip brushed against his ear, Zhou Shixuan abruptly opened his eyes, clarity returning instantly. He had been lost in thought. Turning to face Sheng Anning, what did you say? Only then did he realize how close she was, with merely a fist's distance separating them, allowing him to clearly see the joy sparkling in her black and white eyes beneath her distinct lashes. In a moment of distraction, Sheng Anning leaned in even closer, seemingly about to kiss him. Chapter 62. The innocent old man, Zhou Shixuan, quickly recoiled, straightening his posture, his ears once again betraying him with a flush of red. He spoke, his voice tense. The circumstances surrounding those individuals are quite peculiar. Sheng Anning, noticing his reddened ears, smiled. Sheng Anning leaned against the car door, chuckling softly at the antique. As Zhou Shixuan's ears began to smoke from anxiety, Song Xiuyan emerged. cradling Xiao Zhu and their great-uncle. Sheng Anning quickly opened the door and rushed over. How is it? What did the doctor say? The great-uncle wore a frown of confusion, as if unable to comprehend the doctor's words. Song Shuyan explained. The doctor said Xiao Zhu has a nodule in his throat. They're unsure if it affects his pronunciation. Sheng Anning thought as much. What should we do? Does he need surgery? Song Shuyan shook his head. They don't have the facilities here. We need to go to the city to check if it's a tumor or something similar. After all, the county hospital lacks a proper ultrasound machine. Zhou Shishun approached, noticing the great-uncle's red-rimmed eyes, and comforted him. It's all right. We'll go to the city for a checkup. Everything will be fine. Sheng Anning dismissed the notion. It can't be a tumor. Xiao Zhu has been fine for the past 2 or 3 years. It might just be a small growth on his vocal cords that can easily be removed. Song Shuyan agreed. Yes, it should not be a tumor. We will know for sure once we visit the city hospital. The great-uncle, overwhelmed with sorrow, could scarcely speak. In this very hospital, he had last seen his son and daughter-in-law. Now, he was here for his grandson's ailment. The thought of a tumor felt like a death sentence to him, and he felt as if the sky were collapsing. Sheng Anning gently supported his arm. Great-uncle, do not fret. Trust me, this is a very minor surgery, akin to removing a mole from our fingers, painless and merely unsightly. A glimmer of hope ignited in the great-uncle's eyes. Is it really that simple? Sheng Anning, almost ready to assure him with a promise, nodded vigorously. Yes, the doctors in the city are highly skilled. For them, this surgery is as simple as slicing a cucumber. I guarantee Xiao Zhu will be able to speak again in 5 or 6 days post-surgery. Song Shuyan chimed in. We'll head to the city hospital right away. Zhou Shishun, observing Sheng Anning's animated persuasion, felt a warmth in his heart. Great-uncle, we will stay in the county tonight, inform great-aunt in the morning, and then head to the city. Although the great-uncle was anxious about finances, he gazed at Xiao Zhu's innocent face, choking back emotion as he looked at Zhou Shishun. Zhang Suo, I will rely on you this time. I promise to repay you, even if I cannot. I will ensure Xiao Zhu grows up to repay you. Zhou Shishun supported the great-uncle's arm. You need not be so formal. Zhang Dong has helped me in the past. It is my duty to care for Xiao Zhu. The great-uncle wiped his tears, though his heart remained heavy. They first checked into a guest house, securing 2 rooms, 1 for 3, where Zhou Shishun and Song Shuyan accompanied the great-uncle. In a single room for Sheng Anning and Xiao Zhu. Sheng Anning took Xiao Zhu's hand. Will you sleep with me? Xiao Zhu's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. Lacking a mother, he did not know what one was like, so he cherished his second aunt, who smelled sweet and soft, undoubtedly like a mother. After settling in, Zhou Shishun took them out for dinner at Li Ji's milk egg fermented rice shop. As Sheng Anning entered, the rich aroma of fermented rice enveloped her. Could it be that the milk egg fermented rice she had the other day was sourced from here? It seemed rather distant from the hospital. After settling down, Sheng Anning took Xiao Zhu to wash his hands by the entrance, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of Zhou Changyun across the street. Chapter 63. An unexpected favor for Zhou Shishun and Sheng Anning felt as though she had seen a ghost, given Zhou Changyun's current state. Merely being able to get out of bed was a feat. So how could he appear here? Yet that fleeting visage and stature bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Changyun. Sheng Anning prided herself on her memory. While not photographic, she could discern familiar faces with ease. Xiao Zhu, having washed his hands, noticed Sheng Anning standing still and tugged at her clothing, pointing towards the interior. Only then did Sheng Anning snap back to reality and follow Xiao Zhu inside, choosing not to mention her sighting to Zhou Shishun. Meanwhile, Zhou Shishun continued to comfort the great-uncle. Fortunately, it was discovered early, treatment will not be delayed. The great-uncle sighed heavily. I just fear for Xiao Zhu. What will become of me and your great-aunt if something happens? When dinner arrived, the great-uncle, still troubled, barely touched his food. The restaurant did not serve milk egg fermented rice that evening, but had wontons and dumplings, which were quite delectable. Sensing the gloomy atmosphere, Sheng Anning silently served Xiao Zhu dumplings and then focused on her meal. The following morning, they first returned to Hewan village, explaining to great-aunt that the local hospital could not assist and they needed to go to the city for a checkup. They packed a change of clothes and headed directly to Longbei City. They bypassed Jianyang City, where Hewan village was located, primarily because Zhou Shishun was unfamiliar with it. He felt the military hospital in Longbei City was more reliable. Song Xiuyan and Zhou Shixuan took turns driving nonstop, arriving at Longbei City by evening. They proceeded straight to the hospital, where a familiar face was on duty to admit Xiao Zhu. The following morning, the doctor would be available for examination. For convenience, Zhou Shixuan and the others stayed at the military guest house next to the hospital. Sheng Anning was delighted to Zhou Shixuan observed Sheng Anning, who had just leapt up in haste, now finding amusement in her own thoughts. After a brief examination, he remarked, "I did not find any lice, but a few eggs. I shall procure a comb tomorrow to thoroughly groom my hair." He glanced at Sheng Anning's long tresses, cascading nearly to her waist, and pondered the inconvenience of managing such length, even with a comb. Sheng Anning, however, was quite practical about it. "I will visit the barber shop tomorrow to have my hair cut shorter. It will surely be easier to manage." She then turned to Zhou Shixuan and inquired, "Do you have any on you? I could check for you as well." Before he could respond, she rose and began to sift through his thick, coarse hair with unrestrained curiosity. As she did so, she noted Zhou Shixuan's remarkable height. Even seated, he towered above her. His hair was indeed splendid, dense and robust. It pricked at her fingers, sending an inexplicable thrill through her. It was a sensation akin to electricity coursing over her skin, causing her to shiver slightly. She noticed his ears redden. It was amusing how easily a grown man could blush. That night, Sheng Anning struggled to find rest, plagued by the sensation of insects crawling over her body. In the middle of the night, she rose to inspect her clothes meticulously, doubting whether her hair harbored any unwelcome guests. Her incessant scratching only added to her discomfort. Zhou Shixuan, too, found little solace in sleep as he dreamt of Sheng Anning, who appeared before him, weeping like a small creature. When dawn broke, Song Xiuyan, noticing Zhou Shixuan's unusual behavior, questioned him about his nocturnal laundry escapades. Zhou Shixuan remained unresponsive, busy tidying his bedding. Song Xiuyan, despite being a bachelor himself, couldn't resist teasing him about dreaming of something inappropriate. As the two stepped outside, they were greeted by a bleary-eyed Sheng Anning, who asked, "Good morning. Did one of you have a dream?" Song Xiuyan quickly silenced himself, casting a glance at Zhou Shixuan, who was equally cautious. "Have you washed up yet? Let us have breakfast together. Afterward, I shall take food to my granduncle in Xiaozhu. Then accompany them for a checkup," Zhou Shixuan suggested. Sheng Anning waved her hand dismissively. "That's all right. I won't join you at the hospital. I intend to get my hair cut first." With her mind set on removing the lice, she felt no peace until that task was accomplished. Zhou Shixuan nodded and turned to leave, while Song Xiuyan hurried to follow, keenly observing that Zhou Shixuan avoided eye contact with Sheng Anning. Drawing from his own experiences, he surmised that Zhou Shixuan must have dreamt of her. Sheng Anning, oblivious to the undercurrents of emotion, focused solely on her haircut. After breakfast, Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan headed to the hospital while she sought out a nearby barber shop. The warmth of the shop was inviting, and the stylist, a kind woman in her 40s, expressed regret upon learning that Sheng Anning wished to cut her long, lustrous hair. "You have such beautiful hair, so dark and shiny. Why not keep it?" the stylist lamented. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sheng Anning simply stated her desire for a change. The stylist, seeing her resolute demeanor, seized her persuasion. "You are quite lovely. Short hair will suit you well. How about selling me your hair for $2? "No, I prefer to keep it as a memento," Sheng Anning replied firmly. The stylist chuckled and began to trim her hair, and to Sheng Anning's surprise, the result was far more appealing than she had anticipated. The chic, cropped style accentuated her features, giving her an air of youthful charm. Content with her new look, she paid her 2 dimes and set off for the hospital. Zhou Shixuan had just finished accompanying his granduncle and Xiao Zhu for their examination. He conveyed to her that Xiao Zhu had developed a growth on his vocal cords that required surgical removal. The sooner the better, considering his young age. Zhou Shixuan readily agreed to expedite the surgery arrangements, explaining the situation to his granduncle afterward. Upon hearing the mention of surgery, the elderly man's eyes glistened with tears. The thought of such an invasive procedure was daunting. "Is there no alternative to surgery?" he implored. Zhou Shixuan reassured him, "It is not as terrifying as it seems. You wouldn't want Xiao Zhu to be unable to speak for the rest of his life, would you? This is a minor procedure, and the doctors here are exceptionally skilled. They saved my life after my severe injury. They will handle this small operation with ease." Still apprehensive, his granduncle lamented, "What if something goes wrong? How would your aunt and I manage without him?" Zhou Shixuan comforted him. Rest assured, everything will be fine. We are here with you. Just then, Sheng Anning arrived, sensing her granduncle's worries. Indeed, granduncle, you need not fret. I assure you, Xiaozhu will be just fine. I can predict these things. Believe me, Xiaozhu is destined for greatness, perhaps even as a university student. Zhou Shixuan turned to the sound of her voice. Momentarily taken aback by her transformation into a striking young woman with short hair, his gaze lingered on her, unable to break away. His granduncle, having been prompted by Sheng Anning to seek the examination, held her words in high regard. With a voice thick with emotion, he expressed, I am old and lack wisdom. My only fear is for the child as suffering. Trust me, the doctors at this hospital are highly capable, Sheng Anning reassured him. Then I shall take comfort in that. He replied. Xiaozhu, standing beside his granduncle, gazed up at Sheng Anning with wide eyes, marveling at her new appearance, finding her even more beautiful than before. As Sheng Anning accompanied Xiaozhu and his granduncle to the ward, Song Xiuyan's whereabouts remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Zhou Shixuan was summoned to the office by Lu Yuanda, who instructed him to disrobe so he could examine the wound. Upon assessing the injury, Lu Yuanda was astonished. Your wound has reopened and been resewn? Remarkable. Zhou Shixuan nodded. Lu Yuanda expressed disbelief. The suturing technique used here is impressive. It is far sturdier than our usual methods and minimizes the risk of reopening. Your previous technique would have resulted in an unsightly scar, but you need not worry about that now. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, contemplating how to explain the technique without revealing Sheng Anning's involvement. Lu Yuanda marveled at the skill displayed. I should learn this technique myself when time permits. Zhou Shixuan mused. Are there any short-term training programs for doctors available? Lu Yuanda replied, somewhat surprised. Indeed, there are programs for learning, though participants typically do not remain in the hospital afterward. Most return to their local areas to practice medicine. However, not everyone is eligible. Recommendations and evaluations are necessary. As Zhou Shixuan adjusted his clothing, he resolved, I will inquire if Anning would be interested in staying to learn. Lu Yuanda's impression of Sheng Anning had greatly improved. After some contemplation, he thought, if Anning studies well and performs admirably in her assessments, I might recommend her to stay at the hospital. Zhou Shixuan was uncertain about Sheng Anning's thoughts. Thank you. Let me discuss it with her first. Lu Yuanda continued to chatter. They say Anning is rather unreasonable, but I find her quite agreeable. Given your age difference, you should be more accommodating. Women need to be pampered. Zhou Shixuan, who was reminded of his age, wore a somewhat displeased expression. Unfazed, Lu Yuanda kept talking. Aren't you nearly 10 years older than Anning? You're aging while she's still youthful. Eventually, she will be the one taking care of you. Therefore, it's essential to treat her well. And remember, you are an old bull courting a tender calf. So stop wearing that long face. Zhou Shixuan's expression grew even more sour at the mention of old bull courting tender calf. He stood up to leave when Song Xiuyan rushed in. So, you are here. Someone from the Zhou family in Jing City has arrived. Chapter 65. A man who looks just like Zhou Shixuan looked at Song Xiuyan, puzzled, furrowing his brow in thought. When had he offended the Zhou family from Jing City? Song Xiuyan closed the door and, disregarding Dr. Lu's presence, spoke in a hurried tone. I saw Zhou Leiazizi's granddaughter. Zhou Qiaoyang. Is she assigned to your side? Zhou Shixuan was surprised by Song Xiuyan's excitement and admitted he did not know anyone named Zhou Qiaoyang. I don't know her. Song Xiuyan slapped his forehead, realizing Zhou Shixuan was unaware of who Zhou Qiaoyang was. She is Zhou Leiazizi's second granddaughter, 25 this year. She returned from military service last year, the one I mentioned, a bit of a tomboy, still waiting for job placement. I just saw her at the entrance, carrying her backpack and asking how to get to the second institute. Isn't that where you work? Zhou Shixuan had heard that new recruits were being assigned, not to their security department, but to the internal affairs department, which was more suitable for women. He was simply astonished. Was Song Xiuyan really making such a fuss over it? Sheng Anning escorted her great-uncle and Xiaozhu to the hospital room. Noticing Xiaozhu had removed his shoes, exposing his toes and heels, she felt a pang of sympathy and decided to buy him a pair of socks. Upon exiting the hospital, she saw a girl in a green military uniform, carrying a military green quilt and a matching satchel, with a white enamel basin tied to it with a towel. Sheng Anning couldn't help but glance a few more times. Despite the oversized and plain military attire, the girl's spirited demeanor was unmistakable. It was no wonder that people said they preferred military attire over colorful clothing. It was indeed striking. The girl seemed to sense Sheng Anning's gaze and turned to smile radiantly at her. Sheng Anning politely returned the smile before leaving, only to find the girl had vanished upon her return. When she arrived at the hospital room, Lu Yuanda, Zhou Shixuan, and Song Xiuyan were present. Lu Yuanda was explaining the risks and duration of the surgery to her great-uncle. The hospital was not bustling with people as it would be later, coincidentally. A surgical slot had opened up for tomorrow, so they decided to proceed with Xiao Zhu's surgery to ease everyone's mind sooner. Her great-uncle had no comprehension of the technicalities and could only look to Zhou Shixuan for guidance. Lu Yuanda noticed her great-uncle's nervousness and kindly reassured him, "You needn't worry. This is a very minor surgery, and Xiao Zhu is young, so he will recover quickly and be discharged in 3 days." Her great-uncle suppressed his fear. Looking at Zhou Shixuan, "Just decide for me." After confirming the surgery time, Lu Yuanda offered a few more reminders, concerned that starting Xiao Zhu's fast tonight might leave him hungry, so he suggested a bit of thin porridge or milk powder. Sheng Anning planned to fetch milk powder and malt extract from the guest house to help Xiao Zhu regain strength before and after the surgery. Once Lu Yuanda left, her great-uncle sat at the bedside, trembling with anxiety. Zhou Shixuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Great-uncle, Xiao Zhu will be fine. Your worry will only make him anxious." Her great-uncle wiped his tears, choked with emotion, unable to speak, merely reaching out to stroke Xiao Zhu's head. Zhou Shixuan understood that no amount of words could alleviate her great-uncle's tension. He needed to gradually accept the situation. He asked Song Xiuyan to stay with her great-uncle while he took Sheng Anning out to discuss some matters. Sheng Anning felt curious following Zhou Shixuan outside, asking, "What is it?" Zhou Shixuan recounted the discussion he had with Lu Yuanda. "This is a good opportunity. If you perform well, you could remain in the city." Sheng Anning pondered. She had yet to hear any news about the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, which would likely be announced 2 months later. Staying in the city indeed seemed more advantageous. But considering Zhou Shixuan would return to the family quarters, she wondered, "Does this mean we will be separated?" Zhou Shixuan nodded. "Once my injury heals, I will return to my unit." Sheng Anning frowned, but living apart is detrimental to marital relations. Zhou Shixuan fell silent. It seemed there was no emotional connection between him and Sheng Anning. She recognized this opportunity. If she couldn't secure a spot in university, becoming a doctor through this route would suffice, and she could later pursue further studies. Moreover, she couldn't rely solely on Zhou Shixuan for support. Staying in the city would allow her to learn while seeking ways to earn money. If she returned to the family quarters, her days would be filled with either outsmarting those who disliked her or idly knitting and gossiping. Yet, if she didn't return, it meant parting from Zhou Shixuan, an older man she hadn't fully won over yet. At best, she currently didn't dislike him, and he felt a sense of responsibility to care for her. Zhou Shixuan quietly observed Sheng Anning's conflicted expression, puzzled. Was it truly such a difficult decision? Hadn't she always aspired to stay in the city? After some internal struggle, Sheng Anning looked up at Zhou Shixuan. "Then I can come back to see you." Zhou Shixuan nodded. "Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The logistics department will send a vehicle to the city for supplies. You can wait at the main station at 3 in the afternoon." Sheng Anning's worries dissipated instantly. She desired both a man and a career. With a cheerful smile, she exclaimed, "Great, let's return to the guest house to fetch milk powder and malt extract for Xiao Zhu. He can only have thin liquids these days, and milk powder is more nutritious than porridge." On the way back, she reminded Zhou Shixuan to buy a comb. Noticing the fine-toothed comb and realizing that each tooth could barely accommodate a single strand of hair. As they arrived at the guest house, they encountered the girl in the green military uniform once more. The girl appeared to have just completed her check-in, carrying a lunchbox downstairs, likely heading to the cafeteria. Upon seeing Sheng Anning, she smiled warmly, but when her gaze fell on Zhou Shixuan, she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her eyes wide with surprise as she took a few steps back before suddenly turning and running back upstairs. Sheng Anning speculated that Zhou Shixuan's serious demeanor might intimidate others. After all, hadn't that beautiful girl just fled in fright? Zhou Shixuan hurried back to her room, rummaging through her belongings to find a notebook, within which was a yellowed black and white photograph. It was a small photo of their family of 6, her father, mother, elder brother Zhou Luming, second brother Zhou Wanqing, sister Zhou Beiqing, and herself. It was a picture taken the year her second brother enlisted, capturing his gentle and refined appearance. 3 years prior, He had sent a letter revealing he had discovered a secret but never divulged what it was, shortly before he fell in battle. Zhou Chaoyang's eyes reddened as she touched the faces in the photograph. The man she had just encountered bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother Zhou Wanqing. Yet, her brother exuded warmth and gentleness, whereas the man she had just seen had sharp eyes, akin to a wolf, a completely different aura. Why do they look so alike? Chapter 66. You are a divine, Dr. Zhou Chaoyang thought of her brother, tears brimming in her eyes. She was a girl who had never cried, even when fighting with boys since childhood, yet she pressed her eyelids together tightly, continuing to gaze at the photograph. Although the elder brother and the second brother are twins, they do not resemble each other. The elder brother has slender eyes and high cheekbones, possessing an ordinary appearance. Their mother often remarks that he may have inherited his looks from their grandmother's side of the family, while she, along with the elder sister and the second brother, takes after their grandfather's side, characterized by delicate and attractive features. But is it truly possible for two people to look so alike? Zhou Chao contemplated this as she tucked the photo into her pocket, determined to seek out the man again. In a hurried descent down the stairs, she found that the couple she had seen earlier had vanished, prompting her to approach the service desk for inquiries. Yo Taoyang? Before she could reach the desk, someone called out to her. Turning around, she was pleasantly surprised to see the person approaching. Elder brother, what brings you here? Zhou Lu Ming, sporting black-rimmed glasses, appeared more refined than usual. With a smile, he said, I was worried about you coming here alone, and I had some matters to attend to as well. Zhou Chao responded cheerfully. Oh, come on, I'm 25 now. What do you have to worry about? Zhou Lu Ming adjusted his glasses and replied, Let's go to the room and talk. I have something to discuss with you. Eager to share her discovery, Zhou Chao wasted no time. Elder brother, I just saw a man who looks exactly like our second brother. Zhou Lu Ming frowned. You're just missing him too much. Think about how many times you've mistaken someone on the street. Zhou Chao grew anxious, insisting, No, this is different. He looks remarkably similar. I even compared it with a photo. A glint of malice flashed in Zhou Lu Ming's eyes as he realized that Zhou Shisun could not be allowed to live. It was imperative that the Zhou family remained unaware of his existence. Who would have thought that 3 years ago, after eliminating Zhou Wancheng, Zhou Shisun could survive such grave injuries? Now that he was in the second hospital, he had no means to act. Placing a hand on Zhou Chao's shoulder, he cautioned, no matter how much he resembles him, remember how much our mother has aged in these 3 years due to your brother's incident. Don't complicate things further. Zhou Chao pouted, but he really looks so much like him, and I want to tell Mom. Zhou Lu Ming pushed up his glasses again, exercised some restraint. You must remember that there are many people in the world who resemble one another. Zhou Chao fell silent. Her elder brother was right. What did it matter if someone looked like her brother? He was ultimately not Zhou Erge. Meanwhile, Sheng Anning instructed Zhou Shisun to help her with her hair, carefully combing through it with a fine-toothed comb, only to discover a louse and some live eggs. Comforting herself, she thought that having lice was merely a step towards assimilating into this era. For hadn't Zhou Shisun mentioned that many households faced this issue? Holding a small round mirror, she observed Zhou Shisun diligently leaning over to tend her hair, albeit clumsily. With a playful smile, she asked Zhou Shisun, Where will I stay in the city? Zhou Shisun was puzzled by her continued absence from home. Did she not know that the Sheng family had moved? Or had Sheng Anning transformed into a different person entirely, making that home feel foreign to her? The hospital provides accommodation. If you prefer not to stay there, you can rent a room nearby. Sheng Anning promptly declined. Staying at the hospital is fine. Renting a place costs money, and with only you earning in the family, we should save a bit. Zhou Shisun paused momentarily before resuming his search for lice. Once he confirmed that there was nothing left to find, Sheng Anning felt some relief in her scalp. Is there no medicine to treat this? Zhou Shisun shook his head. No. Many people use pesticides directly on their hair. Sheng Anning was taken aback. Pesticides can cause poisoning upon contact with skin, let alone applying it to the scalp. Aren't these people afraid for their lives? Because people often misunderstand, thinking that as long as it isn't ingested, it's safe. After explaining, Zhou Shisun added, Next month, your grandfather will be visiting. Sheng Anning's heart tightened at the thought of her original grandfather's visit. It would be impossible to deceive him. After all, such a drastic change in a person would be easily noticeable by family. Curiously, she wondered how those who had crossed over managed to conceal their transformed selves from their relatives. Her smile stiffened as she looked at Zhou Shisun, That's wonderful. I'm his grandfather too. Zhou Shisun observed her forced smile and replied, he will only stay for half a day. Sheng Anning felt relieved. Half a day was easier to navigate. Engaging in light conversation, she prepared milk powder and malt extract, and together with Zhou Shisun, returned to the hospital. That evening, they all stayed at the hospital because the next morning, Xiao Zhu was scheduled for the first surgery. The third uncle had not slept all night, continuously lamenting the loss of Chang Dong, along with his parents, occasionally wiping away tears. It wasn't until the child was wheeled into the operating room that the elder man could no longer bear it and fainted. Xiao Zhu's surgery was brief, and Sheng Anning felt no worry. Knowing that Song Xiuyan and Zhou Shisun were keeping vigil, she decided to fetch some breakfast. As she descended the stairs, she was unexpectedly blocked by a woman. It's you? You're the miraculous doctor. How did you know I was unwell? Sheng Anning was startled by the sudden appearance of the woman, who seemed somewhat familiar, though she couldn't recall where they had met. The woman was becoming increasingly agitated. Do you remember me? You told me that my family was in trouble and advised me to get my health checked. It dawned on Sheng Anning that this was the salesperson who had rolled her eyes at her. The woman's eyes were brimming with tears. What you said was so accurate. My husband is cheating, and the doctor said I have hepatitis. Sheng Anning responded calmly. Then you should treat it well. As long as you manage your hepatitis, you'll be fine. The woman suddenly burst into tears. But you can read fortunes. Can't you? Can you tell me if my husband will come back to me? Sheng Anning was taken aback. It seemed the woman's priority lay not in her health, but rather in her unfaithful husband. I cannot predict that. Besides, why would you want such a man back? He acts like a cucumber that is soaked in a cesspool. Would you still want to eat it? Doesn't that disgust you? The woman was taken aback, staring at Sheng Anning, before crying as she walked away. Sheng Anning felt confused. Had she said something wrong? Turning around, she spotted Zhou Shisun standing a short distance behind her, regarding her with an inscrutable expression. Unsure if he had overheard her words, she decided to act as if nothing had happened and innocently asked, how come you're down here? Zhou Shisun handed her 2 ration tickets. You dropped these. Chapter 67. If you kiss me, I'll be afraid. Sheng Anning accepted the ration tickets, deliberately ignoring the encounter with the woman. I'm going to the cafeteria to buy some buns. Zhou Shisun nodded, watching her depart before turning back, his mind reeling with her lively words. This girl truly dared to say anything. The surgery for Xiao Zhu went as smoothly as Sheng Anning had anticipated. By noon, when they wheeled him out, the third uncle finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the surgery was successful. Noticing that Sheng Anning had stayed up all night, Zhou Shisun remarked, you should head back and rest. I'll stay here with the third uncle until Xiao Zhu wakes up. Sheng Anning felt utterly exhausted. A good sleep would allow her to take over for Zhou Shisun later that night. Upon returning to her room, she quickly washed up and collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Having not slept the previous night due to worry over her lice, she fell into an exceptionally heavy sleep. Suddenly, she felt something pressing against her mouth and nose, heavy enough to suffocate her. Struggling to awaken, she discovered the room was filled with thick smoke. In the dim light, she could vaguely see a man holding a towel tightly over her mouth and nose. Instinctively, she kicked him in the stomach and clawed at his neck, her sharp nails digging into his flesh. The man seemed taken aback that she had awakened, stumbling back in pain, just as someone in the hallway shouted, quickly, room 205 is on fire. Following, there was a flurry of hurried footsteps. The man, fearing exposure, turned and leapt through the window to escape. Sheng Anning, engulfed in smoke and nearly suffocated, lacked the strength to pursue the assailant, instead carefully holding onto the flesh torn from the attacker beneath her nails. The fire had ignited in the adjacent room belonging to Zhou Shisun and his companions. Thus, Sheng Anning's room was filled with dense smoke but devoid of flames. The blaze was swiftly extinguished, and Sheng Anning was assisted out by a staff member who broke down the door. Everyone found the incident rather perplexing. How could such a significant fire occur in broad daylight? The staff member handed Sheng Anning a glass of water, inquiring if she had been frightened. The cause of the fire was still under investigation, with speculation that a guest had been smoking in their room, igniting the sheets. Sheng Anning, apprehensive of dropping the evidence in her fingers, declined the water and firmly refuted the staff member's claim. They did not smoke. Having lived in close quarters with Zhou Shisun for several days, she had never witnessed him smoke. As for Song Xiuyan, he had stated himself that, due to his profession, he did not smoke. This was clearly a premeditated murder. Yet, why would they want her dead? After resting momentarily and feeling less dizzy, Sheng Anning raised her hands to visit Lu Yuanda at the hospital, as she was unfamiliar with other doctors. She requested Lu Yuanda to extract the flesh from under her nails for testing. Surprised by the account, Lu Yuanda remarked on the audacity of the assailant to attack in broad daylight. However, he had to convey a harsh truth to Sheng Anning. Even with his flesh, identifying the perpetrator would be challenging. Sheng Anning understood that using DNA to find a culprit was difficult at this time. Yet she still wished to attempt it. Please test it. It may prove useful in the future, especially since I did not see the assailant's appearance. Only a rough estimate of their height. Lu Yuanda considered her approach reasonable, but noted that their current capabilities were limited. DNA comparison was only conducted in major criminal cases. He carefully extracted the bloodied flesh from her fingers and hurried to the laboratory for testing. Zhou Shixuan, having overheard nurses discussing the fire next door, rushed back upon realizing Sheng Anning was still in her room, only to discover that it was indeed their room that had caught fire. Without taking a moment to linger, he sought out Sheng Anning, only to be informed by the staff that she had sustained injuries and gone to the hospital. Zhou Shixuan hurried to the hospital, searching until he found Lu Yuanda's office, where he saw Sheng Anning at the basin, vigorously scrubbing her hands and picking at the blood beneath her nails, her expression one of distaste. Upon noticing Zhou Shixuan, Sheng Anning exclaimed, "What brings you here? Has Xiaozhu awoken?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head, asking, "Are you all right?" Sheng Anning reflected on her ordeal, her eyes drooping as she tilted her face like a pitiful puppy. "You almost didn't get to see me again. Thankfully, I'm strong. That villain nearly suffocated me." Zhou Shixuan lowered his gaze, noticing the bruises on her delicate jaw, likely inflicted during the struggle aimed at him, which had inadvertently affected her. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he muttered, "I'm sorry." Sheng Anning sighed at his lack of romantic charm, pondering whether he truly intended to apologize. Realizing that her coaxing was ineffective, she decided to be bolder, leaning in on her tiptoes. "It's fine. Just give me a kiss, and I won't be scared anymore." Zhou Shixuan's composure shattered, and he looked at her with embarrassment. Sheng Anning glared. "If I ask for a kiss, just do it. Why are you hesitating?" Lu Yuanda entered just then, witnessing Zhou Shixuan lingering at the door, followed by Sheng Anning's teasing words, which made him feel awkward. He thought to himself how people claimed the couple's relationship was strained. Yet this seemed quite the opposite. Once inside, he jokingly nudged Zhou Shixuan. "Why are you standing at the door?" "Coming." Sheng Anning, feeling a bit embarrassed that Lu Yuanda had overheard her teasing, chose to maintain her bravado, greeting him cheerfully. "So, how did the test come back so quickly?" Lu Yuanda nodded. "AB blood type. I've recorded everything else." Assuming Sheng Anning was unaware of the implications, he refrained from elaborating. Sheng Anning was astonished. What a coincidence. The eunuch, Zhou Changyun, also had AB blood type. Zhou Shixuan approached the desk. "Let me see." Lu Yuanda handed the results to him. "Can you understand this?" "Even with this, identifying the culprit will be quite difficult. Have you offended someone? Why do people seem intent on harming you?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "I'm not sure. However, since the assailant had begun setting fires in daylight and targeted Sheng Anning, it indicated their desperation." Sheng Anning leaned in to glance at the results. "If this is aimed at you, why involve me?" The logic behind the assailant's actions was perplexing. If the target was Zhou Shixuan, why attack someone he seemingly cared little for? Lu Yuanda expressed his confusion as well, advising, in any case, you need to be cautious and have someone investigate this matter. As Sheng Anning and Zhou Shixuan exited the office, contemplating the threat to her life, while still not having gained any advantage with this man, she fixed a serious gaze upon him. "Zhou Shixuan, it's unsafe for me to sleep alone at night." Zhou Shixuan was taken aback, turning to regard Sheng Anning with surprise. She, feigning annoyance, glared at him. "What are you staring at? Am I not stating the truth?" Fortunately, it was daylight. If it had been night and everyone was asleep, the assailant wouldn't have just suffocated me. They would have stabbed me. "Do you think I have any chance of survival?" Zhou Shixuan nodded, recognizing the validity in her words. It seemed the assailant intended to stage her death as a result of the fire, but did not anticipate her awakening and retaliating. Had the assailant wielded a knife, she would not have stood before him unscathed. Sheng Anning, adept at twisting logic, continued her argument. "You see, this predicament is entirely due to you. Shouldn't you ensure my safety?" Furthermore, she added, "Today, the assailant merely attempted to suffocate me. What if they discover I'm attractive and harbor other intentions? How am I to live with that? Zhou Shixuan immediately refuted. That one tea happened. Sheng Anning sighed. But you're not the assailant. How can you know what they think? Or do you believe I'm unattractive, and that's why they would spare me? Zhou Shixuan fell silent, unable to comprehend why Sheng Anning always managed to steer every conversation back to her appearance. She linked her arm through his, therefore. You must take responsibility for my safety. Zhou Shixuan felt a wave of discomfort, wanting to withdraw his arm, but Sheng Anning tightened her grip, the softness of her embrace palpable. He stiffened involuntarily, his voice tense as he said, "Let go. It's inappropriate if someone sees." Observing that the corridor was empty, she glanced at the antiquated Zhou Shixuan, realizing that despite the conservative norms of their time, young couples often secretly courted passionately. Yet Zhou Shixuan resembled an artifact from the past, and she found herself eagerly anticipating a glimpse of his emotional side. With that thought, she embraced him more tightly. "I'm scared. I nearly died just now. What is wrong with wanting to hold you?" Only when footsteps approached did Sheng Anning release her hold. Upon reaching Xiaozhu's hospital room, they found him awake, playing with a toy duck. Had it not been for the bandage around his neck, one would hardly guess he had just undergone surgery. Excited by the toy, Xiaozhu gleefully wound up the duck, watching it bounce around the bed. Their great-uncle stood nearby, a rare smile gracing his face as he focused intently on Xiaozhu. Meanwhile, Song Xiuyan lay in the adjacent bed, peacefully asleep. Xiaozhu, spotting Sheng Anning, smiled shyly and pointed to the duck, eager to show her his new toy. Smiled as she gently ruffled Xiaozhu's hair, inquiring, "Who bought this little duck for you? It's so delightful." Xiaozhu pointed to the soundly sleeping Song Xiuyan. Praised, "That uncle is truly kind. When you can talk, remember to thank him." Xiaozhu nodded, his lips curving into a smile. San Shu Gong felt relieved, stating, "Now that I see Xiaozhu awake, I am reassured. This child is fortunate to have met you all." Engaged in conversation with Zhou Shixuan and San Shu Gong, learning that Zhou Shixuan was well cared for by San Shu Gong's son and daughter-in-law during his childhood, she remarked, "That was only right. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu took great care of Zhang Suo, so this is what he ought to do." When the name Zhang Suo was mentioned, S smile deepened. Zhou Shixuan recognized that her laughter stemmed from his rather mundane nickname, leaving him bemused as to why such a commonplace name could elicit such joy from her. He went over to rouse Song Xiuyan, beckoning him to step outside for a conversation. Confused and sleepy, Song Xiuyan followed Zhou Shixuan, only to be astonished upon hearing about the fire and how had nearly perished. "Is it truly that outrageous? It seems you've encountered a singular individual behind these recent events." Zhou Shixuan nodded, explaining, "Initially, he may not have intended to kill me, merely wishing to ruin my future. However, it appears he now desires my demise." Pondering, Song Xiuyan questioned, "If he wishes for your death, why target your sister-in-law?" Zhou Shixuan speculated, "He likely believes that my success is solely due to old Cheng's support. If we're to die in an accident, it would reflect poorly on me, prompting old Cheng to harbor grievances against me and seek an opportunity to kill me." Song Xiuyan found it perplexing. "Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Why not simply eliminate you?" Zhou Shixuan shook his head, asserting, "He wishes to ruin my reputation before I perish. Even in death, he desires to leave me with a tarnished name." Song Xiuyan couldn't help but curse. "That's rather malicious. Who have you offended?" Zhou Shixuan was momentarily at a loss, as the assailant remained shrouded in shadows, employing unpredictable tactics that left him unable to foresee his next move. Xiaozhu, being young, recovered swiftly and by noon the following day, was able to drink milk powder and walk alongside, exploring the hospital. Decided to remain at the hospital to learn, becoming well acquainted with the doctors and nurses across various departments. Although some held a disdain for her, the majority were warm and welcoming. Those who disapproved were primarily former admirers of Zhou Shixuan, some of whom were already married but remained envious of marriage to him. She found it bewildering that so many were enamored with someone so unremarkable, yet they dared not confess their feelings, ultimately resulting in unrequited love. Xiaozhu and sat on a bench in the garden, basking in the sun. Occasionally, he would glance at her, despite the discomfort from his neck wound. These past few days had been the happiest of his life. Numerous uncles and aunts were kind to him, gifting him toys and beautiful clothes. And his second aunt treated him well, too. He reached out to hold his hand, opening his mouth in an attempt to produce a sound, only managing a raspy ah. Was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, "Our Xiao Zhu can make sounds now." Xiao Zhu beamed and repeated the sound, embraced him, saying, "That's wonderful. Don't rush, Xiao Zhu. Once you heal, we will begin learning to speak." The happiness was shared by San Shu Gong, who was delighted by Xiao Zhu's ability to produce sound. Zhou Shixuan, considering that San Shu Gong had not eaten properly in days, decided they should visit the hospital cafeteria for a meal. Holding the milk powder while guiding Xiao Zhu, followed Zhou Shixuan downstairs when she suddenly blurted, "Do we not resemble a family of three?" Upon glancing up, she spotted a tall, thin man walking towards the cafeteria and exclaimed, "That's him, the man." Chapter 69. Courage and Wisdom. Zhou Shixuan reacted swiftly. As S words fell, he dashed out. The tall man, noticing he was being pursued, panicked and began to run, confirming suspicions. Within 200 meters, Zhou Shixuan subdued him to the ground, approached with Xiao Zhu, noticing the man wore a turtleneck. And, as she bent down to pull at his collar, she discovered several distinct scratch marks on his neck. Zhou Shixuan, observing the marks, pressed down on the man's back, demanding, "Did you set the fire?" Was suspicious. Why was this assailant wandering the hospital? Surely, wasn't he there to check on injuries? Logically, one would expect a murderer to flee far away. Zhou Shixuan seemed to share her thoughts, as he and the arriving Song Xiuyan escorted the man to the security office, while instructed San Shu Gong to take Xiao Zhu back to the ward. She hurried to follow. Fortunately, she had preserved evidence against the assailant. If they could conduct a blood test, they would determine whether he was indeed the perpetrator. Zhou Shixuan had Song Xiuyan summon Lu Yuanda to draw blood for testing, which revealed B-type blood and completely mismatched DNA. Thus, it was clear this man could not be the culprit. Song Xiuyan was puzzled. If he isn't the one, why'd he run? And what a coincidence that he bears injuries on his neck. Zhou Shixuan glanced at, asserting, the real killer likely never anticipated that would retain a sample of his flesh, which has already been tested. Song Xiuyan considered this, realizing that under such panic, few would think to preserve evidence, and was likely the only one capable of such composure. Lu Yuanda turned to Zhou Shixuan, asking what now, raised her hand, proposing, "I believe the individual acted with intent. We should promptly deliver him to the police station for interrogation. If anything happens to him in the security office, they may place the blame on us." Zhou Shixuan was taken aback by her insight, surprised that her thoughts aligned so closely with his. They arranged for the security office to transfer the man to the police, informing them of their suspicion that he was involved in the lodging house arson case. In this way, if anything were to happen to him at the police station, they would bear no responsibility. After some delay, the group proceeded to the cafeteria for their meal. San Shu Gong, witnessing Zhou Shixuan apprehending the man, couldn't he help but worry. "Zhang Suo, who did you just catch?" Zhou Shixuan sought to alleviate his concerns. "Just a thief. It's nothing. He has already been handed over to the police." San Shu Gong nodded repeatedly. That's good. That's good. Prepared a bowl of milk powder for Xiao Zhu and added some soft steam bun pieces to make it easier to swallow. Song Xiuyan couldn't help but observe, increasingly convinced that she possessed a wealth of knowledge, pondering whether it stemmed from her association with Old Cheng. It seemed that Zhou Shixuan had indeed found a treasure in her. Notice Song Xiuyan's gaze, curiosity peaking as she asked, "What are you staring at me for?" Song Xiuyan boldly inquired, "How do you know so much? Did Old Cheng teach you?" Thought to herself that she knew far more than that, smiling as she replied, "Not at all. I enjoy reading mystery novels, which has made me more observant." Upon hearing this, Song Xiuyan dismissed her words, realizing that in such a critical moment, knowing to preserve evidence was not the typical reaction of an ordinary person. Zhou Shixuan interjected, "Hurry and eat." That evening, San Shu Gong stayed with Xiao Zhu in the hospital room, while Zhou Shixuan and the others returned to the lodge to rebook a room. Considering earlier comments, Zhou Shixuan hesitated momentarily, but quickly leaned in, saying, "We are husband and wife. Surely we can share a room. The fire today nearly terrified me." The attendant appeared somewhat conflicted, stating, "You must present a marriage certificate or a work certificate." Grumbled, "Your rules are rather rigid. Who would dare to openly share a room like this? I'm still shaken from the scare and wouldn't dare sleep alone tonight. Perhaps I should just sleep behind your service desk." Due to Sheng Anning's audacity, the waiter ultimately conceded and provided the two with a room. with Song Xiuyan occupying a separate one. Sheng Anning found the staff rather rigid. They could have simply switched rooms without notifying the front desk. She had anticipated that something noteworthy would transpire that evening, but upon returning from her shower, she was met with the grave news from Zhou Shixuan that a man had hanged himself in the police station. Sheng Anning gasped, nearly dropping her basin. Dead? How could he commit suicide? The man's demeanor did not suggest a propensity for such an act. Zhou Shixuan shook his head, indicating that Song Xiuyan had already gone to investigate and asked if she wished to accompany him. Knowing Sheng Anning's penchant for excitement, he had purposely waited for her. Without hesitation, she agreed, Absolutely, let us go immediately. She donned her winter coat and wrapped a scarf around her neck, following Zhou Shixuan to the police station. Upon arrival, they found Song Xiuyan already present, who expressed disappointment at the lack of information gleaned. The man had been left alone in a room to contemplate, only to be discovered hanged by his belt. Sheng Anning was incredulous. Aren't they supposed to be handcuffed? How could he have committed suicide? Song Xiuyan explained that only one hand had been restrained, making it impossible for him to crouch or stand comfortably, leading him to divulge everything when overwhelmed. Yet no one expected he would take his own life. Sheng Anning remained skeptical. Where is the body? Did you see it? Song Xiuyan replied that, as the case was still unresolved, they could not access the corpse. Turning to Zhou Shixuan, Sheng Anning insisted that they should see the body for themselves, as she could not accept that the man would take his own life. Zhou Shixuan shared her doubts, believing the man's death to be a ruse by the true culprit to obscure the truth, making everyone assume it was a suicide out of guilt. Given the arson and attempted murder involved, Sheng Anning lamented, if only we could see the body. Zhou Shixuan questioned her ability to determine the cause of death and time of death. She replied, uncertainly, we must see it to feel assured. Otherwise, the true culprit might evade justice. Song Xiuyan concurred, though he knew that the procedural nature of the police would prevent them from viewing the body. However, he proposed an alternative route. I will devise a plan for us to sneak into the morgue. Zhou Shixuan had no objections. The morgue would likely be unguarded, as few dared to steal a body from a police facility. However, he was uncertain whether Sheng Anning could manage to enter. Are you up for it? With confidence, she replied, of course. You stay outside on lookout due to your injury, while Song Xiuyan and I go inside. Song Xiuyan noted Sheng Anning's remarkable courage. Most would find the morgue, a place typically viewed as eerie, terrifying. The trio waited outside the police station until late at night, when Song Xiuyan and Sheng Anning scaled the back wall. Observing Sheng Anning's adept climbing, Song Xiuyan was once again taken aback. Hurry, don't dawdle, Sheng Anning urged. You know where the morgue is, right? He nodded, aware that it was not far from their current position, though the absence of cover made the atmosphere unnervingly tense. They stealthily entered the morgue, where several gurneys were lined up, 3 of which were draped with white sheets. Song Xiuyan moved toward the second body, whispering, this one. Sheng Anning carefully covered her flashlight with a handkerchief, dimming the light to avoid detection. Song Xiuyan paused, contemplating whether Sheng Anning had perhaps returned from military background. She inspected the deceased's neck and noticed distinct ligature marks, then pried open the mouth and nose for a closer examination, even checking the eyelids and meticulously scrutinizing each finger. Song Xiuyan, while attentive to any external sounds, watched her actions unfold as though she were selecting cuts of meat rather than confronting a corpse. Most women would likely have screamed in fright by now. With a swift motion, Sheng Anning removed the deceased's clothing, thoroughly inspecting every detail before neatly redressing him to restore his original appearance. All done. We can leave now, she stated. Song Xiuyan took the flashlight for another look before they exited quietly to rejoin Zhou Shixuan, and the 3 made their way back to the guest house. Once in Song Xiuyan's room, Sheng Anning immediately relayed her findings. The deceased had ligature marks on his neck, but he did not die from hanging. He was poisoned. His fingertips showed signs of darkening, with distinct black marks, and there were obvious injection sites on his lower back. Song Xiuyan stared at her in shock. How did you discern that? You only identified that he died from poisoning. He was puzzled. Are you suggesting the poison was injected in his backside? Precisely, Sheng Anning confirmed. It appears it was a hasty situation, and the needle may have inadvertently struck his rear, resulting in a more concentrated dose of toxins. The deceased was murdered within the police station. Song Xiuyan couldn't help but exclaim, such audacity, to commit murder in a police station. This indicated that the assailant was driven by rage. Noticing Sheng Anning fidgeting with her hands, Zhou Shixuan quietly fetched a basin of water for her to wash up. She smiled appreciatively, acknowledging his thoughtfulness as she scrubbed her hands with soap. Her mind, however, was preoccupied with the blood type of the true culprit. When a vivid image flashed in her mind, the man resembling Zhou Changyun she had encountered at the restaurant with Xiao Zhu. Excitedly, she turned to Zhou Shixuan. Do you remember the night we had wontons? I saw a man who looked strikingly like Zhou Changyun. Song Xiuyan took a moment to recall. Zhou Changyun? Sheng Anning continued. The true culprit has AB blood type, just like Zhou Changyun. When I think about it, the physique of that man bore a resemblance to the assailant. Could they be the same person? Song Xiuyan frowned. Just because they look alike, does that mean their blood types will match? Sheng Anning dismissed his skepticism. That isn't the point. We should explore every possibility. After all, what if there's a connection? Solving a case demands attention to even the minutest details. Zhou Shixuan frowned. Are you certain they resemble each other? Absolutely, she affirmed. Perhaps we should keep an eye out for anyone resembling Zhou Changyun in the city. After all, he failed to harm us this time, but he surely won't cease his attempts. Though Song Xiuyan found her reasoning illogical and suspected that she was merely piecing together tenuous clues, he remained silent, as Zhou Shixuan seemed to accept her assertions without question. He was perplexed at how Zhou Shixuan had become so trusting of Sheng Anning. Once back in their room, Sheng Anning continued to murmur. If only we could perform an autopsy, we could determine the exact poison administered. Zhou Shixuan turned to her. Do you know how to conduct an autopsy? Unfazed, she replied. I've seen a bit. It should be similar to butchering a rabbit. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, recognizing that the two tasks were worlds apart. With the situation weighing heavily on her, Sheng Anning could not afford to tease Zhou Shixuan. Lying on her bed, she pondered whether her hypotheses were accurate. The world is rarely filled with coincidences. Often, there are underlying issues at play. She considered the possibility that if someone resembling Zhou Changyun sought to kill Zhou Shixuan, what could their motive be? What connection could he possibly have to Zhou Changyun? Reflecting on her previous conjecture that Zhou Shixuan was not the child of Zhu Hohat and Zhou Monsong, she wondered if it could be a case of mistaken identity. Perhaps the false heir had discovered their true identity and sought to eliminate the legitimate heir, Zhou Shixuan. The more I ponder, the wider my imagination expands, transitioning from political rivalries to various struggles among factions. The excitement swells within me, rendering sleep elusive as I toss and turn in bed. On the adjacent bed, Zhou Shixuan, too, is restless, contemplating the words spoken by Sheng Anning about a man resembling Zhou Changyun. 3 years prior, he encountered a man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Changyun, yet he remained oblivious to the individual's name. Could it be him? It wasn't until dawn that Sheng Anning finally dozed off, only to awaken to bright daylight, discovering that Zhou Shixuan had already left, his bedding neatly arranged. Rubbing his tousled hair, he dressed and ventured out to wash up. Passing by Song Xiuyan's room, he noticed the door secured with a padlock, indicating that the two had departed together. After freshening up, he returned to the room, waiting for a while without sight of Zhou Shixuan. He decided to tidy up and visit Xiao Zhu at the hospital. As he descended the stairs, he overheard a staff member discussing sewing machine and bicycle tickets. Laced with envy, wishing for just one ticket to enhance the joy of a wedding, Sheng Anning understood the significance. Recognizing that acquiring sewing machines and bicycles required industrial tickets, an exceedingly rare commodity, typically reserved for esteemed officials and outstanding workers. Coincidentally, she possessed such a ticket, contemplating the potential profit from trading it. With newfound joy, she set off to see Xiao Zhu, planning to exchange the industrial ticket for cash to purchase necessary items. While contemplating her financial aspirations, her mind wandered to the corpse. If only she could conduct an autopsy, life would be splendid. What an unusual passion to harbor. Chapter 71. Zhou Shixuan's blossoming romantic prospect upon arriving at the hospital. Xiao Zhu had just awakened, cradling a bowl of milk powder, while his great-uncle watched affectionately. Though Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan were nowhere in sight, Xiao Zhu beamed upon seeing Sheng Anning, lifting his small iron bowl toward her. Sheng Anning gently ruffled Xiao Zhu's hair, saying, "Go ahead and drink, my dear. Annie has already eaten." Xiao Zhu resumed his sipping. Sheng Anning turned to his great-uncle, inquiring, "Has Zhou Shixuan not come?" His great-uncle pointed to a lunchbox on the table, stating he came early to bring breakfast, then left, unable to deduce Zhou Shixuan's whereabouts. Sheng Anning played with Xiao Zhu for a while before taking him to the nurse's lounge for a chat. Lu Mei and a few others had grown quite familiar with Sheng Anning and adored Xiao Zhu, eagerly offering him biscuits and eggs to prepare for her studies. Sheng Anning frequently conversed with Lu Mei about the curriculum of short-term training classes. Lu Mei, in her straightforward manner, remarked, "It's quite simple. You just need to recognize a few common ailments like headaches or fevers and know how to administer basic injections." Sheng Anning considered this, realizing it was not as easy as it sounded. Diagnosing colds and fevers often relied on various test results, while currently, they depended solely on stethoscopes and pulse checks, a true test of skill. Lu Mei, not expecting Sheng Anning to pursue studies, casually continued, "Administering injections is even easier. Many people can do it themselves. Back in my alley, there was an elderly lady who used to give us injections. When someone fell ill, they would buy 2 small bottles of chaihu and go to her." Sheng Anning voiced her concerns. What if something goes wrong during the injection? Lu Mei dismissed her worries. How could there be an issue? The flesh on the buttocks is quite thick. It's bound to be fine. Sheng Anning marveled at the boldness of people nowadays. The nerves in the buttocks are numerous, and a careless mistake could be perilous. Lu Mei then whispered some insider information to Sheng Anning. In a couple of days, there will be another training class. Feeling that Lu Mei regarded her as a friend, Sheng Anning shared a bit of her own situation. "I'll mention it to Zhou Shixuan and see if I can join this training class. I've learned a little from my grandfather and have some understanding." Lu Mei looked at her in surprise. "If you attend, you'll have to stay in the city, which is 200 kilometers from Captain Zhou's unit. It won't be easy for you to see each other." Sheng Anning nodded. "It's fine. Overcoming a few months of hardship will ultimately lead to better job arrangements." Lu Mei considered this, yet still felt a twinge of worry. "Captain Zhou is quite popular. That Dr. Xiao from your place has returned from our training, and she is very attentive to Captain Zhou." Sheng Anning's interest peaked. Although she was aware of Xiao Yan's feelings for Zhou Shixuan, she lacked the specifics. Having developed a sense of camaraderie with Sheng Anning, Lu Mei, feeling a bit gossipy, leaned in closer and whispered, "The last time Captain Zhou was injured, Dr. Xiao came to assist with his care. However, Captain Zhou preferred male attendants, yet Dr. Xiao persisted, often bringing him food." Sheng Anning felt a pang of jealousy. Even though she had no claim to the situation, the thought of a man and woman being single and drawn to each other stirred her emotions. "Has Zhou Shixuan eaten?" she asked. Lu Mei affirmed, "Yes, the hospital food is rather poor, but Dr. Xiao managed to procure flour and meat, making dumplings and sometimes meat soup noodles." Sheng Anning felt even more envious. No wonder Dr. Xiao knew Zhou Shixuan's fondness for dumplings. They must have shared many meals together. Noting Sheng Anning's contemplative expression, Lu Mei quickly added, "But no matter how hard Dr. Xiao tries, it doesn't seem to matter. There was a singer from the performing arts troupe who even wrote him love letters, and Captain Zhou didn't pay her any mind." Sheng Anning looked at Lu Mei incredulously, realizing that her attempts at consolation only deepened her frustration. It seemed that Captain Zhou had quite the romantic prospects. Lu Mei elaborated on the singer's background, emphasizing her beauty and affluent family. Sheng Anning listened with rapt attention before taking Xiao Zhu back to the ward for his injection. Upon returning, she found Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan conversing with his great-uncle. Xiao Zhu, fond of Song Xiuyan, dashed over to hug his leg for a cuddle. With a stoic expression, Sheng Anning shot Zhou Shixuan a sidelong glance, choosing silence as Sheng Anning, idly passing the time, hastily swallowed a steam bun before stepping out alongside Lu Mei. Lu Mei, linking her arm with Sheng Anning's, remarked, "I have a blind date the day after tomorrow. I need to buy a red scarf to wear to appear more festive." Sheng Anning congratulated her. "That's wonderful. You are beautiful and have a good job. Surely, your counterpart will be equally impressive." Lu Mei, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh, it's nothing special, just a clerk." "But that's quite good," Sheng Anning reassured her. As they chatted, they arrived at the entrance of a department store, but before Sheng Anning could finish her sentence, she was abruptly seized by someone from behind. Chapter 72. Her hero had Sheng Anning known that a simple outing could lead to her being taken hostage, she would have never ventured out. With a criminal gripping her neck tightly and a glimmering dagger pressing against her throat, she was both terrified and at a loss for words. Her journey through this era had been fraught with peril. Just yesterday, she had nearly suffocated, and today she was being abducted. Would she ever be able to live peacefully in this time? Was this incident once again connected to Zhou Shixuan? Liu Mei was pushed to shine. unable to scream in her fright, as the crowd hastily dispersed, retreating in fear. Sheng Anning leaned back in compliance with her captor's hold, her eyes wide as she silently urged Lu Mei to seek Zhou Shixuan. He was the first person who came to her mind. Fortunately, Lu Mei was not foolish. She grasped Sheng Anning's intent and stumbled away in search of Zhou Shixuan. The police arrived promptly, encircling Sheng Anning and her abductor with several three-wheeled motorcycles. The criminal pressed against the wall, with Sheng Anning in front, leaving the police momentarily unable to act. They could only attempt to negotiate, urging the assailant to remain calm and discuss his grievances. Through their exchanges, Sheng Anning gleaned that the abductor harbored a grudge from years past, when a village leader had wronged him by taking his wife. For years, he had been powerless to retaliate, and now, having grown desperate, he sought to draw attention to his plight by resorting to this drastic measure. Sheng Anning found herself at a loss for words, pondering how someone with the audacity to kidnap another could not simply confront the village leader directly. Ultimately, the police negotiations stalled, and the assailants' agitation escalated. They deliberated on the next course of action, considering a lethal strike on the criminal while ensuring the hostage's safety. Sheng Anning anxiously wondered where Zhou Shixuan was. The distance from the hospital to this location was not great. Meanwhile, Zhou Shixuan was in the office of Lu Yuanda, awaiting a response from higher authorities. Without explicit approval, he could not cooperate with the police or take lethal action against the assailant. Beside him, Song Xiuyin expressed his concern. "Are you sure you can handle this? Remember, you stepped back because you could no longer shoot accurately. If you can't do it, I'll take over." Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "It's fine, I can manage." A quick call confirmed that Zhou Shixuan was authorized to assist the police in rescuing the hostage. However, Song Xiuyin remained apprehensive, acutely aware of the psychological barriers Zhou Shixuan faced, which had hindered his career in the military. Seeing Zhou Shixuan's resolve, he decided to accompany him. They sought out the police leadership. In the city, there were no exceptional snipers available, and in emergencies, they often turned to the nearest military unit for help. Unexpectedly, the second unit dispatched personnel to assist. Zhou Shixuan, already admired for his past heroic deeds, still exuded a commanding presence reminiscent of his days as a sniper. He was greeted warmly, and the officers provided him with several advantageous sniper positions: the clock tower across the way and the water tower, which was the most favorable location. Albeit distant, Zhou Shixuan nodded. "Let's position ourselves at the water tower." Song Xiuyin hurriedly followed him, anxious to ensure a successful outcome. Upon reaching the water tower, Song Xiuyin noted the considerable distance, at least 800 meters, with the early spring breeze potentially affecting the shot. Most crucially, however, was Zhou Shixuan's mental state. Zhou Shixuan squinted, spotting the assailant's grip on Sheng Anning's neck, the blade dangerously close to her skin. The criminal cunningly concealed himself behind her, revealing only the top of his head. Song Xiuyin voiced his concern. This might be impossible. If she moves even slightly, the consequences could be dire. Zhou Shixuan pursed his lips, surveying the scene again before returning his focus to Sheng Anning, steadying his aim and awaiting the opportune moment. Song Xiuyin remained vigilant for any nearby movements when suddenly he noticed a flicker of light near the clock tower, as if someone were signaling with a mirror. Alarmed, he thought, if Zhou Shixuan prepares to fire and that person flashes a mirror, it could cost Sheng Anning her life. Without a moment to lose, he swiftly crouched and dashed downwards. Amidst the crowd, Sheng Anning searched in vain for Zhou Shixuan, despair flooding her heart. Would he truly abandon her? Yet, recalling his character, she believed he would not. He had always helped strangers, so how could he ignore her, especially since she was his nominal wife? Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye. Could Zhou Shixuan be at the clock tower or the water tower? It seemed the assailant had realized this too, shouting for the sniper to back away, or he would act immediately. In his agitation, the knife grazed Sheng Anning's neck, causing a sharp pain and warm blood to trickle down. Desperate to remain calm, she implored, "Please, don't move. Your agitation makes it easier to expose yourself." "Silence. If you don't resolve my issue, I'll take you down with me," the assailant retorted menacingly. Sheng Anning, incredulous, thought, is this man insane? Yet, she knew she had to keep him calm for her own survival. "We have no enmity. If you're angry with someone, why not confront them? Killing me won't solve anything. The one who wronged you remains free. Is it worth sacrificing your life?" The assailant sneered. "That's none of your concern. If I die, Someone will avenge me. That scoundrel won't live in peace. Who will seek vengeance for you? Sheng Anning questioned, catching him off guard. This woman, even as a hostage, was curious enough to pry into his thoughts. Frustrated, he barked, shut up. One more word, and I'll end you. Sheng Anning discerned that the man's emotions had reached a breaking point, perhaps gambling on a fatal outcome. Fortunately, his instability caused him to lean slightly, exposing part of his head. A deafening shot rang out. Sheng Anning squeezed her eyes shut, feeling warm splashes on her left cheek and neck. She thought, no matter how brave one is, one knows what that warmth signifies. As she collapsed to the ground, nausea churned within her. The police rushed to her side, assisting her away and kindly wiping her face with an unknown substance. As she was settled in a vehicle, she caught sight of Zhou Shixuan approaching with steady strides. Chapter 73. One step closer to the truth, Sheng Anning knew with certainty that the person who had just saved her was Zhou Shixuan. Her eyes sparkled with brightness as she gazed at him. Zhou Shixuan had anticipated finding her in tears or trembling with fear. For being unafraid of death did not equate to being untroubled by witnessing it. Yet, to his surprise, Sheng Anning's eyes shone with joy and relief upon seeing him. Devoid of any fear, unable to contain his emotions, he reached out to gently tousle her hair. Aren't you afraid? He asked. Sheng Anning blinked, replying, not at all. I knew you would come to rescue me. Though she had harbored a fleeting doubt, her faith in Zhou Shixuan's character ultimately prevailed. Zhou Shixuan felt somewhat moved. His typically stoic demeanor rendered him at a loss for words. He merely pressed his lips together and cast his gaze downward at Sheng Anning, his eyes radiating warmth. In that fleeting moment, he had believed he would falter, that he would once again be engulfed by the gruesome sights before him, unable to discern the assailants. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, he witnessed Sheng Anning facing the attackers, her expression calm, as if she were reasoning with them. After they attended to the wound on her neck, the first thing Sheng Anning did upon returning to the guest house was to wrap a plastic bag around her neck to take a shower, scrubbing vigorously. What day it had been? Upon finishing her bath, both Song Xiuyan and Zhou Shixuan were in the room. Song Xiuyan gave Sheng Anning a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you're impressive. This kind of courage surpasses that of many men." Sheng Anning raised an eyebrow, responding, "Is being a man so remarkable? There are plenty of cowardly men." Song Xiuyan nodded vigorously, affirming, "Exactly. You're a heroine, sister-in-law." Sheng Anning chuckled, "You needn't flatter me. I'm merely a bit braver. I'm hardly a heroine." Song Xiuyan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Just a bit braver? You've outdone a large portion of the country." Zhou Shixuan, sensing Sheng Anning's curiosity, said, "Sit down first." Song Xiuyan spotted someone who resembles Zhou Changyan. Sheng Anning immediately set down her things and sat up straight, asking, "Is it really him? Where did you see him?" Song Xiuyan lamented, "We were so close to catching him. He was at the drum tower, obstructing old Zhou from rescuing you. I almost caught up, but he got away." Sheng Anning clapped her hands in excitement, declaring, "That must be him." She then shared her theory with Song Xiuyan and Zhou Shixuan. "Have you noticed how Zhou Shixuan doesn't resemble his family? The other three look alike, but this person who resembles Zhou Changyun, could he be Zhu Hohat's son?" Song Xiuyan listened intently, as if caught up in a story. "Go on." Sheng Anning continued, "Years ago, Zhu Hohat swapped her child with Zhou Shixuan's. For instance, Zhou Shixuan's biological parents were well off, and Zhu Hohat, envious and resentful, exchanged the children so her own could enjoy a better life, while leaving the genuine heir to be mistreated." Song Xiuyan was taken aback, pondering the plausibility of her theory. That could very well be the case. Sheng Anning felt a strange sense of coherence in her narrative, piecing together a tale of switched identities that seemed increasingly believable. Why else would Zhu Hohat treat Zhou Shixuan poorly, when there was no food at home? Why didn't she abandon Zhou Ernie? After all, in rural areas, daughters are often seen as someone else's responsibility. Moreover, Zhou Changyan has type AB blood. Zhu Hohat has type B, while Zhou Shixuan has type O. If Zhou Monsong has type AB blood, then Zhou Shixuan cannot possibly be their child. Song Xiuyan found it astonishing. Could it really be that way? After Sheng Anning's analysis, it indeed sounded plausible. Zhou Shixuan remained silent. Aware that Zhou Monsong had AB blood, he recalled a blood test conducted during his time at home, where they had donated blood for injured villagers. Song Xiuyan, curious once more, inquired, What do you think this person's motive is? To kill old Zhou and ensure the truth remains hidden? Sheng Anning speculated. Perhaps there's a throne to inherit, and he fears Zhou Shixuan might return to claim it? Song Xiuyan found merit in her explanation. No wonder he wanted to destroy Zhou Shixuan first, then eliminate him. By the time Zhou Shixuan's biological parents discover they have another son and realize he's a worthless failure who has died, they wouldn't care. Thus, Sheng Anning and Song Xiuyan continued to weave a narrative about a story of switched children, both firmly believing in their theory, while only Zhou Shixuan remained lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhou Luming had not anticipated his exposure would come so swiftly. He wondered how he had failed to notice Song Xiuyan. In a flustered state, he ran back to the distant city hospital to gather his belongings and prepare to leave. Zhou Chuyang had accompanied him to the guest house, and upon hearing a knock at the door, called out, "Elder brother, are you back?" Zhou Luming composed himself, donned his glasses, and opened the door with a gentle demeanor. "Chuyang, you didn't go out?" Zhou Chaoyang shook his head. "No, I've been waiting in the room for you. Didn't you say you'd take me to the unit?" Before his cover was blown, Zhou Luming had been willing to visit the Second Institute. But now he dare not, fearing an encounter with Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan would spell disaster. He had long known he was not a child of the Zhou family. Having investigated and discovered his biological parents were simple farmers from a remote village, an utterly foolish situation. In contrast, Zhou Shixuan, a child of the Zhou family, was exceptionally capable, having risen from the hardships of rural life through sheer determination. 3 years prior, when he sought out Zhou Wanqing, he suspected that Zhou Wanqing was concealing something from him. He had overheard a conversation of Zhou Wanqing's and seen a photograph on the hero wall resembling him. Upon examining the records, he found their birth dates matched. Thus, Zhou Wanqing suspected that Zhou Shixuan and he were twin brothers, though he could not yet confirm this. He intended to investigate further before discussing it with his family, merely stating in his letter that he had uncovered a secret that required verification. Zhou Luming did not wish to lose everything he had, his family status and the protection of the Zhou family. His heart became filled with murderous intent as he swapped Zhou Wanqing's bullets for blanks, wishing only for his demise, not anticipating that he would sacrifice himself to save Zhou Shixuan. At that time, Zhou Shixuan had already sustained severe injuries. Subsequently, Zhou Luming retired and returned to the capital, securing a position at the Archives Bureau. With ample free time on his hands, he closely monitored Zhou Shixuan, knowing he too had retired but had moved on to the prestigious Second Institute. Zhou Chuyang noticed Zhou Luming lost in thought and called out, "Elder brother, what's wrong?" Zhou Luming snapped back to reality. "It's nothing. I may not be able to take you after all. The unit wants me back immediately." Zhou Chaoyang expressed no suspicion. "It's fine. I'm old enough to manage on my own. If you're busy, go ahead." Zhou Luming hurriedly gathered his belongings, nearly fleeing to check out, then made his way to the train station. Zhou Chaoyang found his haste peculiar. What could have happened to the unit to warrant such urgency? Once Zhou Luming departed, Zhou Chuyang, with time to spare before her early morning report to the Second Institute, found herself reminiscing about the man who resembled her second brother. Among her siblings, she held a fonder affection for her second brother, who was gentle and kind to everyone, especially her. Her elder brother was not unkind, but their grandfather had once remarked that he was too ambitious and somewhat selfish. With a sudden resolve, Zhou Chaoyang decided to visit the guest house, hoping to catch another glimpse of him. Being a girl of swift action, she packed her bag and checked out, heading to the guest house. Upon checking in, she spotted someone descending the stairs, and her eyes lit up. Song Xiuyan. Song Xiuyan was startled, and upon recognizing Zhou Chuyang, he nearly fled in fright. But she was quicker, grabbing his sleeve. "Am I really that terrifying? Is it necessary to run upon seeing me?" Song Xiuyan's expression darkened. "Why are you still in the city? What brings you here?" Zhou Chaoyang was quick to respond. "What do you mean still in the city? Have you seen me before?" "Song Xiuyan, you're being rather ungracious. Remember when you got me to steal my dad's cigarettes back in school?" The two were 2 years apart, and due to their busy family lives, Zhou Chuyang had been sent to school early. During middle school, she and Song Xiuyan were classmates and even desk mates, since they were from different districts. Song Xiuyan had only heard of Zhou Chuyang's affluent background, but had never seen any family members apart from her. Song Xiuyan's face darkened further. "That was ages ago. Why are you bringing up old grievances?" Zhou Chaoyang clung to him, refusing to let go. That's unacceptable. You, of all people, failed to greet me despite clearly seeing me. Back in the day, not only did I steal cigarettes for you, but I also pilfered alcohol and even shared my family's stewed meat with you. How can you ignore me like this? Isn't that a bit heartless? Song Xiuyan, exasperated, replied, Then why didn't you mention that you reported me for skipping classes and fighting? Zhou Chaoyang, with a sense of righteousness, puffed out his chest. I did it for your own good, fearing you would stray down the wrong path. Song Xiuyan scoffed. You mean hiring someone to beat me up was for my own good? Zhou Chaoyang awkwardly scratched his head. That was only because you were caught peeping in the women's restroom. Song Xiuyan, feeling flustered, retorted, Who peeks in the women's restroom? I was framed. Zhou Chaoyang nodded rapidly. I know, it was only later that we realized we had the wrong person. The two men, both in their 20s, stood at the stairway, bickering over childish topics like adolescence. When Sheng Anning emerged, she was taken aback to see that the soldier actually knew Song Xiuyan. Upon noticing Sheng Anning approaching, Song Xiuyan instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Let go of me. What kind of situation is this? Zhou Chaoyang, seeing Sheng Anning, promptly released his grip and smiled at her. Sheng Anning returned the smile and inquired, Do you two know each other? Zhou Chaoyang, surprised that Song Xiuyan was acquainted with such a beautiful girl, felt an instant affinity towards Sheng Anning, as she was someone who appreciated all things aesthetically pleasing. He jumped in before Song Xiuyan could respond. I'm Zhou Chaoyang, a former classmate of Song Xiuyan from middle school. We even sat at the same desk. Sheng Anning was astonished by the coincidence of sharing the same surname and being classmates with Song Xiuyan. Observing their appearances, she remarked with a smile, What a coincidence. Do you live here as well? Zhou Chaoyang nodded. Yes, I'm reporting to my new position tomorrow, but I plan to stay here tonight. Curious. Song Xiuyan asked, Which new position are you going to? Why would you leave Beijing for this desolate place? Zhou Chaoyang shot a puzzled glance at Song Xiuyan. Aren't you here too? Why can't I come? Besides, I'm going to the Second Institute. Both Song Xiuyan and Sheng Anning were taken aback. The Second Institute was where Zhou Shixuan worked, meaning they would soon be colleagues. Song Xiuyan stared incredulously at Zhou Chaoyang. What do you plan to do there? Cause chaos? You, who always sleeps in class, what could you possibly contribute? Zhou Chaoyang glared back, slightly annoyed. Are you out of your mind? I haven't done anything to provoke you. Seeing the two about to engage in another verbal skirmish, Sheng Anning quickly interjected. Didn't you mention you were going to the hospital with Zhou Shixuan? He.S. waiting for you in the room. Ignoring Zhou Chaoyang, Song Xiuyan ascended the stairs to find Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Chaoyang rolled his eyes and approached the front desk to register, while Sheng Anning waited nearby, asking the front desk for a kettle, intending to discuss further with Zhou Chaoyang once he completed his check-in. Before long, Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan descended the stairs, greeting Sheng Anning as they exited side by side. Zhou Chaoyang glared at them, his gaze almost affixed to Zhou Shixuan, which caused Sheng Anning to ponder if Zhou Chaoyang might also harbor feelings for him. Stepping discreetly to block Zhou Chaoyang's line of sight, she prompted him to withdraw his gaze reluctantly, unable to focus on signing his name, and blurted out, Who was that man earlier? What is your relationship with him? Although she suspected they might be married, she sought confirmation. Sheng Anning replied without disdain, He's my husband. Zhou Chaoyang smiled. You two are quite the match. You're the most beautiful person I have ever seen. The unexpected compliment rendered Sheng Anning somewhat bashful. Oh, it's nothing. I thought you knew him. Zhou Chaoyang quickly shook his head. No, I've never seen him before. He just reminds me of a relative. Sheng Anning was puzzled, recognizing the familiar line often used in flirtation. You resemble someone I know, a line often employed to initiate conversations. She hadn't expected Zhou Chaoyang to use such a tactic as well. Noticing Sheng Anning's expression of skepticism, Zhou Chaoyang nodded earnestly. I'm serious. I was quite surprised. If it weren't for their differing temperaments, they would look almost identical. Sheng Anning had just concocted a fantastical backstory for Zhou Shixuan, and now someone was claiming he bore a resemblance to him. She found it absurdly coincidental. Her instincts heightened. She scrutinized Zhou Chaoyang several times. Observing her clear and sincere gaze, she inquired suspiciously, Is it really that striking? Zhou Chaoyang nodded repeatedly. Yes, very much so. I have a photo, you'll see. With that, she tossed her bag onto the ground and began rummaging through her diary, which contained the photograph. After searching frantically, she broke into a sweat. I distinctly remember placing it in this bag. How could it be missing? Chapter 75. This might be your biological mother, Sheng Anning. Witnessing Zhou Chuyang's distressed demeanor, sensed her anxiety was genuine and knelt down to assist her. Don't fret. Think carefully if it might be in this bag. Zhou Chuyang was on the verge of tears. Her diary not only housed photographs, but also the last letter her second brother had written to her. With red-rimmed eyes, she looked at Sheng Anning. I placed it in this bag yesterday, suddenly recalling she might have left it in her room at the first municipal recruitment office. She sprang up. Please watch my things. I'll go check. Without waiting for Sheng Anning to respond, she dashed off. Sheng Anning, feeling helpless, began to stuff Zhou Chuyang's belongings back in her bag and sat down to wait. Nearly 2 hours later, Zhou Chuyang returned, drenched in sweat and with red eyes. It's gone. I can't find it anywhere. Sitting beside Sheng Anning, she looked defeated. Sheng Anning, now fully intrigued, pressed on. Think hard. Were you with anyone else, or were you alone the entire time? Zhou Chuyang smacked her forehead. Yes, my older brother was with me. He saw my diary, but what would he want with it? Influenced by the earlier narrative of mistaken identities, Sheng Anning began to suspect. Your older brother? Does he resemble my husband? Zhou Chuyang honestly shook her head. Not really. My older brother is rather ordinary looking, not nearly as handsome as my second brother. Despite being twins, no one believes it when we go out. Sheng Anning's mind began to formulate a bold hypothesis. What does your older brother look like? Given your beauty, he can't be that plain. Zhou Chuyang continued to shake her head. My mother says my older brother resembles the men from my grandfather's side, while my second brother, sister, and I take after my aunt and father. Sheng Anning remained silent, observing Zhou Chuyang intently, trying to discern any resemblance to Zhou Shishun in her features. After a long examination, she concluded there was none. Zhou Chuyang, feeling frustrated, lamented. The diary contains not only photos, but also the last letter my second brother wrote to me. Sheng Anning inquired, what about your second brother? Zhou Chuyang immediately broke down, tears streaming down her face as she wiped them away. He sacrificed himself. He wrote to me shortly before he died, urging me to study hard and contribute positively to society. Observing Zhou Chuyang in tears, Sheng Anning felt powerless to console her, realizing that the man who bore a resemblance to Zhou Shishun was no longer alive. No wonder Zhou Chuyang had been so agitated upon meeting Zhou Shishun. Once Zhou Chuyang's emotions had calmed somewhat, Sheng Anning began to extract information subtly. With her keen intellect, she managed to glean valuable details about Zhou Chuyang's family, what her parents did, and how many siblings she had. Her father, Zhou Nongguang, had retired from military and was now teaching at a military academy, while her mother, Zhou Wenqing, was retired and idle at home. Her older brother, Zhou Luming, worked at the municipal archives. Her second brother, Zhou Wanqing, had fallen in battle, and her sister, Zhou Beiqing, was a university lecturer. However, Grandpa Zhou Xuanlu is a man of remarkable military achievements and holds a prominent position. In short, this seemingly ordinary family possesses extraordinary depth. At this moment, Sheng Anning is eager to learn about the appearance of Zhou Chuyang's elder brother, yet she hesitates to inquire directly. Furrowing her brow, she begins to ponder, goodness. This melodramatic revelation of kinship might be imminent. After some contemplation, she asks Zhou Chuyang, when is your second brother's birthday? Zhou Chuyang provides a date, and Sheng Anning nearly leaps with excitement. It aligns perfectly with Zhou Shishun's birthday. Thus, she concludes that there is a strong likelihood that Zhou Shishun is indeed part of the family. Observing Sheng Anning lost in thought, Zhou Chuyang rubs his eyes and adds, my mother has been unwell since my second brother's sacrifice. Her hair has turned white. Sheng Anning offers a perfunctory comfort, indeed. It's unbearable to lose a loved one. Before they know it, their conversation stretches into the evening, prompting Zhou Chuyang to urge her to rest as she needs to visit the hospital. He enjoys talking to her, having finally released the words he had bottled up for years. The resemblance to his second brother brings him a modicum of solace. Rubbing his eyes, he gathers his belongings and heads upstairs. Sheng Anning, filled with exhilaration, heads to the hospital. The coincidence is astounding. Song Xiuyan is acquainted with Zhou Chuyang, which should expedite their investigation. Soon, a touching scene of family reunion could unfold. However, Zhou Shishun's reaction to Sheng Anning's words is unexpectedly subdued. While Song Xiuyan appears incredulous, his eyes wide with disbelief. No way. Zhou Chuyang said, Zhou Wanqing resembles old Zhou? Sheng Anning nods. Why would I lie? Besides, haven't you ever met her second brother? Don't you know if they look alike? Song Xiuyan shakes his head. I haven't tea. Really? We live quite a distance apart. And there's a 2-year age difference, so we never played together. Zhou Wanqing is quite an exceptional individual, the quintessential good child from another family. Who wouldn't he socialize with us? Then, looking at Sheng Anning with a hint of skepticism, he asks, you can't possibly be serious? Sheng Anning firmly believes. It's all too evident, and you might want to check if Zhou Luming has recently left town. Song Xiuyan concedes that Sheng Anning makes a valid point and pats Zhou Shixuan on the shoulder. If this is true, I never imagined you could be a child of the Zhou family. It's no wonder you're so impressive. Zhou genes are indeed remarkable. Zhou Shixuan shoots him a sidelong glance. Boring. He shows little interest in his lineage. After all, he is nearing 30, and whether or not he has parents matters little. Perhaps having never experienced familial affection or warmth, he does not yearn for it. Observing Zhou Shixuan's expression, Sheng Anning can discern that his emotions mirror his demeanor, calm and undisturbed. Suddenly, she feels a pang of sympathy for him. It is likely that his lack of warmth has rendered him indifferent. The more Song Xiuyan contemplates, the more incredulous he becomes. We are like prophets, predicting so accurately. Sheng Anning kindly reminds him, it was my deduction, not yours. Song Xiuyan brushes it off. Fine. It counts as your guess. I can't believe it turned out to be so accurate. I need to find a place to make a call and get to the bottom of this. With that, he excitedly rushes out, leaving one to think he has found his family. After he departs, Sheng Anning muses, are you truly not excited? Zhou Shixuan shakes his head. I'm somewhat surprised. Their third uncle, who has been listening intently, finally interjects, speaking of which, I recall a story from back when Chang Suo was born. A government official's wife was recuperating in our village, and she was also pregnant. Sheng Anning, brimming with excitement, nudges Zhou Shixuan's shoulder. Look, this could be your biological mother. Chapter 76. A surge of jealousy. Sheng Anning's enthusiasm does not seem to resonate with Zhou Shixuan, who remains composed as he listens to their uncle recount the tale. To her surprise, she realizes she had never considered the tumultuous era surrounding Zhou Shixuan's birth. She had merely thought that the country was still unliberated, with certain factions stubbornly resisting and chaos reigning everywhere. Zhou Shixuan was born in the most tumultuous of times. Their uncle reminisces, I recall a man who resembled a cadre bringing his injured wife to our village, allowing her to recover here until the county stabilized. Despite its remoteness, the area was rife with its own warlords and landlords, making the work quite challenging. Sheng Anning listens, captivated as if she is hearing a story. But when she glances back at Zhou Shixuan, he still appears indifferent. She cannot help but wonder what kind of events could touch this man's heart. As night falls, Song Xiuyan calls back, brimming with excitement. Tomorrow, I'll make another call and find out. If they truly are your family, what will you do? Zhou Shixuan shakes his head. I'm doing well as it is. I have no plans. Song Xiuyan is bewildered. You're not the least bit excited? I'm practically beside myself. If they're your family, you wouldn't have to endure so much suffering. Zhou Shixuan raises an eyebrow. Am I not doing well at work? Song Xiuyan contemplates. It doesn't seem so bad. I'm just very excited. Zhou Shixuan stands up and picks up Xiao Zhu. Let us go eat. Sheng Anning hurriedly grabs the milk powder and Xiao Zhu's small iron bowl to follow. In the cafeteria, they encounter Lu Mei, who rushes over upon seeing Sheng Anning. I'm so relieved to see you're okay. I ran back so fast my legs felt like jelly. I could hardly move. After hearing that Sheng Anning was successfully rescued by Zhou Shixuan, she finally feels at ease. Sheng Anning expresses her gratitude. Thank you so much. I owe you a treat later. Lu Mei quickly waves her hand. No need. It was the least I could do. I'm just too timid. Otherwise, I would have been so afraid. Suddenly, she leans in closer to Sheng Anning. Li Yingping is here, performing at the hospital tonight. She'll be performing at the local unit in a few days. Do you want to come? Sheng Anning pauses for a moment. Try to recall who Li Yingping is, before it dawns on her that she is the singer who has a crush on Zhou Shixuan. What a coincidence. Everything seems to converge. Sheng Anning's earlier excitement at discovering a significant secret dissipates instantly. Why is Zhou Shixuan so appealing to women? What is it about him? As she takes a seat, Zhou Shixuan has already prepared their meals, serving Sheng Anning a portion of rice and stir-fried potato shreds, while he has a plate of cabbage and 2 steamed buns. Sheng Anning suddenly adopts a sarcastic tone. Aren't you fond of dumplings? Why didn't you get those? Zhou Shixuan blinks in surprise. Do you want dumplings? I can get them for you tomorrow. Sheng Anning huffs. I don't want them, and I'm sure they won't be as good as someone else says. Even Zhou Shixuan, who is typically dense, picks up on the underlying tension in Sheng Anning's words but remains silent and continues to eat. Sheng Anning, frustrated with this oblivious man, grinds her teeth in anger, fearing that even in her fury, he wouldn't comprehend her feelings. Yet, she quickly talked herself down, realizing that Zhou Shixuan is simply dense and would not grasp her insinuations. Was she merely inviting frustration upon herself? Her mood lightens again as she goes to fetch hot water to prepare milk for Xiaozhu. Song Xiuyan watches the scene unfold, bemused by Sheng Anning's temperament, which seems more unpredictable than the weather in June. Just moments ago, she was furious, and now she appears content. While they are eating, someone approaches them, cheerfully calling out, Zhou Shixuan, Song Xiuyan, you're really here. The voice is bright and clear, reminiscent of a lark emerging from the valley. Sheng Anning looks up with curiosity to see a girl clad in a camel-colored coat, her ponytail tied high, exuding an air of confidence and superiority despite her ordinary looks. Zhou Shixuan merely glances at the girl without responding, while Song Xiuyan stands up. Oh, isn't this the singer Li Yinping? What brings you to our humble abode? Sheng Anning silently critiques. So this is Li Yinping. Li Yinping cast a glance at Sheng Anning and laughed heartily. You jest again. I am here for a grassroots performance. Song Xiuyan hurriedly praised her. That truly is commendable. I never imagined our young lady could endure such hardships. Li Yinping's gaze shifted to Zhou Shixuan, who was entirely absorbed in his meal and did not acknowledge her presence, just as he had in all their previous encounters. While everyone else treated her like a cherished star, Zhou Shixuan remained indifferent. The more he disregarded her, the more intrigued she became. She thought that with enough effort in her pursuit, she would surely win his heart. However, before she could act, Zhou Shixuan had married, taking as his bride the granddaughter of the opposing Cheng Lao. How could Li Yinping accept this? She had come to perform, expecting to see Zhou Shixuan at the Second Institute, yet here he was. The woman seated beside him must be Cheng Lao's granddaughter. She could not help but curl her lip. Her looks were nothing extraordinary. Seeing that Zhou Shixuan remained silent, Song Xiuyan pressed on. Are you not eating, Miss Song? Would you like to join us for a meal? Li Yinping glanced at her great-uncle and the patch-clothed Xiaozhu. Her eyes filled with disdain. No, thank you. I have already eaten. I merely came to greet you. There is a performance tonight. Do come if you have the time. After a few polite exchanges, promising to attend the show, Li Yinping departed with the grace of a proud peacock. Sheng Anning shot Zhou Shixuan a sidelong glance, her tone laced with sarcasm. Remember to attend the performance later. Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow, sensing Sheng Anning's veiled hostility. Earlier, when Li Yinping stood here, Sheng Anning had forcefully prodded her lunchbox with her chopsticks. Was she angry because of that? Despite his lack of romantic sensibility, Zhou Shixuan was keenly observant and adept at deduction. He surmised that Sheng Anning was upset due to Li Yinping's appearance, though he could not fathom why it would provoke such feelings. Finally, he clarified, I lack an appreciation for music. I will not attend. Song Xiuyan, however, was astonished. Why not? Li Yinping is quite popular, the little nightingale of the military. Many admire her. Sheng Anning shot him a glance. Do you admire her as well? Song Xiuyan hesitated, neither confirming nor denying. She sings beautifully. You'll understand once you hear her. Zhou Shixuan looked at the injury on Sheng Anning's neck. Finish your meal and rest early. Sheng Anning blinked, as if struck by a thought, and suddenly smiled radiantly. You're coming back with me, right? After dinner, Song Xiuyan took his great-uncle and Xiaozhu to watch the performance. He could not comprehend why Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning chose not to attend, especially since Li Yinping was not only attractive, but also a talented singer. The cultural troops' performances were usually splendid, so their absence was surely a loss. Sheng Anning trailed behind Zhou Shixuan, squinting at his tall, commanding figure, her mind racing with fantasies of various affectionate gestures. She even imagined Zhou Shixuan blushing shyly, unable to suppress a chuckle. The thought of such a robust man appearing bashful was rather amusing. When Zhou Shixuan heard her laughter, he turned to glance at her. After years of commanding troops, he could discern the thoughts of most individuals with a single look. Yet Sheng Anning eluded him entirely. Meanwhile, in the guest house, Zhou Xiaoyang bade farewell to Sheng Anning and retreated to his room, contemplating whether to inform his mother about Zhou Shixuan's resemblance to his elder brother. Her reasoning was rather straightforward. Perhaps seeing Zhou Shixuan would help her redirect her longing for his brother, Zhou Wanqing, allowing her to escape her daily sorrow. The proactive Zhou Xiaoyang promptly rushed to the service desk to borrow a telephone and call home. Initially, the desk clerk hesitated to lend the phone to Zhou Xiaoyang, but upon learning she wished to call the capital, they quickly handed over the phone key. A household with a telephone in the capital was undoubtedly that of a high-ranking official. When Zhou Xiaoyang made the call, the Zhou family was taken aback. For 3 years, Zhou Wanqing had been a taboo subject, and now, from 1,000 miles away, a man resembling him had appeared. Though they knew he was not Zhou Wanqing, the mere prospect of seeing him was enticing. Zhou Wanqing had been living in a fog since her son's sacrifice. When she received her younger daughter's call, she could scarcely believe it and turned to her husband, Zhou Nangguang. Is what Xiaoyang said true? Is there really someone who looks just like Wanqing? I must see him. Zhou Nangguang remained calm. Even if he resembles him, he is not Wanqing. There are many people in the world who look alike. Zhou Wanqing persisted. I want to see him. I miss Wanqing so much. If I had known it would be like this, I would never have let him enlist. Wanqing was such a clever child. He could recite so many ancient poems by the age of 3 and always knew when I was unwell to fetch me water. He would hug me every time he left. For 3 years, I have tried to forget, yet I remember him more clearly each day. Nangguang, I must see him. I know he is not Wanqing, but I wish to see him, even if just a little resemblance would suffice. The more Zhou Wanqing spoke, the more agitated she became. Nangguang, I am not ill. I simply miss Wanqing too much. Zhou Nangguang's eyes grew red, and he held her arm gently. Please do not be too agitated. Let us wait for Lu Ming to return and discuss it. Zhou Wanqing shook her head. No, I won't go tomorrow. Can you help me get a plane ticket? I want to fly there. Zhou Nangguang frowned. Aren't you afraid of flying? Zhou Wanqing was becoming increasingly frustrated. Her emotions teetering on the edge. I am not afraid. I want to go. Zhou Nangguang felt that it was too rash to proceed like this. After all, their daughter Zhou Xiaoyang acted impulsively, and they should not rush to see a stranger based on her call. With their eldest son Zhou, Lu Ming also absent, there was no one to consult. Moreover, if he prevented Zhou Wanqing from going, she would undoubtedly cause a scene. Reluctantly, he called back their eldest daughter, Zhou Beiqing. Upon hearing the news, she was equally surprised. Did Xiaoyang really say he looks like my second brother? Zhou Wanqing wiped her tears. Yes. She said that aside from the temperament, his features are identical. Zhou Beiqing, possessing a gentler disposition and a rational mind like her father, replied, Mom, even if he resembles him, he is not my brother. Wouldn't it be intrusive for us to go unannounced? Zhou Wanqing remained resolute. I want to go. I only wish to see him. You are heartless. Zhou Beiqing felt helpless and glanced at her father. If they did not allow their mother to go, they would appear cruel. Dad, how about I take leave to accompany Mom? Zhou Nangguang frowned. Can we not wait? Your elder brother will return in a few days. Zhou Wanqing suddenly lost her temper. Zhou Nangguang, if you do not help me buy the ticket, I will walk there right now. Zhou Nangguang, feeling helpless despite being retired, was still employed at a military academy, making it difficult for him to leave. He could only allow Zhou Beiqing to accompany her. If you can take leave, you can go with your mother. But remember, do not disturb their normal life. Zhou Beiqing nodded. Rest assured, Dad, I will take good care of Mom. Seeing that Zhou Nangguang had acquiesced, Zhou Wanqing quickly returned to her room to pack her bags. As Sheng Anning and Zhou Shixuan returned to their guesthouse room, she suddenly recalled Zhou Xiaoyang and, glancing at the seemingly unaffected Zhou Shixuan, could not help but ask, Aren't you even a little curious? Zhou Shixuan shook his head. Not curious. I have grown accustomed to it over the years. However, Sheng Anning felt otherwise, if it is true. Then Zhou Lu Ming has stolen your life and is intent on destroying you. Such a shameless, insidious character cannot be allowed to thrive. If it were me, I would return and expose Zhou Lu Ming's treachery, ensuring he has a hard time. Zhou Shixuan frowned. Do you believe the Zhou family would trust you over Zhou Lu Ming? Pause for a moment, realizing that, after all, Zhou Lu Ming had been raised since childhood. 30 years of affection could not be feigned. Despite being biological relatives, they had never spent a single day together, so where could any genuine feelings arise? If they had encountered a more understanding family, it might have been somewhat better, but if they had met a bewildered one, it would only lead to further complications. Suddenly, she felt a wave of sympathy for Zhou Shixuan and patted his arm reassuringly. saying, "It's all right. As long as Zhou Luming is in our hands, we will make sure he pays." Zhou Shishun pressed his lips together, reminding her gently, "Murder is illegal, regardless of the circumstances." This left Sheng Anning feeling that the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Was she not merely comforting this poor soul? Why was she now receiving a lesson in legal matters? She settled on the edge of the bed, watching Zhou Shishun tidy up. When she returned from her afternoon bath, the basin and soap dish had been carelessly thrown onto the floor. She observed Zhou Shishun meticulously drying the soap dish and placing it in the basin before putting the basin into a net bag and neatly setting it on the wooden rack by the door. Everything he did was so orderly and precise. With a mischievous smile, Sheng Anning suddenly exclaimed, closing her right eye, "Zhou Shishun, hurry, I think something's gotten into my eye." Zhou Shishun, falling for her ruse, leaned down to examine her eye. Unexpectedly, she sprang up and planted a steady kiss on his lips. Chapter 78. Zhou Shishun in shock. Sheng Anning's soft lips pressed firmly against Zhou Shishun's, and with a playful blink, she teasingly licked his thin lips before sitting back down, smiling as she observed his reaction. Zhou Shishun remained bent over, his expression stiff, while the tips of his ears gradually turned crimson. His gaze, dark and profound, fixed intently on Sheng Anning. She found this version of Zhou Shishun utterly adorable, yet her cheeks flushed uncontrollably when met with his intense stare. That gaze was utterly captivating, making her feel breathless. Just as she was torn between whether to lean in for another kiss, Zhou Shishun abruptly straightened up, looking at her with a flustered expression. "I need to step out for a moment." Without waiting for her response, he swiftly turned and exited, as if delaying even a second would allow her to seize the opportunity again. Sheng Anning pouted, slightly annoyed. Was she truly that intimidating? It was just a kiss, after all, and yet he looked so frightened. Zhou Shishun hurried down the stairs to compose himself, standing in front of the flower bed of the guest house, unable to fathom that Sheng Anning would act so boldly. Strangely, his heart was filled with joy, even yearning for more. Yet, he was also apprehensive. How long would she stay here? Would she vanish one day? If she did, where'd he go to find her? Zhou Shishun was not emotionally oblivious. He simply took longer to process his feelings. At that moment, he clearly understood that after spending these days together, he had developed feelings for Sheng Anning. He stared blankly at the flower bed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sheng Anning leaned against the second-floor window, watching Zhou Shishun, and suddenly felt amused. It seemed she had genuinely startled this antiquated gentleman. Propping her chin on her hand, she observed his retreating figure, deciding to take things slowly. In a pleasant mood, she went to wash up and prepare for bed, entirely unaware of when Zhou Shishun would return. Sheng Anning realized that one significant advantage of this era was that she neither experienced insomnia nor anxiety. The next day, she awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. But Zhou Shishun was still absent. Lazily, she rose and carried her basin and toothbrush to the washroom, encountering Zhou Chuyang with a backpack in the corridor. She curiously inquired, "Were you off to so early?" Zhou Chuyang replied, somewhat hurriedly, "I need to catch the bus to report for duty. I'm running out of time. I have to go now." He dashed away, burdened with his bags. It wasn't until he boarded the bus that he remembered a crucial detail he had forgotten to share with Sheng Anning. Her mother was coming. With no time to spare, he decided it was best not to worry about it. They would eventually cross paths. Upon returning from her wash, Sheng Anning was surprised to find Zhou Shishun in the room, a lunchbox sitting on the bedside table. Upon noticing her return, Zhou Shishun appeared somewhat awkward. "I brought back breakfast. In a bit, I'll be heading to the office with Song Xiuyan. We'll return tomorrow to prepare for sending Uncle San back home." Sheng Anning was taken aback. "What about me? Am I staying in the city?" Zhou Shishun was unsure whether Sheng Anning would accompany them back, since he was only going to handle a few matters at the office and would return the next morning. The round trip would take several hours, and he worried she might find it too exhausting. "If you want to come back with us, that's fine." Without hesitation, Sheng Anning replied, "I'll go with you. Let Lu Mei take care of Xiao Zhu and Uncle San." Xiao Zhu could now make sounds, although his wound hadn't fully healed. Zhou Shishun nodded. "All right, I'll inform Song Xiuyan. We'll wait for you outside. Hurry and eat." With that, he quickly turned and left, as if lingering any longer would result in Sheng Anning taking advantage of him. Sheng Anning chuckled softly. Was he really that wary? She wondered how long he could avoid her. To her surprise, the lunchbox contained a generous serving of wontons with minimal broth, resembling dumplings but with a different folding style. Who would indulge in such a luxurious breakfast of dumplings? Realizing it was likely because she had mentioned dumplings the previous day, Zhou Shishun assumed she craved them, which made her smile even more. He was simply adorable. After enjoying her meal, she rinsed her mouth and tidied up a bit, knowing she would be returning tomorrow and wouldn't need to take much back with her. However, she could pack some items to keep at the hospital for her studies. She hurriedly exited to find Song Xiuyin and Zhou Shishun waiting in the car, both wearing serious expressions. Once Sheng Anning settled into the back seat, Song Xiuyin turned to her with a smile. "Sister-in-law, I heard you're staying at the hospital for a training program?" Curiously glancing at Zhou Shishun's back, she thought he didn't seem like the gossipy type. She nodded at Song Xiuyin. "Yes, I'm still young. I need to find a job." Song Xiuyin nodded in agreement. Indeed, being a nurse is quite a good choice. They didn't discuss anything further as the car started moving. Throughout the drive, Song Xiuyin and Sheng Anning exchanged light conversation, while Zhou Shishun remained silent, almost as if he didn't exist in the car. As their dialogue continued, Sheng Anning felt drowsy and eventually leaned back against the seat, dozing off. In her hazy state, she overheard a conversation between Song Xiuyin and Zhou Shishun. "They asked you to go back and write a report. It's clear someone is trying to set you up. Have you figured out who it is?" "I don't know. I'll deal with it when I return. As for their internal information leak, what does it have to do with you? You're not involved. All right, let us not discuss it further." Sheng Anning, half asleep, considered opening her eyes, but felt too lazy to do so, her mind clear as she realized that Zhou Shishun was hurrying back because someone was after him. Those in power often resorted to unscrupulous means. Lost in her thoughts, the car had already entered the family compound. After several days away, the compound seemed transformed. The snow had completely melted, revealing dark soil dotted with fresh green sprouts. The willow trees in the yard had begun to sprout delicate branches, and along the paths, clusters of forsythia bloomed with tender yellow flowers. Sheng Anning leaned against the glass, curious. The little courtyard looked quite lively. As the car came to a stop, several women soaking up the sun with their children stood up to watch, including Qin Hongxia, who was knitting a sweater. Upon spotting Sheng Anning exit the vehicle, Qin Hongxia hurried over, her expression bright with surprise. "Oh, you're back already? You weren't gone long." Sheng Anning smiled at Qin Hongxia. "Yes, I missed home, so I came back." Qin Hongxia laughed heartily. "Is it that you find our compound more appealing? How is Xiao Zhou's injury? You should hurry home and tidy up. Come to my house for lunch." Before Sheng Anning could politely decline, Qin Hongxia insisted, "Don't be shy with your sister-in-law. After being away for so long, your home must be lacking in supplies. Just come over for lunch." Sheng Anning still felt a bit awkward, suspecting Zhou Shishun would not approve of this arrangement. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Shishun nodded and said, "Then I will trouble you, sister-in-law." Chapter 79. Sheng Anning is indeed a clever little thing. Qin Hongxia appeared particularly cheerful as she waved her hands vigorously, saying, "What is there to thank? You all hurry back to rest for a bit. We'll have dinner in a while." While speaking, she walked back, and after taking a few steps, she called out to Zhang Yimei, "Take Shanzi with you to help me, and you all can have lunch at my house." Watching Qin Hongxia joyfully drag Zhang Yimei away, Sheng Anning then returned home with Zhou Shishun. This place was where she had arrived when she crossed over, and entering felt exceedingly familiar. She rushed into the inner room to tidy up her bed, and as she was organizing, a thought struck her. The first step of intimacy had been achieved. The next step was to lure him onto this very bed. Even if nothing were to occur, sharing a bed was still a significant beginning. Standing in front of the bed, she gazed thoughtfully at the bright red quilt. Suddenly, an idea came to her. She noticed that both Zhou Shishun and Song Xiuyin had gone out, and without a second thought, she picked up a basin filled with water, which had been sitting there for who knows how many days, and poured it all over Zhou Shishun's single bed. She didn't spare the quilt either, thinking about how he would manage to sleep tonight. After patting her hands and admiring her handiwork with satisfaction, she scurried back into the inner room, acting as if nothing had happened. After all, as long as she didn't admit to it, the deed would not be hers. As she awaited Zhou Shishun's return to discover her prank, it was instead Qin Hongxia who arrived first, knocking on the door and calling out, "Anning, are you done tidying up? I just met Xiao Zhou and Xiao Song on the way here, so I'll let them go first and came to call you." Sheng Anning hurried out, quite surprised by how swiftly Qin Hongxia was preparing the meal. Sister-in-law, you're so efficient. You've finished cooking in such a short time. Qin Hongxia cheerfully linked her arm with Sheng Anning's, saying, it's just a haphazard effort. I whipped up a couple of dishes and boiled some noodles. Since they can't drink at lunch, we'll make do with this, and I'll prepare something delicious for you all in the evening. As Sheng Anning followed her to the table, she saw 6 dishes laid out on the 8 immortals table. 3 cold dishes and 3 hot ones. In the center was a bowl of diced radishes, tofu, and yellow radish mixed with minced meat, topped with floating spinach leaves. Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan were already present, along with Li Guahao and Zhang Yimei with her child. Qin Hongxia urged Sheng Anning to sit down, saying, everyone, hurry up and take a seat. We're all family here. The noodles will be ready shortly. She enthusiastically introduced, look at this spinach. I planted it before the snow fell. When it was just starting to grow, the snow covered it. Now that the snow has melted and it has warmed up, it has all turned green and is really tasty. Sheng Anning silently noted this gardening tip, realizing she had never thought of growing spinach this way. The bean sprouts in the dishes had also been cultivated by Qin Hongxia herself. While eating, Sheng Anning reflected on Qin Hongxia's joyful attitude towards life. Feeling it was something she ought to learn from. Lost in her thoughts, she heard Li Guahao slurping noodles while exclaiming, I know this situation has nothing to do with you, but someone reported you, so you should cooperate and write a statement. I will also speak on your behalf. Zhou Shixuan shook his head, saying, no need. I will clarify everything. Li Guahao set down his utensils and looked at Zhou Shixuan, saying, it's all right. I trust you. Besides, you have old Zhong backing you, so you'll be fine. Song Xiuyan interjected, feeling the remark was inappropriate. What do you mean by having old Zhong backing him? Director Li, it sounds like you're implying Zhou Shixuan has made some mistakes. Li Guahao laughed heartily. I'm just a simple man, not one for elaborate speech. I believe Zhou Shixuan won't make any mistakes in his work. Sheng Anning listened, though she did not fully grasp what had transpired at work. She understood that someone was framing Zhou Shixuan, accusing him of a work error that led to a data leak. This could have serious repercussions, ranging from charges of treason to mere internal reprimands. Although she was unfamiliar with their work processes, she felt that Li Guahao's willingness to speak on Zhou Shixuan's behalf indirectly acknowledged a mistake on Zhou's part. Was this assistance or harm? Stealing a glance at Li Guahao, she thought that if it weren't for Qin Hongxia's warm demeanor, she might find Li Guahao rather untrustworthy. However, who could predict the machinations of the political arena? What if Li Guahao and Zhou Shixuan were on opposing sides? Noticing Li Guahao was still engrossed in work talk, Qin Hongxia quickly shifted the topic. Oh, you all talk about work every day at the office, and now you're doing it at home too? Don't you find it boring? Come on, Xiao Zhou and Anning just got back. They want to enjoy a proper meal. Look at you, still going on and on. Li Guahao chuckled and waved his hands. I'm just too concerned about Shixuan. All right, we won't talk about it anymore. Seeing that you all are doing well makes both me and your sister-in-law happy. Sheng Anning immediately chimed in with a sweet smile. It was my ignorance before. It's sister-in-law who has taught me so much. If I ever have questions again, I will definitely seek her guidance. Li Guahao was taken aback, not expecting Sheng Anning to say such a thing, and he laughed heartily. That's great. It's wonderful to see you two living happily together. It brings us joy as well. Qin Hongxia was genuinely delighted. That's fantastic. If you ever have any questions, come to me. I promise I won't keep anything to myself. Sheng Anning smiled slyly. Then I will have to trouble sister-in-law often. She understood the nuances of maintaining relationships. While men should not become too familiar with one another, the wives could cultivate their connections, enhancing their mutual affection. If Li Guahao harbored ill feelings towards Zhou Shixuan, he would naturally not want Qin Hongxia to grow too close to her. The previous mediations had merely been for show, but if the two women suddenly became very close, that was not something he would appreciate. Thus, Sheng Anning was pleased to see Li Guahao's expression change subtly, his smile less warm as he ate his noodles, as if he were quietly plotting to undermine the taciturn Zhou Shixuan. But it would ultimately depend on Zhou's willingness. After the meal, Sheng Anning left with Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan. Once Zhang Yimei departed with her child, Li Guahao frowned at Qin Hongxia, saying, in the future, do not get too close to Zhou Shixuan's family. Qin Hongxia was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? I think Anning has changed quite a bit. She must have a fondness for Zhou Shixuan. Li Guahao wanted to say more, but reconsidered, knowing that Qin Hongxia loved to talk. He couldn't risk her letting anything slip, so he could only frown. After all, she's a city girl. It's better to maintain some distance. Qin Hongxia dismissed his concerns, thinking, so what if she's a city girl? She married Zhou Shixuan, a country boy, and will eventually have children with him. Seeing that Qin Hongxia was not taking his words to heart, Li Guohao could only hint, someone is trying to block Zhou Shixuan's promotion. Chapter 80. Two strangers. Qin Hongxia looked at Li Guohao in surprise. Who? Why? Zhou Shixuan is doing quite well. Li Guohao waved his hand, all right? Don't pry too much. In any case, he has offended someone above, so you shouldn't get too close to Sheng Anning. Otherwise, people might think that I am allied with Zhou Shixuan. Qin Hongxia still couldn't quite grasp the situation, but dared not contradict Li Guohao, muttering softly, why are these people like this? I just think Zhou Shixuan is quite good. As she grumbled, she began to clear the dishes, contemplating that for the sake of her husband's future, she would indeed need to keep some distance from Sheng Anning. It was a pity since she had just started to get along well with her. After leaving Qin Hongxia's house, Song Shuyan parted ways with Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning to check into a hotel for rest after several hours of driving. Sheng Anning followed behind Zhou Shixuan, pondering whether he would be angry upon discovering the wet bed upon their return. Moreover, it seemed inappropriate to engage in anything during the day while sharing a bed. However, she thought perhaps it would be worth taking advantage of the situation. As she pondered, she followed Zhou Shixuan into the room, noticing him head straight for the small bed. Feigning ignorance, she asked, are you going to rest? Zhou Shixuan replied with a brief urging her to hurry inside and rest as well. Sheng Anning responded with a casual trailing behind him to the bed, where she spotted a large puddle of water, still dripping. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, oh dear, where did this water come from? The bedding is soaked. How can anyone sleep like this? Zhou Shixuan turned to glance at her, his poor acting skills transparent on his face, as if saying, this is my doing. What will you do about it? With a slight pursing of his lips, he began to tidy the bedding to dry it outside. Sheng Anning followed him out, observing the less than pleasant sun, and remarked, this sun isn't great. It probably won't dry by evening. Never mind, you should just sleep with me inside. With that, a hint of pride crept into her smile. Zhou Shixuan lowered his gaze to her, poised to speak, but Sheng Anning suddenly leaned in closer, whispering, you mustn't tell anyone that you went to find Song Shuyan. I'm afraid to be alone at night, and if the neighbors find out you left me at home to seek out Song Shuyan, they'll think you disdain me. Zhou Shixuan was silenced by her words and obediently followed her inside. Sheng Anning busied herself making the bed, bringing in Zhou Shixuan's pillow. Fortunately, the pillow is dry. You sleep on the edge. My sleeping habits are poor, and I might fall off. Zhou Shixuan, no longer hesitant, lay down to rest, aware of the fatigue weighing on him after the long journey back, especially after being startled awake by Sheng Anning's sudden kiss the previous night. Sheng Anning quickly interrupted, wait, you have to take off your outside clothes before getting into bed. Otherwise, you'll bring all that dust onto the sheets. As she spoke, she approached him playfully, helping him out of his coat like a rogue. Zhou Shixuan typically had no such concerns and could sleep anywhere, even in his clothes. But seeing Sheng Anning's serious expression, he complied and removed his coat and pants before lying down. Feeling a twinge of regret, Sheng Anning realized she was wearing oversized red thermal underwear that lacked any elegance. After a moment's hesitation, she climbed onto the bed, only to find Zhou Shixuan with his eyes closed, completely ignoring her. She playfully pressed down on his legs as she crawled over him and then settled beside him. Turning onto her side, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhou Shixuan. Is everything all right with work? Zhou Shixuan opened his eyes to meet hers, shaking his head. It's fine. Sheng Anning moved a bit closer, adding, but be wary of Li Guohao. He's a smiling tiger. Charming in speech, but surely has schemes behind her back. Zhou Shixuan was taken aback. Are you saying that on purpose today? Sheng Anning nodded with a hint of pride. Of course. If he truly cared for you, he wouldn't mind my closeness with Sister Hongxia. On the contrary, he would. She speculated whether Qin Hongxia would still invite them for dinner that evening. Zhou Shixuan observed her for a few seconds, noting her perceptiveness. Sheng Anning, her expression unwavering, fibbed. Naturally, my grandfather is quite formidable, and I certainly learned much in his presence. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, watching her as she lied. Sheng Anning wondered if he had seen through her pretense, but it mattered little. She thought, if he won't acknowledge it, what can he do? She glared at him playfully. If you keep looking at me, I will kiss you. Zhou Shixuan felt his ears flush red and looked at her helplessly. You're a girl. Please don't speak like that. Sheng Anning clicked her tongue and leaned closer. I suspect you might be from ancient times with such antiquated thoughts. ISNT romantic freedom all the rage nowadays? Unable to find a retort, Zhou Shixuan opted for silence. Sheng Anning delighted in his bashful demeanor and suddenly leaned forward to plant a firm kiss on his cheek. Zhou Shixuan, do you know what married couples should do together? She doubted he even knew what a married life entailed. Zhou Shixuan turned to face her, his expression exasperated. It's broad daylight. It wouldn't be proper if someone overheard. Seeing his crimson ears, Sheng Anning burst into laughter, but once her amusement subsided, she turned serious. So, can we talk about it tonight? Let's discuss it this evening. Zhou Shixuan closed his eyes, unsure of how to respond. Thankfully, Sheng Anning understood his exhaustion from the journey and the fact that his injury still hindered him, so she refrained from teasing him further. That evening, as anticipated, Qin Hongxia did not call them for dinner, prompting Sheng Anning to think, is that all? Too low-key. Zhou Shixuan was absent all night at work, but had arranged for Song Xiuyan to bring them a meal. The next morning, Zhou Shixuan returned with a stoic demeanor, and Sheng Anning, a bit concerned, asked, are you all right? Zhou Shixuan shook his head. Have you packed everything? We need to hurry back. After we drop off Uncle San, I'll return to work. Sheng Anning swiftly gathered their belongings, skipping breakfast, and climbed into the vehicle. As they exited the family compound, they spotted Qin Hongxia and Zhang Yimei standing by the roadside. Upon seeing them drive away, their expressions shifted to one of embarrassment as they turned their faces away. Sheng Anning mused internally about how naive these women were. Their journey was uninterrupted, and they arrived at the guest house just before noon. Spotting two women standing at the entrance, looking around with bags in hand, Sheng Anning gave a cursory glance and noted that the older woman exhibited an elegant demeanor, while the younger one was quite attractive. She marveled at the natural beauty around, even in this small locale. As Zhou Shixuan parked the car, he stepped out to help Sheng Anning with her things, only to hear someone gasping nearby. Turning to look, he saw the two women staring at him in shock. The older woman nearly fainted without the younger one as support. Zhou Beiqing, having relied on the address left by Zhou Xiaoyang, had traveled for 2 days and arrived at the guest house early in the morning, hesitating at the prospect of a resemblance. Would her mother be able to handle it? She repeatedly reassured her mother, Mom, no matter how similar he looks, please remain calm and don't disrupt their lives. Zhong Wenqing nodded vigorously. I understand. I just want to see. I want to disturb his life. Even if he resembles Zhuangqing, he isn't. However, when the two women saw Zhou Shixuan step out of the car, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise simultaneously. Zhou Beiqing forgot her earlier words. Her eyes fixed on Zhou Shixuan, utterly captivated by the uncanny resemblance. Zhong Wenqing, too, lost sight of her promise. Tears streaming down her face as she broke free from her daughter's grip and rushed toward Zhou Shixuan, calling out, Zhuangqing. Sheng Anning, stepping out of the car a moment later, noticed Zhong Wenqing rushing forward and Zhou Beiqing, with reddened eyes, standing still, deducing their identities. They had arrived rather swiftly. Zhou Shixuan seemed to recognize them as well, steadying Zhong Wenqing's arm. You've mistaken me for someone else. His voice lacked the warmth of familiarity, and his demeanor was cold and indifferent. Zhong Wenqing, feeling a dull ache in her heart, looked up at Zhou Shixuan with tear-filled eyes, yearning to converse with him, even if he were not Zhuangqing. Sheng Anning remained composed, supporting Zhong Wenqing. Aunt, please calm down. Let us talk slowly. Perhaps we can go to a room. Zhou Beiqing approached as well, her gaze still fixed on Zhou Shixuan. Mom, let's find a place to sit. Please don't cry. After her words, she found herself unable to hold back her own tears. Meanwhile, Song Xiuyan, who had been momentarily taken aback, finally regained his senses and called for everyone to move to a room. Upon entering the room, Sheng Anning did not rush to speak, and Zhou Shixuan remained silent, while Zhong Wenqing had already choked up and expressed her purpose for coming. My son, Wanqing, has sacrificed his life. My daughter mentioned someone who resembles him, so we came to see. I realize this may be too forward, but you truly bear an uncanny resemblance. As she spoke, she suddenly broke down in tears, her voice filled with sorrow, evoking tears even from Sheng Anning. A mother, upon seeing a child who looks so much like her fallen son, could hardly contain her emotions. Yet, one wonders, if she were to discover that this was her other son, would she take him home or consider the feelings of the child she had already raised? As Zhong Wenqing regained some composure, She fixed her gaze on Zhou Shixuan and asked, "Where are you from? How old are you this year?" Zhou Shixuan initially hesitated to respond, but Sheng Anning eagerly interjected, "He is from Huanwan Village and will turn 30 in August." Indeed, upon hearing Huanwan Village, Zhong Wenqing's complexion changed dramatically. Huanwan Village? Sheng Anning nodded, looking innocently at Zhong Wenqing. "Annie, have you heard of Huanwan Village?" Zhong Wenqing's hands trembled slightly, her voice quivering. "What are your parents' names?" Sheng Anning replied without hesitation, "Zhou Monsong and Zhu Hohat." Zhong Wenqing stood up abruptly, her mind swirling with disbelief. "Impossible, it cannot be true." Zhou Beiqing thought her mother was distressed again and hurried to support her. "Mom, please don't get too worked up. Take your time to think and speak." Zhong Wenqing turned to Zhou Shixuan, demanding, "Were you born on August 16th, 1948? Zhou Shixuan nodded, "Yes." Zhong Wenqing's mind exploded with memories, recalling a young woman named Zhu Hohat who had once cheerfully approached her, saying, "Sister, you are truly fortunate to have given birth to a pair of twins. Unlike me, I only had a girl." Just after giving birth, Zhong Wenqing, still recovering from her injuries, lacked the strength and felt a twinge of envy towards Zhu Hohat, who could stroll about with her child. However, when Zhou Nongguang came to take her home, carrying the baby, she felt no sense of wrong. Now, gazing at Zhou Shixuan's face, everything became clear. That treacherous Zhu Hohat had taken her son. With a cry, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and weeping inconsolably, the depth of her sorrow rendering her speechless, her hands gripping her heart. Zhou Beiqing, stunned, knelt beside Zhong Wenqing. "Mom, what's wrong? Please don't scare me." After a moment of struggle, Zhong Wenqing cried out, "That wicked Zhu Hohat! You are no human. You dare to steal my son, you beast." Her upbringing restrained her from using harsh language, yet she yearned to confront Zhu Hohat. Sheng Anning had not anticipated this reaction from Zhong Wenqing. She expected her to be skeptical and seek verification. Instead, she accepted the situation after just a few inquiries. Zhou Beiqing still could not grasp the implications of her mother's words, watching as Zhong Wenqing embraced Zhou Shixuan and wept uncontrollably. Zhou Shixuan, his hands hanging by his sides, allowed her to hold him, feeling a flicker of emotion within. Sheng Anning, witnessing this scene, also felt tears welling up, reflecting on the hardships Zhou Shixuan endured as a child due to Zhu Hohat. Even Song Shuyan found his eyes moist, unable to bear such a sight. Zhong Wenqing sobbed, "I'm so sorry, I had no idea, I was so foolish. I never realized she could be so cruel." Zhou Beiqing was left in shock, tears streaming as she watched her mother embrace Zhou Shixuan and come to the realization that this man might be her brother. After a long while, Zhong Wenqing composed herself, grasping Zhou Shixuan's hands and scrutinizing him, only to break down in tears again, repeatedly apologizing. Zhou Beiqing, still holding on to some rationality, urged her, "Mom, can you be sure this is my brother?" With a hoarse voice, Zhong Wenqing replied, "There is no mistake. Zhu Hohat could not have given birth to such a child. How could I have been so careless to think they look kind?" Zhou Beiqing hesitated, "But what about my older brother?" Zhong Wenqing paused. "He is indeed Zhu Hohat's son." Though she felt a twinge of reluctance, as she looked at Zhou Shixuan, tears streamed down her face again. "Please tell me, how have you fared all these years?" "Quite well." "Not well." Zhou Shixuan had barely finished when Sheng Anning interjected. Chapter 82. Sheng Anning, please commence your performance. Sheng Anning approached Zhou Shixuan, gently pushing him aside, and took Zhong Wenqing's hand, crying with tears flowing as rapidly as if she had just applied eye drops. "Are you truly his biological mother? I always wondered why my mother-in-law treated him so poorly. When he was 7 or 8, he went without food, and she would disdainfully throw him into the mountains to feed the wolves. Thankfully, he managed to escape. At 11 or 12, she resented having another mouth to feed, deceived him into the mountains to collect sheep dung, and even pushed him off a cliff. He was saved by a kind-hearted stranger. After he finally joined the army, that family exploited him as a mere tool for profit, draining him of every last drop of blood." As she spoke, she stood and tugged at Zhou Shixuan's sleeve, revealing his worn inner clothing. "Look at the life he has endured. Even I, as his daughter-in-law, cannot bear to witness this suffering. It breaks my heart, and yet I find myself powerless to intervene." Her heartfelt cries moved Zhong Wenqing to tears as she too grasped Zhou Shixuan's hand, examining his sleeves, noticing the calluses and scars on his palms. She had never neglected Zhou Luming. Why then did Zhu Hohot torment her son? Tears streamed down her face as she suddenly turned to Zhou Beiqing. Go call your father and have him come quickly. Tell Zhou Luming to leave. Zhou Beiqing froze for a moment. To her, Zhou Shixuan was merely a stranger, while Zhou Luming had been her beloved brother for over 20 years. The thought of expelling him from their home was unbearable. Zhou Wenqing, however, was consumed by images of her son being mistreated and could not afford to consider her feelings for Zhou Luming. Hurry! Why must my good son suffer at Zhu Hohot's hands? Go, make him leave. Sheng Anning rubbed her eyes, reddening them, realizing that Zhou Wenqing's mental state was somewhat unstable, leading her to think differently than normal people. She continued to sob. I never imagined it would be like this. How could there be such heartless individuals in this world? Though I have never been a mother, just the thought of my future child being mistreated fills me with despair. Zhou Shixuan's face revealed a crack of disbelief. He had never expected Sheng Anning to cry so fervently and passionately. Originally moved, Song Xiuyan now observed Sheng Anning's performance, struggling to suppress a smile. Zhou Wenqing, overwhelmed by Sheng Anning's tears, felt a surge of anger rising within her. Gritting her teeth, I must confront Zhu Hohot. Sheng Anning, choking on her tears, cautioned, Are you truly going? I fear you may lose control of your emotions. Zhou Wenqing's gaze remained resolute. I must confront Zhu Hohot and demand answers for why she took my son and tormented him. In her mind, Sheng Anning thought that while Zhou Wenqing was calm and rational, Zhu Hohot would not engage in reasoned discussion. She should first confront Zhu Hohot fiercely, and the more she did so, the more she would resent the son she had raised at home. After much deliberation, Zhou Wenqing decided to accompany Zhou Shixuan to Huanwan village, intent on confronting Zhu Hohot. Zhou Shixuan, recognizing the fiery influence of Sheng Anning, chose to remain silent and let it unfold. Zhou Wenqing again sat beside Zhou Shixuan, meticulously observing his features. Recalling her son Zhou Wenqing, who had sacrificed so much, and the hardships Zhou Shixuan had endured outside, Song Xiuyan realized that dining out was no longer feasible. So he visited the hospital to check on his third uncle and Xiao Zhu before returning with some buns for the group to eat. However, Zhou Wenqing could hardly eat. Tightly holding Zhou Shixuan's hand, her voice repeating, You have suffered. It is my fault. It is all my mistake. How could I not have noticed sooner? It is all my fault. Why can I do nothing right? The town of Lanqing has vanished, leaving you to endure so much suffering over the years. Zhou Beiqing, feeling heartbroken for this unfamiliar elder brother before her, was unable to eat. The only one with an appetite was Sheng Anning, who had not eaten breakfast that morning and had drained much of her energy after crying. She quietly sat beside them, eating a bun while observing Zhou Wenqing and Zhou Beiqing, fearing that once the intense emotion subsided, they would be reluctant to part with the child they had raised. After all, even caring for a small cat or dog evokes feelings. How could one not feel attachment to a child nurtured for nearly 30 years? It was not until the afternoon that Zhou Wenqing's emotions calmed. Sheng Anning suggested Zhou Beiqing take her to rest in a room to recuperate, planning to head to Hewan village the following morning. Zhou Beiqing obediently assisted Zhou Wenqing back to her room, bringing a warm, damp towel to gently wipe her face. Mom, is that really my brother? She inquired. Zhou Wenqing, her voice hoarse, nodded affirmatively. It cannot be mistaken. Zhou Beiqing hesitated then. What about my elder brother? Are we truly going to abandon him? Do you remember how he carried you to see the doctor when you were ill? When Xiaoyang and I were young. It was our elder brother and second brother who took care of us. Zhou Wenqing paused, reflecting on the kindness Zhou Luming had shown in the past. He truly was a good child, always considerate and self-effacing. Although he lacked exceptional talents, and his work was unremarkable, he was attentive and perceptive. However, recalling Sheng Anning's previous remarks, her chest rose and fell with anger. He is already married with children, living his own life now. Zhou Beiqing still felt reluctant. Will we explain this matter to Grandpa and all the relatives? Zhou Wenqing nodded. Of course, we must. After all, we have finally found your brother. Why would we not clarify? Your second brother is gone, and this is heaven's mercy allowing us to meet your elder brother. As for Zhou Luming, we must make it clear to our relatives that his future, whether good or bad, is no longer our concern. This was tantamount to severing ties. Despite her occasional confusion, Zhou Wenqing was perceptive about many matters. If she wanted Zhou Shixuan to return home, she had to ensure the path back was clear. without any reservations. Keeping Zhou Luming at home would only be a source of discomfort for Zhou Shixuan. Not to mention, seeing Zhou Luming would only remind her of Zhu Hohat's actions, which would infuriate her. Zhou Beiqing's eyes reddened, but I feel it is unfair to my elder brother. He was brought to our family without knowing anything, and if we suddenly tell everyone that he has no relation to us, it would surely hurt him. Zhou Wenqing, her neck stiffened, insisted, I do not care. I cannot allow my son to feel desolate again. I have already lost one. He is my last. Go and make the call quickly. Zhou Beiqing, feeling helpless, rose to call their father, but unexpectedly encountered Sheng Anning in the corridor. Chapter 83. Zhou Shixuan believes Sheng Anning's thoughts are problematic. Chapter 83. Zhou Beiqing knew that Sheng Anning was Zhou Shixuan's wife, yet she could not bring herself to address her as sister-in-law. Silently, she halted and gazed at Sheng Anning, with her eyes glistening from tears. Sheng Anning looked at Zhou Beiqing and said, I wish to speak with you. Zhou Beiqing nodded and followed Sheng Anning downstairs. Sheng Anning led her to a secluded spot and, without beating around the bush, directly broached the subject. Your elder brother, Zhou Luming, has been here. Did you know? Zhou Beiqing nodded. Yes, he came to handle some work matters. Sheng Anning inquired, Oh? He works at the archives, yet he came to our small city on business. Do you think your elder brother knows about Zhou Shixuan's existence? Zhou Beiqing was taken aback by Sheng Anning's question, uncertain of how to respond. Sheng Anning smiled. He knows. Moreover, he has made multiple attempts to harm Zhou Shixuan, aiming to ruin his future and make him disappear from this world, ensuring you would remain oblivious to this secret. Zhou Beiqing's expression changed as she defended Zhou Luming. That cannot be. My elder brother is not that kind of person. Sheng Anning remained calm, whether he is or not. You will discover the truth in time. I merely want to give you a warning so you do not become a pawn. As for my husband, he is with me now, and we will have children in the future, forming a new family. Thus, whether or not we acknowledge our biological parents holds no significance for us. After a brief pause, she observed Zhou Beiqing's increasingly pale face. Moreover, you might want to investigate. My husband does not require any connections to be outstanding. Therefore, whether the Zhou family accepts us or not is inconsequential. With that, she gracefully turned to leave, leaving Zhou Beiqing to ponder her words. Sheng Anning spoke no falsehood. When it came to recognizing kin, Zhou Shixuan held no interest, nor did she. Being intelligent, she did not need to rely on the Zhou family's influence to thrive. As she made her way upstairs, she unexpectedly encountered the singer Li Yinping, who stood hesitantly at the door with a bag of fruit, seemingly deliberating whether to knock. Sheng Anning approached her with a smile. Are you looking for Zhou Shixuan? He stepped out. If you have something to convey, I can pass it on to him. Li Yinping, Foroit Hadbaroth, reluctant to engage with Sheng Anning, but not wanting to leave empty-handed. She forced a smile. I just wanted to thank him for his past help. So I brought 2 bottles of wine as a token of gratitude. Sheng Anning glanced at the bottles, surprised to find they were 2 bottles of Mao Dai, a specialty liquor that was not easily obtainable, priced at 7 or 8 yuan each. It seemed Li Yinping was rather affluent. A mischievous idea crossed her mind as she opened the door to invite her in. No need for formality. Please come in and sit for a while. He may return shortly. Li Yinping, believing herself to be smarter than this seemingly superficial woman, entered without any defenses. Sheng Anning warmly pulled out a chair for her. Please, have a seat. I want to get you any water. Let us have a chat. Li Yinping was also curious about Sheng Anning, wanting to discern if their marital life with Zhou Shixuan was as troubled as rumored. However, before she could ask, Sheng Anning began inquiring about various topics, such as where the art troupe had performed and how many members it comprised, if they had opportunities to perform in larger cities. Li Yinping proudly answered her questions, eager to share how wonderful cities like Beijing and Shanghai were, hoping to broaden the horizons of this naive woman. Sheng Anning feigned admiration, exclaiming, That sounds wonderful. Is Shifang Road really that impressive? I'd love to see it. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, she asked, By the way, do you have any industrial tickets? You know many people, and I have an industrial ticket I need help with, along with a request for a television ticket. Would you be able to assist? Sheng Anning's earnest inquiry caught Li Yinping off guard. Hadn't they been discussing the grand cities? Why had the conversation turned to industrial tickets? She frowned. I don't need an industrial ticket. Sheng Anning feigned surprise. But you know so many people and have seen the world. Surely you must know someone who needs one. I thought you could help me out. Li Yinping hesitated, feeling as though refusing might expose her earlier bravado, especially since industrial tickets were in high demand. How much do you want? Sheng Anning, uncertain of the market value but eager to negotiate, smiled. 200. Doesn't T seem too high, does it? Li Yinping's eyes widened in disbelief. 200? Are you insane? A bicycle costs only about 170 or 80. You're asking 200 for an industrial ticket. Sheng Anning maintained a serious demeanor, but without an industrial ticket, you cannot buy a bicycle either. I've heard some tickets have sold for over 200. Don't you have any wealthy friends who might need one? I could check with others. Li Yinping gritted her teeth, determined to prove she had such a friend. She emptied her pockets, fortuitously finding 200 yuan, which she handed to Sheng Anning in exchange for an industrial ticket before hastily departing. Sheng Anning placed the money on the bed, astonished by the amount, finding it quite delightful. She couldn't help but think how easily Li Yinping had been deceived, which sparked a twinge of guilt within her. After a moment of internal debate, she lay on the bed, lifting the money to admire it, convinced that her little charade would deter Li Yinping from seeking Zhou Shixuan again. Even if she did, it would not be in her presence. When Zhou Shixuan returned, he found Sheng Anning lying on the bed, merrily examining the money. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking where she had acquired such a sum. Sitting up abruptly, Sheng Anning gathered the bills into a pile and replied, I sold the industrial ticket to Li Yinping. I have no use for it now. And she seemed to need it. Zhou Shixuan frowned, questioning, You sold a ticket for this much? Sheng Anning nodded earnestly. Yes, she agreed willingly. After a brief silence, Zhou Shixuan instructed, Return the money to her tomorrow. Sheng Anning disagreed, reasoning that although she had tricked Li Yinping, it was through her own cleverness. If Li Yinping hadn't been so arrogantly flaunting her superiority, she wouldn't have succeeded. Business, after all, is a mutual agreement where both parties consent. She quietly tucked the money away, silently affirming that she would not return it. Zhou Shixuan chose not to press the matter further. While it was true that an industrial ticket could fetch over 100 on the market, Sheng Anning's 200 seemed rather exploitative. He resolved to discuss this with her later and shifted the topic, inquiring if she would accompany him to Hewan village the next day. With immediate enthusiasm, Sheng Anning affirmed her attendance, stating, Of course, I must go. What if Zhu Hohot oversteps? I can be of assistance. Most importantly, she felt she couldn't miss such a lively event. In the evening, Zhong Wenqing and Zhou Beiqing visited. Their conversation limited to gazing at Zhou Shixuan before finally asking what he liked to eat. Sheng Anning sighed. What can he possibly like? He not picky. He just needs to fill his stomach, especially since he arrived here hungry. She then reassured Zhong Wenqing. You needn't worry too much. He doing quite well now. Zhong Wenqing's concern deepened, insisting they dine at the state-run restaurant, where she ordered braised pork and clear stewed lamb chops, ensuring they sampled every meat dish available. Throughout the meal, she tirelessly served Zhou Shixuan, neglecting her own plate, her gaze fixed on him until tears began to fall. Noticing the abundance of food they wouldn't finish, Sheng Anning called for her third uncle and Xiao Zhu to join them. When they arrived, they found Zhong Wenqing looking tearfully at Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Shixuan's uncle turned to Sheng Anning, asking, Is this the biological mother of Jiangsu? Time had dulled his memory of what the pregnant woman from years ago looked like. Zhong Wenqing recognized the uncle, though she couldn't recall his name, and stood in astonishment. After sitting down again, she sought confirmation from the uncle about Zhou Shixuan's upbringing in Hewan village. The uncle, being an honest man, recounted in detail how Zhou Shixuan had grown up there, sharing tales that even Sheng Anning was unaware of. Zhong Wenqing's heart felt as if it were being seared, her tears flowing unabated. The uncle finally remarked, Zhang Suo is a good child. He deserves a better fate. That night, as Sheng Anning prepared for an early departure to Hewan village, she refrained from teasing Zhou Shixuan and settled down for a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, considering the limited space in the vehicle, they decided Zhou Beiqing would stay at the guest house while they brought Zhong Wenqing along. Since the car was borrowed from Song Xiuyan's workplace, he needed to remain with it. After watching the car drive away, Zhou Beiqing hesitated before dialing her father. She had doubted Sheng Anning yesterday, struggling to accept that a stranger could be her brother. Especially after hearing Sheng Anning's words, she was convinced her elder brother, Zhou Luming, was not that kind of person. She couldn't simply trust a newcomer while doubting her own brother. What if Sheng Anning was tarnishing her brother's reputation? Ultimately, She refrained from calling, but later encountered her uncle, who spoke of village affairs, mentioning familiar names that connected to her mother. The situation suddenly felt simpler. When she finally called home, not only was Zhou Nongguang present, but Zhou Luming had also returned, weary from his travels. Upon hearing Zhou Beiqing's urgent voice through the phone, Zhou Nongguang was taken aback, glancing at his brother, Zhou Luming, who entered the room, maintaining a calm demeanor. He hung up, genuinely inquiring about Zhou Luming's work and experiences during his absence. Sheng Anning and her companions arrived at Hewan village by afternoon. Xiao Zhu, perhaps recognizing the familiar surroundings, suddenly pointed towards home and vaguely called out, "Grandma." This outburst thrilled both the uncle and Sheng Anning, signifying the child's remarkable recovery. As they reached the village entrance, the sun was setting, and wisps of smoke curled into the sky. Aware that Zhou Shixuan and the others had more pressing matters to attend to, the uncle took Xiao Zhu home first, promising to return shortly to assist. It has been suggested that Zhou Shixuan is not the biological son of Zhu Hohat, and that his true parents hold extraordinary identities. Is this indeed a fact? During the drive back, a heavy silence enveloped the car. Zhong Wenqing, with her head in her hands, quietly wept against the window. Sheng Anning found herself at a loss for words to comfort her. Perhaps if Zhong Wenqing cried enough, her mood would lighten. It was impossible to return home that night, so they settled into a guest house in the county town. Sheng Anning shared a room with Zhong Wenqing, while Song Xiuyan and Zhou Shixuan took another. Upon entering their room, Zhong Wenqing sat silently on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the wall. As Sheng Anning scratched her head and prepared to step out, Zhong Wenqing suddenly spoke. "Would you like to come back to the capital with me?" Chapter 85. Distinctions of right and wrong naturally. Sheng Anning was inclined to go to the capital. In this era, opportunities to develop in the capital were undoubtedly more favorable. One could easily acquire several properties and become a millionaire. While many people were heading south, it was still an improvement over this remote small town. However, Zhou Shixuan would surely decline, smiling as he did so. "No need. We are quite well here. Zhou Shixuan's job is also good." Zhong Wenqing felt a twinge of disappointment. "If you went to the capital, I could arrange excellent jobs for you. Shixuan could transition to a better position. This way, their family could reunite," but she hesitated to voice this to Zhou Shixuan. Each time she faced him, she felt his cool demeanor, devoid of any maternal affection, which left her heartache. She resented her own carelessness, and even more so, Zhu Hohat's cruel heart. Sheng Anning waved her hand dismissively. "We are quite fine here. We have adapted to life here, and Zhou Shixuan's work is commendable. He has achieved his success through his own hard work, so I hope you will not interfere with his career." Zhong Wenqing nodded vigorously. I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Anning continued, "We will strive for the life we desire. If you truly wish to support him, simply care for him more in daily life." Zhong Wenqing wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "If you encounter any difficulties, please let me know." Sheng Anning interrupted. "Just focus on caring for him." The purpose of their reunion was not to seek advantages from their family background. Sheng Anning believed what she desired could be achieved through her own efforts. Upon returning, she could enroll in a study program with 200 yuan in hand, and during breaks, she could engage in small business ventures to earn money. There was no rush. Life would progress steadily. That evening, they dined at a nearby noodle shop. Zhong Wenqing longed to converse with her son, yet found Zhou Shixuan and his brother Zhou Wanqing entirely dissimilar in temperament. Both were taciturn and exuded an aura of aloofness. Reflecting on Zhou Shixuan's upbringing and experiences, her heart ached. Although life had been difficult, she and Zhou Nongguang had been open-minded parents, enveloping their children in boundless love and understanding. Despite the hardships, none of their children had suffered, nor had they ever been wronged. Yet, Zhou Shixuan had to fend for himself at such a young age. Tears fell into her bowl of noodles as she realized the profound impact a family could have on a child's character. Zhou Shixuan could have been a gentle and refined person, like Zhou Wanqing. Sheng Anning merely glanced at Zhong Wenqing as she silently consumed her noodles. In truth, the more sorrowful Zhong Wenqing became, the sooner she would recognize Zhou Luming's true nature. At dawn, they set out again, reaching Longbei City by lunchtime. To Sheng Anning's surprise, upon arriving at the guest house room, Zhou Shixuan began to pack his belongings, prompting her to hurriedly close the door and nervously fixate on him. "Are you leaving so soon?" "What about me?" Zhou Shixuan straightened and met her gaze, Sensing her anxiety, I've already spoken to Dr. Liu. You will report to him tomorrow, and he will arrange accommodation for you. Classes commence the day after, lasting 3 months. Furrowing her brow, Sheng Anning replied, Promise you will come to see me when you have time. Due to the reunion, she hadn't had the chance to cultivate her relationship with Zhou Shixuan. After a moment of silence, he nodded. If you need anything, contact Dr. Liu. The area can be unsafe. Don't wander alone at night. Stepping closer, Sheng Anning gazed up at Zhou Shixuan. When you return, do not flirt with others, refrain from accepting dumplings from strangers, and do not smile at other girls. Zhou Shixuan looked puzzled. I want tea. She huffed. That's the best. Remember to think of me. I am your wife. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, finding it difficult to articulate such sentiments. Suddenly, Sheng Anning wrapped her arms around his neck, standing on her toes to plant a brief kiss on his lips, then playfully biting his lip before pulling away. Calmly, she stepped back. All right, you should hurry. Song Xiuyin is waiting for you outside. With a demeanor as indifferent as if she had not just taken advantage of him, Zhou Shixuan pressed his lips together, still tasting a lingering sweetness. Looking at the expressionless woman before him, he felt confused about her intentions, ultimately shouldering his bag and departing. Sheng Anning pouted, touched her lips, and smiled. A sophisticated hunter often appears in the guise of prey. She refused to believe that the wooden man felt nothing and would not think of her upon his return. Rushing to the window, she watched the car drive away, sighing inwardly, wondering why she felt such reluctance. This was not her usual style. Turning back, she sensed the room felt emptier. While missing Zhou Shixuan, she also worried whether his work issues could be resolved. She was indeed more concerned than his own mother. Just then, Zhong Wenqing and Zhou Beiqing arrived, carrying a large bag of apples, truly a rare find at this time. Zhong Wenqing was drenched in sweat, clearly having hurried to buy them. Whereas Shixuan, Sheng Anning expressed sympathy. He left. He had to rush back to report for work. Zhong Wenqing appeared stunned. Disappointment etched on her face. He left without even having lunch? Why the rush? Sheng Anning could not divulge the unresolved work matters Zhou Shixuan was facing. His injuries are nearly healed, and he was busy, so he had to return. Zhong Wenqing's complexion turned pale. What? He was injured? Was it serious? Sheng Anning nearly revealed that Zhou Luming had nearly caused him to die. But she doubted Zhong Wenqing would believe her, just as Zhou Beiqing clearly did not trust her word from that day. She replied calmly, It's nothing. He has almost fully recovered. Suddenly, Zhong Wenqing sensed something was amiss. If Shixuan left, why are you still here? Sheng Anning did not conceal the truth. I will be studying here for a while, and will move into the hospital dormitory tomorrow. Zhong Wenqing was unwilling to return empty-handed, handing Sheng Anning the apples with a look of disappointment before following Zhou Beiqing back to their room. Although Zhou Beiqing felt sympathy and concern for his elder brother, he harbored no other feelings and did not feel compelled to stay to see him. Noticing their mother's despondent expression, he comforted her. Mom, why don't we head back and discuss this with Dad? Eldest brother will not come back with us. We cannot stay here indefinitely. Zhong Wenqing frowned. Why not? You can go back. I will stay here. Zhou Beiqing found his mother's reasoning unreasonable. Mom, how could I allow you to stay here alone while I return to work? You saw for yourself. He doesn't want to acknowledge us at all. Zhong Wenqing's gaze sharpened as she looked at her daughter. Who is he? Why won't he acknowledge us? Chapter 86. The Awakening of Ideals. Zhong Wenqing glared at her daughter. Do you know what your elder brother was doing while you were in my arms? Being adorable? He was abandoned in the mountains, nearly devoured by wolves. He should resent me, blame me for losing him. Yet he does not. Before joining the army, your brother never even had a photograph taken, never visited the county town, never wore new clothes. How can you remain indifferent and wish to return home? Zhou Beiqing felt quite aggrieved. But he doesn't acknowledge us. Are we to linger here indefinitely? Moreover, it wasn't your fault initially. And Mom, have you considered my brother's feelings? I mean Zhou Luming. He is also innocent. He has been by your side for 30 years. Do you truly feel nothing for him? Zhong Wenqing furrowed her brow, seemingly having forgotten about Zhou Luming. After a prolonged silence, she replied, Although he is innocent and has done no wrong, his mother should have perished in place of my son. I have done right by him, raising him with care, assisting him in marrying and establishing a family. I've been just to him. Leave, I do not wish to see you. You are nothing but a traitor. Zhou Beiqing, incensed, sat silently to one side. Believing herself to be rational, the situation had arisen, and they ought to return to discuss it calmly. Furthermore, her elder brother, Zhou Luming, should have the right to be informed. Sheng Anning was uncertain whether Zhong Wenqing and her daughter had departed. She had a restless night's sleep and hurried to the hospital the next morning to report to Lu Yuanda. Due to Zhou Shiyuan's connections, Lu Yuanda was exceedingly kind to Sheng Anning. This short-term training program is primarily for individuals with a medical background, such as those who have worked as barefoot doctors or nurses in health clinics, to systematically study and eventually serve as doctors in township and community hospitals. Sheng Anning felt confident in her abilities. I will study diligently. I've learned some things from my grandfather. Lu Yuanda nodded enthusiastically. That is splendid. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. The dormitory is just behind. It's a 4-person room, and everyone comes from various places to learn. Sheng Anning thought it was all manageable and inquired, "Are there restrictions on evening breaks? Is going out prohibited?" Lu Yuanda hesitated momentarily. There are no strict rules about that. However, the security at night, I senti very good. As a young lady, it's best not to wander about carelessly. Sheng Anning promptly replied with an agreeable tone. "I want to roam around. I was merely asking." After giving her instructions, Lu Yuanda took Sheng Anning to register, providing her with a somewhat worn white lab coat and a stethoscope. Once registered, someone guided her to the dormitory, where she encountered Lu Mei, who was fetching water. Lu Mei was astonished to see Sheng Anning. "Sister-in-law, you really came to study?" Sheng Anning mischievously blinked and smiled. "Yes, I will visit you when I have time." Lu Mei nodded. "Good. I will come to see you when I can." The dormitory was quite cramped. 2 slightly chipped steel pipe beds were placed on one side, while a 3-drawer table occupied the window side. Sheng Anning, being the earliest to arrive, chose the left side near the table to drop her belongings before returning to collect her bedding and luggage. As she exited the guest house, she unexpectedly encountered Zhong Wenqing and her daughter. Having not seen them for an entire night, Sheng Anning noted that Zhong Wenqing appeared somewhat older and quite haggard. Zhong Wenqing remained courteous to Sheng Anning, inquiring with concern, "Where are you headed?" "To report to the hospital," Sheng Anning responded before curiously asking, "Are you planning to stay here, or will you return to Beijing?" Zhong Wenqing hesitated for a moment. "I wish to visit his workplace, but I fear he may not appreciate it." She did not mention returning, and Sheng Anning, feeling she had offered all the assistance she could, decided it was best not to press further. "Take care. I shall be on my way." As Zhong Wenqing watched Sheng Anning depart, she abruptly turned to Zhou Beiqing. "Let us go to your brother's workplace. I just remembered that Chaoyang is there too. We can look for him. If he prefers not to be disturbed, we will merely observe from a distance." Zhou Beiqing felt somewhat helpless. "Mom, this is not your fault. You need not be so humble. He is doing well now and may not require us. I believe we should approach this gradually, without haste." Zhong Wenqing was instantly enraged. "You silence yourself? What do you mean he doesn't need us? He's my son. What have I ever provided for him? You are not my daughter, yet you utter such despicable words. You do not comprehend. You know nothing." Zhou Beiqing, having been berated excessively in recent days, reddened her eyes as she supported Zhong Wenqing, fearful that her anger might trigger a health crisis. "Mom, please do not be upset. Let us go see Chaoyang." Zhong Wenqing fell silent this time, her mind calculating how to seek revenge on the Zhu Hohot family. Sheng Anning returned with her luggage to find a woman in the room, in her 30s with delicate features, carrying a child of several months. The woman had chosen a bed opposite hers. Upon noticing Sheng Anning enter, she quickly stood and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, I am Xiaoyun from Hanjiakan. With spring planting approaching and no one to look after the child, I brought him along." Sheng Anning had never cared for children and lacked the patience to soothe them. In fact, she found them rather annoying. Every time she went out, she dreaded encountering a wailing child. However, she understood that one could not reason with such a small infant. She also recognized that many were balancing work and childcare, and once college entrance exams resumed, there would be countless individuals bringing children to university. She returned a warm smile. "Hello, I am Sheng Anning." And Xiaoyun regarded Sheng Anning with a hint of curiosity. "You must be a city girl, right? Are you married?" Sheng Anning chuckled. "I am married." After that, she turned away to tidy her bed, only to have a brown paper envelope tumble out from her bedding. The envelope bore her name, Sheng Anning, written in bold. Vigorous strokes. Puzzled, she wondered if it had been slipped in by Zhou Shiyuan, but she couldn't recall when he might have done so. Opening the envelope, she discovered 7 10 yuan notes, along with some loose change and grain coupons. There was also a letter instructing her to return 50 yuan to Li Yinping, stating that ill-gotten gains should not be accepted and one must not take advantage of the masses. Sheng Anning pouted. She had no lofty ideological convictions. Why should she return the money she had painstakingly acquired? Moreover, Li Yinping hardly resembled a member of the masses. She appeared more like a capitalist heiress. There was no way she would return the money. Not only would she keep it, but she would claim it all for herself. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. Delighted, she continued to arrange her bedding, feeling as if she had come into a fortune. She contemplated what she might do with her newfound funds. After making her bed, she sat down to rest, gazing out the window, suddenly yearning for the family compound. Having been apart for such a short time, she found herself missing Zhou Shixuan. Meanwhile, Zhou Shixuan and Song Xiuyan were still on the road. Song Xiuyan advised Zhou Shixuan, if you cannot ascertain who is trying to undermine you, consider distancing yourself from the Zhou family. With your grandfather Zhou Shuanglu's name, I doubt anyone would dare to touch you. Zhou Shixuan shook his head. There is no need for that. Let us not speak of moving out. Zhou Luming was once in the military. It is sufficient to investigate him. Chapter 87. One must show themselves when necessary. Song Xiuyan cursed under his breath. What a thankless wretch, much like the Zhu Hohot family. A bunch of selfish and sinister individuals. This is akin to murder. Does he not consider the consequences? He did not believe that the Zhou family would continue to protect him once they learned of the situation. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, disinterested in such matters, and did not yearn for anything from the Zhou family. If Zhou Luming intended to harm him, it would depend on his own capabilities. Instead, he felt a warmth at the corners of his mouth, recalling the tangible presence of Sheng Anning as he departed. He wondered if she was adjusting well at the hospital. With her temperament, he hoped she wouldn't offend anyone. After Song Xiuyan had spoken at length without receiving a response from Zhou Shixuan, he turned to see him lost in thought and clicked his tongue. I hope you're not thinking about your sister-in-law. You left her alone in the city. And weren't there rumors about her having a suitor? Aren't you concerned they might grow closer? Though it was a jest, Song Xiuyan genuinely worried for Zhou Shixuan. With his reticent nature, who could fathom his thoughts? Zhou Shixuan remained unresponsive, recalling that Sheng Anning had seemingly ceased to mention divorce recently. By afternoon, the other two members of the dormitory arrived, one of whom was a nurse from the community health clinic, coming to learn so she could practice medicine upon her return. She had delicate features and a gentle disposition, introducing herself as Zhang Jing. There was a girl with two long, dark braids and slightly tan skin, just returned from rural service. Unable to secure a job, she was allowed to study for a few months before returning to the factory as a physician. Her name was Li Gailing. At a glance, Sheng Anning took a liking to Li Gailing, while she felt no affinity for Zhang Jing. As for Xiuyan, after a brief conversation, it became apparent that their discussions inevitably gravitated towards children, revealing a lack of shared interests. By afternoon, all the trainees had gathered, totaling over 30 individuals. The leaders spoke in the courtyard, encouraging everyone to diligently pursue medicine, to regard healing as their mission, and to serve the community with vigor. Observing the eager faces around her, Sheng Anning felt a surge of enthusiasm and straightened her posture. She learned that over the next 3 months they would cover a substantial amount of material, including human dissection, which heightened her excitement. Li Gailing whispered in surprise, questioning the inclusion of such a topic. Sheng Anning softly explained, to comprehend bodily structure is essential for diagnosing ailments. When we bandage wounds, we must ascertain if bones or organs are affected. Li Gailing, somewhat timid, confessed, I've only butchered chickens, I'm afraid. Sheng Anning reassured her with a smile. It's quite similar to breaking down chicken meat. The director, having noticed their corner several times, could no longer contain himself and pointedly addressed Sheng Anning. That short-haired lady in the red checkered shirt, please come up and speak. Suddenly summoned, she turned to confirm it was indeed her being called. With poise, she rose and strode confidently to the podium. The director was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to silence the crowd, yet here she was, stepping forward. Sheng Anning bowed to the director and then to her fellow trainees, beginning her impassioned speech. I was deeply moved by the director's words. It is both an honor and pride to dedicate myself to the field of medicine. I have learned a bit from my grandfather about medical theory and enjoy reading medical literature. I am resolved to alleviate human suffering. uphold the sanctity and honor of the medical profession, and dedicate my life to the advancement of our nation's healthcare and the well-being of humanity. She paused, gazing at the applauding crowd with satisfaction. This declaration was a recitation she had memorized when she first embarked on her medical journey. It still resonated with emotion. Sheng Anning understood the director's intentions, but chose to make a memorable impression, hoping to learn more in the future and perhaps secure a favorable position when the college entrance examinations resumed. It never hurts to have an additional route. The director hadn't anticipated such eloquence. She stood at the podium, articulate and composed, exuding a blend of confidence and cleverness, while embodying the calm demeanor expected of a physician. It was evident that she was a promising candidate. Listening from the back, Lu Yuanda was surprised by Sheng Anning's performance. Zhou Shiyuan's wife was indeed impressive, displaying remarkable courage. Sheng Anning quickly became known among the trainees, earning recognition from the hospital leaders and the doctors overseeing their training. They also learned she was Zhou Shiyuan's wife, the reputed city girl with a troublesome temperament. However, she appeared quite different in this setting. Unfazed by the gazes of others, Sheng Anning cheerfully purchased notebooks and ink pens, embodying the spirit of a diligent student. Upon returning, she stopped by the cafeteria to buy 2 steamed buns, mindful of Zhou Shiyuan's limited funds, which made her feel the weight of their lengthy study life. Regrettably, it was an era devoid of phones or instant communication, where letters traveled slowly and the world felt distant. Sighing, she returned to the dormitory, wherein Shiyun was breastfeeding without concern, while Zhang Jing quietly read by the bedside, and Li Gailing moved a stool closer to chat with Shiyun. Seeing Sheng Anning enter, Li Gailing eagerly beckoned. "Come here. I'm just hearing about a ghost in the village, a dead person that can speak." Sheng Anning chuckled. "You're discussing superstitions." And Shiyun nodded earnestly. "What I'm saying is true. I even saw it myself. Its face was unrecognizable. Our village's old doctor claimed it was a drowned corpse, abandoned by the river." The mere recollection sent a shiver down her spine. It was truly terrifying. Li Gailing listened with rapt attention. "And then what happened?" And Shiyun shivered. "The villagers decided to do good deeds and dragged the body up a hill to bury it. Suddenly, the corpse stood upright, scaring the men so much that they ran away. The next morning, there was no sign of it, and curiously, not a trace remained." Li Gailing gasped. "Is that really true? How frightening." And Shiyun affirmed, "Yes. The corpse even said thank you and asked what year it was, which terrified everyone." Sheng Anning pondered that perhaps the individual had not truly died, but had merely been in a state of apparent death, awakening during their efforts to move it, a phenomenon often referred to as resurrection. It must be noted that Shiyun was quite the storyteller, her dramatic tone enhancing the atmosphere. As Shiyun cradled her child, she mused, "This incident happened 3 years ago, and I still feel a chill at the thought. I can hardly bear to go to the restroom." Li Gailing expressed her support. "Just listening gives me chills. How could a body float away?" And Shiyun was unsure. "I don't know. When they fished it out, it was swollen all over, and its face was unrecognizable, but the doctor surely would have confirmed it was real." While Sheng Anning munched on her bun, she found the story amusing, despite knowing it was fabricated. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing grew impatient. "Haven't you learned about the Four Olds? Stop talking about superstitions. When one dies, their soul becomes the wind, and their body returns to earth. How could there be ghosts? Are you even fit to study medicine with such beliefs?" With that, she angrily tossed her book onto the bed and went to fill her water bottle. And Shiyun, feeling timid, whispered, "Do you think she is angry?" Li Gailing shrugged. "Who cares? We weren't loud. Can't we talk?" Having spent 7 years in the countryside, she had seen her share of characters. And Shiyun exclaimed, "You were a youth worker for 7 years? You don't look that old. How old were you when you went?" Li Gailing proudly replied, "I was 16. I volunteered." And Shiyun couldn't help but compliment her. Sheng Anning listened to Li Gailing recount her experiences as a youth worker, enjoying the conversation while nibbling on her bun and occasionally asking questions, finding it quite engaging. After finishing one bun, the sky had darkened outside, prompting Sheng Anning to consider a stroll. Having no time for business during the day, the evening seemed a perfect opportunity to explore. Noticing Sheng Anning heading out, Li Gailing quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Sheng Anning replied honestly, "Just a walk around the street." Li Gailing promptly stood up. "I'll join you. I haven't been back in years and am curious about the evening bustle." She also inquired if Shiyun would join, but with a child in tow, and Shuyun declined. As Sheng Anning and Li Guiling stepped outside, they found the city small and the hospital not far from the center, where the bus routes to the county and other cities converged. The area was bustling with people, with nearby housing primarily comprising single-story homes. At this hour, the bus station was relatively quiet, though clusters of young people headed toward the nearby alley. Piquing Sheng Anning's curiosity, she followed suit, while Li Guiling wondered aloud. That's the Sheng Anning factory. It's a housing area for cement factory workers. What excitement could be there? Before long, they heard the booming sound of music, the quality poor, yet it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. As Sheng Anning approached, she realized it was merely an abandoned courtyard, quite expansive, which had been transformed into an open-air dance hall. At the entrance, someone was collecting a fee, 1 dime per person. The courtyard was densely packed with people, moving chaotically to the disordered music. Li Guiling gazed in astonishment. Is there really such a place? Doesn't anyone oversee it? Sheng Anning, an outsider, understood that this was only the beginning of the reopening. Many would flock here, and such dance halls would proliferate. After observing the lively scene for a while, she turned back with Li Guiling. Li Guiling, still curious, asked, "Shall we not go in and take a look?" Sheng Anning shook her head. "No, it wouldn't be wise. There are all sorts of people inside, and it's quite unsafe. As 2 women, we could easily find ourselves in a precarious situation." She contemplated bringing Zhou Shishun here, but wondered if that older man would disapprove, deeming it inappropriate. The 2 then wandered around the cinema, which was also bustling with patrons. Vendors selling sunflower seeds and peanuts lined the entrance, and a blackboard displayed the films being screened that day. After a brief tour, Sheng Anning realized there was nothing suitable for her to engage in. Her confidence was shaken, and she felt a sense of inadequacy. In this small city, she felt utterly powerless. Reflecting on the novel she had read, where characters traversed worlds and could cook or craft garments, or possessed magical spaces and golden fingers, she felt at a loss. She had none of those advantages. While she was indeed skilled at cooking, sampling local delicacies revealed that the traditional offerings surpassed her efforts. Her culinary prowess stemmed from her willingness to invest in quality ingredients, which were costly. Nowadays, people were prudent with their spending, reluctant to squander money on insufficient sustenance. Even buying a piece of candy would require careful consideration. Sheng Anning sighed inwardly, turning over in bed. She had intended to be a trendsetter of her time, not to flounder in the current era. No, it wouldn't do. She was the little princess of the Sheng family and must remain undeterred. Perhaps she could gather some herbs to sell to the ailing. This idea warranted further contemplation, yet also seemed impractical. In the neighboring space, Zhang Jing felt homesick on her first day away and was increasingly agitated, noticing Sheng Anning's restlessness. "Could you please stop tossing and turning? Are you trying to keep someone from sleeping?" Sheng Anning responded incredulously. "Am I a corpse? Must you monitor my every move? Aren't you being a tad overbearing?" If she had spoken to her kindly, an apology might have been forthcoming, but Zhang Jing's domineering tone only solidified her resolve not to concede. Zhang Jing, fuming, flipped over, choosing to ignore her. Sheng Anning, equally dismissive, refrained from further movement, pondering what Zhou Shishun might be doing, and eventually drifted into slumber. The following 3 days were devoted to theoretical studies, a subject Sheng Anning already grasped well, allowing her to excel and garner praise from both the dean and instructors. She felt a swell of pride, her invisible tail nearly lifting her spirits sky high. Surely, if Zhou Shishun learned of her accomplishments, he would commend her. Just as she was lost in thought about him, unexpectedly, Zhou Shishun appeared, accompanied by an elderly man. In her blissful state, Sheng Anning had completely forgotten Zhou Shishun's previous mention of his grandfather, Cheng Yuancheng, visiting. Clutching her textbooks, she spotted Zhou Shishun from a distance, standing tall and austere like a fir tree in a mountain glen. Momentarily taken aback, her excitement to rush over was tempered when she noticed the sprightly elder beside him. It was indeed her grandfather, Cheng Yuancheng. In her recollections, the original Anning had shared a close bond with her grandfather, which had waned after she insisted on returning home at the age of 15, particularly after he had been sent to a cowshed. She had hastily distanced herself from him, even going so far as to report him in a letter. Sheng Anning felt a wave of anxiety. Was this what people did? The lie she had told Zhou Shishun might soon unravel. Cheng Lao regarded her with a warm smile. "Anning, why do you not recognize your grandfather?" Sheng Anning, casting aside her embarrassment, dashed forward, one hand clutching her textbooks and the other linking with Cheng Lao's arm. "Grandfather, I've missed you terribly." Her exaggerated affection drew Zhou Shixuan's attention, who couldn't help but glance over. Cheng Lao chuckled, patting the back of Sheng Anning's hand. "Ah, in the blink of an eye, Anning is already married. Seeing you both well brings me great comfort." Cheng Lao had long since forgiven his granddaughter's past indiscretions, recognizing that during those tumultuous times, a child might make regrettable decisions. Moreover, her actions had allowed her to preserve herself. Otherwise, she might have faced hardships alongside him in the countryside. His fondness for her stemmed from her striking resemblance to his late wife. After Sheng Anning's mother learned of her husband's demise, she abandoned her child to remarry. Upon discovering this, Cheng Lao had taken a mere months-old baby into his care, stealing a glance at Zhou Shixuan, who maintained a serious demeanor. Sheng Anning surmised he had refrained from discussing her past before Cheng Lao. Nodding obediently, she said, "Grandfather, I was once willful and reckless, but now that I am married, I promise to cherish my life with Shixuan." Cheng Yuancheng nodded approvingly. "I trust the young man I've chosen for you will not lead you astray. He may not offer riches, but he will ensure your peace, which is what I wished for when naming you." Such words stirred warmth in Sheng Anning's heart. Her first experience of familial affection in this world. Zhou Shixuan interjected, "Grandfather, this is not the place for a conversation. Let us find somewhere more comfortable to sit." Cheng Lao readily agreed. "Indeed, let us sit and talk. I am delighted to see you both thriving." They did not venture far, settling in a nearby, state-owned restaurant, where they secured a private booth shielded by a curtain for some semblance of privacy. As Zhou Shixuan ordered, Cheng Lao regarded Sheng Anning with gentleness. "Is Shixuan treating you well? If not, you must tell me. I shall take care of him." Sheng Anning felt a prickling sensation as Zhou Shixuan stepped away, sensing Cheng Lao's penetrating gaze as if he could see through her very soul. Striving to align her demeanor with that of the original Anning, she replied, "He treats me well. My past behavior was immature and hurtful." Lowering her gaze in feigned remorse, she offered an apology on behalf of the original. Cheng Lao laughed. "You were compelled by circumstance, and your choices were justified. One must choose what benefits one's self in adversity." Though she agreed with this sentiment, she could not condone the original Anning's actions. "That does not excuse abandoning you. Was I even human? I was young and did not think deeply. I now regret my decisions. Grandfather, if I could relive my life, I would certainly choose to be by your side." Cheng Lao, touched by her childlike sincerity, felt his doubts dissipate. Indeed, she had matured while retaining her innocence. "Silly child. I do not wish for you to endure hardship alongside me. If given a second chance, I would still hope you would make the same choices." Sheng Anning's eyes glistened with emotion, moved by her grandfather's affection. However, she felt a wave of relief upon seeing Zhou Shixuan return. She felt justified in deceiving him. Yet, deceiving such a kind-hearted elder filled her with guilt. Cheng Yuancheng engaged Zhou Shixuan in conversation, primarily discussing work-related matters while advising him to remain humble and not to align himself too readily with others. He should focus on being the best version of himself. Seated side by side with Zhou Shixuan, Sheng Anning maintained a straight posture, her hands resting on her knees, exuding seriousness as she listened intently. Though she felt a flutter of excitement, she refrained from fidgeting under Cheng Lao's keen gaze. As she absorbed their conversation, her mind wandered. Suddenly, Cheng Lao turned to her. "Anning, I am delighted you have chosen to study medicine. Please commit to your studies. I hope you will become an extraordinary physician like your grandmother." Upon being addressed, Sheng Anning quickly nodded. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will study diligently and not bring shame to you or Zhou Shixuan." Cheng Yuancheng nodded in approval. "Excellent. Your grandmother would surely be overjoyed to hear this." Sheng Anning sighed inwardly, recalling that her late grandmother was a gentle and talented physician who had treated her well before her untimely demise due to poor health when Sheng was merely 5 or 6 years old. Cheng Yuancheng, busy with his commitments, hurriedly departed after their meal, leaving Sheng a package wrapped in newspaper. "I overheard Sun mentioning your medical studies on the phone. These are some notes left by your grandmother. See if they might be of use to you." Sheng felt a wave of emotion. The notes from the esteemed doctor were indeed invaluable. "Grandfather, this is too precious," she remarked. Cheng Yuancheng smiled warmly. These items are worthless unless you learn to utilize them to help others, thus honoring your grandmother's efforts. With reverence, Sheng took the bundle, and Sheng gently patted her head, saying, "Good child, do your best." Once Sheng left, Sheng turned to Zhou Shixuan, asking, "Aren't you leaving?" Zhou remained quiet for a moment before responding, "There's no bus back. I'll return tomorrow morning." Sheng's eyes sparkled with joy as she replied, "Then I'll stay with you tonight." Without waiting for Zhou's reaction, she clutched the box and returned to her booth, opening the newspaper to reveal a beautifully crafted sandalwood box, exquisitely made yet discreetly wrapped. Pressing the bronze clasp revealed 2 or 3 yellowed handwritten notebooks, meticulously documenting rare clinical cases and their solutions. Sheng was astounded. This knowledge was unfamiliar to her, as she was more adept at surgical procedures. Beneath the notebooks lay a string of jade necklaces and a pair of bangles, all of superior quality. Staring at the jewelry, Sheng marveled at its preservation over the years, realizing Cheng's remarkable capabilities. Aware that lingering too long might tempt her to claim them for herself, she hastily placed the notebooks back inside and closed the lid. Zhou Shixuan entered, observing Sheng's greedy gaze and her reluctance to part with the treasures. Taking a seat across from her, he opened his mouth to speak, but Sheng interjected, "Have you resolved your work matters? What about your mother and sister? Did they come to find you?" Zhou nodded. "Everything is fine now. They have returned to Beijing." The only source of his irritation was Zhou Qiang. Upon learning of their relationship, frequently disturbed him, acting as if she were family. Sheng rested her chin on her hand, smiling at Zhou. "That's good. Have you missed me these past 4 days?" Zhou Shixuan was caught off guard by her sudden shift in conversation, her boldness causing him to frown as he prepared to respond. Sheng quickly waved her hand. "No need to answer. I know it's inappropriate to discuss this in daylight. Let's save it for tonight." Zhou fell into a deep silence, unable to keep pace with Sheng's thought process, unaware of how daring her next statement would be. Sipping his tea, he attempted to divert the conversation. "Are you adapting well these past few days? Keeping up with the coursework?" Sheng sighed dramatically, feigning distress, which made Zhou's heart skip a beat, thinking she faced academic struggles. However, she continued, "Learning isn't an issue. I'm quite clever. It's just that I miss you a bit. Sleeping alone at night makes the bed feel cold." Zhou found it perplexing how every topic with Sheng turned frivolous. He merely intended to inquire about her studies. Yet it veered into this territory. Noticing his silence, Sheng pouted, recalling how verbose he was when advising her on life, and now he was reticent. Finally, Zhou, with a resigned expression, stood, "I need to visit Dr. Liu. Shall we go together?" Elated, Sheng packed away the box and handed it to Zhou. "Please keep this safe for me. I might misplace it in the dorm." She crumpled the newspaper and stuffed it into her pocket for later use. She reflected on how her life had become increasingly rough around the edges, adapting to her surroundings. Zhou accepted the task, knowing how insecure Sheng felt about her belongings in the dormitory. He placed the box into his bag, and Sheng, beaming with joy, followed him into the hospital, where she greeted several fellow students warmly. Approaching the outpatient department, a gentleman in a crisp white shirt, buttoned to the collar and casually slung with a messenger bag, greeted Sheng. "Comrade Sheng, did you go out for lunch?" Sheng nodded cheerfully. "Yes, I had visitors at home, so I ate outside." She couldn't recall the student's name. "Perhaps Dai?" Dai Xueming shyly smiled at Zhou Shixuan. "Is this your uncle, Sheng?" The gentleman appeared older, not resembling Sheng's brother. Sheng chuckled, glancing at Zhou. "No, he's my man." In the midst of Dai Xueming's astonishment, she left with Zhou. Zhou felt a pang of discomfort, realizing for the first time how much older he was than Sheng. It was just 9 years, yet it felt like a chasm. Additionally, it became evident that Sheng was quite popular among her peers. This realization stirred an indescribable unease within him. Sheng, casting furtive glances at Zhou, noticed no change in his demeanor and reassured him, "Don't mind him. You're not old at all, and you certainly don't resemble my uncle. Besides, I'm not so peculiar as to fancy my uncle, am I?" With a laugh, she dashed ahead to Dr. Liu's office. Zhou pondered Sheng's words, feeling a sense of calm wash over him as he followed her into the office. In Beijing, the Zhou family was in a rush to return home. Upon seeing Zhou Nangguang, Zhou Wenqing tightly grasped his hand. "We've lost one son. I want him back. You must bring him home." Zhou Nangguang soothed Zhou. "I understand. Please don't be agitated. Let's discuss this calmly." Zhou had barely slept, her mind plagued with images of Zhou Shixuan's childhood abuse. She had never seen Zhou Shixuan as a child, instead envisioning Zhou Wanqing's innocent face being mistreated by Zhu Houhat and Zhou Montong. The thought of her sweet, cherubic Zhou Wanqing's suffering made her blood boil. No, we need to get him home, but we can't force him. And Zhu Houhat, she must pay for her actions. How dare she take my son? Her speech was disjointed, yet the theme was clear, to bring Zhou Shixuan home and seek retribution against Zhu Houhat. Zhou Nangguang gently patted her back. All right, I will investigate this matter. Let's take our time to discuss it. The abduction of their son shocked Zhou Nangguang immensely. He had never imagined such treachery existed in the world. After hanging up with Zhou Beiqing, he began gathering information about Zhou Shixuan, discovering that he was an exceptionally talented young man, though he had yet to see his photograph. He learned about Zhou Shixuan's commendable achievements, having served bravely in battle and garnered accolades that had graced the newspapers. Now, he was being transferred to a more promising position, a testament to his diligence and perseverance. Akin to their sacrificed son, Zhou Wanqing, in excellence. After reviewing all the information, Zhou Nangguang found himself in a state of contemplation in his office. This was indeed his son, although they had never met. The pride and sorrow he felt for Zhou Shixuan's accomplishments were profound. Unquestionably, flowing with the blood of the Zhou family, one can unfalteringly thrive in any environment. However, at present, he must first visit Zhou Shixuan to hear his thoughts. Zhou Wanqing could not calm herself. I returned merely to inform you that I shall gather my belongings and head to Longbei City to accompany him. Zhou Beiqing, standing by, felt a sense of helplessness. No matter what was said along the way, her mother remained obstinately resolute. They arrived at the second school, and Zhou Shixuan's frigid demeanor left one wondering why her mother still held on to hope. She believed that while the bond of blood was undeniably significant, the nurtured affection was equally substantial. Yet Zhou Shixuan seemed to have no need for familial ties. Why were they so eager to draw near? Knowing that such a person existed, it would suffice to maintain a distant kinship in the future. As Zhou Wanqing wept, Zhou Luming entered, surprised to see both her and Zhou Beiqing. Mother, Beiqing, when did you return? Father mentioned you were worried about Qiaoyang and when to find him. How is he doing? Zhou Beiqing nodded. Yes, Qiaoyang is doing well. However, Zhou Wanqing harbored different thoughts and felt no desire to conceal her intentions. Seeing Zhou Luming only irked her further, especially with his eyes resembling those of Zhu Houhat, greedy and venomous. The more she looked, the angrier she became, huffing and turning away from him. Zhou Luming, momentarily stunned, asked in astonishment, What is the matter, mother? Is it because I didn't take Qiaoyang to register? I had an urgent situation and had to return. Zhou Beiqing could not hold back and spoke up. Eldest brother, we encountered someone in Longbei City who bears a striking resemblance to second brother. Chapter 91. Some people just don't understand. Zhou Luming's expression stiffened momentarily before transforming into disbelief. Really? Last time, Qiaoyang mentioned meeting someone who looked like someone from Wanqing. Did you see him? With the conversation reaching this point, Zhou Nangguang, unable to conceal the truth any longer, had Zhou Luming sit down and recounted the circumstances surrounding the exchange with Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Luming stood up, somewhat incredulous. Father, is this true? Could there be a misunderstanding? Zhou Nangguang shook his head. It is true. Your mother has already gone to Hewan village and met your biological parents, who have acknowledged this matter. Zhou Wanqing suddenly spat. Bah, I am not your mother. Zhu Houhat is your mother, and Zhou Montong is your father. Go back to them at once. I want my son back. Zhou Nangguang gripped Zhou Wanqing's wrist tightly, fearful of her impulsiveness, and looked at Zhou Luming. We have already clarified this matter. We must acknowledge Shixuan. Naturally, the children of the Zhou family should return to the Zhou family. Zhou Luming's face turned ashen. He had long known that the Zhou family placed great importance on blood relations and maintained an unusual calmness and indifference regarding major issues. Thus, if they discovered Zhou Shixuan, they would undoubtedly acknowledge him, but he would have to return to that village and recognize those peasant parents. Furthermore, the Zhou family would hold a banquet to announce and clarify Zhou Shixuan's identity. How would those in the capital perceive him? How would those who knew him regard him? Clenching his trembling hands, he said, Father, recognizing him is indeed the right thing to do, as he is your biological son. I have occupied this position for 30 years. That is enough. Rest assured, I will move out in the coming days. Had he known, he would have dealt with Zhou Shixuan directly. Zhou Shixuan should have met the same fate as Zhou Wanqing. Death would have been preferable. Zhou Beiqing, feeling agitated, approached Zhou Luming and grasped his arm. Looking at their parents, Mom and Dad, this matter does not concern eldest brother. He is innocent. You have raised him for 30 years. Is there truly no affection? Are you really willing to abandon him? Zhou Nongguang furrowed his brow. Luming is already 30, has established a family, and we have done all we can to assist him. He is capable of walking his own path in life. The implication of his words was astonishingly in accord with his wife, Zhou Wenqing's sentiments. If they were to acknowledge Zhou Shixuan, they would have to sever ties with Zhou Luming, even to the extent of not maintaining a general kinship in the future. Yet, they must first present their stance and make it known. Zhou Beiqing shook her head in disappointment. Father, how can you be so heartless? What wrong has eldest brother committed? He has contributed to this family, and we were once a happy family. Just because Zhou Shixuan shares our blood, you can abandon a child you have raised for 30 years? You are too callous. Even a pet cat or dog will form attachments over time. How can you disregard a human being? Is blood truly so paramount? You do not understand. Zhou Shixuan has expressed a desire not to acknowledge us, and his demeanor is equally aloof. Do you know what his ulterior motives are? Who would not wish for a family with good conditions to rely upon? Zhou Shixuan's refusal to recognize us stems from his desire to manipulate us through his attitude. Why do you continue to allow him to do so? Father, do you not always consider yourself the smartest? Then you should know what Zhou Shixuan's wife, Sheng Anning, said to me. She mentioned that eldest brother went to Longbei City with the intent to kill Zhou Shixuan and frame him for it. Zhou Luming's eyes widened in shock. Feigning disbelief, how could this be? I only went to Longbei City because a document was missing from my files. I have never encountered anyone resembling him. Zhou Wenqing shot Zhou Luming a cold glance, huffed, and then walked toward her room. Zhou Nongguang, glancing at the standing Zhou Luming and Zhou Beiqing, hurriedly followed his wife and sighed. For Zhou Wenqing's emotions were always perplexing. When others were enraged, she remained calm. Once everyone had settled, she would suddenly become overly animated and agitated. In the living room, only Zhou Luming and Zhou Beiqing remained, both silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a considerable pause, Zhou Beiqing, with tears in her eyes, looked at Zhou Luming. Eldest brother, I believe in you. You would never commit such a cruel act. Zhou Luming, taken aback by the realization that Zhou Shixuan had already discovered his whereabouts, suppressed his rising panic and forced a smile. It's all right. As long as Mom and Dad are happy. I'll take my leave now, and please do not act in a way that complicates matters for them. Relay to them that whatever choices they make, I will respect. Zhou Beiqing, with red eyes, escorted Zhou Luming to the door, still unable to comprehend. Eldest brother, rest assured, Mom and Dad will surely come to their senses. They are merely reacting impulsively at this moment. Zhou Luming smiled. Enough, do not be sad. I will always be your elder brother. Should you need anything, seek me out. As for Mom and Dad, I will continue to honor them. With that, he turned and left, leaving Zhou Beiqing with a sorrowful silhouette, deepening her distress. Zhou Wenqing returned to her room, rummaging through drawers. Prompting Zhou Nongguang to feel her emotional state was deteriorating. Wenqing, what are you doing? Zhou Wenqing, somewhat disoriented, replied, Where's my gun? I want to kill Zhu Hohat and Zhou Luming. How dare he harm my son? Zhou Nongguang initially thought she was unaffected by Zhou Beiqing's earlier words. But to his surprise, her reaction was far more intense. He quickly approached to embrace Zhou Wenqing. Wenqing, please calm down. Let's remain composed. We have yet to investigate the truth, and besides, the gun has long been surrendered. Please calm yourself. Zhou Wenqing persisted. What is there to investigate? By the time we find out, my son may already be dead. They must be speaking the truth. I knew all along why Shixuan was so cold toward me. It's certainly Zhou Luming's doing, that ingrate. I will kill him, and then Zhu Hohat. She gritted her teeth. I will eliminate anyone who has harmed my son. Zhou Nongguang held her tightly, trying to understand the unraveling mind of Zhou Wenqing. All right. I will accompany you to do so. But first, let us calm down and have some water. I will go with you to see Shixuan, if that pleases you. Upon mentioning Zhou Shixuan, Zhou Wenqing's demeanor softened considerably. He is well, much like Wanqing. Both are wonderful children. We must visit him and bring him home. He has yet to taste my cooking. How could I forget to prepare a meal for him? I cook deliciously. Zhou Nongguang patiently reassured Zhou Wenqing. Wait for me to ask for leave from school, and we will go together to cook for him, all right? Zhou Wenqing felt considerably calmer. Her mind clearer. Zhou Beiqing is a traitor. You must not speak to her. Also, investigate what Zhou Luming has been doing in Longbei City. As Zhou Beiqing entered, she immediately began to cry. Mom, how can you do this? I was merely speaking fairly, yet you always scold me. Chapter 92. The question that made Sheng Anning blush. Zhou Wenqing turned her head away, no longer intending to engage with Zhou Beiqing. Zhou Beiqing cried in frustration. Looking at her father, Dad, do you also believe that Mom is right? She's completely confused. Zhou Nangguang glared at Zhou Beiqing. Beiqing, be silent. How can you speak of your mother this way? She may be confused, but she sees things much more clearly than you do. Even if Zhou Shixuan's wife is attempting to sow discord, do you think it was appropriate for you to say what you did in front of Zhou Luming? You have never been a mother. You have no idea how much your mom suffered to give birth to your elder brothers. Nor do you comprehend the sins she committed to protect them. How can you not feel heartbroken over the loss of child? If Zhou Luming were our adopted son, we would take full responsibility, but he is not. He has lived a life of 30 years because of his greedy and selfish parents. Beiqing, we have always taught you to discern right from wrong in significant matters. What has happened to you? Zhou Beiqing lowered her head, softly sobbing. She truly felt she had done nothing wrong, even believing that Zhou Shixuan's arrival had disrupted their peaceful family. Zhou Nangguang, perplexed by her eldest daughter's stubbornness in this matter, sighed. You should go back and rest. Just remain silent about this. Any decisions we make are none of your concern. Zhou Beiqing wiped her tears and left. However, Zhou Wenqing was unusually animated. Let us find Shixuan. We must go immediately. Sheng Anning was oblivious to the fact that her words to Zhou Beiqing would hasten Zhou Luming's actions. Had she known, she would have pried open the girl's mind to see if it contained anything but nonsense. She merely thought Zhou Wenqing appeared somewhat dazed, which is why she chose to speak with Zhou Beiqing, who seemed calm and clever. At that moment, she was sitting in Lu Yuanda's office with Zhou Shixuan, listening to Lu Yuanda continuously praise her before Zhou Shixuan, much like a parent applauding a child. Anning is remarkable. She grasps theoretical knowledge swiftly, accurately remembering the content of each lesson, and can even draw connections. There are times when she poses questions that stump the teacher. If only she could pursue a systematic and professional study later, she would be a valuable asset. Zhou Shixuan felt inexplicably gratified and glanced at Sheng Anning. Yes, she has always been very intelligent. Lu Yuanda continued to extol her virtues. If Anning excels in her studies, would you consider having her remain in our hospital? We also hire some who are not formally employed. If she performs exceptionally, she could later transition into a formal position. Blushing and shy, Sheng Anning glanced at Zhou Shixuan and softly replied, Wherever he goes, I will go. Lu Yuanda suddenly realized that keeping Sheng Anning in the city would mean separating the couple, which was unacceptable. He laughed heartily. Right, how could I forget about that? You two should hurry and have a child while you're still young. Sheng Anning lowered her head, perfectly embodying shyness. Zhou Shixuan found it particularly endearing, chuckling softly. Realizing that Song Shuyan was indeed correct, she was truly a treasure. After a brief conversation, Lu Yuanda made a decision. All right, you both will come to my house for dinner tonight. My wife is home and will make you fried dough cakes. Sheng Anning was reluctant. It was such a rare moment for just the two of them, yet Zhou Shixuan nodded in agreement. He thought it would be good for Sheng Anning to interact with Lu Yuanda's wife, as she could assist her in the future. Lu Yuanda was delighted. Perfect. I'm not busy today. We will leave together after work. My wife makes excellent fried dough cakes. Sheng Anning gratefully replied. Then I must trouble your wife. Lu Yuanda's home was not far from the hospital, situated in a modest compound of several bungalows. The houses were brick, spacious, and much nicer. Lu Yuanda's wife, Ruan Shuqin, was a plump, cheerful woman who greeted Zhou Shixuan and Sheng Anning with laughter. Little Zhou is here. And this must be Anning. How lovely you are. No wonder so many young ladies were unwilling to be introduced to him back then. Sheng Anning shot a glance at Zhou Shixuan and sweetly said, Sister-in-law, you must be joking. With him being so wooden, how could any girl like him? Ruan Shuqin laughed. You mustn't say that. Little Zhou is quite handsome. Like a movie star. After exchanging a few playful remarks, the initial awkwardness faded away. Lu Yuanda called for his wife to fry the dough cakes, and Ruan Shuqin readily agreed. I just prepared the dough this afternoon. It was meant for pancakes, but I will make you fried dough cakes instead. Sheng Anning knew that fried dough cakes were a luxury. Many families could scarcely afford to use oil for cooking, let alone frying. She hurried to the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves to help. Wan Shuqin was not shy about enlisting her assistance, chatting while they worked. I heard your parents work at the textile factory in the west of the city? Sheng Anning nodded. Yes. Wan Shuqin regarded her thoughtfully. I know your parents. You may not remember me, but your family lived in the 8th district, 3rd row of the textile factory compound, right? My sister's family lives there too. Sheng Anning, contemplating, realized the original owner had no recollection of Wan Shuqin and shook her head. I don't believe I've met you. Wan Shuqin chuckled. You certainly wouldn't know me. I recall you had a younger sister and brother, but why did your family suddenly move to the provincial capital? Sheng Anning was taken aback. The original owner's family had moved to the provincial capital? How could the original owner have been unaware? Rien Shuqin, noticing Sheng Anning's surprise, wondered if she had misspoken. You didn't know? I only heard about it. She had heard from her sister that after marrying off their daughter, the Sheng family seemed to prosper and suddenly moved away, relocating to the provincial capital. Curious, Wan Shuqin asked Sheng Anning about it. Sheng Anning felt quite pleased that the original owner's family had moved far away. She had not paid attention to previous rumors, but now felt reassured that they had relocated to the provincial capital, which meant she could avoid contact with them. I didn't know. They didn't tell me when they left. Perhaps they thought it less important since I'm already married. Wan Shuqin's heart ached for Sheng Anning, perceiving her as a little pitiful. It's all right. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. If I'm not home, you can find me at the Statistics Bureau. I work at a laid-back institution. Sheng Anning nodded repeatedly. I may need to trouble you often, sister-in-law. Wan Shuqin smiled, and then turned her attention to the adjacent room, where Zhou Shishun and Lu Yuanda were conversing. In a hushed, gossiping tone, she asked Sheng Anning, is Zhou Shishun quite impressive? Sheng Anning was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking, what bold question is this sister-in-law asking? It was their first meeting, yet she was inquiring about such personal matters. Moreover, she herself was curious about Zhou Shishun's capabilities. Chapter 93. Only Sheng Anning could accomplish such a thing, seeing Sheng Anning blush and remain silent. Wan Shuqin assumed she was merely shy. Don't let his quiet demeanor fool you. He is actually very kind and exceptionally skilled at work. I've heard he is excellent at shooting as well. Sheng Anning nearly choked on her own saliva upon realizing Wan Shuqin's definition of impressive. It seemed her thoughts had wandered into inappropriate territory. Wan Shuqin continued with a smile. They all come from humble beginnings, yet they possess a strong sense of responsibility, unlike those slick young people in society. As Sheng Anning savored the fried dough sticks, she listened to Wan Shuqin extolling Zhou Shishun's virtues. It was undeniable that Zhou Shishun had a remarkable knack for making friends. Everyone seemed eager to speak on his behalf. Wan Shuqin prepared a plate of fried dough sticks, sauteed some cabbage and vermicelli, and stir-fried a dish of pickled vegetables with lard, which paired delightfully with the dough sticks. Wan Shuqin efficiently cleared the dining table, sharing. I have 2 kids. One joined the army last year, and the other is in high school in the city, boarding at the school. She explained that the school had only recently begun to establish a formal curriculum, and the children were diligently catching up on their previously neglected studies. Sheng Anning was taken aback to realize how much their children had grown, yet the warmth and happiness radiating from this small family created an atmosphere of comfort. After the meal, Sheng Anning departed with Zhou Shishun, while Lu Yuanda cheerfully reminded her to visit whenever she had the chance. On the way back, Sheng Anning could not help but praise sister-in-law as fried dough sticks are quite delicious, and her temperament is so pleasant. She exudes warmth and approachability. Suddenly, she took a few quick steps backward, hands behind her back, glancing at Zhou Shishun, compelling him to slow his pace. You should smile more. Look at how serious you are. If you have a daughter in the future, she might be frightened of you. She envisioned Zhou Shishun smiling, his eyes sparkling like blossoms, and quickly shook her head. Never mind, never mind. You should refrain from smiling. If you smile, it only attracts more admirers. There are already plenty who like you, and soon there will be even more. With that, she turned and merrily walked ahead. They returned to the guest house where they had previously stayed, renting a room without the staff inquiring for identification or marriage certificates. Sheng Anning joyfully entered the room with Zhou Shishun, only to realize she had brought nothing with her. You go ahead and shower. I'll run back to the dormitory to grab my toiletries. Zhou Shishun, accustomed to Sheng Anning's whimsical nature, watched her dash away with a hint of exasperation. After showering, Sheng Anning returned to find herself sprawled on the bed, happily engrossed in a book, her legs swinging back and forth. Zhou Shixuan paused momentarily before quietly placing the basin on the washstand. Sheng Anning quickly sat up and handed him her book. Page 127. Make sure to read it thoroughly. I'm off to shower now. With that, she dashed out with the basin in hand. Zhou Shixuan, slightly puzzled, obediently turned to the page she had indicated, glancing at it hurriedly before his face turned crimson. It was a medical book, and the specified page detailed female anatomy with considerable intimacy, including topics such as conception. Zhou Shixuan felt heat rush to his face as he shut the book, realizing how utterly unreliable Sheng Anning could be. Why had she shown him this? Meanwhile, Sheng Anning joyfully headed to the bathhouse, undressing with glee, only to discover a crumpled newspaper in her pocket. Curious, she opened it, realizing it was the local daily, which offered a glimpse into the recent developments in the province, including accolades for exemplary women workers. One article highlighted a female driver in work attire, confidently seated on a tractor. Sheng Anning felt a surge of admiration as she flipped through the pages, noting stories of growth and agricultural initiatives, all portraying a flourishing nation, yet devoid of any entertainment sections. Engrossed in the reading, she lost track of time, even forgetting to shower. She perused the newspaper thoroughly, only to stumble upon a submission notice seeking proficient English writers. This was an opportunity she could seize. Leaning in for a closer look, she noted that submitting an English self-introduction of over 1,000 words could lead to a position as a contracted translator for the publishing house, with payment ranging from 15 to 100 yuan per article. Sheng Anning's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was well equipped for this task, especially since many had fallen behind in their English studies over the years, leaving her with minimal competition. She quickly folded the newspaper and tucked it away. This was her chance to earn some money. Eagerly, she returned to shower, and as she dried her hair, she walked back to the room to find Zhou Shixuan sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in another book, not the one she had given him. Placing the basin down, she sat beside him, handing him a towel. Help me dry my hair, and then use the comb to style it. If my hair is wet when I sleep, I'll get a headache. Zhou Shixuan put down the book and obediently rose to assist her. Sheng Anning leaned back, enjoying the moment, and asked with a playful squint, "Did you read the book I gave you? Remember the page. Don't lose your place." Zhou Shixuan, feeling a bit flustered, paused momentarily. It's not proper for a young lady to speak like that. Sheng Anning chuckled. Zhou Shixuan, rest assured, I only speak like this to you. If you ever treat me poorly, then I might say such things to others. Zhou Shixuan sighed, recognizing her increasingly unconventional nature. As Sheng Anning deemed her hair sufficiently dry, she snatched the towel and casually wiped it a few times before Zhou Shixuan found himself unable to sleep. One arm wrapped around Sheng Anning while the other rested on his forehead, his gaze fixed on the dark ceiling above. The fire within him burned increasingly bright, yet he could only grit his teeth and endure. Thoughts of Sheng Anning's reluctance to have children clouded his mind, and his expression grew somber. He felt as if Sheng Anning were a fleeting breeze, elusive and inscrutable, leaving him in the dark about her thoughts and desires. Did she merely act on whims? Sheng Anning, too weary to think deeply, had spent the last few days preoccupied with survival, while Shiyun's child cried incessantly at night, leaving her unable to rest. Thus, she slept soundly in Zhou Shixuan's embrace until he roused her the next morning, announcing it was 7 o'clock, time for breakfast and then class. Dazed, Sheng Anning turned to him, her eyes barely open. Why so soon? Haven't we just fallen asleep? Zhou Shixuan contemplated for a moment before removing his watch from his wrist and handing it to her. You'll need to keep track of time for class. Wear this for now. Once you receive your salary, I'll buy you a new one. Sheng Anning truly needed a watch, and she was taken aback that Zhou Shixuan would offer his, especially one engraved with a 5-pointed star, clearly of significant value to him. Had the kiss from last night awakened something within him? With a mix of joy and bittersweetness, she accepted it, placing it on her slender wrist. Though it slipped down a bit, elated yet saddened, she reflected on their poverty, realizing they couldn't even afford a simple watch without waiting for Zhou Shixuan's paycheck. She looked up at him, concern etched on her face. What about you? Zhou Shixuan noticed her happiness and replied, It's fine. I've grown accustomed to estimating time. Realizing his background in the special forces likely endowed him with such skills, she nodded with a smile. Then I'll keep this. No need for a new one. Time was of the essence, and Sheng Anning hurriedly washed up and returned to the dormitory, clutching her basin. Zhou Shixuan accompanied her to the hospital entrance, intending to remind her to be cautious but hesitating, fearing his concern might irritate her. He watched as she bid him farewell and rushed into the hospital without a backward glance. Moments later, she encountered the man in the white shirt from the day before, and they walked away together without looking back. Zhou Shixuan stood in silence for a while before turning to head to the bus station. Sheng Anning's refusal to look back was intentional. She wanted Zhou Shixuan to ponder their relationship, to experience a sense of longing and anxiety. Little did she know, sometimes a serious older man is not to be trifled with. Just then, she ran into Dai Xueming, who earnestly asked her, "Comrade Sheng, I'm not quite clear on the blood pressure parameters from yesterday. Could you explain them to me?" Sheng Anning found this puzzling. Blood pressure was a straightforward subject, especially with today's simple monitors. If he didn't understand something so basic, it either indicated intentional ignorance or a lack of intelligence, neither of which boded well for his future in medicine. As she and Dai Xueming turned a corner, she cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "I don't know." Without sparing him another look, she hurried back to her dormitory, eager to drop off her belongings before class. Inside the dorm, Li Guiling and Zhang Jing had not yet left, but Xiaoyun and her child were nowhere to be found. Upon seeing Sheng Anning return, Li Guiling anxiously pulled her aside. "You're back. Sister Xiaoyun took the baby somewhere, and it's almost time for class. She hasn't even grabbed her books." Zhang Jing interjecta, displaisa, Li Guiling. "Are you implying I drove Xiaoyun away? She has been up all night with that crying baby, disrupting everyone's sleep." Li Guiling sighed in exasperation. "But you can't speak so harshly. No one wants to hear a child cry all night." Zhang Jing retorted defiantly. "How's my speech harsh? If she can't care for the child properly, she shouldn't have one. The incessant crying affects our rest. We aren't her babysitters." This time, Sheng Anning found herself in agreement with Zhang Jing's perspective. The constant crying indeed disrupted their sleep. She stood silently observing the argument unfold. Li Guiling felt that Zhang Jing was being overly aggressive. It'll pass. Children are like this at that age. Furrowing her brow, Sheng Anning considered that perhaps the frequent nighttime crying was indicative of some deficiency. She interjected, "Enough. Let us find Xiaoyun and bring her back. If something goes wrong, none of us will escape unscathed." Chapter 95. Out of place, Sheng Anning felt that with the situation having escalated, it was imperative to resolve it swiftly. The two of them bickering was futile. Li Guiling agreed with her and promptly followed her outside, worry evident in her voice. "Do you think something is wrong? Where could she have gone with the baby?" Sheng Anning had no answer as they set out to request leave from their instructor. Upon learning that Xiaoyun had gone missing with the child, the teacher dispatched 2 male students to accompany them for safety. Dai Xueming volunteered to join Sheng Anning, offering assistance should Xiaoyun encounter any difficulties. However, Sheng Anning was too preoccupied to contemplate Dai Xueming's motives as she and Li Guiling left the school grounds. They headed to the bus station to catch a ride towards Hanjiakin, confirming that Xiaoyun was not there, and swiftly moved on to search other locales. In their haste, they completely overlooked that Zhou Shixuan would also be at the bus station, as the bus was just about to depart. As Zhou Shixuan sat on the bus, he spotted Sheng Anning and the male student entering the station, deep in conversation. He could only catch a glimpse of her profile, unable to discern her expression, yet left him taken aback. Shouldn't she be in class at this hour? Why was she here with a male classmate? He pressed his lips together, feeling the softness of her lips linger in his mind, and a faint smirk crossed his face. She was quite the little deceiver. An uncomfortable sensation washed over him, and for a fleeting moment, he considered disembarking to confront Sheng Anning, but the thought vanished as quickly as it had come. He was no longer the impulsive youth of his 20s, prone to acting without consideration. Withdrawing his gaze, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. Sheng Anning and Dai Xueming searched the station without success, so they meandered along the street towards the riverbank, where they fortuitously encountered Xiaoyun carrying the baby. One hand held a bucket of dough, while the other clutched several sheets of yellow paper. Surprised to see Sheng Anning and Dai Xueming, she exclaimed, "Classmates Sheng and Dai, where are you two headed?" Relieved, Sheng Anning frowned. "Where have you been carrying the baby all morning?" "Everyone was worried sick. We came out to find you." and Xiaoyun appeared quite embarrassed upon realizing their concern. You came to find me? I'm so sorry. My little tiger has been crying at night, disturbing everyone's rest. I heard there was a shaman nearby who might help, so I bought some yellow paper to hang on the telephone poles. Sheng Anning glanced at the words inscribed on the yellow paper. The sky trembles. I have a night-crying child. Noble gentlemen, recite this thrice for a peaceful sleep until dawn. She regarded Xiaoyun incredulously. You're here to study medicine. Why not consult a doctor at the hospital instead of resorting to this? Having studied pediatrics during her university days, she recalled that childhood nighttime crying could be classified as either physiological or pathological. The child simply expressed discomfort through crying since they lack the ability to articulate their needs. Yet, Xiaoyun seemed to place her faith in this alternative remedy. In our village, when children cry, we consult someone and then use this. The children are fine during the day and eat well. How could it be an illness? If it were, I would have sensed it. Sheng Anning glanced at the child behind her, whose head was tilted as he slept soundly, and offered a suggestion. A child doesn't necessarily cry or fuss due to a cold or fever. There are many other factors at play. It wouldn't be troublesome to take the child for a checkup to prevent minor issues from escalating into major ones. Upon seeing Sheng Anning's serious expression, Xiaoyu quickly nodded in agreement. All right, I will finish these few stickers and then return to consult the doctor. Sheng Anning had no further comments. Please take care. We are heading back to class. Dai Xuanming also reminded Xiaoyu to be cautious before quickly catching up with Sheng Anning. How did you determine that the child might need to see a doctor? Sheng Anning glanced at him. I didn't. I merely made a suggestion. Is there anything wrong with advising her to consult a doctor because the child is crying? Dai Xuanming hurriedly shook his head. No, I just thought you should know. He was ingratiating himself with Sheng Anning, not out of attraction to her beauty, but simply because he admired her knowledge and wished to learn more from her. Sheng Anning responded with a simple, then you shall be disappointed. I do not have the answers. After class, upon returning to the dormitory, Xiaoyu was in tears while holding the child. Li Gailing, startled, asked, Sister Xiaoyu, what happened? Xiaoyu stroked the child's head. Dr. Li said the child has rickets. How could that be? He mentioned the child has a bald patch, but many children in our village are bald. Isn't it just due to sleeping? Li Yiling, having only recently begun her medical studies, was confused. Rickets? Is it that serious? What should we do? Xiaoyu wiped her tears again. The doctor said early detection is key. Plenty of sunlight and a nutritious diet are essential, otherwise the child may develop deformities. Deep down, she remained skeptical, thinking that Dr. Li was exaggerating, as many children in their village had overcome similar situations, some crying until they were over a year old and then improving. Li Gailing had no solutions either. It should be fine. I've seen many children in the countryside like this, and they all grow up safe and sound. Zhang Jing smirked derisively while washing her clothes. Sheng Anning felt compelled to correct Li Gailing and the others. Dr. Li merely informed you of the serious consequences of rickets. It does not imply that the child will inevitably suffer. Follow the doctor's advice and treat the child proactively, and everything will be all right. Xiaoyu felt a pang of fear, but I am still afraid. Sheng Anning sighed. How can you be a doctor if you are fearful? You will have to inform patients about the severity of their conditions to ensure they take it seriously. Growing a bit frustrated, she wondered how Xiaoyu could become a doctor with such an attitude. Xiaoyu fell silent, silently shedding tears while cradling the child. Li Gailing offered her a few words of comfort before fetching hot water. Among the classmates, whispers began circulating about Sheng Anning's perceived arrogance and disdain for those from rural backgrounds. When Zhou Shixuan returned to his unit, Song Shuyan happened to come by to bid him farewell. I will be back at the end of the year, and I will be directly assigned to the provincial capital. So we will see each other then. Zhou Shixuan responded with a nonchalant mem, taking a seat at his desk. Song Shuyan leaned in, observing what's wrong. Are you in a bad mood? Had a quarrel with your sister-in-law? I tell you, distance just complicates things. Zhou Shixuan shot him a cool glance. You truly have too much free time. Hurry along. Song Xiaoyan pulled out a chair and sat across from Zhou Shixuan. I am just looking out for you. By the way, how is that matter of yours progressing? Zhou Shixuan paused, sitting up straight to address Song Xiaoyan. Zhou Luming is related to our deputy Zhang here. Chapter 96. No quibbles among family. Song Xiaoyan was taken aback. What a coincidence. What is the full name of that deputy Zhang? Zhang Zhongyi, also from the capital. 3 years ago, he participated in the Sea War with Zhou Luming. I was there too, but we were not in the same military district, so we did not cross paths. Song Xiuyan sensed that Zhou Shixuan's statement hinted at something deeper. Are you suggesting that Zhou Luming might have intended to harm you back then? Or that he was aware of his lineage? If so, that would be quite a sinister mindset. However, he quickly reconsidered, but Zhou Luming is of average talent. Upon discharge, he was assigned to a rather uneventful position. If he were truly that clever, he wouldn't be in such a lackluster place. Zhou Shixuan, however, held a different view. It is merely a guise, a way to lower the vigilance of those around him. Song Xiuyan pondered this and found it reasonable. So what do you intend to do? Before Zhou Shixuan could respond, there was a knock at the office door, and then Zhou Chuyang cheerfully entered. Elder brother, I heard you returned, so I came to see you. Are we having lunch together? I heard the cafeteria is serving stewed meat today. I'll get you a portion. Song Xiuyan chuckled at Zhou Chaoyang's lack of formality, who treated Zhou Shixuan with no sense of distance, as if they had never been apart. Zhou Shixuan felt a bit of headache. No need. Zhou Chuyang took this as politeness. It's fine. I'm quite close to the cafeteria staff. They worry I won't have enough to eat, so they always give me extra. Song Xiuyan laughed. You certainly don't hold back. Is it lunchtime already? You ran over here. Zhou Chaoyang shot him a glare. Mind your own business. Then turning to Zhou Shixuan with a charming smile. Elder brother, did you go to the city? Did you visit sister-in-law? Did you bring her any gifts? Zhou Shixuan frowned at Zhou Chaoyang, who was excessively talkative. Zhou Chaoyang, oblivious, continued, Elder brother, when you visit sister-in-law, you must bring some gifts, even if it's just a handful of wildflowers. Girls love romance. You should take her to the movies and buy her something from the department store. Lacking romantic experience, she was trying her best to cozy up to Zhou Shixuan. Also, if you're short on money, I can help. I have saved quite a bit over the years. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, but absorbed Zhou Chaoyang's words. Song Xiuyan snickered. You call him elder brother quite affectionately. Don't forget, Zhou Luming is also your elder brother. Zhou Chuyang paused. What does that have to do with anything? I call my biological elder brother. If he is unhappy, it is beyond my control. After all, I've called him elder brother for 25 years. It is time I differentiate and call him biological elder brother. One must be reasonable, don't you think? Song Xiuyan raised his thumb in admiration while thought out. Such peculiar reasoning could only come from Zhou Chaoyang. With a huff, Zhou Chuyang resumed her circling around Zhou Shixuan. Elder brother, I might be going to the city in a few days. Do you have anything for sister-in-law? Let's hurry for lunch. Otherwise, there will be no meat left. Zhou Shixuan, overwhelmed by the noise, finally said, You go out first. I need to finish some work before lunch. Zhou Chuyang immediately nodded obediently. Elder brother, you carry on. I'll get your meal ready. You can find me in the cafeteria later. With that, she cheerfully left, showing no signs of being affected by Zhou Shixuan's stern demeanor. Particularly after learning about his childhood experiences, she was filled with anger towards Zhong Wenqing for not taking her to Hewan village. Otherwise, she would have ensured Zhu Hohat would be left searching for her teeth. Thus, she felt that Zhou Shixuan could ignore her. It was only natural. Her second brother had said that family members should not keep score and should not dwell on gains and losses. One should simply do what one wishes. Right now, she just wanted to treat her elder brother well. Song Xiuyan watched Zhou Chaoyang skip away and couldn't help but commend her. I didn't expect Zhou Chuyang to be quite sensible. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on Zhou Chaoyang's words, pondering if he should bring something for Sheng Anning next time he went to the city. During these past few days, Sheng Anning had also been quite busy. After writing and sending out a self-introduction in English, she awaited a response. The daytime classes were intense, cramming several years' worth of university material into a mere 3 months, akin to devouring a meal hastily, forcing numerous concepts into her mind. In the realm of pulse diagnosis and auscultation, it is evident that contemporary medical practices often lack the multitude of laboratory data that would typically elucidate the underlying issues at hand. Diagnosis relies heavily on the art of pulse taking, lung sound analysis, and tongue examination to ascertain the root causes of ailments, as well as to identify which specific bodily regions may be afflicted. For Sheng Anning, who is accustomed to wielding a surgical scalpel, this presents a formidable challenge, further deepening her admiration for the physicians of this era. Despite the relentless cries of Xiuyu's child that persist into the night, often lasting 2 to 3 hours, Sheng Anning seizes the opportunity to rest when she can. During these hours of lamentation, she retreats to the courtyard beneath the streetlights to peruse her books. She finds herself perplexed by Xiaoyu's refusal to heed medical advice, such as taking the child out to bask in the sunlight during the day or supplementing the child's diet with nutritious foods. The hospital even provides affordable vitamin supplements. Yet Xiaoyu clings to her own theories, convinced that medication is 3 parts poison and that her child is perfectly healthy, asserting that all will improve with time. As Sheng Anning sits beneath the streetlight, lost in thought, she sighs and scratches her head. It has been 5 days since she last encountered Zhou Shixuan. Perhaps she should consider returning for a visit. The weather has warmed, and the trees lining the streets are beginning to display their verdant buds, while the occasional wild apricot tree quietly blossoms by the roadside. Sheng Anning has fully acclimatized to her new surroundings, finding no difficulty in consuming coarse grain buns or bland stewed cabbage. She feels no anxiety over financial matters, as those around her exude a sense of contentment and vigor. Unlike the frantic pace of urban life, where even the notion of a normal workday feels like a luxury, it is no wonder that people often reminisce about their childhoods. Though times may be tough, the joy of life remains palpable. Sheng Anning is also touched by this optimistic outlook. Each day is filled with anticipation as she counts down the days until she receives a reply or the day she can return to see Zhou Shixuan. After a fortnight of classes, she finally finds herself with a respite, and Xiaoyun prepares to return home, carrying her child. While Li Gailing kindly offers to escort her to the bus station. Observing Sheng Anning also making her way with luggage, Li Gailing expresses curiosity. "Where are you headed? I'm not even aware of your in-laws' location." Sheng Anning dismisses the inquiry lightly. "Hongqi Town." Li Gailing exclaims, "You married into such a remote place." Hongqi Town is nestled in the mountains of the poorest county among the 7 in Longbei City, often plagued by drought and scarcity, a true impoverished enclave. Sheng Anning refrains from elaborating on Zhou Shixuan's profession. Instead, she extols Hongqi Town with an overly fond lens. "I think Hongqi Town is quite lovely." As the three engage in conversation en route to the station, Sheng Anning is taken aback to unexpectedly encounter Zhong Wenqing, accompanied by a distinguished middle-aged man. Observing the man's features, she surmises that he must be Zhou Shixuan's father, as they bear a striking resemblance. However, Zhou Nanguang's demeanor carries the weight of time and experience, exuding the authority of an individual in a position of influence. She hastily bids farewell to Li Gailing and Xiaoyun before rushing to Zhong Wenqing. "Hello?" Zhong Wenqing pauses, momentarily unable to recall her identity, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Aware of Zhong Wenqing's mental struggles, Sheng Anning swiftly clarifies, "Hello, I am Sheng Anning, Zhou Shixuan's wife." Upon hearing Zhou Shixuan's name, Zhong Wenqing's memory flickers to life, and she eagerly grasps Sheng Anning's hand. "Anning, you are Anning. Let's go find Shixuan together." Zhou Nanguang observes Sheng Anning closely, and based on his experience, he finds her clear gaze does not correspond with Zhou Beiqing's portrayal of her as calculating. He greets her warmly. "Hello, I am Zhou Nanguang. Our visit may be somewhat presumptuous. Are you also traveling to Hongqi Town?" Sheng Anning nods enthusiastically. "Yes, indeed. I have a 2-day break, and am returning for a visit. Let's ride together." Zhong Wenqing insists that Sheng Anning sit beside her on the bus, tightly holding her hand while mysteriously adding, "I have brought many delicious treats. When we see Shixuan, you both can share them, including some chocolate." With a beaming smile, Sheng Anning expresses her gratitude. "You are very thoughtful. Shixuan will surely be delighted." However, Zhong Wenqing's expression shifts to one of concern. He will not be pleased. He will blame me for not taking care of him and for losing him. The thought of his difficult childhood keeps me awake at night. She then begins to ramble, her words becoming disjointed. If Shixuan had been present, he could have grown up as Lan Cheng did, without suffering so much. Perhaps Lan Cheng would not have encountered such tragedy. Zhou Nanguang, seated across the aisle, offers an apologetic glance to Sheng Anning. She sometimes has peculiar thoughts. Please do not hold it against her. Sheng Anning quickly reassures him. "Not at all. I find Auntie's demeanor quite endearing. She possesses a sincere and innocent heart." Zhong Wenqing is momentarily taken aback, turning to Sheng Anning. "How can you call me Annie? You should call me Mother. By the way, where will your wedding with Shixuan take place? If you go to the capital, we can arrange another ceremony for you." Sheng Anning feels a flush of embarrassment at the thought of calling Zhong Wenqing Mother, especially since Zhou Shixuan has yet to acknowledge her. Instead, she simply smiles with her eyes. Zhong Wenqing, undeterred, turns to Zhou Nanguang, We must hold a wedding for Anning and Shishun, especially since Lan Cheng and Xiao Ran's wedding never materialized. Zhou Nanguang concurs. Indeed, we shall plan a wedding. We can discuss the details later. For now, why not rest? We have a long journey ahead. Yet, Zhong Wenqing remains animated, persistently engaging Sheng Anning in conversation, inquiring about her family until fatigue overtakes her, and she leans back in her chair, drifting into sleep. Zhou Nanguang gently drapes his coat over her shoulders and then turns to speak quietly with Sheng Anning. As Zhong Wenqing gazed at the somewhat lowly earthen house, feeling a sense of unease. Is this where you live? Yet, Sheng Anning found it quite agreeable. Though it may not appear appealing, it is rather comfortable to reside here, and everyone in the courtyard is familiar and on good terms. Just as she finished speaking, a woman from the neighboring house emerged, casting a glare her way before slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Sheng Anning thought, must the slap in the face arrive so swiftly? The door was locked, and Zhou Shishun was not home. While Sheng Anning had completely forgotten about the key, she tugged at the iron door with some annoyance, uncertain of where to locate Zhou Shishun or his workplace. Having never been there, as she pondered how to arrange matters for Zhou Nanguang and Zhong Wenqing, Zhou Qiuyang came running excitedly from a distance, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, sister-in-law." He rushed over to embrace Zhong Wenqing. "Mom, why are you here? Are you worried about me?" Zhong Wenqing pushed Zhou Qiuyang away and looked behind him. "Where is your elder brother?" Unfazed by being ignored, Zhou Qiuyang chuckled. "You arrived at an opportune time. My elder brother and the others have a mission and went into the mountains." Sheng Anning's heart sank. What unfortunate timing. Zhou Shishun was away when she returned. Zhong Wenqing also felt disappointed. "Will he be back?" Zhou Qiuyang shook his head. "I'm not sure either. They are delivering some data to the laboratory in the mountains and should be back soon." No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. Chapter 98. The wise and intelligent will not face misfortune. Sheng Anning was startled. Had there been an earthquake? How could it have happened so suddenly? Zhou Nanguang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to face the southeast. Is the laboratory located in the southeastern mountains? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiuyang also grasped the situation, panic rising within him. Yes, did something happen to my elder brother? Zhou Nanguang furrowed his brow, gazing toward the southeastern direction, where a plume of black smoke was visible in the distance. Sheng Anning, though confused, felt her heart leap into her throat at the expressions of Zhou Nanguang and Zhou Qiuyang. What is happening? Zhou Nanguang directed his gaze at Zhou Qiuyang. Let us go to your workplace. I need to see the leadership. If his suspicions were correct, a tremendous explosion had likely caused a landslide. Sheng Anning abandoned her thoughts and followed Zhou Qiuyang and Zhou Nanguang to the workplace, while Zhong Wenqing remained unusually silent. Her brow furrowed throughout the journey. The walk to Zhou Shishun's workplace was quite a distance, located at the foot of the mountain, with the iron gates bearing no signs and appearing somewhat dilapidated. After entering the gates, they walked a considerable distance before reaching Zhou Shishun's office, which resembled an ordinary factory building. It was only after venturing further that they would discover a hidden world. However, Sheng Anning and the others could not proceed deeper. Not even Zhou Nanguang. Zhong Zhigua had already heard the explosion and was with several leaders from the security office, studying a map, his expression tense and tinged with anger. Why did such a significant incident occur? How could there be an explosion en route? What are your usual inspection protocols? After a barrage of furious inquiries, no one dared to utter a word. Upon learning that Zhou Qiuyang had brought Zhou Nanguang, Zhong Zhigua was somewhat puzzled. The resemblance between him and Zhou Shishun was striking. Had he not known that Zhou Shishun came from the countryside, he might have mistaken Zhou Nanguang for Zhou Shishun's biological father. He still greeted Zhou Nanguang courteously. "Are you here to find someone?" Zhou Nanguang, unmindful of pleasantries, replied, "I'm here to find out what just happened and whether Zhou Shishun is in danger." Zhong Zhigua was taken aback. "Who are you?" "I am his biological father." Zhou Qiuyang, being impulsive, felt that his father's small talk with Zhong Zhigua was wasting precious time. "Is my elder brother in trouble? We need to go to the scene." Sheng Anning shared his urgency. After such a significant disturbance, could there be casualties? Are there any medical personnel on site? "I can go." She was desperate to see Zhou Shishun. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not help but connect him to Zhou Luming. Zhong Zhigua, pressed for time, could not afford to deliberate. Medical personnel are already en route, but the cause remains unclear. Sheng Anning insisted. Can I go? Zhou Shixuan's injuries are not fully healed. I want to check on him. Zhong Zhigua felt that Sheng Anning and the others would only complicate matters, but before he could explain, a report came in. An explosion occurred at Section A128 of Yulin Mountain, and a landslide has buried the vehicle transporting documents. The car Zhou Shixuan was in rolled down the cliff and fell into the river. The recent melting snow had caused the river to swell, complicating rescue efforts. Sheng Anning's face went pale, nearly losing her balance, but Zhong Wenqing grabbed her arm just in time. Despite her usual emotional volatility, Zhong Wenqing remained remarkably composed. He will be fine. I will find him. I will find my son. Zhou Nongguang's expression was grave as he looked at Zhong Zhigua. Could you take us to the scene? I have yet to meet my son. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, unable to contemplate the potential fate, though reluctant to harbor doubts about Zhou Luming, who can truly comprehend human nature. Deep down, he too wished for Zhou Luming to refrain from any egregious actions. After all, he had called him father for 30 years and hoped for his well-being. Yet, if he were to act out of selfishness, after some contemplation, he inquired of Sheng Anning, have you encountered someone named Zhou Luming? Chapter 99. You are poisoned. Sheng Anning did not attempt to manipulate Zhou Nongguang. She recognized that someone as astute as him would see through any deception. She nodded honestly. I would say I am somewhat acquainted with him. We met once in the county town when we returned to Hewan village. At that time, I mistook him for Zhou Changyan. Later, during an abduction incident, Zhou Shixuan rescued me, and Zhou Luming appeared on the adjacent loft while Song Xiuyan pursued him but failed to catch up. As for the suspicion that Zhou Luming intended harm against Zhou Shixuan, Sheng Anning kept that thought to herself. She believed that Zhou Nongguang had his own calculations. Zhou Chuyang expressed surprise. Elder brother, are you saying that Zhou Luming went to the county town of Yiwan? Does that mean he was already aware of elder brother's existence at that time? I had not yet arrived in Longbei City. Sheng Anning cast a glance at Zhou Chuyang, silently commending her sharp intellect. She quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Zhou Nongguang remained silent. Moving to assist Zhong Wenqing, please sit and rest for a moment. Shixuan's surgery will take a while. Zhong Wenqing was lost in her own thoughts, oblivious to Sheng Anning's words, murmuring, Wan City and Shixuan, good children, nothing will happen to them. Zhou Nongguang gently held her hand, offering soothing words. Sheng Anning did not expect a significant reaction from Zhou Nongguang. Someone so guarded could hardly exhibit overt emotions, and no one could fathom his inner thoughts. However, Zhou Chaoyang's curiosity was piqued by gossip. She pulled Sheng Anning toward a more secluded corridor, linking her arm with hers. Please tell me what transpired. Why did my elder brother, Zhou Luming, appear in that county town? Sheng Anning shook her head. I'm not certain either. I only saw him while washing my hands at the entrance of the restaurant. Zhou Chaoyang's curiosity grew. But you had never seen him before. How could you identify him? Sheng Anning marveled at the agility of Zhou family's reasoning. I just mentioned he resembles Zhou Changyun, but at that time, Zhou Changyun was in the hospital. She recounted how Zhou Changyun had been injured and unable to leave the hospital, along with her own abduction incident. Later, your mother also visited Hewan village and met their family. The three brothers do bear a striking resemblance. Zhou Chaoyang felt an indescribable mix of disappointment and anger. She believed the Zhou family had wronged Zhou Luming, as his own mother had maliciously swapped children, leaving her biological brother to suffer while they raised the child of their adversary. Now, they sought to reclaim their elder brother. Was that not a reasonable course of action? As for her feelings toward Zhou Luming, they were genuine after all these years. Yet Zhou Chaoyang felt she would address him as elder brother without the same closeness in her heart. Nonetheless, if Zhou Luming found himself in trouble, she would undoubtedly lend her assistance. However, the notion that he might already be aware of his true lineage left her uneasy. Why else would he be here? And why was he present at the scene of Sheng Anning's abduction? She trusted that Song Xiuyan would not lie. Sheng Anning observed the myriad emotions flickering across Zhou Chaoyang's face, which contrasted starkly with Zhou Beiqing's earlier indifference. Seizing the opportunity, she recounted her close brush with death in a fire, where someone nearly suffocated her. Eventually, they apprehended a suspect, but DNA tests revealed he was not the perpetrator, and that suspect later died in police custody. Zhou Chaoyang's heart raced at this revelation, prompting her to ask, did the person who harmed you have scratch marks on their neck? Sheng Anning nodded. Yes, approximately from here to here. She gestured to indicate the rough location on her neck. If it were Zhou Luming, he would likely still bear the scars. Zhou Chaoyang's mind raced as she recalled details from her encounter with Zhou Luming. He had worn a high-neck sweater, often adjusting his collar. Previously, he had never donned such garments, and her sister-in-law frequently complained about him wearing low-neck clothing in winter. Was it possible that the high collar concealed an injury? The thought sent a wave of unease through her. If this were true, then Zhou Luming was indeed formidable. Reflecting on his gentle demeanor as he patted her head, a sense of fear began to creep in. Sheng Anning sighed. It is unfortunate that the suspect is dead. Otherwise, we might have uncovered some truth about who is scheming behind the scenes. As Zhou Chaoyang opened her mouth to speak, the operating room door swung open, revealing Zhou Shixuan being wheeled out. Aside from a fractured leg, he appeared otherwise unharmed and was already regaining consciousness. Zhong Wenqing rushed forward, leaning over Zhou Shixuan with concern. Does it hurt? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Zhou Nongguang gazed at the face before him, so reminiscent of Luan City, though it was often said they bore a likeness. Seeing it firsthand felt surreal, igniting a warm surge of emotion within him due to their shared bloodline. The weather had warmed, and the hospital no longer required heating. They had even prepared a private room for Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Shixuan surveyed the room until his gaze landed on Sheng Anning. How is Wang Meng? Sheng Anning seized the opportunity to approach the bedside. He is in a more serious condition and has been transferred to the city hospital. Zhou Shixuan nodded. Zhong Wenqing, undeterred by her son's lack of attention, continued to chatter. Shixuan, please don't be upset. Your father and I are just here to check on you. We will not disturb your rest. By the way, I can take care of you. I can cook. What do you like to eat? She spoke incessantly, fearing Zhou Shixuan might refuse her. Zhou Chaoyang chimed in. Yes, elder brother. Mom's cooking is really delicious. Sheng Anning began to understand the source of Zhou Chaoyang's loquacity. It was inherited from Zhong Wenqing, though it was not off-putting. Zhou Shixuan, feeling a headache coming on, closed his eyes momentarily. Zhou Nongguang quickly ushered Zhong Wenqing and Zhou Chaoyang. Shixuan has just awakened. He likely has matters to discuss with Anning. Let us step out and find a place to procure some items. Wenqing, you should rest for a bit. Zhong Wenqing nodded vigorously. Yes, you all chat. I want to intrude. Once Zhou Nongguang led Zhong Wenqing and Zhou Chaoyang away, the room fell into a tranquil silence. Sheng Anning pulled a chair beside the bed, exclaiming, You've become quite the frequent visitor to the hospital in such a short time. Are you not a regular here? The hospital must be counting on your patronage. As she spoke, she took Zhou Shixuan's wrist to check his pulse. Perfect timing. I have recently learned pulse diagnosis. Let me assess you. Zhou Shixuan allowed her to examine him, and after a moment of serious contemplation, she declared, You have been poisoned. Chapter 100. Raising a wolf, Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow. How is that possible? Sheng Anning maintained a serious demeanor, nodding. Indeed, you have succumbed to the poison of longing for me after just one day apart. The words, which she found somewhat distasteful, made her chuckle despite herself. But why would you faint from merely a fracture? Were you perhaps drugged beforehand? Zhou Shixuan contemplated the events leading up to the incident. Before the incident occurred, Wang Meng began hallucinating and lost strength in his limbs. I had to drag him out of the vehicle to escape. Sheng Anning felt a pang of anxiety. If you hadn't reacted quickly, might you have plunged into the river with the vehicle? Zhou Shixuan confirmed, indeed. It was evident this was a premeditated act of murder, creating quite a commotion. Without hesitation, Sheng Anning proclaimed, It was Zhou Luming. It must be him. My heavens, does the Zhou family have a throne to inherit? Would he go to such lengths? What influence can you exert upon him upon your return? The more I ponder, the more infuriated I become. Is there something amiss in this person's mind? He has usurped another's life without intention of restitution and seeks to bring about their demise. However, Zhou Shixuan perceives the situation as more complex. Zhou Luming's madness likely extends beyond a mere desire for his life. It may involve concealing truths of which he remains unaware. If he possessed wisdom, he would know now is the time to retreat. After berating Zhou Luming, Sheng Anning's spirits lifted. Your injury could work to our advantage. We can go to the city together for your recovery, renting a room near the hospital. During your recuperation, I shall attend school, and we need not be separated. Zhou Shixuan swallowed hard, struggling to follow Sheng Anning's train of thought, but he indeed needed to venture to the city. Given Zhou Luming's reckless nature, he was determined to unearth the secret driving such madness. Zhou Chaoyang strolled with his parents through the small county town, which featured but a single main street and a modest farmer's market with a variety of wares. Upon seeing an array of goods, Zhou Wenqing was eager to purchase items for Zhou Shixuan, but Zhou Nongguang interjected, "Do not buy anything just yet. Let's first inquire if Shixuan needs anything." Zhou Wenqing nodded in agreement. Yes, I shall ask him shortly." Zhou Chuyang, usually chatty, was lost in thoughts of Sheng Anning, contemplating how best to discuss her words with his father. After a brief tour, they checked into a guest house, and Zhou Chuyang hurried off to procure a few buns, which they enjoyed together in their room alongside hot water. It was only at this moment that Zhou Wenqing felt fatigued and was coaxed by Zhou Nongguang to rest. Once she fell asleep, Zhou Nongguang turned to Zhou Chaoyang. "Let us step outside to converse." Descending the stairs, Zhou Chaoyang exhaled deeply, recounting everything he had learned from Sheng Anning. Zhou Nongguang stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing his son's heightened emotions. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Zhou Chuyang hesitated. "Although I wish to deny the truth of these allegations, Sheng Anning has no reason to fabricate, and Song Xiuyan would not lie either. Moreover, my elder brother is indeed Zhou Luming, who has come to Longbei City." Zhou Nongguang felt a sense of relief. His spirited daughter, often the source of trouble, maintained composure in the face of grave issues. He nodded. "Understood. I shall investigate further." Zhou Chaoyang hesitated. "Father, what if he truly is responsible?" After 2 decades of affection, she privately hoped for her brother to remain blameless. Zhou Nongguang fell silent. If he has indeed committed transgressions, he must face the consequences. Tears welled in Zhou Chaoyang's eyes. "Father, it saddens me. I wish for him not to err. Yet, my brother has endured so much hardship, and now he faces injury again. How could he act in such a manner? Is he raising a human, or merely nurturing a ravenous wolf, intent on bringing ruin to our kin?" Zhou Nongguang tenderly ruffled Zhou Chaoyang's hair. "You have matured, able to discern right from wrong. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. I hope he returns to the right path soon." Zhou Chaoyang rubbed her eyes. "Will you and mother remain here? My brother is a good person. Although he is taciturn and aloof, he possesses a kind heart. Each time I annoy him, he never shows anger." She intended to cite further examples of Zhou Shixuan's kindness, but found herself at a loss. Zhou Nongguang observed his daughter as furrowed brow and smiled. "Fear not. Your mother and I shall not linger long, nor will we take offense at your brother's indifference. We are, after all, strangers and must take the time to understand one another." Zhou Chaoyang felt reassured, nodding vigorously. "Yes, my brother is a wonderful person. Everyone at his workplace praises him. Previously, only my second brother received such commendation." She felt a sense of pride, recalling how she would gleefully jump when others praised Zhou Wenqing. "That is my second brother. He is truly remarkable." Soon, she could swell with pride once more. "You speak of my elder brother, who is equally impressive." Zhou Shixuan agreed to go to the city for his recovery, bringing great joy to Sheng Anning, for it meant they would not be separated. She fetched water to cleanse Zhou Shixuan's face and hands, teasingly glaring at him. "Why do you still appear shy? Pray tell, is there any part of you I have not seen?" With a mischievous glint, she cast a glance at inappropriate areas, recalling not only having seen, but also having touched. Zhou Shixuan, aware of Sheng Anning's gaze, felt his ears warm as memories of her assertive demeanor flooded back. Just then, Sheng Anning's stomach growled, reminding her that she had only consumed a bowl of porridge that morning and had yet to eat. Hastily, she offered, "Are you hungry? I shall procure something for you." Zhou Shixuan shook his head. "You should eat first. Do not concern yourself with me. I am not hungry." Sheng Anning contemplated. "I believe I can wait a bit longer. Surely your biological mother will send food shortly. Do you truly intend to reject them? In truth, your mother is quite pitiable, having been deceived for 30 years. Zhou Shixuan pressed his dry lips together. Now is not the opportune moment. He understood Zhou Wenqing's predicament, yet with Zhou looming still at large, unsure what reckless act he might undertake next, it was imperative to gather evidence swiftly. As Sheng Anning had surmised, Zhou Wenqing and Zhou Nongguang returned with 5 aluminum lunchboxes filled with various dishes. Zhou Wenqing set them on the bedside table, unveiling their contents. "There is little to be had in the county. I borrowed the guest house's kitchen to prepare this meal, though I cannot ascertain if it will suit your tastes." The spread included 2 generous servings of rice, 2 boxes of braised pork, and a box of dumplings. Sheng Anning recognized that, given the time constraints and limited resources, it was an exceptionally thoughtful meal from Zhou Wenqing. She assisted Zhou Shixuan in sitting up. Did you not just express hunger? Quickly now, this braised pork looks particularly appetizing. Far superior to what you would find in your cafeteria. Zhou Shixuan accepted a lunchbox, addressing Zhou Wenqing. Thank you. This simple gesture filled Zhou Wenqing with emotion. Her eyes glistening. Please do not express gratitude. It is my duty. Conditions are modest, and time is of the essence. Make do with this for now. When circumstances allow, I shall prepare more delectable dishes for you. At this moment, there was no concern for a balanced meal. After all, they had consumed far too much vegetarian fare lately. Sheng Anning made no pretense of politeness, fetching a small table to place beside the bed, inviting Zhou Nanguang and Zhou Wenqing to join their meal. There is enough for everyone. Let's dine together. The lunchboxes were of ample size, more than sufficient for 4 people. Zhou Wenqing hesitated, fearing Zhou Shixuan might decline her invitation. Yet she longed to share a meal with her son, relishing the opportunity to serve him. Zhou Shixuan nodded. Let us eat together. Instantly, Zhou Wenqing's spirits soared as she beckoned Zhou Nanguang to take a seat. Sheng Anning divided the rice among the lunchboxes, and fortunately, there were enough chopsticks for all. They gathered around the bed and shared a communal meal, a moment of togetherness. Zhou Wenqing offered Zhou Shixuan a dumpling. I am uncertain of your preferences, but Xiaoyang adores the dumplings I prepare. These are pork and scallion. Do give them a try. Zhou Shixuan thanked her once more and sampled the dumpling, causing tears to brim in Zhou Wenqing's eyes as she quickly offered him a piece of braised pork. This is braised with fermented tofu, flavorful and delicious. Do taste it. When you have the time, I shall ask your father to procure a chicken. She paused, apprehensive that Zhou Shixuan might find her too forward, carefully gauging his reaction. Sheng Anning sighed inwardly. Being a mother was indeed a challenging endeavor. Zhou Shixuan looked up at Zhou Wenqing. Just eat what you can. There is no need for extravagance. Zhou Wenqing's face brightened. There is no extravagance. Nourishing broth aids in swift recovery. Throughout this exchange, Zhou Nanguang remained silent. Yet Sheng Anning noticed his warm gaze fixed upon Zhou Wenqing and Zhou Shixuan. She mused that had Zhou Shixuan grown up in such an environment, he would surely not possess such a reticent and reserved demeanor. After dining, Zhou Nanguang insisted on taking the lunchboxes to the guest house for cleaning, leaving with Zhou Wenqing. Meanwhile, Sheng Anning sat on the edge of the bed, frowning as she gazed at Zhou Shixuan. She rose abruptly, pacing the room anxiously, leaving Zhou Shixuan perplexed. Had something occurred? Suddenly, Sheng Anning stood beside the bed, her expression serious as she addressed Zhou Shixuan. If I were to have a child in the future, you must guard the delivery room. If anyone dares to steal our child, you must eliminate them. The thought was too distressing for her. The mere contemplation ignited her fury, and she felt an urge to confront Zhu Hohat once more. Such individuals were no different from human traffickers and deserved the most severe punishment. Zhou Shixuan's heart raced. He recalled that she had previously expressed disinterest in having children. Sheng Anning continued to mutter to herself. However, we cannot have a child just yet. Your family is too chaotic. Once we deal with Zhou looming and I can support myself, then we shall conceive. Unbeknownst to her, her words profoundly affected Zhou Shixuan, lifting his spirits considerably. Zhong Zhigua, aware of Zhou Shixuan's trip to the city, had arranged a jeep from his workplace to transport them to the city hospital for further examinations. When the vehicle arrived in the morning, Zhou Nanguang and Zhou Wenqing brought breakfast along. Sheng Anning smiled at them. You arrived just in time. The unit sent a car to take us to the city hospital, and I was planning to look for you at the guest house. Her intention to visit was genuine, but assisting Zhou Shixuan to the restroom had delayed them. Zhou Shixuan wore an awkward expression. Despite merely injuring his calf, he could manage with a crutch. Yet, Sheng Anning insisted on aiding him, asserting that any misstep could lead to serious consequences. She insisted on accompanying him into the men's restroom, and it was evident that she took advantage of the situation while supporting him. This girl was quite the little rogue. He felt a sense of indulgence and acquiescence towards Sheng Anning, though he remained oblivious to it. Zhou Nanguang expressed his approval of their trip to the city. It's quite good. The examinations there are more convenient. Zhou Wenqing, however, appeared concerned. Where will you stay in the city? If you remain at the guest house, what will you eat every day? Sheng Anning replied cheerfully. We've thought it through. We'll rent a place. I'll be studying at the hospital for over 2 months, and by then, Zhou Shixuan's leg will be mended, and we can return together. Zhong Wenqing's disappointment was palpable. You won't accompany us to the capital for a visit? Your grandfather is unaware of this matter. Sheng Anning anticipated Zhou Shixuan's refusal. Yet to her surprise, he nodded. We'll see. If time permits, we shall go. Zhong Wenqing's eyes lit up as she grasped Zhou Shixuan's hand. Really? You're willing to visit the capital? That's wonderful. During their journey to the city, Zhong Wenqing incessantly introduced the family members, uncles, aunts, and a multitude of siblings, detailing each person's occupation, age, and personality. Sheng Anning was uncertain if Zhou Shixuan absorbed any of it. She, for one, remembered none. Suddenly, Zhong Wenqing's tone shifted to one of sadness. Unfortunately, Luan Cheng is no longer with us. Otherwise, you two would undoubtedly have become great brothers. You are both such wonderful children, and poor Xiao Ran deserves better. Zhou Nongguang turned around from the front seat, adding, Xiao Ran was Luan Cheng's fiancée. They had intended to marry upon his return from the front lines. Little did they know. Sheng Anning listened as if captivated by a tale, unable to suppress her sorrow for Zhou Wancheng and the girl named Xiao Ran. Zhou Shixuan sat beside Sheng Anning, absorbing Zhong Wenqing's continuous chatter. Perhaps due to the frequency with which he had heard Zhou Wancheng's name recently, or perhaps he had known it before, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the name. Upon reaching the city, they first visited the military hospital. Lu Yuanda was taken aback upon seeing Zhou Shixuan enter with crutches. Have you sustained another injury? How is it that you seem to injure yourself daily? Do you plan to repair every part of yourself? As he spoke, he arranged for a hospital room, only to finally notice Zhou Nongguang and Zhong Wenqing. He was utterly astonished. The resemblance was striking, yet they lacked the demeanor of Zhou Shixuan's vampire-like parents. Sheng Anning quickly introduced. These are Zhou Shixuan's biological parents. Lu Yuanda suppressed his astonishment and greeted them. Quite well, quite well. I initially thought you were a bamboo shoot sprouting from a bad stalk. After all these years, this lad has suffered enough. It's time for him to be well. Upon hearing that Lu Yuanda was familiar with Zhou Shixuan, Zhong Wenqing couldn't resist inquiring about Zhou Shixuan's past. Even the smallest details were of interest to her. Sheng Anning assisted Zhou Shixuan towards the inpatient department when they encountered Xiaoyu, who was returning with a child in her arms. And Xiaoyu had intended to greet Sheng Anning with a smile, but upon seeing Zhou Shixuan's face, her expression drained of color as she nearly cried out. Chapter 102. You are not alone anymore. Sheng Anning noticed in Xiaoyu's ghostly expression and asked, puzzled, Sister Xiaoyu, what is wrong? And Xiaoyu swallowed hard, gazing at Sheng Anning. Is this your man? Sheng Anning nodded. Yes, do you know him? And Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. No, I don't know him. I must return to the dormitory now. You carry on. As she spoke, she hurriedly left, still carrying the child. Sheng Anning observed her visibly relieved demeanor and cast a curious glance at Zhou Shixuan, then turned to watch Xiaoyu walk away. Perplexed, why does it feel as though she has seen a ghost? You don't look frightening at all. After escorting Zhou Shixuan back to his hospital room, she checked the time. I'll go find Sister Xiaoyu and then grab some food. If your parents arrive, tell them not to buy anything. I'll take them out to eat later. She felt compelled to clarify the situation as it weighed on her mind. Upon arriving at the dormitory, and Xiaoyu was nursing the child and appeared somewhat dazed. Hearing Sheng Anning enter, she jumped, clearly startled. Why are you back? Sheng Anning took a seat across from Xiaoyu. Have you met my man before? Or has something happened? Why were you so frightened? And Xiaoyu patted her chest, evidently still shaken. Your man bears an uncanny resemblance to someone from before, the one I mentioned, the ghost discovered in our village. Sheng Anning pondered for a moment before recalling. The one you said suddenly resurrected, whose appearance was obscured by water. And Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Yes, that's him. Your man looks just like him. Sheng Anning found it puzzling. But you said he was so swollen from the water that you couldn't see his features. How could you recognize them as resembling each other? If someone has been submerged for an extended period, their features would distort. And Xiaoyu shook her head. No, they look like the same person to me. I'm not lying. I swear it on the light. If I'm lying, may I meet a terrible fate. Sheng Anning quickly pressed her hand down. I'm merely curious. There's no need to swear. Is it truly that similar? And Xiaoyu affirmed. Yes, identical. Sheng Anning sensed that there was a significant issue at hand. However, and Xiaoyu did not appear to be lying, especially since she had been so eager to swear. Not wanting to press further, she stood to grab the lunchbox from the windowsill. You continue feeding the child. I'll go get some food. And Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. And once Sheng Anning exited the dormitory, she let out a long sigh of relief, having initially feared that Sheng Anning's man was the deceased one found in their village. Sheng Anning doubted in Xiaoyu's claims. The logic was evidently flawed. However, considering the possibility that Xiaoyu might be telling the truth, the person who bore such an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Shixuan could very well be Zhou Wancheng. Yet, Zhou Wancheng had perished, having fallen on the front lines, and the location did not align. Sheng Anning felt as though she were drowning in a sea of questions, struggling to comprehend the multitude of uncertainties surrounding her. Upon exiting the cafeteria, I fortuitously encountered the elderly gentleman from the mailroom. Xiao Sheng, you inquire daily about your letters. This morning, a registered letter arrived from the provincial capital. Sheng Anning, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, Really? I shall accompany you to retrieve it at once. After visiting the mailroom at the main entrance, she discovered that the letter was indeed from the editorial office of a provincial journal. In her eagerness, she hastily placed her lunchbox on a nearby table and tore open the envelope. Inside, she found a substantial stack of English manuscripts accompanied by a letter from the editor. The letter lavished high praise on Sheng Anning's English proficiency, expressing surprise at discovering such exceptional talent in a place like Longbei. The editor requested a translation of the manuscripts into Chinese, promising a remuneration of 15 yuan upon successful review. Flipping through the pages, she noted that translating a dozen manuscripts for 15 yuan was quite a commendable sum. This would mark her first earnings in this world, filling her with joy. She carefully returned the letter to its envelope, stowed it in her pocket, and gave it a pat. Her spirits lifted as she made her way back to the ward. In her elation, she momentarily forgot in Xiaoyu's earlier words, discovering that Zhou Nangguang and Zhong Wenqing were already in the room. At that moment, Zhong Wenqing sat by the bedside, tears streaming down her face as she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, leaving Sheng Anning astonished. What had transpired during her brief absence? She exchanged a questioning glance with Zhou Shixuan, who appeared equally at a loss. Uncertain of what Lu Yuanda had relayed to Zhou Nangguang and Zhong Wenqing, who had been weeping since her arrival, Sheng Anning set her lunchbox on the bedside table and gently placed a hand on Zhong Wenqing's arm. Why are you crying again? Is something amiss? Zhong Wenqing, wiping her tears, replied, The doctor just informed us that Shixuan has suffered numerous injuries over the years. He mentioned that during the most difficult times, there was no one to care for him, and several critical condition notices were issued without any family present. Sheng Anning offered comforting words. It is all in the past now. Besides, when he was injured, notifying the family wouldn't have ensured their immediate arrival. Look at him now. He is well. We must strive to look forward and not dwell in sorrow. We should be grateful. Zhou Nangguang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Anning is right. Shixuan is doing well now, and we are fortunate to have encountered him during our lifetimes. We must not harbor regrets. Zhong Wenqing continued to cry. I simply feel heartbroken that he has borne everything alone for so many years. Sheng Anning reassured her. It is all right. From now on, he has me, and he is all of you. He is no longer alone. Let me take you both for a meal. Hearing this, Zhong Wenqing dried her tears and accepted Sheng Anning's words, promising to treat Zhou Shixuan well in the future. Sheng Anning handed her lunchbox to Zhou Shixuan. The cafeteria made some pot-covered noodles. Please have some. Once we finish eating, we will bring you something else. Zhou Shixuan declined. No need. You should go and book a room at the guest house and rest well. Zhou Nangguang lingered a moment longer, looking at Zhou Shixuan. Can we talk tonight if you have time? Zhou Shixuan slowly nodded. All right. Zhou Nangguang smiled with satisfaction. You are exceptional, even more so than I imagined. Sheng Anning accompanied Zhou Nangguang and Zhong Wenqing to a nearby state-run cafeteria, where they casually dined. The small city lacked vibrant locales and distinctive snacks. Moreover, with Zhong Wenqing's current emotional state focused solely on Zhou Shixuan, she had little appetite for anything else. They ordered 3 jin of dumplings filled with cabbage and pork and awaited their meal. Zhou Nangguang engaged Sheng Anning in conversation. I just heard from Dr. Lu at the hospital that you are studying medicine. Do you aspire to become a doctor? Sheng Anning candidly replied, yes. Zhou Nangguang contemplated for a moment. What if I could assist you in studying at the best hospital in Jing City and then staying on as a doctor there? Without a second thought, Sheng Anning declined. No need. Wherever Zhou Shixuan is, I shall be. Besides, I believe I can excel anywhere. Zhou Nongguang smiled warmly. Cheng Lao's granddaughter is indeed exceptional. Chapter 103. He is most likely from launching. Sheng Anning was somewhat surprised. You know my grandfather? Zhou Nongguang shook his head. I do not know him, but I have heard of him. It is commendable that you have your own aspirations and are willing to strive for them. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. Sheng Anning nodded. Rest assured, if we encounter insurmountable challenges, I will certainly seek your help. For instance, the university admission quotas. During the first year of the reinstated college entrance examination, many competed fiercely for those spots, with some young women even sacrificing their bodies for a chance. Fairness was a mere illusion, and Sheng Anning felt that, given her advantageous circumstances, she ought to make use of them. Whether she could gain admission would ultimately depend on her own abilities. Zhou Nongguang appreciated Sheng Anning's straightforward demeanor. I must return to work and cannot linger in Long Bay for too long. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenqing immediately expressed her discontent. You are leaving? Aren't you staying here? You can stay. I will return to deal with school matters and then come back. All right? Zhou Nongguang reassured her. With this, Zhong Wenqing felt at ease. Then you go back. I will stay. Zhou Nongguang continued to comfort her. If you feel unwell, seek out Anning or visit a doctor. I may not return for a month or two. It could be longer, perhaps until summer vacation. Zhong Wenqing was unperturbed. With Shishuan here, you need not worry. Sheng Anning quietly listened to their exchange, noting the genuine affection between the two. After their meal, Zhou Nongguang took Zhong Wenqing to the guest house to rest, while Sheng Anning returned to keep Zhou Shishuan company. She also stopped by a nearby store to purchase 2 bags of milk powder, some candies, peanuts, and a type of cookie whose name she did not know. Handing them to Sheng Anning, he said, the milk powder is for Shishuan to regain his strength, and these snacks are for you. Chaoyang loves these. The implication was that both Sheng Anning and Zhou Chuyang, as young girls, shared a fondness for such treats. This warm gesture made Sheng Anning's heart swell with nostalgia for her parents, who had spoiled her like a little princess in her previous life. Thank you. I really appreciate it. She accepted the items, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, and watched as Zhou Nongguang and Zhong Wenqing departed before making her way back to the ward. Halfway there, she couldn't resist unwrapping a piece of fruit candy and popping it into her mouth. The sweet, citrus flavor made her squint in delight. This world still managed to envelop her in warmth. Upon arriving at the ward, she tiptoed inside, finding Zhou Shishuan resting on the bed with his eyes closed, unsure if he was asleep. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. She crept over and quickly leaned down to plant a firm kiss on Zhou Shishuan's lips. When he didn't stir, she playfully nibbled at his lower lip. Zhou Shishuan had sensed her presence upon entering, but was curious about her intentions. As anticipated, Sheng Anning was not one to adhere to convention. He wrapped his arms around her waist, fearing she might tumble to the floor. With a playful grin, Sheng Anning looked up at him. Are you pretending to be asleep? Were you perhaps anticipating my kiss? Zhou Shishuan replied with a hint of exasperation. This is a hospital room. Sheng Anning promptly nodded. If it weren't a hospital room, would that mean I could act without restraint? As she spoke, she climbed back up, worried of being caught by someone walking in. Although she was unbothered by embarrassment, she worried that Zhou Shishuan might feel shy and restrict her freedom to kiss him in the future. Zhou Shishuan remained silent, his lips still glistening with moisture, rendering them a vivid crimson, imbued with a touch of allure. Sheng Anning clucked her tongue in delight and quickly leaned in for another kiss. Here, try the fruit candy I just had. It's orange-flavored. Isn't it delicious? She couldn't help but giggle as she stood up and peeked out the door, ensuring no one was watching before closing it again. Rest assured, no one will see us. Besides, it's quite normal for young couples to express affection. No one can fault us for it, so you needn't feel embarrassed. Zhou Shishuan rubbed his temples, sitting up slowly beside the bed. Have they gone to rest? Sheng Anning nodded. Indeed, your father will be leaving soon, while your mother will stay. Consequently, we will need to rent 2 rooms. I shall go to have a look tomorrow at noon. Suddenly recalling Xiaoyu's expression from lunchtime, she realized she had forgotten to mention this to Zhou Shishuan. She recounted the ghost story that Xiaoyu had told and the eerie resemblance to the ghost from 3 years ago. Isn't it strange? She claims that the corpse's face was so swollen it was unrecognizable, yet she firmly asserts that you resemble him. Isn't that contradictory? Zhou Shishuan frowned. 3 years ago? Yes, 3 years ago. A sudden thought struck her. Wasn't that the year Zhou Luanqing sacrificed himself? If he looked so much like you, could it possibly be Zhou Wanqing? She pondered for a moment, but felt the location was off. Zhou Shixuan shared her thoughts, yet he contemplated further. He had recently learned that Zhou Wanqing had perished in an explosion. Was it conceivable that the deceased was not Zhou Wanqing, but someone else? While Zhou Wanqing himself had been gravely injured. But how did he end up in Sun Jiakan? Sheng Anning pondered for a long time, without clarity, sighing, "If only it were Zhou Wanqing, I would prefer he be alive. Then your mother wouldn't be so sorrowful." She felt a deep sympathy for Zhou Wanqing, who suffered mentally and physically, living each day in longing and guilt. In the afternoon, Zhong Zhigua hurriedly arrived to discuss the highway explosion with Zhou Shixuan. Sheng Anning, aware that she was in an inconvenient position, poured Zhong Zhigua a glass of water and then returned to her dormitory. Li Gailing was back, engaged in conversation with Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Sheng Anning, they greeted her and resumed their discussion. Li Gailing, curious, asked, "What exactly happened to your Huzi?" And Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, they say he was ensnared by a water ghost, and that we should take Huzi's clothes to the river at night to call his soul back, doing this for several nights until the child's spirit returns." Having lived in the countryside for 7 years, Li Gailing had heard many bizarre tales and believed in such matters. "You must call out. I have heard it is most effective if you know the deceased's name." And Xiaoyu sighed. "There haven't been any drownings in our village these past few years. The only corpse that drifted here 3 years ago. Who knows its name?" Sheng Anning, having overheard, quickly approached Sister Xiaoyu. "Are you certain that person resembles my husband?" And Xiaoyu seemed somewhat helpless, though it may sound inappropriate. It truly was strikingly similar. "When I first saw your husband, I was utterly stunned. Their brows and eyes were identical." Sheng Anning raised an eyebrow. "But wait, when you saw him, wasn't he already deceased? Shouldn't he have been with closed eyes, his face swollen and unrecognizable? How could you discern such fine details?" Chapter 104. The truth gradually emerges and Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, and she discreetly pinched her child, causing Huzi to wail loudly. She hurriedly lifted him, attempting to soothe him, and then anxiously explained to Sheng Anning, "When we saw him, he truly was dead. I cannot explain why, but I felt your husband bore a striking resemblance to that individual." At this moment, Sheng Anning was certain Xiaoyu was lying, though the reason for her deception remained unclear. "I too am curious. My husband has a brother who bears a resemblance to him, and went missing 3 years ago, with no trace since. I just thought that perhaps the person you mentioned could be my uncle." And Xiaoyu immediately pursed her lips, fearing that uttering another word might reveal her deceit, as she sensed Sheng Anning's keen intelligence. Li Gailing, perplexed, interjected, "What are you two discussing? I don't quite understand." "Sister Xiaoyu, when did you see Anning's husband?" Sheng Anning clarified, "My husband is hospitalized here due to an injury, and we happened to encounter Sister Xiaoyu." Li Gailing sensed something amiss. "Yes, but you said the deceased's face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. How then could you discern a resemblance to Anning's husband?" And Xiaoyu could not articulate a coherent response, her face reddening as she paced with her wailing child, ultimately opting not to explain. Sheng Anning was now convinced that Xiaoyu was concealing something. Whether that individual was Zhou Wanqing was uncertain, but Xiaoyu had certainly seen him when he was not swollen. Fearing further inquiries from Sheng Anning, and Xiaoyu took her child and left. Li Gailing, still confused, grasped Sheng Anning's arm. "What exactly is going on with Sister Xiaoyu? I feel lost." Sheng Anning shook her head. "Only she knows the truth. I am curious as well." Since Xiaoyu was unwilling to divulge more, Sheng Anning decided to let Zhou Shixuan investigate further, sending someone to Sun Jiakan for inquiries. As she carried a thermos to fetch hot water before returning to the ward, she spotted Xiaoyu waiting anxiously with her child. Upon seeing Sheng Anning, she exclaimed, "Anning, I need to speak with you." Sheng Anning was not particularly surprised, and Xiaoyu did not strike her as a cunning or malicious person. She nodded, "Come, let us speak ahead." Gathering her courage, and Xiaoyu began, "When I saw that person, he was not in the water. I cannot say if he was alive or dead. I was foraging for wild vegetables when I noticed he had a watch. I foolishly reached into his pocket, where I found 20 pounds of grain coupons." Tears welled in her eyes as she continued, "I succumbed to greed and took the coupons. When I attempted to remove the watch from his wrist, he suddenly opened his eyes, which terrified me, and I pushed him into the river." Sheng Anning assessed Xiaoyu's physique. Despite her rural upbringing and physical labor, it was implausible for someone to push a recently revived person into the river. She chose not to dwell on this issue. What happened next? And Xiaoyu adjusted her hold on the child. I took the watch and coupons home. 2 days later, the man's body was discovered on the riverbank. The memory filled her with dread. I truly didn't mean to. I was frightened and became greedy upon seeing so many coupons. I had no idea he was alive. Sheng Anning felt exasperated. Do you understand the severity of your actions? It is tantamount to manslaughter. And Xiaoyu turned pale with fright. I genuinely did not intend for him to die. Sheng Anning believed it was too late for explanations. Do you still have the watch? That is the only clue to ascertain whether it is Zhou Wanqing. And Xiaoyu quickly nodded. Yes, it is at my home. I truly did not mean it. I never wanted to kill anyone. Sheng Anning, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, while you may not have intended to kill, you certainly neglected to help. How can you call yourself a doctor under such circumstances? Do not use your difficult life as an excuse. It does not justify your greed or taking what does not belong to you. And Xiaoyu was consumed with regret, wishing she had kept her mouth shut in the dormitory or concealed her fear when she first saw Sheng Anning's husband, which would have prevented Sheng Anning from detecting the inconsistency. She lamented her decision to take the watch and coupons from that man, believing wholeheartedly that the village shaman's claim about Huzi being ensnared by a water ghost was indeed her fault. Sheng Anning, unwilling to continue the conversation with Xiaoyu, resolved to inform Zhou Shixuan of the situation promptly, urging him to send someone to Sun Jiakan to retrieve the watch. Upon returning to the ward, she found Zhong Zhigua had already left, and Zhou Shixuan was seated on the bed, perusing a newspaper. Sheng Anning approached and snatched the newspaper from him, recounting everything she had learned in one breath. We must act swiftly. What if Zhou Luming discovers this lead before us? Those antagonists on television always seem to acquire evidence ahead of time. Zhou Shixuan appeared, slightly surprised, contemplating, please call the office of Lu Yuanda. The switchboard connects to the 3rd Military Command and requests someone named Lu Chongfeng to come to the hospital to meet me. Sheng Anning committed the name to memory. That name sounds pleasant. I shall go now. She rushed to Lu Yuanda's office to borrow a phone, calling as instructed by Zhou Shixuan. The call was answered by a melodious voice. After hanging up, Sheng Anning touched her ear, captivated by the deep, resonant male voice. Upon returning to the hospital room, Zhou Nongguang and Zhong Wenqing had already arrived, bearing apples and a bowl of bone soup, along with steamed buns. With a cheerful smile, Zhong Wenqing called out to Sheng Anning, Anning, come quickly and have some buns. I've also prepared a bowl of bone soup for you. You are too thin and need to eat more. Sheng Anning felt a warm sensation in her heart and promptly expressed her gratitude. After dinner, Zhong Wenqing took Sheng Anning for a stroll. The hospital room was left with only Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Nongguang, who was contemplating how to broach a delicate subject. Zhou Shixuan spoke first. If there is evidence implicating Zhou Luming, I will not yield. Zhou Nongguang sighed. This is precisely the matter I wish to discuss. While I cannot act against family ties, I can discern right from wrong. If it goes too far, you should do what you feel is necessary. My only assurance is that the Zhou family will not be involved in any of this. You may proceed with your intentions without worry. Zhou Shixuan pondered for a moment. Was Zhou Luming also on the front line 3 years ago? Zhou Nongguang nodded. He was part of the same batch reassigned to Lansheng. Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow and fell silent. After a brief pause, Zhou Nongguang added, I will return in a couple of days and will investigate this matter myself. Zhong Wenqing, while strolling with Sheng Anning, inquired, You and Shixuan have been married for several months now. When do you plan to have children? I believe I could assist in taking care of them. Sheng Anning was somewhat taken aback by the sudden suggestion of motherhood. Zhong Wenqing sighed again. I just can't seem to control my own emotions. I wonder if I might be a burden to you. Sheng Anning reassured her, You won't be a burden. And you're doing wonderfully right now. There's no need to suppress your feelings. When we have children, we will certainly let you help take care of them. This brought Zhong Wenqing some joy, and she began sharing numerous anecdotes about Lansheng, Beiqing, and Xiaoyang's childhood. Upon returning to the room, they found an unfamiliar figure present, someone older than Zhou Shixuan, possessing a similarly cold and stern demeanor, yet with sharper features.